Here comes the airship. A voice rang out, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. In an instant, hundreds of individuals surged forward, a wild rush towards the hovering vessel. Among them were men and women alike, their eyes fixed upon the enormous ship above, each vying for a chance to reach it first. Before long, the airship came to a halt, and suddenly, the lower hatch burst open, unleashing a torrent of refuse that cascaded downwards, mingling with the fetid trash already littering the ground. The throng paid no heed to the stench, their cheers echoing as they eagerly began to rummage through the heaps of debris. Out of the refuse, a figure sprang forth from beneath a wooden plank. A boy, his face alight with excitement, shouted to his side, "Wankai, hurry up, the swift gather, the slow miss out." For the past 2 days, the Sky Dome base in Longxia has been celebrating the 60th anniversary of the victory at the Arctic Glacier War, hosting lavish feasts with an abundance of delicious food. With that, the boy dashed forward, followed closely by a large yellow dog. His speed was remarkable as he quickly reached the summit of the trash pile, digging fervently. "Ha, what treasures! Only a bite taken from these biscuits, jerky, fruits, steak." The boy unfastened a woven bag tied around his waist and stuffed its contents inside. At that moment, a ragged middle-aged man approached him. "Ah, Jiang Hao, you're the first one here again." Noticing Jiang Hao's silence, the man discreetly stepped aside and began to sift through the refuse. Inside the airship, a man and a little girl stood by the viewport, gazing down at the frenzied crowd below, desperately scavenging through the rubbish. Amidst the garbage, countless individuals were fighting fiercely over scraps. The little girl, curious, inquired, "Brother, what are they doing?" The man replied, his expression unyielding, "Searching for food." The girl, puzzled, continued, "Why are they looking for food in the garbage? Don't they have any at home?" The man coolly responded, "No, they are lowly vagrants." The girl suddenly asked, "Brother, why don't they live with us in the Sky Dome? There's plenty of food there. From many I've heard there are dangerous, man-eating monsters outside." The man gently tousled the girl's hair and said, "Xiaoyu, remember, you must always have value. For only those of worth can lead better lives and rise above others. If one lacks value, they will be cast aside. Do you understand?" The little girl blinked. "Brother, what is the use of being valuable?" The man smiled slightly, lifting her up as they stepped onto a celestial shuttle and soared out of the airship through the side hatch. Upon seeing the duo suspended in the air, the scavengers below paused their frantic efforts, kneeling in reverence as if before deities. The man tossed a package of jerky into the crowd, and the vagrants immediately scrambled for it, fighting fiercely. He felt invigorated and threw another package elsewhere, sparking yet another tumultuous scramble. He looked down, laughing heartily, and declared, "Sister, do you see? Only those who emerge from the crucible of rebirth are worthy of adoration and reverence. Becoming godlike figures otherwise, they are reduced to mere vagrants, fighting like dogs for food, living like ants." The little girl picked up another package of jerky and threw it to the ground, and once again, the vagrants surged forth in a frenzy to seize it. Seeing such desperation for a mere package of jerky, the girl giggled, "How amusing, brother. I understand now. I want to be a revered, strong person too." After the jerky was claimed, the vagrants again knelt humbly, gazing longingly at the two figures above. The man scanned the crowd and, spotting something, barked sharply, "The divine presence is here. Why do you not kneel?" His cold gaze fell upon the boy with the yellow dog, who stood defiantly, the only one not bowing. Jiang Hao met the man's gaze with indifference, murmuring, "What divine presence? They are merely humans from the Sky Dome, bowing for your leftover trash?" "Huh!" Though his words were whispered, the man heard them, and a murderous aura emanated from him as he growled, "What did you say? Dare to show disrespect to the divine? Get down." A spherical object suddenly launched from the man's back, swift as lightning, colliding with Jiang Hao and sending him sprawling. Struggling to rise, Jiang Hao found a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, this little ant has a sturdy frame. How intriguing. The man commanded, and a shadow darted past, knocking Jiang Hao down once more. It seemed the man had no intention of ending his life directly, as he repeated this several times. Jiang Hao felt his bones shatter with each impact, yet he trembled and stood once more. Seeing the anger in Jiang Hao's eyes and his fists clenched, the man taunted, "Oh, such a fierce gaze. It seems you are quite unsatisfied. Come and fight me, ha ha." With a roar, Jiang Hao pointed at the sky and shouted, "What skill is it to bully the weak? One day, I will trample you tyrants underfoot." The man laughed heartily. "I see you wish to survive through this defiance. I do not wish to kill in front of my sister, so I grant you a chance at life. My name is Guqing. If you have the ability, come to the Martial Academy and challenge me. I will be most interested to play with you. But don't starve to death in this wretched town. That would be quite dull, haha." Afterward, Guqing smiled at the little girl and added, "Let's depart from this filthy place." In a flash, the two vanished into the sky. The airship's hatch closed after flying for a distance. A burst of white light enveloped the airship, causing it to disappear behind a shimmering veil. Jiang Hao watched the spot where the vessel had vanished, resolutely stating, "Humph, one day, I Jiang Hao will become the supreme being, transforming this world so that the impoverished no longer suffer, and the powerful shall not dare to oppress the weak." At that moment, a small bead on the rope around Jiang Hao's wrist suddenly glowed. What could this mean? For the past decade, it has only flared up every 7 days. Why has it activated early? Has the condition worsened, increasing the frequency of the episodes? Seeing the bead shine, Jiang Hao's complexion turned pale, and he hurriedly made his way toward the trash heap's edge. The iron gate served as the sole passage in and out of the refuse disposal area. As Jiang Hao reached the gate, several figures blocked his path. "Stop." Jiang Hao halted, coldly regarding them. "What do you want?" A burly man stepped forward, asserting, "Have you forgotten? The landfill is the territory of the Wild Wolf Gang. Scavengers must pay an entry fee." Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, responding icily, "Scarface didn't mention any entry fee before. I have no time to play with you." The brawny man stepped closer, smirking, "I don't care how things were with Scarface. Now, I, Chun Pai, am in charge. The Wild Wolf Gang takes a 30% cut of everyone's haul as an entry fee." Anxious to return home, Jiang Hao ignored him, taking a few steps to continue on his way. The newly appointed leader, enraged by defiance, kicked Jiang Hao unexpectedly, knocking him to the ground. Faced with their relentless harassment, Jiang Hao, already simmering with frustration, erupted like a raging tiger. He charged towards Chun Pai. Before the latter could react, Jiang Hao delivered a powerful punch to his face. With a resounding bang, Chun Pai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to stumble and fall. Upon witnessing their leader being assaulted, Chun Pai's subordinates could no longer remain passive. They took up defensive stances and swung their fists toward Jiang Hao. Though Jiang Hao lacked formal martial arts training, years of grappling with wild beasts had endowed him with formidable physical resilience and combat skills. In stark contrast to the swift movements of the animals he was accustomed to, the actions of these men appeared almost in slow motion. With a series of bang 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 sounds, Jiang Hao moved gracefully, evading their strikes and targeting their vulnerable points soon. 5 burly men lay on the ground, howling in agony. Having dealt with these minor thugs, Jiang Hao was eager to return home and turned to leave. Seeing him depart, Chun Pai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and threatened fiercely, "Dare to provoke our wolf gang, and you are as good as dead. Your entire family will meet the same fate." At this, Jiang Hao halted, turned, and strode forward, placing a foot upon Chun Pai's chest. "Threatening me?" With a poof, Chun Pai coughed up blood. Noticing the murderous intent in Chun Pai's eyes as he reached for a knife at his waist, Jiang Hao swiftly aimed a kick at his head. With a sharp crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed, and Chun Pai's eyes rolled back as he fell silent. Jiang Hao cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "Fool, making threats while in a position of weakness. It's bad enough to be oppressed by those in the canopy. Must you also allow scum like you to harm me?" With that, Jiang Hao paid no mind to whether Chun Pai was alive or dead and departed. Before long, he returned to the small town. This so-called town was merely a gathering place for those unworthy of entering the canopy. Clustering around the watchtower, deemed by the residents of the canopy as vagrant individuals without identity, status, or constraints, their lives dictated by fate. As Jiang Hao stepped onto the main road of the town, he encountered a group of dozens of burly men. Trouble. It's the Wolf Gang. They must have learned of the incident at the junkyard. Recognizing the men clad in matching short-sleeved jackets as members of the Wolf Gang, Jiang Hao remained composed and gradually turned to leave, hoping he would go unnoticed. However, as he quickened his pace away from the main road, an angry shout erupted from behind. "Jiang Hao, halt!" Realizing his cover had been blown, Jiang Hao did not look back and sprinted toward the outskirts of the town, hoping to slip back in once he was outside. Hearing his flight, a fierce voice commanded from behind, "Everyone pursue him. We must eliminate Jiang Hao today." The members of the Wolf Gang drew their machetes, filled with murderous intent, and chased after Jiang Hao. Chapter 2. A Different Way of Life. The future world resembles a fantastical cinematic spectacle, offering not only free but also vividly immersive experiences, complete with practical engagement. What an exhilarating thought! After a moment of contemplation, Bai Kyocera meticulously reflected on the missteps of his youth, determined to circumvent such errors this time. Simultaneously, he brimmed with anticipation for this day of science fiction, pondering anxiously what kind of existence he ought to embrace in this renewed life. If he were to play the role of a savior, he could not afford to repeat past mistakes. Altering one's destiny is a personal endeavor, facilitated by divine intervention. Thus, he resolved to no longer endure the daily tribulations of the workplace, receiving a single salary while shouldering the burdens of two, and obeying the whims of several fools, constantly replying received in countless group chats. No, this is not the life I desire. I must instigate change. I must rescue myself. With this in mind, he thought, while still young, to indulge in the pleasures of life. I have been reborn. Just as excitement surged within him, he was struck by a grim realization. Alas, it is August 2000, which ominously foretells the emergence of severe acute respiratory syndrome, commonly known as SARS. 2 years hence. Damn it, it feels as though I have been dealt a cruel hand once more. Truly, just when one wave has subsided, another rises. It's as if I have encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Old Bai, where are you? What am I to do? I pondered, hoping for a reasonable explanation, a valid solution, and I promise not to strike you. Please, do not overreact. Such alarmist behavior is unsettling for the elderly. I require rest. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you cunning old man. Just look at the mess you've created. The pandemic of COVID-19 in 2023 has left everyone on edge. Just as I believed I had finally escaped, you have thrust me back into the flames. Oh, I thought it was something significant, but the sky simply brings me 5 words. It is hardly a matter of consequence. This trivial virus poses no threat to you. Simply put your mind at ease. You should enjoy your tea and engage in your leisure activities. Upon closer inspection, Bai Kyocera was indeed twirling a string of jingba beads, which, although he had been handling for nearly 3 years, lacked the finesse of a well-crafted piece. Yet, when it came to its luster, it was impeccable. Bai Kyocera himself recognized that he was merely fumbling with the beads, never anticipating that this would become a cherished hobby years later. I suspect they are already well polished. You have led me astray. I ask you, with 2002 approaching and SARS looming, what shall I do? ISNT that just child's play, simply open your mouth and speak? Greetings, Yo-Yo. The honor device emitted a voice that was both alluring and magnetic from Bai Kyocera's pocket. In an instant, he felt awakened. Could this really be happening? Alas, I lack a charger. Moreover, this is a 2G network, akin to an elderly woman struggling to climb into bed, frustratingly unyielding. I must calm myself. Surely, the elderly can still enjoy life. There is no need for concern. And so it is. Given the circumstances, I must face them head on. However, before the pandemic erupts, I must devise a way to accumulate wealth. Having been reborn, I shall ensure that this lifetime is abundant. Haha. I shall become the wealthiest of all. I shall soar to the heavens, piloting grand aircraft. Having previously experienced the pangs of poverty, I now intend to carve my own path, leaving others with no avenue to traverse. In this moment, a bold idea began to take shape. Chapter 3. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Upon reflection, as a mere child, I find it difficult to endure the frustration of unfulfilled patriotic aspirations and the feeling of being a hero without a stage. Even if I possess certain thoughts, there is little opportunity to express them, especially considering that my parents are simple rural folk, unacquainted with the broader world, and utterly unable to grasp this reality. Life is best approached with a sense of detachment. If one is dissatisfied, one must take action. Hey, brother, it's me, Jinkai, I declared. I pulled out my phone and dialed a number, my cousin, Huang Rishuan, who works in the illustrious city of Shanghai, a world-renowned metropolis. He is an engineer, specially trained and thus a rare talent in that era. In a rural context, his accomplishments are indeed noteworthy. Naturally, he is the most suitable person I could reach out to at this moment. Rishuan had ventured to the big city to seek fortune early on, which granted him a mobile phone long before I obtained mine at the age of 18. just after the turn of the century when legal use was permitted. Jinkai? What and Oppos? S going on, cousin? Rishwan responded, caught off guard by my unexpected call. RN and Oppos, do you just 7? How do you have a phone and a number? Yes, it and Oppos, S me. Listen carefully, brother. First Don and Amp. Oppos. T be surprised. Second, you must choose to believe me. And lastly, do not disclose this to anyone. On the other end of the line. Rishwan hesitated. I'm at work right now, cousin. Have you experienced something unusual? Why don't you hand the phone to your parents? I can plead your case. I promise I won't scold you. Brother, I am being completely serious. I am not joking. Everything I say is true. Seeing that my earnest pleading was yielding no results, I decided to consult the internet. The current housing price in your city is 400 yuan per square meter, and in 20 years, it will soar to 60,000 yuan per square meter. Meanwhile, the average monthly salary is merely 280 yuan, hardly sufficient. In 20 years, the average salary will rise to 180 yuan, yet still inadequate. After a long silence on the other end, Rishwan finally replied, half convinced and bewildered, cousin, what in the world is going on? What are you trying to tell me? To be honest, I can hardly believe it myself, but the reality is as I describe. I am not who you think I am. What I mean is, I am from 20 years in the future and now. To cut a long story short, trust me, we can earn money together and you can own a house in Shanghai, no longer just another drifter in the city. Upon hearing this, Rishwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of the truth, he decided to humor his cousin. As the saying goes, cousin, oh cousin, let us have some fun together. To bolster my credibility, I added, all right, brother, I will send you a lottery number shortly. You should buy a ticket, and then you'll know whether I speak the truth. The winnings could serve as our initial capital to start a business together. After all, why not seize the opportunity? With that, I searched online for the next lottery draw, and on the day of the results, Rishwan was utterly convinced. 5 million. How many years would it take to earn that much through hard work? Thus, he resolved to follow his younger cousin towards a life of luxury. Hey, cousin. If you can foresee the future, why not continue to exploit these opportunities? After all, if you don't, someone else will. Brother, we must not engage in actions that violate legal or moral boundaries. One must possess integrity. What value is there in acquiring wealth without effort? All right, you have a point. I'll heed your advice, Rishwan replied, though he could not suppress his dissatisfaction and inwardly blamed Jinkai for his perceived moral superiority. Following Jinkai's distant guidance, Rishwan proceeded with a steady pace, seeking land, renting factories, rallying his colleagues, and procuring necessary raw materials. Given the region's economic prosperity, engaging in foreign trade was remarkably convenient. Once all preparations were complete, they began to embark on their scientific research project. Chapter 4. The versatile charger. To achieve prosperity, one must first pave the way. At this juncture, a promising project eagerly awaits, and time is of the essence as the launch of the versatile charger approaches. Leaving little time for Bai Jingxi and Huang Rishwan. The versatile charger, as its name suggests, is fundamentally a charger, nothing more, nothing less. Undoubtedly, it serves the purpose of charging various models and versions of mobile phones. In those days, mobile phone batteries were removable, typically accompanied by one original battery and an additional spare. One battery would be in use while the other could be charged, creating a seamless cycle of convenience and efficiency. The operational principles and manufacturing processes of the versatile charger are relatively straightforward, which is why it was initially chosen as a research project. The production techniques were uncomplicated, resulting in low costs and modest selling prices, leading to a fervent market response. The charger derives power from 2 contact points at its rear, which connect to an electrical outlet. On the front, 2 adjustable contact points, referred to as tentacles, can be repositioned according to the varying input and output terminal locations of different phone batteries. A plastic pressure plate secures the battery between the clamps and the base, ensuring stability and safety. Additionally, 3 indicator lights serve distinct functions. One signals whether the battery's polarity is correctly aligned, with the absence of illumination indicating a misalignment that requires adjustment. We shall refer to this as the test light. The second light indicates the charging power status. Once the battery is correctly positioned, inserting the charger and Oppos S plug into the socket activates the charging process. The third light illuminates green when the battery reaches a fully charged state, akin to the operational principles of contemporary electric vehicle chargers, indicating the completion of the charging cycle and signaling the user to disconnect the power supply. Upon the product and Oppo's release, it garnered immense trust and demand from consumers, leading to a surge in orders that outstripped supply. Workers toiled tirelessly, day and night, to meet the overwhelming demand, while Huang Rishuan reaped the financial rewards. However, as with all things, peaks are often followed by troughs. The cycle of fortune is ever-changing. Bai Kyocera, acutely aware of this truth, recognized the market and Oppo's saturation. "Brother, it is time to cease production," he declared. "What? Did I hear you correctly? Stop production? I could still earn another 100 million. The market has reached a saturation point, with competitors flooding in, utilizing inferior materials and undercutting prices to seize market share. Not only would profits dwindle, but a host of unnecessary complications could arise. It is time to shift our perspective," he concluded. Indeed, wise counsel prevails. As long as there are resources, there is no fear of scarcity. With your awareness, what cannot be achieved? All right, do you have a new idea brewing? I intend to invest all our earnings back into the community, drawing from the people to benefit the people. In a couple of years, a significant viral pandemic will strike globally, and I wish to utilize these funds to aid the populace, helping them escape from suffering. Chapter 5. Derived from the people. Utilize for the people, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that we return the hard-earned money we have through some other means? Indeed, brother, that interpretation is not unfounded. This time, I aspire to orchestrate something grand. Bai Kyocera is aware that such conduct is not particularly ethical. Nevertheless, in the realm of commerce, one must recognize it as a battlefield. Even if we refrain from such actions, there will inevitably be others who will. The wheel of fate perpetually turns. The imitation prowess of our compatriots is indisputable. There are no products that cannot be replicated, and if there are, it is merely due to their absence from the market. By engaging in this endeavor, we may also be performing a significant act of goodwill, resolving unnecessary disputes. Therefore, in anticipation of the impending SARS virus, we must prepare a comprehensive response strategy. The SARS virus is a contagious disease transmitted through respiratory means. Although Bai Kyocera was still young at that time, the events of the 21st century have rendered such circumstances less sensational. Brother, what you require now is to procure ample medical protective supplies, including surgical masks and protective clothing, as well as various medications for treating fever. Soon, the prices of these medications will be inflated by unscrupulous vendors who will exploit this national crisis for profit, jeopardizing the stability of our society's economy. If we wish to thrive in the long run and establish a firm foothold, we must rely on governmental support and the affection and endorsement of the populace. Huang Rishuan is indeed a person of considerable experience, having navigated the complexities of the metropolis for many years. At this moment, I must reassess my perspective on my younger brother. Very well, dear brother, I grasp your intentions. I shall ensure everything is arranged. You aim to seize this opportunity for substantial profit. Alas, that is a narrow vision, brother. This time, we shall make a selfless donation. Refraining from profiting from national calamity, let us first establish our reputation, laying a foundation for future endeavors. So be it. In early 2002, within a warehouse in the metropolis, billions of surgical masks, tens of millions of sets of protective clothing, and millions of bottles of alcohol-based disinfectants, along with an array of antibiotics, cough remedies, anti-inflammatory medications, and detoxifying agents, had been amassed in preparation. History often exhibits a striking resemblance to itself, however. The currents of history invariably dictate such patterns. What is destined to arrive will inevitably do so, and at last, the day has dawned. Bai Kyocera pondered that. Since I cannot alter history, I can only offer my modest assistance. By the way, brother, the current state of the internet is not as advanced, and its limitations are quite pronounced. What you need to do now is enlist the help of media acquaintances to report in advance, so that the public can access the information through local television and radio broadcasts. No problem, just tell me how to draft it. The message should convey the necessity for individuals to maintain self-isolation, to minimize unnecessary outings in groups, to practice self-disinfection, and to monitor their health diligently. Should any discomfort arise, prompt medical attention is essential. Essentially, it is about self-protection and not causing disruption to society. This is a task for professional journalists. We shall leave it to them. All right, I'll handle it. Finally, the SARS virus made its anticipated arrival. Hello, dear viewers in front of your screens and listeners at your radios. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an expert lecture from Professor Nan. an esteemed member of our Academy of Engineering and an authority from the National Health Commission regarding the current viral outbreak. Professor Nan, given the rampant spread of the virus and the public's rising discontent, could you enlighten us on effective preventative measures and potential cures? Professor Nan responded, Firstly, I urge everyone to maintain a calm mindset and trust that our party and government will exert every effort to serve the people. It is crucial for all to implement self-isolation measures, temporarily reducing unnecessary outings. This rare virus is highly contagious, particularly among vulnerable groups such as the elderly and children, who possess weaker immune systems. Enhanced protective measures are imperative. Additionally, attention to dietary habits, daily routines, and regular exercise is vital for fortifying one and Oppo's immunity. I also call upon compassionate individuals and enterprises from all sectors to provide robust support to our citizens. Lastly, I extend my deepest gratitude to the frontline medical personnel. Thank you for your courage, your unwavering resolve, and your benevolence, which have instilled hope and motivation in our people. With a profound bow, the atmosphere was charged with emotion. Brother, the moment has come. It's your turn now. It and Oppo's showtime. Absolutely, just watch and see. The altruistic contributions of various protective supplies and medical products address the urgent national need, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. And this timely aid sparked a significant societal response. This time, the entire nation remembered Rishuan Technology Company, Limited. Indeed, the company was temporarily named after Huang Rishuan himself. Dear viewers, through the united efforts of our diverse populace in combating the pandemic, the outbreak has finally been effectively controlled, no longer running rampant. This could not have been achieved without the silent dedication and persistence of each individual, especially the researchers and healthcare professionals who have tirelessly worked behind the scenes. Thank you all for your hard work. Furthermore, we must extend our heartfelt gratitude to a compassionate and responsible enterprise, the people and Oppo's company. Rishuan Technology Company, Limited. It was this company that, during our most challenging times, generously opened its coffers and selflessly contributed, allowing us to emerge from the virus's clutches in such a short span. We learned about this company and Oppo's contributions through various channels. This embodies the spirit of Lei Feng, performing good deeds without seeking recognition. The rich heritage of Chinese civilization endures. Please remember this name. Rishuan Technology Company, Limited. Chapter 6. A calculated move. Today, we finally arrived at Rishuan Technology Company, Limited. What intriguing stories lie hidden within this company? Let us follow our lens to uncover the truth. Hello, Mr. Huang. Thank you for your assistance during the nation and Oppo's most trying times, your generous donations to society. Could you share a few words with us? Indeed. Such selfless dedication and compassion from a corporate entity deserve greater recognition from the industry. Yes, Mr. Huang, please enlighten us on your considerations and the motivations behind your actions. The following day, a throng of reporters had already besieged the entrance of Huang Rishuan and Oppo's company. At that moment, by Jingxi and Oppo's objective was achieved. Various journalists clamored to voice their opinions, indulging in the media and Oppo's age-old penchant for sensationalism and gossip. A single statement can either salvage a reputation or obliterate a corporation. Anticipating such a day, Bai Jingxi had meticulously prepared a script for Huang Rishuan, who had memorized it with remarkable proficiency. In managing these journalists, Bai Jingxi was indeed in a position of control. Faced with their probing inquiries, Huang Rishuan felt compelled to provide an explanation. These are merely our modest endeavors, not something that warrants grandstanding. My intention has always been to serve our country and its people, and I never expected to find myself on television. It is truly a moment of pride. After all, serving the nation is the fundamental duty of us entrepreneurs. When the nation faces challenges, we must not add to the chaos. The responsibility lies with every citizen. This is a truth even children comprehend. A nation is paramount. Without it, there is no home. The welfare of the populace is essential. Only when the people thrive can our enterprises prosper. A strong nation ensures the well-being of its citizens. Naturally, we entrepreneurs seek profitability. Ultimately, we are still merchants at heart. We hope that the party and the people will offer us invaluable insights to improve our business practices, correcting our faults and enhancing our strengths. Lastly, we invite more aspiring individuals to join us in contributing to the advancement of our nation's scientific endeavors and securing greater benefits for the populace. A strong nation begins with Rishuan. Thank you all. It must be said that Bai Jingxi played his cards exceptionally well. He garnered the admiration and affection of the public. secured the attention and support of the party and the state, and attracted talent to his scientific pursuits. It was truly a masterstroke, achieving multiple objectives with a single endeavor. One cannot underestimate the importance of continuous learning. The art of strategy, as illustrated in the art of war, warrants further exploration. Nonetheless, the goal was achieved, and success was attained. It is now time to contemplate the next steps for development and direction. Brother, what should we do next? In 2003, what transpired? Bai Kyocera pondered aloud, yet found himself at a loss for direction. At this juncture, he felt compelled to seek assistance from Lao Bai. Lao Bai, come and lend me a hand. Did you not promise to instigate change? What form will this change take? You have garnered quite the acclaim without me, haven't you? Ah, that and amp, oppos, a mere surface observation, hardly worth consideration. If I could truly effect change, would you need to return to facilitate it? A few flattering remarks led Lao Bai to become momentarily elated and inflated with pride. Indeed, he was correct. Without me, you would be nothing, right? Lao Bai speaks the truth. So what shall we do? I am here to help you realize your dreams. I am merely the guide. The master opens the door, but the journey is yours to undertake. Reflect on this. With that, he vanished once more. Dreams, dreams. A single phrase jolted him from his reverie. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Bai Kyocera experienced an epiphany. His greatest regret in life was not serving in the military to contribute to his country. Due to personal circumstances, he had missed opportunities for pilot recruitment and admission to national defense academies. In his youth, he often dreamt of orbiting the moon. An audacious idea began to take root once again. Chapter 7. The scientific career upon the call being connected. Indeed, the call was made to Huang Rishuan. Brother, it is now the year 2003, and the pandemic has come to an end. Great events are poised to unfold in the days ahead. We are on the verge of launching the Shenzhou manned spacecraft into space, a realization of my aspirations. I hope you can lend the country's existing scientific personnel who are capable of serving our nation. No, to be precise, they should be entrusted to the pillars of our motherland. To speak candidly, following the distress caused by the SARS virus, Huang Rishuan has indeed gathered a considerable number of top-tier scientific talents, many of whom have been drawn by his reputation. However, when Huang Rishuan expressed the need for them to join the national team, some individuals hesitated. Undoubtedly, Huang Rishuan is adept in scientific research. Yet persuading this group of researchers proved to be an arduous task. Brother, perhaps you should enlighten them. Of course, such matters pose no challenge for Bai Kyocera. Colleagues, we are at a critical juncture in overcoming challenges for our country. Reform and innovation, coupled with technological advancement, are paramount. Currently, the research on the Shenzhou manned spacecraft is progressing at an intense pace, directly impacting our national prestige and honor. Frankly speaking, I am not urging anyone to leave. Nor do I wish for anyone to depart. I cannot bear to see you go. However, a nation provides the foundation for a family. I must prioritize the greater good over personal interests. Since each of you possesses the capability to contribute to this cause, I urge you to cultivate a proper political consciousness and a sense of the larger picture, placing collective interests above all else. Let us unite in our efforts to fully realize a modern socialist nation and advance the great rejuvenation of our nation. Let us strive to send our astronauts into space sooner, to fulfill their dreams of soaring among the stars. We must be courageous in our struggles, skillful in our endeavors, yet remain humble, prudent, and grounded in reality. We should learn from the past. In the last century and even the century before, we suffered from backwardness and ignorance. We understand that lagging behind invites challenges, hence we must adhere to a principle of integrity while embracing innovation. We must not forget our original intent, nor the lessons of history and our mission, for only then can we achieve our ultimate goals. Rest assured, the doors of Rishuan are always open to you. Mr. Huang, your magnanimity and vision are indeed a blessing for the nation. Indeed, our purpose for being here is to emulate your courage and ambition. Yes, strength lies in our nation, and faith resides within our people. Is this not the path we ought to follow and serve? Yes, Mr. Huang, we trust you. If you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, we are willing to heed your counsel and teachings, aspiring to be valuable scientific personnel for our country and its people. Huang Rishuan replied, since you all share such sentiments, allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of millions of citizens. With this group of scientific personnel providing the necessary aerospace materials, alongside the analysis and reference of past aerospace data, combined with advancements in computer network hardware technology and the development of electronic device software, as well as enhancements in navigation and positioning systems. Countless researchers toiled day and night in rigorous study. Ultimately, after several months of unwavering dedication, the Shenzhou spacecraft was successfully launched into space. This historic breakthrough marked a qualitative leap in our nation and OPPO's scientific endeavors, explorations in physics, research in aerodynamics, and advancements in computer technology. Meanwhile, at this moment, Bai Kyocera could only silently offer blessings and prayers for the motherland. In this instant, he was still but a child, unable to contribute meaningfully to the nation. There were countless hopes and, concurrently, a sense of helplessness. Having concluded a magnificent and meaningful endeavor, life must continue. Come now. Let the music play on, let the dance resume. Chapter 8. The children of the poor grow up early. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, we find ourselves in the year 2008, a year of remarkable significance. Bai Kyocera has turned 15, and according to traditional age reckoning, she is already 16, thus tentatively stepping into the realm of adulthood. However, this year is also marked by profound adversity for China, as it grapples with the catastrophic fallout from a large-scale snow disaster and a devastating earthquake that claims thousands of lives and injures countless others. Yet, 2008 is not devoid of triumph. It is the year in which our nation rises to the pinnacle of the Olympic gold medal tally, achieving an unprecedented feat. After a 5-year hiatus, the Shenzhou spacecraft is successfully launched once more. Nevertheless, on a global scale, 2008 is also overshadowed by a financial crisis of monumental proportions, characterized by the collapse of financial institutions and a dramatic plunge in stock markets, what is often referred to as the Great Depression. In light of these challenges, it becomes evident that preemptive strategies are essential, though the situation presents considerable difficulties. After much contemplation, one may find oneself at an impasse. In the absence of viable alternatives, nationalization appears to be the only feasible course of action, transforming private enterprises into state-controlled entities. This approach is justified not only by the robust support previously provided by the Rishuan Company to the nation and its citizens, but also by the fact that many researchers have emerged from its ranks. Moreover, seizing this opportunity to embrace the economic downturn seems prudent. After all, those who voice their needs are more likely to have them met. Importantly, this strategy is not merely a reactive measure, but also a preparatory step for the future, ensuring readiness to take over Rishuan. However, addressing the repercussions of the crisis necessitates substantial investment and stimulation of consumer spending. Additionally, while domestic economic constraints persist, technological advancements remain insufficient. Although our nation has risen, we still find ourselves at a disadvantage compared to others, making us susceptible to the aggressive posturing of neighboring countries. Thus, it is imperative to enhance international engagement, boost trade volumes, and absorb advanced practices from abroad to fortify our own capabilities. It is crucial to remember that one must not forget past wounds when recovering from them. In the bustling port city, we must establish green channels and liberalize policies governing the entry of foreign products into our territory. Tax reductions, exemptions, and incentives should be introduced to attract outstanding foreign enterprises, thereby increasing domestic employment rates and fostering sustainable economic development, ultimately elevating the quality of life for our citizens. We must ensure that talent is recognized and utilized effectively, preventing it from being overlooked, thus laying a solid foundation for future national development. Additionally, we should send exceptional research teams abroad for further study, gathering invaluable insights into national defense and development. Furthermore, it is essential to stimulate mutual economic growth and grasp the lifeblood of societal economics. Learning from external advanced experiences is paramount, enabling us to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. After all, when faced with predators, one must be equipped with the means to defend oneself. Above all, understanding oneself and OPPO's adversary is the key to achieving victory. In the 21st century, the significance of cybersecurity and the era of big data render espionage operations increasingly critical and clandestine. The potential consequences of a compromised spy infiltrating vital government positions, especially within rapidly advancing sectors, could be catastrophic. This reality has indeed surfaced in 21st century China, serving as a stark reminder of the need for vigilance and strategic preparedness. In light of persistent threats from malicious actors, it is prudent to adopt a proactive stance, employing their tactics against them. Chapter 9. Ambitious Goals. Bai Kyocera was acutely aware of his aspirations, as clear as day. He yearned to dedicate himself to the scientific endeavors of his homeland and to make significant contributions. However, he was merely an alumnus of a mediocre vocational institution, far removed from any prestigious military academy. The rote memorization of facts did not appeal to him, and the demands of scientific research, such as the principles of conservation of energy in physics, chemistry experiments, and the complexities of biological energy technology, were daunting. Advanced mathematics, particularly calculus, was a source of great frustration. Enduring solitude is often a prerequisite for achieving great things. A humble background is not a disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt is a hallmark of true character. The previous century had already veered off course, and now, having been reborn, he needed to chart a new path. He chose the sciences, despite his fervent declarations of studying for the resurgence of China. His actual grasp of fundamental biological knowledge was likely confined to the female reproductive system, specifically the ovaries and uterus. What was he thinking? This was not the time for such discussions. He must aspire to become a valuable asset to society and the nation. Without delay, he took decisive action. The word early was now firmly etched upon his desk. As the sun shone brightly, flowers smiled at him, and birds chirped. Early, early, early. Why do you carry a little backpack? I go to school, never late, loving to learn, loving to work, and growing up to serve the people. This served as a constant reminder of his commitment to study for the revival of China. The concept of a giant in thought, yet a mere puppet in action, resonated with him. However, even now, he found himself plagued by fleeting enthusiasm. Mastering these subjects required more than mere attentiveness in class. Although his overall performance was less than stellar, he excelled in English, consistently ranking among the top of his class. Finally, his beloved English teacher addressed him. Bai, your recent academic performance is quite unsatisfactory. At this rate, your chances of entering a prestigious university are slim, essentially non-existent. Moreover, even if you were accepted, the tuition fees would be a significant burden for a child from a rural background. Sometimes, making the right choice is crucial for hope. After all, choice outweighs effort. If the direction of your effort is misguided, all your hard work may be in vain. In stark contrast, Jingxi felt like a meek little chick before his teacher. Despite his usual exuberance, he found himself speechless. The teacher continued, given your situation, applying to a military academy would be the most suitable path. It could alleviate your family's financial burden, as everything at the school would be free. Upon hearing this, Jingxi was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the very solution he had been longing for? Indeed, it was a revelation akin to awakening from a dream. This was the guidance he had been waiting for. If he could successfully enter the National University of Defense Technology, his scientific pursuits would continue unhindered. As this institution was vital to the nation and Oppo's interests, his dreams were on the verge of fruition. More importantly, this path would allow him to realize his grand ambition of serving his country through military service. Thus, he would walk on two legs, each supporting the other, his dreams manifesting before him. A true man born of heaven and earth, free from worries about sustenance, eager to achieve, to bring honor to his family. What more could he desire? Yet, while ideals are splendid, reality is often harsh. Gaining admission to the National University of Defense Technology was fraught with challenges. First, outstanding exam results were imperative, as these scores were a crucial assessment of a student's academic journey. Second, physical fitness was essential, including height, weight, and sensory acuity. He harbored a fear of heights, and he was unsure how to address it. Additionally, not only must he have a clean criminal record, but the political status of his family members would also be scrutinized. These were undeniable realities. At present, aside from diligent study, physical training was essential. He needed to confront and overcome his fears. Each morning began with calisthenics and a run, complemented by a personalized exercise regimen: 30 sit-ups, 30 push-ups, 30 grip exercises, and 30 squats. Over time, these efforts bore fruit, and he developed considerable strength. With physical examinations, political evaluations, and scores looming, he resolved to study diligently. While his mentor could assist him, he understood that personal effort was paramount. Foundational knowledge and theoretical understanding were indispensable. Come on, baby. Let and amp. Oppos. Let's go. Chapter 10. Happiness comes unexpectedly in this world. Everything follows a certain pattern, a blend of truth and deceit. It is merely a dance of deception, where you trick me, and I conceal the truth from you. For Bai Jingxi, the college entrance examination was a mere trifle, a stepping stone towards his dreams, which he was determined to pursue by any means necessary. Alas, my dear friends, I am ready to soar. 3 months prior to the examination, during the countdown of 100 days of relentless effort, Bai Jingxi had already mastered the exam questions from that year, reciting them with ease. While others were still entangled in the complexities of choosing answers based on patterns, he, the prodigious contender, was already pinning down his responses with divine inspiration. Some might have dismissed him as a slacker, writing swiftly without a care, but little did they know that he was, in fact, surpassing his rivals. As the examination commenced on June 8th and concluded after 3 grueling days, anticipation hung in the air. A fortnight later, on June 23rd, the time had come to check the results. Just before Jingxi could step out to verify his scores, though in truth, he was certain of his triumph, he was startled by the commotion outside. What could be the cause of such jubilation? Was it a wedding celebration? As he opened the door, a cacophony of firecrackers and applause erupted outside. The principal had arrived early in his vintage Hongqi car, accompanied by the head of the educational department and various county officials, all eagerly waiting at Jingxi and Appo's doorstep. Despite the sweltering heat, the excitement of the moment overshadowed their discomfort. Before Jingxi could utter a word, the principal exclaimed, "Dear villagers, let us extend our warmest applause to our province and Appo's science champion, your beloved child, Bai Jingxi." The word struck Jingxi speechless. Science champion? This was indeed a momentous occasion for their village. The villagers buzzed with excitement, recognizing the significance of his accomplishment. The wise elder among them urged Jingxi, "Why are you still standing there? Invite the leaders inside for tea and a moment of respite." Only then did Jingxi regain his composure. "Oh, yes, teachers, principal, esteemed leaders. Please come in and have a seat. Enjoy some tea," he managed to say. The principal continued, "Let me introduce you, Jingxi, to our county's secretary. And this is the head of the Education Bureau, Mr. Hao." As the principal introduced each official, Jingxi politely bowed in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Jingxi's humble abode, the county secretary remarked, "Indeed, it is true that talent can emerge from humble beginnings. Knowledge can transform one's fate." Mr. Hao chimed in, "What are your plans, Jingxi? Are you considering North China University or Tsinghua University?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Jingxi replied, I fear I may disappoint you all. I am planning to apply to the National University of Defense Technology." National University of Defense Technology? Excellent. Truly a commendable aspiration. They responded, recognizing the nobility of his ambition. "Jingxi, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. We will do our utmost to assist you." With that, the principal presented him with a substantial sum of cash, stating, "This is a reward from various benefactors for our diligent students. As the science champion of our province, you have shown a light on our school. Here is a cash prize of 100,000 yuan to support your further studies." As reporters gathered to capture the moment, they asked Jingxi if he had any words of wisdom for his fellow students. Nevertheless, he appeared momentarily taken aback, stammering, "Well, this exam was a stroke of fortune and destiny. This money should go to those who need it more than I do. I believe there are students who are in greater need of financial support. I am prepared to attend the National University of Defense Technology, where I will not incur expenses, as the state will support me. Therefore, this money may not serve its fullest purpose in my hands. I hope my fellow students remain humble and steadfast in their studies, contributing to our nation's development and the well-being of our people." His words reflected not only his eloquence, but also his profound sense of duty and selflessness. It was evident that his thoughts were devoted to the nation and its citizens, with little regard for personal gain. He had clearly articulated his intent to attend the National University of Defense Technology, confident in his achievements and background, and he believed that even without assistance, his exceptional results and patriotic aspirations would assure his acceptance. In truth, with his newfound fame, it would be a disgrace if he were not admitted, for it would cast a shadow over his school, his county, and even the entire province. However, all of this is undeniably advantageous for Kyocera. It had previously been troubled by how to gain admission to the National University of Defense Technology. Even if connections were sought through Huang Rishuan, success was far from guaranteed. Now, astonishingly, without any effort, it is destined to be smoothly admitted to the university. All that remains is to patiently await the good news. Chapter 11. I have been admitted not long after. A military green jeep once again rolled into this seemingly ordinary, yet extraordinary village. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, an officer clad in military attire leapt down. Indeed, this was the doorstep of Bai Jingxi and Appo's home. However, this time, the door of the Bai residence stood wide open, as if welcoming the moment, perhaps due to the continuous stream of visitors, for one cannot simply turn away guests. After all, that would be an ungracious act. Jingzi heard the rumble of the engine, a sound unmistakably of military origin, prompting him to hasten to the entrance to assess the situation. Before him stood a tall military jeep emblazoned with the words Dongfeng Express, mission accomplished. The officer spoke first. Not bad. Your vigilance is commendable. You certainly have the potential of a scout. Jingzi, welcome to the National University of Defense Technology. Such brevity may well be the hallmark of a soldier and Oppo's nature, clean, precise, and devoid of unnecessary embellishment. Jingzi and Oppo's gaze swept over the officer, taking in his features before finally resting on the insignia on his shoulder. 1 stripe and 3 stars. This was the colloquial designation for a first lieutenant in the military. Jingzi, with his frequent encounters with military matters, was not wholly unfamiliar with ranks. Ah, greetings, comrade lieutenant. Jingzi responded, a note of surprise in his voice. At that moment, the lieutenant turned back to the jeep and retrieved a camouflage backpack adorned with the insignia of the National University of Defense Technology. Here, congratulations, Jingzi. You have been admitted to our esteemed institution. This is your admission notice. What? National University of Defense Technology? Does that mean I am now a state personnel? A government employee? That and Oppo's a solid job for life. Jingzi mused, astonished. Wow, people usually pay to get connections to enlist, yet here I am, being picked up in a special vehicle. Indeed, this is remarkable. It certainly surpasses my father and Oppo's achievements. No one in the surrounding villages would dare to cross the Bai family now. They have the backing of the military and the state. Villagers ceased their chatter, captivated by the unfolding scene. Jingzi felt a twinge of confusion. Shouldn't Oppo's an admission notice be received at a courier point? Typically, it would be contained within a simple envelope. Why had it transformed into a backpack? Was this the privilege of a top scorer, a testament to the might of the state? Still perplexed, he asked, Comrade Lieutenant, is this truly the admission notice? The lieutenant casually replied, why not take a look for yourself? As he unzipped the bag, a camouflage uniform emerged, tailored specifically to his measurements. But there is no admission notice. Indeed, this backpack is a limited luxury item, unattainable even by those with wealth. The uniform within has been custom-made for you, symbolizing your identity and status. This is your ultimate admission notice. Thank you, Comrade Lieutenant. At this moment, joy welled within him. He felt like the most distinguished individual in the village, no, in the entire county. All right, we shall return for your report. When the semester begins, we will come to fetch you. Thank you for your assistance. Finally, the burden on his heart began to lift. Yet, unbeknownst to Jingzi, his smooth admission to the National University of Defense Technology was not merely due to provincial, municipal, or county efforts, nor was it a result of any machinations by Bai and Oppo's father, nor did he consult Huang Rishuan regarding the matter. Yet, all this remained a mystery to Jingzi, who chose to disregard the intricacies of the situation. For now, his dreams had materialized, and the motives behind it were of little consequence. Those could be pondered later. In fact, a greater force was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. After all, a long and thorny path awaited Jingzi, and how he would navigate through it remained to be seen. Chapter 12. At long last, the day of registration arrived, heralding the commencement of the new academic year. A speeding jeep bore by Jingzi to the entrance of a structure reminiscent of ancient city walls, its grandeur and magnificence rendering the vehicle seemingly insignificant. Upon the towering gate, the words National University of Defense Technology were inscribed in bold yellow letters against a white backdrop. The guards stationed at the entrance stood solemnly, embodying an aura of inviolable sanctity. Adjacent to them was a sign proclaiming the area as a military zone, entry strictly forbidden without prior authorization. In the presence of such solemnity and reverence, Bai Jingzi could not help but feel a surge of respect. As the jeep advanced, the duty guard recognized the internal supply vehicle, its license plate marked with military insignia. The lieutenant seated in the passenger seat was a familiar face. A salute was exchanged. The barrier lifted, and the vehicle was granted passage, a seamless routine repeated countless times. The lieutenant reciprocated with a courteous thank you and an acknowledgement of the hard work involved. Upon entering the campus, Bai Jingzi was momentarily rendered speechless, struck by the profound significance of the surroundings. Jingzi, you are now within our institution. These are our national secrets. I trust you know what to do, the lieutenant remarked. Yes, I understand, Bai Jingzi replied, absorbing the gravity of the moment. As the jeep continued, The synchronized cadence of marching feet resonated around him, occasionally interrupted by the patrol teams pursuing their designated objectives. The campus broadcast echoed with stirring and impassioned melodies, reinforcing the notion that only the learned graced this esteemed place. Ultimately, the jeep came to a halt before a comprehensive building. "This is where we part ways. You may proceed inside to register," the driver announced. "Thank you," Bai Jingxi responded, stepping out and making his way into the building. As the automatic glass doors slid open, he entered the lobby, where through the corridor and Oppo's glass panels, he beheld numerous elites and pillars of society diligently at work. "Bai Jingxi, over here," a familiar voice called out, prompting him to turn. To his astonishment, he recognized the speaker, his beloved wife, the mother of his child. With heavy steps, he approached her, grappling with disbelief. "What is going on?" He pondered silently. "Hello, my name is Manny," she introduced herself, seemingly unaware of the man before her. In Bai Jingxi's heart, he could hardly fathom that this exquisite figure could be a mere act. After all, his wife possessed a beauty that was undeniably captivating. As he drew closer, he noticed her enchanting eyes, cherry-like lips, and peach blossom-like complexion, her alluring figure accentuated by her military attire. At that moment, Bai Jingxi longed to embrace her. Before he could fully process the moment, she inquired, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Caught off guard, he stammered, "Oh, nothing. Just seeing you reminded me of someone who do I resemble?" She asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. "Oh, just an old friend I haven't seen in a long time," he replied, refraining from revealing the truth that she was, in fact, his wife. He knew better than to speak so freely in a military academy where decorum was paramount. "Should I call you senior or mentor?" she teased. "Whichever you prefer," he replied, grateful for the opportunity to follow her. "Lead the way. I am eager to familiarize myself with this environment." Chapter 13. Since we are here, let us be at ease. Here lies the Department of Electronic Information Applications and Development Technology. Over there is the Department of Automation Control Systems, and beyond that, the Experimental Physics and Computer Center. This is our management hub, and here stands Dr. Bai, our esteemed mentor. Without turning around, Dr. Bai replied slowly, "You have arrived. Please wait a moment while I tend to my current affairs. You may take him on a tour in the meantime." Although Dr. Bai and Oppo's face remained unseen, his familiar demeanor and gestures evoked a well-known sense of recognition within Bai Jingxi, causing him to suspect that this could indeed be the puppeteer behind it all. "Old Bai, shall I escort you to the dormitory?" "Oh, certainly. I appreciate your assistance. Follow me, please." Once a close companion, now they resembled strangers, feigning indifference. Leaving Bai Jingxi at a loss for how to navigate the situation, remaining silent throughout their journey. It was Mani who broke the silence with a jest. "Are you usually this taciturn?" "Oh, not really. It's just fine, I suppose." "So, it seems the new environment is a bit overwhelming for you." "Oh, perhaps that is the case. In truth, there is no need for such restraint. One must learn to relax during moments of respite." "Thank you. As I mentioned, there and Oppo's no need to be so formal. If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to let me know, and you may simply call me Mani." "Well then, we have arrived at the boys and Oppo's dormitory. You may enter on your own. I shall take my leave. Farewell." "Oh, goodbye." As Bai Jingxi stepped into the dormitory building, the dormitory supervisor called out to him, "Bai Jingxi, come here to collect your supplies. You are in room 206. You recognize me?" Bai Jingxi found the situation rather peculiar, as if it had been rehearsed in advance. "Listen, young man, could you refrain from being so self-absorbed? Here, take a look. Your information is all here." It turned out that upon entering the surveillance area of the dormitory, his personal data had already been transmitted to the supervisor and Oppo's computer. Bai Jingxi, male, a 2012 graduate. Top science student from Nan Province. Height 173 centimeters. Weight 65 kilograms. Room number 206. Truly, this is a matter of national significance. It appears that in the presence of the state, one must conceal nothing. Privacy is a luxury that cannot be afforded. After collecting his luggage and supplies, Bai Jingxi ascended to the second floor, pushed open the door to his room, and found everything meticulously arranged in perfect alignment. The sheets on the bed were devoid of wrinkles, and the army green square blocks of tofu at the head of the bed were all too familiar. Perhaps this would become a daily nightmare. The scenes once depicted in television dramas were now unfolding in his own life. Would the grueling training commence soon? At this thought, a chill ran down Bai Jingxi and Oppo's spine, and a flicker of regret welled up within him. tempting him to retreat, to regret enlisting for 3 years, or to regret not enlisting for a lifetime. Moreover, Mani was still here. What would happen to her if he were to leave? Besides, this was a military academy. A troop, not a marketplace where one could come and go at will. He could only hope to endure the least amount of hardship and to avoid any embarrassment in front of Mani. For Mani, for the development and construction of the motherland, and for the salvation old Bai had once spoken of, he would persevere. Chapter 14. The first lesson in character in this inaugural lesson, dear students. Our primary objective is to foster your understanding of your fellow classmates, colleagues, comrades, and brothers. Each of you has been meticulously selected from various sectors of society, distinguished as elites in both academic performance and moral integrity. Therefore, I urge you to thoroughly recognize these familiar faces. I harbor a profound hope that, in the future, you will not find yourselves at odds with one another, nor will you ever direct your weapons against your former companions. I sincerely wish that, one day, you will not wield the knowledge and experience acquired here against your own nation and people, nor disturb the sanctity of the homeland that once embraced you. Thus, this first lesson is fundamentally about instilling a sense of character. The lecturer and Apos' impassioned discourse rendered the audience silent. Indeed, the prospect of those nurtured in military academies, potential pillars of the nation, turning against their homeland due to subversion is a most dreadful, sorrowful, and helpless scenario. Rest assured, teacher, we shall not act against our conscience, one student declared. Yes, we shall not betray our country and people, another echoed. We are prepared to endure the trials set forth by our homeland and its citizens, they affirmed. The instructor clapped in approval. Excellent. Here, I possess a small capsule, a miniature tracking device. Upon ingestion, this capsule will remain within your body, continuously updating your location, impervious to external disturbances. Should any of you engage in actions detrimental to national interests, I need only to press the corresponding button, and everything within a 2-kilometer radius of you will meet utter destruction. Even if your new master remains unscathed, your demise will prevent you from serving hostile forces any longer. Now, who dares to be the first to step forward? Who will take the initial lead? It appeared that the moment to showcase valor had arrived, and Bai Kyocera was the first to rise, not out of sheer bravery, but rather out of love for performance. Having never before exhibited such boldness, he also suspected this was merely a ruse. After all, aren't the dramatic portrayals of special forces training selections often exaggerated? Surely, one could simply eat and move on. I shall partake. I grew up in poverty and have never tasted crab. Allow me to be the one to consume this first crab, Bai Kyocera volunteered. Very well. Share your thoughts, the instructor urged. There is nothing to discuss. My heart is devoted to the motherland, and my service is wholeheartedly for the people. I fear no repercussions for my conscience. Should I betray my country, I deserve the severest of punishments from the nation. To be dealt with in such a manner would be a mere mercy. His grandiloquent declaration concealed a desire for the admiration of many. As each student subsequently consumed the capsules, those who considered it a prank were gravely mistaken. In truth, these capsules were sophisticated miniature nuclear explosive devices, developed through advanced technology. Seemingly innocuous, they possessed the destructive power of nuclear armaments, integrated with a positioning system and capabilities for surveillance and counter-detection. To a group of fledgling soldiers, such concepts were unfathomable, while to the seasoned instructor, they were merely child's play, basic principles that barely scratched the surface of the profound realities they would face. Chapter 15. Ideals are abundant. Reality is stark. One had believed that upon successfully entering the National Defense Science and Technology University, life would be a serene affair, spent in spacious, well-lit classrooms, seated before computers and laboratories. Alas, such naivety stems from youth. A lesson must be imparted to them, the first lesson for the green recruits. Certainly, they could not escape the rigors of formation training. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no square. One ought to conduct oneself with propriety and respect, especially when in the presence of superiors. Military etiquette must be ingrained deeply within. Next comes physical training. What may seem simple and rudimentary to Bai Kyocera is akin to a daily routine, as he had long been prepared and accustomed to such exertion. Sit-ups, push-ups, squats, especially the invigorating frog jumps, each movement brings its own unique challenge. The 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run is inevitable. What sense is there in a training regimen without endurance exercises? One must run until the world fades into darkness. Fundamental combat training follows, encompassing the proper donning of body armor, chemical protection gear, and bomb disposal suits, as well as the art of camouflage and safety in outdoor operations, including emergency medical responses, where injuries are an unfortunate certainty. This array of training could easily stretch over 3 to 5 months, representing merely the foundational aspects of their enrollment. As time passes, once sufficient training has been achieved after half a year, they shall progress to specialized skill training. This includes the assembly, maintenance, and use of various firearms, precision shooting at 100 meters, and intricate shooting techniques, grappling, and military gymnastics. Of course, essential training also encompasses the operation and repair of aerial, terrestrial, and aquatic transport equipment. These matters are no trifling matter. Army soldiers, as the dominant force on land, must master the operation of mechatanks. One must be adept at maneuvering and necessary repairs in the face of unexpected circumstances. Piloting fighter jets is essential for survival when danger looms, and one must also be proficient in parachuting. As for naval vessels, one cannot merely quench thirst in the water. All of this prepares them for unforeseen exigencies. This scarcely resembles a school. It hardly seems fitting for students to endure such trials. Indeed, we came here to learn and advance, not to serve as soldiers. Is this not a form of torment? Sigh. Thoughts of despair creep in. Some pampered recruits begin to murmur, "I want to go home." Upon hearing this, Bai Kyocera remains silent, contemplating. Only now do they grasp the gravity of their situation. Too late to retreat. As long as one survives, the challenges will be relentless. Suffering? To falter now would indeed lead to greater suffering. For my beloved Manny, for the mother of my child, nothing shall deter me. Enough with the complaints. How can one accomplish anything amidst a tide of negativity? We have arrived. The military is sacred and inviolable, traditionally unyielding. Rather than wallow in discontent, we should adopt a more relaxed mindset, recuperate, and strengthen our training. A drop of sweat in the training ground equates to a drop of blood spared on the battlefield. Reflect upon what weighs heavier. Bai Kyocera and Appo's words brought an immediate hush over the assembly. Naturally, the faculty could not overlook this and began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, a promising candidate. Thoughtful, aware, courageous, responsible, what a fine young man. Manny, henceforth, I entrust Bai Kyocera to your guidance. I believe that such a spirited individual can only be managed by you, a true heroine among women. Oh, Commander, please do not jest. Could you not be more serious? Oh, I beg your pardon. It is only that I have never seen you blush before. Not at all. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Manny prepared to turn away. In the military, there is no room for jest. What I say is true. You two are now a team. The commander adds, perhaps this is what one might call destiny, a fate intertwined. Chapter 16. The failed theft of chickens and the loss of rice. The wheels of fate often bear striking resemblance to one another. In the previous life, Bai Kyocera was utterly obedient to Manny, showering her with delicate affection and meticulous care, never daring to breathe a word of discontent in her presence. Now, reborn, he finds himself unwaveringly devoted, achieving precisely what he desires. After all, the unattainable always stirs restlessness. At long last, the opportunity has arrived. It is time to curry favor. Following a period of militarized training, the time had come for team assignments. Manny, Bai Kyocera, you two will be a team. Wang Bo, Chao Wei, you are paired together. Li Shan, Chang Yuan, you are a duo. Huang Chang, Li Ji, you are also a pair. After the groups were established, a session of admonishment inevitably ensued. Wow, Bai Kyocera is truly fortunate to be teamed up with the senior sister. Indeed, she is our campus belle. What campus belle? She is clearly a military flower. Bai Kyocera, overhearing the chatter, retorted, I'm a military green flower too, and I can sing. The cold wind rustles the falling leaves. The army is a green flower, my dear. At that moment, Manny approached Bai Kyocera, her face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully pulled him aside, admonishing him not to make a fool of himself. This elicited laughter from those nearby before they dispersed. Upon returning to their workstations, the computers for studying and office work were placed side by side. Although there were 2 desks, the separation was merely on their respective left and right sides, as they faced the same direction, thus allowing for unobstructed communication. The ergonomic chairs, adjustable in angle, provided a sense of comfort and freedom. The 5 wheels at the base facilitating effortless movement. The plethora of numerical codes on the screens resembled astronomical figures, leaving the C language proficient Bai Kyocera feeling utterly at a loss. What on earth is all this? He lamented helplessly. Look who's in a predicament now. Manny exclaimed gleefully. See here, this is communication information engineering. This is automated control systems, and this is mechanical equipment modification, aerospace engineering. At that moment, Bai Jingxi rested his right arm on the table, his face supported by his hand. With his slanted, sparkling eyes, he gazed shamelessly at Manny's graceful figure. Captivated by her radiant beauty, lost in contemplation. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Are you even paying attention to what I'm saying? Manny said, hands on her hips in mock anger. Even in her irritation, she exuded charm. It seemed that in his previous life, Manny had been rather lenient in managing Bai Jingxi. Well, I can be a bit slow. I struggle to comprehend what you're saying. How about you tutor me properly? He suggested, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Manny seemed to see through his intentions. Could you be a bit more serious? Mind your attitude and stance. We are at the National Defense Science and Technology University, a sacred place for training officers needed by the nation. Countless individuals strive to gain entry here. And yet you seem preoccupied with frivolous thoughts. Conceal your petty schemes. Behaving this way will only invite disdain. Her words struck a chord. Indeed, I am not worthy of her. Nevertheless, I am here by her side every day. She shall eventually belong to me. Bai Jingxi mused silently. Do we really spend our days fiddling with these datasets? He suddenly inquired. What else would we do? Do you aspire to ascend to the heavens? Manny retorted with a hint of irritation. Of course, it is my dream and pursuit as a man. A true gentleman, born of heaven and earth, should harbor lofty ambitions, unclouded by the mundane. He spoke with righteous fervor. To reach for the skies, you must first diligently master the foundational knowledge, grasp these data sets, and then apply to the Strategic Aerospace Academy. Following physical and psychological assessments, along with written exam scores, if admitted, you will become a reserve team member. Undergoing a year of evaluation, a year of preparation, and another year of probation, ultimately completing 100 field missions with fighter jets. Thus, it was evident how rich Manny's knowledge in her field was. All right, enough of that, Bai Jingxi said, completely flustered. He had intended to dismantle Bai Jingxi's resolve. But instead, her words ignited his ambition. Rest assured, I will prove to you that I will reach the skies. By then, you shall be my girlfriend. Bai Jingxi declared with conviction before turning to immerse himself in his studies. Chapter 17. Success requires effort. Effort alone does not guarantee success. But a lack of effort ensures failure. Whenever he found a moment, Bai Jingxi began to ponder aimlessly. Firstly, it was imperative to conduct a thorough pre-flight inspection, examining the fighter jet and AMP's exterior to verify the functionality of the rudder, elevator, and ailerons. Adequate fuel needed to be supplied, and the flight mission brief had to be confirmed with headquarters. He meticulously checked the control surfaces, unlocked all control locks, ensuring the rudder moved freely and smoothly. Donned his oxygen mask, fastened his seatbelt, inspected the ejection seat simulator, and confirmed the stability of the radar and navigation systems. It seemed he was indeed a novice. However, all of this appeared futile. It became evident that Manny and AMP's words were true. The path to success was not as simple as he had hoped. And there were indeed no shortcuts to take. The virtues of humility and a thirst for knowledge were once again realized by Jingxi. The University of Society had imparted a profound lesson. He delved into the electronic library, perusing various relevant literature and materials, focusing on flight precautions, professional skills, and detailed analyses of past failures. He engaged in discussions with senior students and mentors regarding strategies for addressing unexpected situations. Observing Bai Jingxi and AMP's daily daydreams of piloting a fighter jet, Manny could not help but inquire, "What are you thinking? Why abandon a promising military career to chase after the dangers of flying a fighter jet?" "Oh, so now you care about me?" he retorted. "Stop being sarcastic. I just Don and AMP's T1 all this time wasted on you. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you." After all, in his previous life, he had heeded Manny and AMP's every word. And now, in this rebirth, while they had yet to truly unite, he intended to seize the moment and indulge himself. "Old Bai, do you have any good solutions? At this rate, it will take an eternity." For many years, he had not provided Bai Jingxi with any substantial assistance. Now that he had reached this juncture, it was time to unveil the memories from his previous life. After all, he had encountered Manny, and the journey ahead was his to navigate, having made a choice. He would weather every storm that came his way. "Jingxi, I am but a fragment of a soul from the future, and I can assist you in attaining the heights I have reached. This will transform your physiological structure and the neural pathways of your brain, allowing you to experience a rebirth. You will gain a deeper understanding of the civilization of future society, which will revolutionize your perception. However, although I can aid you, the opportunity is singular. Once I have helped you, my essence shall fade into oblivion. In the wars of the future, you will require my energy infusion. And if I bestow it upon you now, old Bai, is there truly no viable solution left? Sigh, at my current level, I find myself utterly powerless. With that, he transformed into a wisp of spirit and entered Bai Jingzi and Apos' body. No, stop. Bai Jingzi jolted awake, exclaiming loudly. What and Apos' wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Manny inquired with concern. Apos' fine, it was just a dream, Bai Jingzi muttered to himself. Please, doctor, report to the laboratory. Came an announcement from the internal broadcast system relayed from the doctor to the research and teaching building. Is Bai Jingzi being summoned to the laboratory? Everyone looked on with a mix of confusion and admiration. Such an opportunity was not granted to just anyone. The laboratory was akin to a forbidden realm. How could Bai Jingzi gain entry? The favored child of fate. Everyone understood that after 3 years at the National Defense Science and Technology University, not only had they rarely seen the inside of the lab, but they had also hardly glimpsed the doctor's face. What was the cause of this unexpected turn of events? Why was Bai Jingzi perpetually fortunate, radiating an aura of a protagonist? Chapter 18. Transformation. The sound of knocking echoed through the door of the doctor and Apos' laboratory. Come in, the doctor replied softly. Doctor, you summoned me? Bai Jingzi pushed the door open and entered. Yes, lie down, the doctor instructed. What? Lie down. Why must I remove my coat? Just do as I say. No need for excessive chatter. You can have my body, but not my heart. Oh, is that so? The doctor slowly turned around, revealing a smile that was all too familiar. Grandpa? How is this possible? Bai Jingzi exclaimed, reaching out to touch the wrinkled face of old Bai, astonished that it was indeed real. Hey, you rascal, what are you doing here? Show some respect. No wonder it felt so familiar when I arrived. But why are you here? This defies logic. Now, everything can be explained, the doctor said. The true mastermind behind the scenes was none other than his own grandfather. Grandpa had once been a veteran of the War of Resistance. Despite having survived countless battles, when liberation finally arrived, the common people began to lead happy lives, and he, with his merits, should have enjoyed a good life with his family. However, throughout history, loyalty and filial piety have often been at odds. He protected the nation and its people, yet failed to safeguard his own family. In the end, with no support from his hometown and having been bullied, he returned to solve the problem, but to no avail. Furthermore, he had lost contact with the army during that time, and by then, he was already a cadre in his unit. Due to an unfortunate incident, he lost his position and severed ties with the military. In his previous life, Grandpa had written countless petitions, each ending in failure. Ultimately, he was left with no recourse, receiving no replies, and after coming to terms with reality, he passed away in disappointment. Now, the brigade commander was the nth subordinate of Grandpa's former unit. By some means and connections, Grandpa managed to come here, leveraging his lifetime of honor to secure special treatment for his grandson, while his own glorious past faded into oblivion. Perhaps this is destiny, a cycle of retribution. Perhaps it was old Bai who orchestrated it all. After all, he brought Bai Jingzi here, and surely his grandfather's situation was also part of his unique arrangement. Grandpa explained everything to Bai Jingzi. Grandpa. When Bai Jingzi opened his eyes again, Grandpa was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, as one door closes, another opens. When God shuts one window, he opens another. Manny was guarding Bai Jingzi's side. What's wrong? Did you have another nightmare? Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Grandpa. Oh, where's the doctor? The doctor has retired. Today's lesson was his final one for us. He specifically arranged for me to look after you, ensuring you weren't disturbed and could wake up naturally. It turned out that the first dream was not merely a dream. Old Bai was not just a figment of his imagination, but indeed his grandfather. Bai Jingzi mused to himself, filled with regret and annoyance. Had he known, he would not have sought shortcuts, but rather taken a grounded approach. What are you talking about? Are you feeling okay? How do you feel? Manny asked with concern. I and Apos, am well, full of energy. Of course, this baptism was a result of the relentless efforts of over 100 top researchers who tirelessly developed the latest technological advancements. Through internal gene recombination and construction, damaged cells were repaired, new cell tissues were formed, and the body was revitalized, enhancing circulation and ensuring the body became more robust and complete, filled with vitality. This process of rejuvenation was akin to being reborn. With this infusion of spirit, Bai Jingxi felt as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, as if possessed by a war god. He felt invigorated and empowered. Indeed, Bai Jingxi had experienced a profound transformation, having successfully evolved. Manny, I want to reach for the skies. This was the first time Bai Jingxi had called her name with such warmth. What? What did you just say? I said I want to apply to the Strategic Military Academy and learn to fly. I want to soar. You. What did you just call me? Oh, Manny. I called you Manny. Man. New York. Breaking her name into syllables made it sound even more enchanting. At that moment, Manny blushed and lowered her head shyly. Bai Jingxi, filled with newfound courage, suddenly embraced Manny. He understood that everything was beyond his control, though it felt surreal and unbelievable. Yet, all of this had truly transpired, and he could only flow with the current of history, embracing this inevitable fate that had long been predetermined. Chapter 19. Strive with determination, leave the rest to fate indeed. Bai Jingxi has been reborn. Undoubtedly, after undergoing a profound transformation, Bai Jingxi has once again shattered conventions, rendering any previous judgments about his actions obsolete. Thus, he effortlessly passed the militarized examination, achieving an unprecedented record with the best results in history, defying school regulations and entering the probationary period ahead of schedule. His relentless practice in the flight simulation chambers during military school, where he repetitively engaged in countless experiments, has finally borne fruit. Now, he has the opportunity to accompany fighter jets on actual missions. Suddenly, the red alert light illuminated. Alarm! Alarm! There are reports of suspected enemy incursions in our southwestern maritime region. Reconnaissance teams are requested to dispatch reconnaissance aircraft and appropriate personnel for investigation. Understood. Bai Jingxi. Follow me. Prepare for takeoff. This was Bai Jingxi and Ampos' first time receiving such an order. The instrument panel was normal, and fuel supply was adequate. Tower. This is Fighter Jet 007. All preparations complete. Requesting takeoff. Fighter Jet 007, you are cleared for takeoff. Fighter Jet 007 soared into the skies like a majestic eagle, ascending to great heights and slicing through the clouds. At an altitude of 20,000 meters and a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour. Maintain normal flight at the current speed and altitude. In the blink of an eye, Fighter Jet 007 arrived over our southwestern maritime area, where a battleship was indeed spotted loitering at the boundary of our waters. This is the Chinese Maritime Zone. You have entered illegally. Please vacate the area immediately, or we shall be compelled to take measures to expel you forcibly. Fighter Jet 007 adopted a firm stance in addressing the foreign vessel. Apologies, sir. Our navigation and cruise systems have malfunctioned, and we are running low on fuel. We request your assistance. We sincerely regret our error. At this moment, it was evident that the battleship was well prepared, yet it now found itself in a state of helplessness. Our great nation, fully aware this was a trap, faced a dilemma, but ultimately had no choice but to extend assistance, escorting them away. Alas, I had anticipated something far more exhilarating. Bai Jingxi jested. What? It seems you, young lad, do not appreciate peace and crave a confrontation? The captain retorted with mild annoyance. Yet we cannot passively observe as they repeatedly encroach upon our borders. This is not your concern. To forge steel, one must first strengthen oneself. Only by enhancing your own capabilities can you compete and command respect from others. To avoid being bullied, your fist must be strong. Oh, in truth, this era of peace is rather pleasant. Though we do not instigate trouble, it does not imply we shy away from it. Should anyone wrong us, we shall respond in kind. However, should war arise, it will be the responsibility of your generation. By then, I shall graciously take a step back. All right, I am landing now. It and Ampos' returned to pilot as we returned to headquarters. Bai Jingxi took the pilot and Ampos' seat. With a serpentine maneuver, akin to an eagle soaring high, the fighter jet ascended to the heavens, dancing gracefully, performing a 360-degree aerial spin. He subsequently executed a stall maneuver, descending vertically, diving a distance before abruptly altering course, followed by an impressive upward surge. The captain was momentarily taken aback. You are still young. Your exuberance is palpable, he remarked. Slow down a bit. Even as an experienced pilot, I am feeling a bit dizzy. Where did you acquire these skills? Captain, flying in your jet makes me dizzy too. The two exchanged knowing glances, erupting into shared laughter. To be honest, I used to be quite fearful, constantly seeking ways to overcome my trepidation. However, Given the opportunity to pilot a fighter jet, I must first confront my vulnerabilities. And it appears I am indeed capable of flying. Bai Kyocera explained. Kyocera, soaring in the azure sky is a dream for many, one that countless individuals fail to grasp. While the sky is beautiful and splendid, as pilots, we are also dancers on the edge of a blade. A moment of carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. A single miscalculation or delayed reaction could result in failure to complete our mission or evade enemy pursuit. In the worst case, it could cost us our lives. There are many examples, and we must learn from the bloody lessons of our predecessors. Nevertheless, as soldiers, these should not weigh heavily on our minds. If you possess this talent, dedicate yourself to honing it, and in due time, you will become a formidable asset to the nation. Captain, enough. Focus on decelerating for a safe landing. Beautiful. Upon seeing Bai Kyocera disembark from the pilot's seat, the airport reception personnel gave him a thumbs up. For a first flight to go so smoothly, it seemed he had truly learned from the captain. All right, enough with the flattery. Get back to your duties. Salute. An escort back. Chapter 20. Return to Alma Mater report. Come in. Chief, did you summon me? Bai Kyocera inquired, stepping through the door with a hint of confusion. Oh, Kyocera, you're here. Please, take a seat. Chief, what instructions do you have? Haha, Kyocera. There's no need to be so tense. I simply wish to engage in a casual conversation. Please, Chief, guide me. You've been in the army for almost 3 years, haven't you? Yes, 2 years, 8 months, and 23 days. You remember it quite clearly. Indeed. I cannot forget the day I joined the military. It is forever etched in my memory. Actually, the primary reason for this is not just that. It's mainly due to the long separation from Manny. Each day, I habitually write her name in my journal. And it is through this perseverance and determination that I endure. I see. Well, it is time for our unit to replenish its ranks with fresh talent. As an esteemed alumnus and an exemplary graduate, you are somewhat of a legend within the campus. Therefore, I wish to assign you the task of selecting promising candidates to bring back and nurture further. Chief, this task. What? You cannot complete this task? How will you face the battlefield then? Chief, you know that's not what I meant. Then stop hesitating. Oh, by the way, for our camp. Select the candidates you prefer and bring back the promising ones. Do you have the confidence? Yes, I assure you I will complete the task. Very well, go prepare. Understood. With that, Bai Kyocera saluted and turned to leave. Now, the scene shifts back to the National University of Defense Technology. Report. The voice was powerful and resonant. Indeed, it was Bai Kyocera returning once more. Come in. Report, Dean. Bai Kyocera, class of 2012, here to report. Upon hearing Bai Kyocera and Amp, Oppo's name, the dean hastily set aside his work, looked up, and adjusted his glasses. Kyocera, it truly is you. What brings you back? What and Amp, Oppo's this? Old Dean? Are you not welcoming me? Oh dear, Kyocera, you've been gone for nearly 3 years without a word. What is the matter? Did that old stubborn commander prevent you from visiting? Or have you forgotten us altogether? Dean, the fault lies with me. It has nothing to do with the old commander. I have not achieved anything worthy and have no face to come back and see you. All right. With such thoughts, what brings you back now? Indeed, Dean. This year's selection of new candidates has prompted the old commander to send me here to scout for talent. Wonderful. Who would have thought this old fellow, nearing retirement, would have the opportunity to see one of his graduates return to select new graduates? However, do be gentle. These students are not as exceptionally gifted as you were. Dean, you are too modest. Enough of your banter. You haven't had the chance to see her yet, have you? Go on. I have nothing further to discuss with this old man. Is she? Well, why not see for yourself? Very well, Dean, I shall let you be. After saluting, he departed. As Bai Kyocera exited the Dean and Oppo's office. Wow, he is so handsome. Indeed. When did such a dashing junior arrive? Which department is he from? I want to change my major. A group of female students, utterly captivated by Bai Kyocera and Oppo's charm, began to swoon and chatter excitedly. Bai Kyocera made his way to the comprehensive experimental building, pushing open the laboratory door. Through the glass, he clearly observed Manny, engrossed in her scientific experiments, fully immersed in her work. Indeed, the days without Bai Kyocera had been rather dull. Perhaps only by immersing oneself in the pursuit of scientific research could one soothe the wounds of the spirit. Chapter 21. Return to Alma Mater 2. Until Bai Kyocera pushed open the door, he had not disturbed the industrious Manny, who was wholly absorbed in her research endeavors. Engrossed in her scientific pursuits and consumed by her longing for Bai Kyocera, she had lost her appetite, leading to a noticeable slenderness of her once graceful form. After a considerable time had passed, a student interrupted Manny and Apos' experiment, noting, "Manny, that person at the door has been waiting for quite a while. Surely, they seek you." As an exemplary graduate of the military academy, Manny had seamlessly ascended to the role of a mentor in the campus and Apos' biological research and technology department. "Why are you back?" Manny turned her head, astonished to see Bai Kyocera at the entrance. "Are you well?" he inquired. "What brings you back?" she asked tersely, her tone unyielding. It was evident that both were speaking from different realms of understanding, their conversation ensnared in a web of miscommunication. After a brief moment of tension, Bai Kyocera and Apos' words pierced through Manny and Apos' facade. "Come with me." At that instant, Manny and Apos' eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I'm sorry, but I'm still busy," she said, forcing herself to turn away, struggling to suppress her emotions. In a swift motion, Bai Kyocera seized Manny's hand, an electrifying moment, marking a historic encounter. With one hand holding her firmly, he turned back and embraced her once more. The onlooking students stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding scene. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? I have seen nothing. Yet, in that moment, Manny ceased her struggles, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wept for the injustices she had endured over the years. "I'm sorry for the hardships you have faced. I returned late. Come back with me." Manny continued to cry, nodding in agreement, her words drowned in emotion. Report. Bai Kyocera returned to the dean's office. "Come in, Dean. I wish to." Before he could finish, the dean interjected, "Since you have made your decision, proceed as you wish. She can indeed provide you with considerable assistance, and everything she has done has been for your sake. Her expertise in biological tissue evolution and cellular regeneration is substantial. Additionally, several distinguished individuals in mechanical design, manufacturing, automation control technology, and computer system development will undoubtedly bolster your future endeavors. Thank you, Dean, for your concern." No need for such formalities. While they may not be suited for flight, their specialized skills are invaluable in providing robust logistical support for the military. It is all in service to the nation. However, it is time to solidify your relationship. She has been waiting for you for years. "Yes, Dean, I understand, but the time is not yet right." "When then is the right time?" "You have both graduated. It is the season for marriage. This is not the student era anymore. Pursuing a relationship is not a mistake. Establishing a family is essential. While you fight for your country, she will be your steadfast support from behind the scenes, which is precisely what you need. Furthermore, esteemed academicians are eagerly awaiting your wedding celebration. Remember, this is an order." "Well, Dean, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave." With that, he hastily exited. That year, he walked with his hands in his pockets, oblivious to the concept of rivals, unaware of the existence of greater forces beyond his understanding. The dean remained behind, contemplative and disheartened. Alas, this child remains as unfathomable as when he first arrived. When will he mature? Chapter 22. Selection. The next day dawned bright and clear, with azure skies, fluffy clouds, and a temperate breeze that lifted spirits remarkably. Despite the season having turned to autumn, the enthusiasm of countless junior students infused an unexpected warmth into the air. Prior to the commencement of the selection competition, the audience was already in a fervor, their cheers reaching a crescendo. The stands were adorned with banners crafted by devoted fans, all there to rally behind their idols. Being a key engineering institution of the nation, this event naturally attracted significant societal attention. Various media representatives and esteemed military enterprises sought to uncover exceptional talents among the participants. Additionally, several distinguished professors and experts from other institutions came to observe and learn, along with leaders from research institutions and technology development sectors. The sheer number of attendees rivaled that of the enrolled students, creating a bustling atmosphere. Dear students, after a decade of diligent preparation, today's flight selection serves as an assessment of your current capabilities. Those who excel will have the opportunity to follow in the footsteps of your seniors, taking on roles as instructors and returning to the military for further training, dedicating yourselves to the service of our country and its people. This is not merely a matter of limited spots. Rather, it is a serious endeavor where your lives are at stake, and the honor of our nation is on the line. Success is imperative, while failure is not an option. Many of you are outstanding individuals who might miss this selection. Yet there are still numerous roles within the military awaiting your contributions. Each field requires specialization. Do you possess the confidence to serve our nation and its people? The director's impassioned speech instantly elevated the morale of the attendees. Yes, for the sake of our country, for the people, we are ever ready. All right. I hereby declare the selection competition officially commenced. The competition unfolded in rounds, revealing many candidates with specialized skills in their respective fields, whom we shall refer to as specialized talents. These individuals demonstrate a deep commitment to scientific research, excelling in their narrow academic spheres. Yet they have not reached a level of versatility sufficient to be deemed polymaths. In order to identify truly versatile talents, the selection process must be stringent, increasing the difficulty of the challenges. The flight selection commenced. The first group failed to maintain the designated flight path, resulting in an unsatisfactory performance. The second group's bombing mission was unsuccessful, with the target eluding their aim, leading to another failure. Examinations are hereby paused. Fighter jets are formidable tools for multidimensional strikes across air, land, and sea. One must always maintain heightened vigilance and a clear mind, adhering to commands and remembering one's mission. Prepare for the worst while striving for the best. Once you step out of this institution, you will no longer be sheltered fledglings. In the military, you will become the protectors of those fledglings. You embody the hopes of your country and its people. Think of your parents, siblings, and friends. Can you afford to be complacent? Who is this? Even a lieutenant carries himself with such authority? Indeed, the director has yet to speak. Yet he is already commanding attention. Some students, unaware of Bai Kyocera's status, began to whisper and speculate. Lower your voices. This is our senior. The youngest lieutenant pilot in the military, reportedly admitted through exceptional circumstances. Moreover, he is dating Mintermani. This selection is under his purview, bypassing the director entirely, directly transporting candidates to the military. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Bai Kyocera was not without his critics, yet he had now transformed in status and identity. The tides of fortune had shifted, and it was time for him to assert his authority. I will accompany you on your flight. Those who excel will return with me to the military. Those who do not must seek other opportunities. This is your singular, final chance for on the battlefield. There is no room for error. Your adversaries will not grant you a moment to retreat. Chapter 23. Always prepared. Maintain altitude and speed. Remain calm. Prepare to decelerate. Ready for landing. Safe touchdown. Well done. Excellent performance. A deep sigh of relief escaped as Japan successfully passed the assessment. You seem quite anxious. This ISN and Oppos. Reflective of your usual standards. Indeed, I was rather tense. Everyone says that you. What about me? They say you are too demanding. Haha, I appreciate that term. However, once you join the forces, your perspectives will certainly be broadened. Please don't misunderstand. It is only after truly engaging with you that I realized how approachable and amiable you are. Oh, really? Should I interpret that as flattery? Not at all. I wouldn't dare. Then would you dare to fly with me? You mean follow you? What? Do you feel unworthy of being my trainee? Reluctant to accompany me? Not at all. I would be honored. Ever since I arrived at the academy, I have heard tales of your accomplishments and have always looked up to you. I never imagined that today my dream would come true. All right, take a good rest, and we shall return to the unit together. After overcoming numerous challenges and rigorous selection processes, suitable candidates were finally identified. Out of sight, out of mind. The current understanding of Bai Kyocera regarding Manny is far from comprehensive. Years of diligent research have led Manny to achieve remarkable advancements in the study of human biological structures and genetic reconstruction. However, unlike the infamous Unit 731, known for its destructive research that brought calamity to humanity, Manny's work aims to enhance the functionalities of life forms, thereby fostering hope and health for the populace. Her endeavors are charitable acts benefiting society at large. Moreover, much of this scientific inquiry is foundational research aimed at the physical well-being of pilots. It seeks to enable them to endure prolonged operations under high altitude and high-pressure conditions, ensuring that their vital signs remain stable and unaffected by external factors. The fields of mechanical design, manufacturing, and automation focus on improving the aircraft and Oppos' exterior while simultaneously providing enhanced safety measures, such as bulletproof and anti-tracking systems. They also address the impacts of severe weather phenomena on aircraft performance, ensuring that aircraft can withstand external disturbances and operate efficiently with lightweight materials to enhance energy efficiency and safety. Comrades, each of you is an exemplary graduate selected from military academies, distinguished in your respective academic fields. You have arrived at the forces, ready to showcase your talents. As technology evolves at an unprecedented pace, we too must adapt and innovate to affect change and prepare for unforeseen circumstances, especially regarding our pilots, who are not easy to cultivate. We must implement robust protective measures to minimize errors, aiming for zero mistakes. This demands patience, perseverance, and a courageous spirit from our researchers. Do you all have confidence? Yes, always prepared, ready to accomplish our tasks. The safety of our pilots rests in your hands. Salute. Chapter 24. Scientific Research Achievements Every Day. Bai Kyocera diligently trains, striving for absolute perfection. Meanwhile, Manny and her research team toil day and night, immersed in their groundbreaking studies. Manny's research focuses on the pilot's physiological system, aiming to enhance various health metrics through the division and recombination of internal cellular structures, thereby enabling pilots to better adapt to the challenges posed by high-altitude, high-pressure environments, as well as conditions of hypoxia and weightlessness during combat. In the event of an accident resulting in minor hemorrhaging or injuries, the application of synthetic serum via subcutaneous injection can facilitate rapid healing. Additionally, the incorporation of specific proportions of this serum into drinking water can swiftly restore stamina and bolster combat effectiveness. Another research team has successfully fabricated nanoscale bodysuits through the smelting of titanium metal. These suits are characterized by remarkable comfort and breathability, offering a non-restrictive fit while providing protection against bullets, fire, and radiation. Furthermore, the suits are equipped with integrated massage and therapeutic systems, alleviating issues related to prolonged sitting that can lead to lumbar and cervical spine ailments, while simultaneously delivering effective treatment for any injury sustained. The design also addresses the unique needs of female pilots during their menstrual cycles, offering thoughtful solutions for comfort and protection, including uterine massage and restorative measures. The third layer of protection is a titanium alloy armor, crafted with a blend of traditional and modern elements, which also enhances the skin's resilience. This armor boasts advantages such as high temperature resistance, acid and alkali resistance, and corrosion resistance, while being non-toxic and non-rejectable to human tissues, thus finding applications in bone repair as well. This lightweight armor allows for unencumbered movement, reducing personnel casualties while providing a robust defensive system, counter-tracking capabilities, and even a light weapon attack system for counter-offensive measures. The armor features an automatic target-locking laser cannon and breaching tools, enabling individual soldiers to engage in long-range, high-intensity combat. With integrated nitrogen and hydrogen propulsion systems, it enhances the mobility of combat personnel and can facilitate short-range flight under specific conditions. The integration of human-machine synergy greatly amplifies the combat stamina of operators. Moreover, the solar-powered wireless fast-charging technology ensures seamless operational efficiency. Naturally, improvements to aircraft, including protective and defensive systems, are indispensable. In terms of aircraft weight, efforts focus on minimizing the structure while ensuring the necessary weight for safe flight. This optimization maximizes energy efficiency, enhances flying comfort, and extends flight range. The exterior shell and internal hardware utilize materials that are difficult for radar detection, while also incorporating systems designed to interfere with and suppress enemy radar signals, achieving evasion through deception. The essential defensive and anti-tracking systems are crucial. However, the potency of combat weaponry remains paramount. The upgraded JXX fighter jet showcases superior control over speed and altitude, conferring significant advantages. Its payload capacity has increased by 1.5 times, attack power has risen by 1.2 times, and target accuracy has seen a remarkable enhancement of 65. These scientific achievements undoubtedly propel the advancement of our national defense and military capabilities, yet they merely mark the beginning. The true spectacle is just commencing. Chapter 25. A gift. With the rapid advancement of modern technology, strategic weaponry has become increasingly formidable. The brutality of contemporary warfare has intensified, and the losses incurred are incalculable, necessitating urgent research and development in both defensive and offensive armaments. At this moment, Bai Kyocera finally thought of his cousin, Huang Rishuan. "Hey, cousin, what are you busy with?" "Ah, you little rascal, what brings you to call me?" "Well, I'm just following the old adage, no visit without a purpose. It's about time to mobilize the troops after nurturing them for 1,000 days. I knew you wouldn't be calling with good news. So, what difficulties have you encountered?" "Well, I would like to invite you to join our research project." "Cousin, you're making a joke. This is the military, not a playground." "I understand this is a challenging proposition, but that doesn't render it impossible. In truth, Bai Jingxi sought to confront his vulnerabilities, to ascertain whether his grandfather and old Bai could indeed assist him in realizing significant value. Report. Come in. Reporting, sir. I have something to discuss with you. Don and Appos, be so formal, speak freely. I wish to. What? Are you encountering difficulties? Why the hesitation? I would like to request additional personnel for Mani's research team. That's acceptable. Is there a need for hesitation over this? It's my cousin's research team, and the previous members contributed to our nation's aerospace endeavors. I wonder if that could. Jingxi. National confidential matters aren't taken lightly, as you should know. However, since you mentioned their past contributions to our aerospace achievements, I believe political scrutiny shouldn't pose a problem. I will report this to my superiors, and you may await further news. After years of growth and expansion, Huang Rishuan's company has become increasingly robust. Under the guidance of Bai Jingxi, it has consistently engaged in research projects aimed at contributing to the nation's development. Moreover, during the real estate boom, funds were accumulated to initiate research, bolstered by investments in culinary culture and the entertainment industry, resulting in a substantial financial reserve. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Especially when approaching with sincere intentions, Huang Rishuan has invested both money and manpower. Transitioning from a private enterprise to a state-owned entity, he now has the opportunity to realize his lifelong dream of becoming a genuine military-industrial corporation. What more could one desire in a lifetime? Following extensive investigations and testimonies, the representatives at the National People and Appos Congress unanimously endorsed the conclusion that Rishuan's company has withstood the test of both the party and the populace, emerging as a conscientious enterprise that benefits humanity, a patriotic firm dedicated to selfless service. And thus, the opportunity has arisen, as the saying goes, do good deeds without concern for the future. Cousin, we currently possess only 3 aircraft carriers, while the United States and other nations have had theirs for over a century. The outcome of modern warfare has already been predetermined. He who wields nuclear weapons shall conquer all. If a third world war were to occur, we would be at a significant disadvantage. You must understand, these matters cannot be resolved merely by words. The financial, material, and human resources required for aircraft carriers, along with the complexity and duration of production, are not to be underestimated. It necessitates careful long-term planning. Indeed, thus, you are the only person I can turn to, young and capable as you are. I entrust my hopes to you, as it is also a call to serve the people. You are calculating all this at my expense, and you're eyeing my modest fortune. Truly, you are an astute cousin. Alas, if I don't support you, who will? My aspirations also rest upon your shoulders. Chapter 26, Maritime Sovereign. Taipei. In the last century, the Chinese nation endured immense humiliation and suffering. The roots of this tragedy lie not solely in the weakness, corruption, and incompetence of the Qing government, but also in a hedonistic complacency and a neglect of progress, which yielded dire consequences. The ignorance of remaining closed off from the world and the failure to embrace Western advancements in culture were pivotal. Instead of applying our own rich experiences and traditional culture, we merely exported them, allowing Western capitalism to flourish at our expense. This explains why many of our ancestors' wisdom is now disregarded. Once good traditions cease to be passed down, the specter of failure or even destruction looms large. Today, perhaps the most alarming threat is cultural invasion. A century has passed, ushering in a new era, and we must reclaim the dignity and pain endured in the past to prevent history from repeating itself. The foremost priority now is the construction of national defense and the advancement of technology. It is essential to solidify our defensive stature, seize greater initiative, and command more influence in maritime operations, securing air and sea supremacy to support landings and counter-landing operations. In this context, the significance of a maritime sovereign, the aircraft carrier, cannot be overstated. Although our nation has developed aircraft carriers, they remain steam-powered, trailing behind the advancements of other nations. With the aspiration for nuclear-powered aircraft carriers becoming increasingly critical, we cannot allow ourselves to be led by others indefinitely. While it is well known that constructing an aircraft carrier is a costly endeavor, any issue solvable with financial resources is not truly a problem. The remaining challenge lies in mastering the core technologies. Decades ago, our revolutionary forebears, through meticulous design and arduous effort, successfully detonated atomic weapons in the arid deserts. In the 21st century, we possess even more advanced computer technology, cybersecurity, and breakthroughs in physics, particle science, quantum mechanics, and nuclear data research. With rapid technological advancements, overcoming challenges is no longer insurmountable. In a certain military factory nestled among mountains and sparsely populated, the scenery is breathtaking yet discreet. Due to its association with military endeavors, management is understandably stringent. Despite its remote location, the factory is well equipped to meet production needs while addressing the living conditions of its personnel. With a series of issues resolved, the factory is now illuminated, embarking on a relentless pursuit of excellence. The structure of an aircraft carrier is exceedingly complex, requiring extensive manpower, resources, raw materials, and advanced technological equipment from the initial design phase. It is worth noting that our nation, with its rich history spanning 5 millennia and over a century of shipbuilding experience, is more than capable of overcoming any challenge. The ability to endure hardship is our strength, and these difficulties are hardly daunting. To construct an outstanding aircraft carrier, the quality of raw materials, particularly deck steel, is crucial. This material must withstand the rigors of frequent landings from aircraft, endure the extreme heat from jet exhaust, resist corrosion in deep-sea conditions, and maintain its integrity under extreme temperatures, thereby complicating the manufacturing process. Moreover, the production of such materials is closely guarded as a state secret, necessitating manufacturers that meet stringent quality standards and remain loyal to their duties. Thus, the opportunity has arisen for Huang Rishuan. The construction of a behemoth like an aircraft carrier cannot be accomplished in one go. It necessitates a modular, segmented production approach, culminating in the assembly of various components into a cohesive entity. Consequently, the construction period is necessarily prolonged. The envisioned Taipei aircraft carrier, dubbed a supercarrier, far surpasses the Ford class, not only in size and cost, but also due to its state-of-the-art nuclear propulsion system, equipped with 6 A-1B nuclear reactors. The Taipei can traverse millions of kilometers on a single fuel charge, boasting an operational lifespan exceeding 30 years. The decision to pursue a nuclear-powered carrier is not merely a challenge to our vulnerabilities, but stems from the superior maneuverability of nuclear carriers compared to their steam and gas counterparts. We must remain vigilant and resolute in this pursuit. The Taipei carrier is designed to carry a standard complement of 90 aircraft. To adapt to the brutal realities of modern warfare, it is engineered for all-weather, extensive, high-intensity, and prolonged operations. Armed with 2 Dongfeng X supersonic missiles, Defects intercontinental ballistic missiles, and Hongqi X air defense missiles at both the bow and stern, it is equipped to engage surface vessels, submarines, transport ships, coastal facilities, and strategic land targets, as well as provide aerial strike support. The Taipei and APO's defensive weaponry system is equally formidable. With a total cost of 16 billion yuan, a length of 369 meters, a width of 89 meters, and a crew of 200, the vessel boasts a staggering displacement of 120,000 tons, reflecting the significance we place on auspicious numbers in our culture. Thankfully, our nation has achieved complete independence in chip technology development. With the rapid advancements in chip technology and the support of the Beidou positioning system, the combat effectiveness of various radar and defensive weaponry has been significantly enhanced. With the full array of modern high-tech weaponry, the Taipei carrier, as a national treasure, is poised to dominate the future battlefield, achieving unparalleled victories and overcoming all challenges. Chapter 27. The exercise. 3 months later, our nation will engage in a joint military exercise with Southeast Asian countries, and our unit has been allotted 2 spots. I will accompany you. Remember, it and APO's SI who will accompany you, not the other way around. Captain, this seems inappropriate. Bai Kyocera understood all too clearly the implications of being designated as the primary pilot. It signified that this might very well mark the conclusion of the captain and APO's flying career. Witnessing the helpless expression on the captain and APO's face, Bai Kyocera felt a surge of words rise within, yet they remained unspoken. Remember, this represents our nation and APO's dignity and honor. We are permitted only to succeed, not to fail. Yes, I assure you I will fulfill the mission. To elevate her performance, Bai Kyocera began an intense training regimen, unrelenting day and night, regardless of wind or rain, or the scorching sun. She relentlessly practiced for all-weather combat. After all, when the time comes for international competition or confrontation, the enemy will not afford one the luxury of choosing a serene and sunny afternoon to engage in battle. No. War is always insidious and brutal, demanding constant readiness for combat, ensuring victory in every encounter. The day of reckoning finally arrived. The first sight to greet us was the Republic of Korea, and as their fighter jets took to the skies, they left behind a lingering aroma reminiscent of kimchi, a testament to their enduring cultural influence. Following closely was the nation known for its foot-basin chicken. One could not help but admire the prowess of this economic giant. Their aircraft ascended with a silent grace, contradicting the previous public outcry regarding nuclear contamination. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding? We could only speculate whether their designs incorporated self-cleaning systems or some form of purification technology. Perhaps they directly converted exhaust into energy, or utilized it as sustenance for their pilots, allowing them to resolve all necessities within the cockpit. It raises the question, could the generally shorter stature of the citizens be attributed to an overconsumption of exhaust fumes? Nonetheless, one thing is certain. This frugal nation retains its emissions for its own consumption, ensuring no one else benefits. The illustrious nation truly stands as a leader in the forefront, leveraging advanced technology, the roar of engines, impressive speeds and altitudes, and precise targeting, earning accolades from all. The valiant warriors of the North, while also equipped with advanced technology, have learned some of our essence through camaraderie, though these superficial traits often leave people bemused. Finally, our nation and APOS aircraft made its grand entrance. Equipped with nitrogen oxides and liquid oxygen propulsion systems, the colorful exhaust left a dazzling trail, marking the skies with our emblem. In a display of style and grace, the maneuvers flowed seamlessly, demonstrating to the world what is meant by the Chinese speed, the rise of a great nation, and the elegance of a powerful country. Come, let the elder brother teach you how to conduct yourselves and pilot a fighter jet. Ordinarily, attaining the designated combat altitude would require over 30 seconds based on the prescribed trajectory. However, Bai Kyocera, emboldened by her youth and exceptional piloting skills, defied expectations. Within just 3 seconds, her aircraft, initially poised at a ramp angle, executed a sharp ascent of 60 degrees, altering its flight path to soar into the clouds. A mere 6 seconds later, it performed an astonishing 90-degree turn, reaching the intended altitude in a mere 18 seconds. With smooth flight, precise targeting, and a safe landing, her performance garnered extra accolades as the highest and lowest scores were discounted. Ultimately, our nation triumphed in this competition, earning the admiration of representatives from various countries, elevating our status in this so-called arena. Furthermore, it served as a stark warning to any would-be aggressors. Those who dare to threaten our sovereignty shall face dire consequences. In the future, any attempt to bully Chinese citizens must be met with careful deliberation regarding the repercussions. Chapter 28. This is not a drill after completing their mission. Bai Kyocera and his team were granted a 2-day respite, intending to unwind and alleviate their fatigue. They were engaged in a fruitful exchange of experiences with representatives from various nations at the dining table, savoring the fine 53-degree liquor from a small white bottle adorned with a red string, just as it neared his lips. Kyocera, don't drink. We have a mission, the captain interjected, swiftly intercepting the drink destined for Bai Kyocera's mouth. What's wrong? There is unrest in northern Myanmar and APOS Golden Triangle. Headquarters has ordered us to assist the embassy in facilitating the safe evacuation of Chinese citizens and expatriates. At that moment, although the northern Myanmar border was not embroiled in direct conflict, it was prudent to prepare for any eventuality. To ensure the safety of our citizens' lives and property, a rapid response team from the Southern Military District had been hastily assembled, establishing basic containment measures along the border. Concurrently, our naval escort fleet had also set sail, ready to provide effective fire support if necessary. Due to the intense fighting within northern Myanmar, military outposts were under constant armed assault. The Myanmar military, concerned for the safety and welfare of our personnel, proposed that their aircraft remain grounded within our territorial boundaries to avoid any accidental casualties. Consequently, Bai Kyocera and his team had to transfer by vehicle to the border, where embassy staff had long been awaiting their arrival. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. This operation was a rescue, not an assault. Given the constraints of security checks, our mission was not one of warfare, thus no combat weapons were carried. The territory of northern Myanmar, though not vast, housed a limited number of trapped nationals, yet the incessant bombardment rendered ordinary citizens too fearful to venture outside, let alone consider safe evacuation. At the embassy, the personnel were primarily theorists, well-versed in bureaucracy but lacking the practical experience necessary to confront the situation. They were unable to undertake unnecessary risks or make sacrifices without purpose, leading to a frustrating sense of impotence among those with heroic aspirations. In contrast, Bai Kyocera and his team, clad in our military uniforms, benefited from their inherent advantages. The green and red of their attire symbolized the spirit of our Chinese soldiers. Despite the ongoing conflict, both sides in northern Myanmar remained rational. They understood that the Chinese nation and its military were formidable entities not to be trifled with. The authority recently established in Southeast Asia had afforded them some respect in the chaotic battlefield of northern Myanmar. Wherever they went, a myriad of weaponry, rifles, machine guns, submachine guns, AK-47s, M4A1S, M16S, Barretts, various artillery, rocket launchers, and armored vehicles, was present. Fortunately, the scale of destruction remained within manageable limits. However, the Myanmar military faced a coalition of multiple anti-government armed factions, intensifying the ferocity of the conflict. Amidst the relentless gunfire, while the sky was not entirely darkened, the chaos was palpable. Bai Kyocera, still youthful and untested, faced his first true battlefield encounter. Though not cowardly, he carried an air of arrogance, his inexperience shielding him from the harsh realities of war. Instead of the exhilarating rush of youth, the deafening sounds of bullets echoed around him. "Are you charging into battle like a fighter jet?" the captain admonished loudly. Bai Kyocera faltered, scratching his head in confusion. "I brought you here to assist and rescue, not to play the hero. Always prioritize your life. Without it, how can you fulfill the mission?" Though the captain's words rang true, both were novices on this battlefield. Their backgrounds as pilots posed no issue when it came to flying fighter jets, but when it came to ground combat without any means of retaliatory weaponry, their lack of real experience in counter-terrorism and combat became painfully evident. For Bai Kyocera, the captain merely had a bit more experience, but in comparison to civilian life, they were indeed better prepared. Now clad in military garb, they embodied duty and responsibility, relying on their training to navigate the situation. After donning their bulletproof vests, Bai Kyocera stood atop a pickup truck, proudly waving the national flag, its vibrant red fabric fluttering in the wind, effectively clearing a path ahead. As they crossed into enemy territory, just as they were about to breach the Myanmar military's defenses, calamity struck. On the pockmarked road ravaged by artillery, a little girl's cherished doll tumbled from her arms due to the jarring ride, although the vehicle was not traveling at high speed. When the child leapt from the truck to retrieve her beloved toy, her mother, distressed, alerted Bai Kyocera. He communicated with the driver to halt, but they had already traveled a considerable distance. The mother's helpless cries echoed in the air as she watched her daughter rush away. Bai Kyocera disembarked to rescue the girl, with the captain reluctantly trailing behind. Meanwhile, the pursuing enemies continued their assault. Without the protection of the national flag, the vehicle was akin to a sitting duck, and Bai Kyocera and the captain helplessly watched as the vehicle was targeted by the coalition's artillery, obliterated into fragments. In that instant, dozens of lives were cruelly snatched away by the merciless hand of war, dissipating like smoke. Bai Kyocera had not even had the chance to shield the girl's eyes before her anguished scream pierced the air, drawing him to her side. Kneeling on the ground, Bai Kyocera enveloped the girl in his arms, one hand clutching her tightly while the other pounded the earth in frustration, his anguished cries echoing in the void. However, such desperate lamentations solved nothing, and worse still, they attracted renewed attacks. Engulfed in sorrow and guilt, Bai Kyocera remained oblivious to the imminent danger. Just as peril loomed, the captain, ever vigilant, shielded them from harm, ultimately taking a bullet. The bullet tore through him, blood pouring forth. Indeed, the ammunition had been prepped for the Myanmar military, but now it claimed the lives of the Chinese citizens. Only when the Myanmar military arrived to rescue them did the three manage to escape with their lives. Thankfully, the distance of the gunfire offered some reprieve. Had they been closer, the lethal force of the AK-47, one of the 20th century's most popular firearms, would have likely sealed the captain's fate. Chapter 29. Accumulation and Eruption. It is all my fault. Were it not for my presence, more than a dozen lives would not have perished, and the captain would not have sustained such grave injuries. My inadequacy is to blame. Within the confines of the hospital, beside the bed, Bai Kyocera remained ensnared in a shadow of despair, consumed by regret. As the captain gradually regained consciousness, his eyes fluttered open, and his first instinct was to defend Bai Kyocera. "Captain, you have finally awakened." At that moment, the law enforcement recorder stood ready, prepared for the unfolding dialogue. The captain, his voice feeble, responded, "Esteemed organization, this incident is indeed unrelated to Bai Kyocera. The situation was urgent and arose unexpectedly. All actions taken were unavoidable. My oversight is to blame, and the responsibility lies with me." We have already gathered details from the northern Myanmar side and have come merely to verify the situation with you, to follow the necessary procedures. We assure you that the outcome will be thoroughly investigated, and we appreciate your understanding and cooperation. Focus on your recovery. We shall not wrong our comrades." Upon hearing the words of the inspection team, the captain finally felt a weight lift from his heart, allowing him to exhale deeply before drifting back into slumber. Clearly, his frail body desperately required rest. With the captain's safety assured, Bai Jingxi felt a measure of his remorse dissipate. Had anything untoward happened to the captain? He would have found no solace, unable to absolve himself of guilt, forever marked as a sinner. Relieved, he turned his thoughts away from potential sanctions and punishments. Recognizing that the captain and Apos' life was paramount. As the old adage goes, a fall teaches one wisdom. The bloody lesson unfolding before him would not be allowed to repeat itself. The key to resolving this issue lay in his own ascendance to strength and excellence. During the captain's recovery over the ensuing months, Bai Jingxi remained vigilant, resolute in his commitment to enhancing his combat training. Aspiring to become the strongest man on solid ground was no trifling endeavor. Foremost among his objectives was the enhancement of his physical capabilities. Beyond the fundamental physical training, the greater focus was on mental fortitude, overcoming fears and swiftly devising effective solutions to unforeseen circumstances. Preparation is essential. Anticipating potential crises before they manifest allows one to extinguish threats at their inception. A man must be resolute in his self-discipline. Thus, Bai Jingxi and Apos' regimen commenced. Rising at dawn each day, he embarked on his morning exercises, which prominently featured a 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Adorned in camouflage combat attire and burdened with a sand-filled backpack, he traversed the dim light of twilight and dawn, embarking on his quest. His strides were steady and powerful, each footfall echoing a declaration of his existence to the world. Through relentless training, his martial skills, both in leg techniques and striking, reached commendable heights, a testament to rigorous discipline and unwavering perseverance. In the context of solitary combat, he understood that only through exceptional prowess could he effectively subdue an adversary. As he engaged in cross-country training, he navigated through dense forests, over hills, and across streams. Alternating between swift sprints and measured walks, he maintained an unwavering resolve and composure. His eyes remained vigilant, attuned to the environment, perceptive to the slightest disturbances. Having honed his skills, he prepared himself for the uncertainties of future battlegrounds, increasing his odds of triumph. Chapter 30. Guardianship. Manny gazed quietly at Bai Jingxi, her heart laden with concern. Day after day, Bai Jingxi poured his sweat on the training grounds, whether under the soft glow of dawn or the shroud of dusk, diligently honing his skills in silence. Simultaneously, Manny maintained her quiet vigil. She understood that Bai Jingxi was seeking solace and tranquility for his spirit, as well as the wellspring of vengeance in his own manner. She observed his frail form teetering on the brink of collapse during training, yet he never faltered. His indomitable spirit moved Manny deeply. Each time she yearned to approach him with words of encouragement, she found herself hesitating, longing to offer him a warm embrace, yet refraining. She was acutely aware that Bai Jingxi was traversing an arduous path, and she too had to seek her own answers in her own way, though Manny wished to assist. She recognized that what Bai Jingxi needed most at that moment was not the pity and compassion of others. The sympathy from a beloved one would only deepen his sense of shame and guilt. What he needed was his own perseverance and determination. Is not silent guardianship a form of love in itself? Manny remained undeterred, resolutely advancing without pause. Witnessing the relentless efforts of her beloved, she resolved to be his staunchest support. She pulled her ponytail atop her head and turned to immerse herself in her research. Within the laboratory, Manny busied herself, her gaze steadfast and focused. Her ponytail swayed gently above her head, a reflection of her unwavering resolve. Her fingers darted swiftly among the experimental apparatus, dancing across the keyboard. As data flowed across the screen like a cascading waterfall, her slender form appeared even more solitary yet resilient under the lights. In the realm of research, she was, without a doubt, a courageous warrior, exploring the vast ocean of knowledge. She sought to uncover more of the unknown, her eyes filled with countless data and formulas. Imbued with hope and tenacity for the future, her heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of the laboratory, as if proclaiming her passion and determination for scientific inquiry. Her gaze was resolute and luminous, shimmering with love and dedication to her work. Her figure bustled within the laboratory, as if she were wrestling with the mysteries of the world. For she understood that Bai Jingxi and Apos' true love was herself, and every effort she exerted was worthwhile and rewarding. Only through her relentless endeavors could she empower Bai Jingxi to forge ahead with greater conviction, alleviating his unnecessary suffering. Bai Jingxi, observing Manny and Apos' steadfast silhouette, felt a surge of emotion, compassion, and heartache. He approached her side, tenderly stroking her hair and kissing her forehead. He knew that as long as Manny was by his side, he possessed boundless strength. To outsiders, Bai Jingxi and Manny appeared to be an ordinary couple navigating life together. However, their bond transcended the comprehension of the average individual. They were not merely partners in life but also bridges of communication in their work and souls. Each other and Apos' pillars of strength, and the most cherished presences in each other and Apos' lives. Bai Jingxi, a man shining brilliantly in his field, bore a rugged exterior and piercing gaze, while Manny, a gentle and graceful woman, always radiated wisdom and resilience in her eyes. Together, they supported one another in their endeavors, their hearts in sync. Whenever Bai Jingxi faced adversity, Manny was his sanctuary, guiding him with her tenderness and intellect. Conversely, when Manny felt adrift, Bai Jingxi would shelter her under his unwavering strength. Thus, they mutually uplifted one another, striving together like a beautiful tapestry, leaving profound imprints amidst the tapestry of their youth. Chapter 31. The coming storm time has passed. And the world has changed. You are no longer the youthful spirit you once were. Months later, the captain has finally recovered and is preparing for discharge. However, due to the severity of his injuries, the demands of aerial combat are exceedingly rigorous, and he understands all too well that he must part ways with his flying career. On that day, a fine drizzle fell, casting a gray veil over the landscape outside, which deepened the somber atmosphere within the hospital room. Sitting on his bed, the captain gazed vacantly out the window. Logically, after months of recuperation, he should have appeared vibrant, yet his complexion was markedly paler than it had been, and his eyes reflected a sense of melancholy. "Captain," a voice pierced the silence. It was Bai Jingxi, come to visit. The captain slowly raised his head, forcing a bittersweet smile. "What with that woeful expression?" Bai Jingxi placed a document on the bedside table, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It's a decision from above. They say your injuries are too severe for you to fly again." "Oh, I thought it was something of great consequence." "ISN and Apos. This significant? You are such an exceptional pilot. If it weren't for me, how could you have ended up in this situation?" "It's all my fault for being so inadequate," the captain quickly interjected. "Jingxi, I am acutely aware of my own condition. This has nothing to do with you. Do not burden yourself with guilt. Moreover, even had it been someone else, I would have made the same choice. Do you remember what I told you before? The future belongs to the youth. I must step back now and dedicate time to my wife and children. From their first cries to their first words, I have not been there for them. It is finally time for me to fulfill my duties as a father. But, Captain, enough of that. You should focus on solidifying your relationship with Manny. I am eagerly awaiting the celebration of your union." Bai Jingxi had indeed matured. He understood that there was nothing more paramount than a soldier and Apos' honor. Having reached this juncture, there was no room for retreat. The captain had sacrificed too much for himself. He must strive to be even more diligent and exceptional to honor the captain and Apos' sacrifices. "Captain, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I shall surpass you. I have faith in you. Now, go attend to your matters, and make sure to spend time with Manny." "Very well, take care. I will visit you again when I can." Once Bai Jingxi departed, the captain could no longer contain his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. A man may shed no tears lightly, but he weeps when the heart is truly pained. To witness a steadfast warrior, who had never shed a tear on the battlefield, brought to such sorrow is a testament to the depth of his anguish. Silence enveloped the room once more, interrupted only by the sound of leaves falling outside. While the captain reminisced about the azure skies and the thunderous roar of fighter jet engines, his tears falling like pearls upon the hospital sheets. Once the sheets were soaked, it symbolized his despondency, a heart extinguished and unable to rekindle. It was time to gather his emotions and bid farewell to his long-standing companion. Chapter 32. Farewell. Ultimately, the captain was unable to fulfill his wish of toasting to the joyous union of Bai Jingxi and Manny. Instead, he was compelled to confront the inexorable passage of time and the stark reality before him. It was time to depart from the military and from the woman to whom he had once pledged his loyalty. As he ambled along the pathways of the barracks, the setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson, mirroring the tumultuous emotions that coursed through his heart, akin to a wound that bled profusely. He cast a glance back at the familiar building, the place he had once called home, now imbued with a bittersweet familiarity. His eyes fell upon the luggage in his grasp. At that moment, the ordinary objects felt like daggers, piercing deeply into his soul. With a heavy sigh, he relinquished all prior accolades, recognizing that they no longer bore any significance to him. The scene shifted, revealing Bai Kyocera at the departure station, where the captain stood beside his belongings, his gaze profound yet vacant. The cacophony of the station surrounded him, yet he appeared oblivious to it all. Despite the rush, Bai Kyocera managed to arrive just in time to bid him farewell before he boarded the train. The captain, it seemed, was one to leave without a trace, silently vanishing without a proper goodbye to Bai Kyocera. Approaching the captain, Bai Kyocera, filled with frustration, remarked, "Are you truly intent on fading away without a word? Not even a farewell?" The captain regarded him with a solemn expression, the deep lines on his face etched by the passage of time. After a moment of silence, he replied, his voice gravelly, "You know well that individuals like us cannot afford the luxury of emotions. Our duty is to silently safeguard this nation, to protect this world." Bai Kyocera furrowed his brow as he gazed at the captain, fully aware that this was his decision, a burden he had to bear. Words eluded him, leaving him to silently admire the captain, his heart brimming with respect and helplessness. The captain shared a lingering look with him before turning toward the enveloping darkness. His silhouette gradually faded into the shadows, leaving behind a resonant statement in the air. Some things are obligations we must fulfill. Once, the two had shared laughter and conversation without restraint. Now, they found themselves at a loss for words. Bai Kyocera had never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. After all, within the military, comrades retire each year, making the inevitability of this moment a familiar occurrence. Yet, when the reality struck him, the pain and helplessness he felt were of his own making. If blame were to be cast, it could only be directed at his youthful ignorance and lack of strength to protect those around him. Bai Kyocera stood in a daze, his gaze fixed on the vanishing figure of the captain, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. He realized that the captain's departure was entirely the consequence of his own missteps. The captain's exit signified the closure of an era, taking with it his past while leaving behind his present. The wind whispered gently, tousling Bai Kyocera's hair as it danced through the air. The hem of his garment fluttered in the breeze, resembling a solitary flag, proclaiming his solitude. In that moment, his figure appeared frail against the wind, akin to a leaf poised to be swept away. Nevertheless, life must continue. Suddenly, a revelation dawned upon him. He understood he could not allow himself to drift aimlessly any longer. He needed to reclaim his direction, to rediscover the world that was rightfully his. Raising his head, he gazed beyond the dust-laden horizon, as if glimpsing his future. Indeed, he saw hope, and simultaneously understood the path he must tread moving forward. Chapter 33. Poised and ready when heaven closes a door for you, it opens a window. Indeed, the captain and Oppos' words rang true. The future battlefield belongs to the youth. Although the captain has departed from the team, life must go on. Here, despite the absence of the captain's companionship, Bai Kyocera is still enveloped in the meticulous care and attention provided by Manny, along with the latest updates from Huang Rishuan. Huang Rishuan personally oversees the construction daily, and the progress of the Taipei is remarkably smooth. The hull has undergone substantial assembly, and the bow and stern are gradually taking shape. Huang Rishuan not only supplies ample funding, but also takes an active role in the design and planning process, demanding precision in every detail of the aircraft carrier. Throughout the shipbuilding process, he shares the same living and working conditions as the workers, showing concern not only for the project's progress, but also engaging in discussions with them on how to enhance the construction process. His fervor and dedication inspire every laborer, moving them deeply. With Huang Rishuan's relentless drive, his contributions, efforts, and funding, the Taipei has finally made significant strides, with its launch not far off. As a senior technical engineer, he takes immense pride in witnessing the fruits of his labor, the product he has painstakingly designed and crafted, now ready to serve the nation. On this day, he stands before the colossal machinery, regarding it as a magnificent steel beast, poised to offer its strength to the homeland. This machinery represents countless hours of his devotion, evolving from blueprints to the final masterpiece, with every detail meticulously refined. He envisions it etching deep marks across the vast expanse of China, expanding the nation's territory. He imagines its presence in the deserts of Xinjiang, the snowy plains of the northeast, and the rice fields of Jiangnan. He can almost hear its roar. A powerful declaration for the homeland, a cry for the happiness of the people. That sound resonates like a valiant warrior announcing to the world, the strength of China is not to be underestimated. On a clear weekend afternoon, Bai Kyocera, feeling aimless, leisurely visits Huang Rishuan. Before he can inquire about the aircraft carrier's progress, Huang Rishuan begins to jest. Well, what brings you to my humble abode? Shootin' and amp. Oppos. You be spending time with Manny? Oh, come on. You know why I'm here. Of course, but we can't compare to you. We're busy every day. While you seem to enjoy a leisurely life, like a doctor with nothing to worry about. Truly, we envy your everyday. All right, enough banter. What is the progress? When can we set sail? I knew you'd jump right to that. To be honest, the progress is quite smooth. If all goes well, we should be ready for use in less than a month. We are nearing completion, with all parts undergoing the final assembly and welding in an orderly fashion. I believe it won't be long before we can set sail, braving the challenges ahead to bring glory to our nation. Impressive. I never expected that you could so deftly manage this colossal entity. I am truly in awe. All right, enough with the flattery. Let us await the outcome together. Chapter 34. A turn of fortune. Our armed forces remain steadfast, demonstrating the utmost sincerity and exerting every effort to achieve a peaceful resolution. After all, civil war is not a sight we wish to behold. It is a reluctant recourse, a truth we have understood for many years. Yet, there are always some obstinate individuals, persistently stubborn and easily swayed, who provoke and coerce with divisive forces, ultimately crossing the red line, thereby denying the very identity of the provinces within our nation. Our military shall no longer show leniency. We cannot repeatedly opt for forbearance. We must take decisive actions, unwaveringly upholding the principles of a unified China, defending our national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Within the operations room, the atmosphere is grave. The deputy commander of a southern theater presides over the meeting, with military strategists from both levels in attendance. Concern is etched on every face as they comprehend the significance of this gathering. The deputy commander speaks first, his voice solemn. We must prepare ourselves. The enemy may be more formidable than we anticipate. He pauses, sweeping his gaze across each individual. We require a meticulous plan to ensure the triumph of our warriors. The strategists nod in agreement, understanding the deputy commander and amp. Oppos. Resolve. For the next several hours, the military advisors engage in fervent discussions, devising a comprehensive combat plan to address the impending challenges. Firstly, the imminent deployment of the Taipei-class vessel stands as a national asset, wielding substantial deterrence and impact. The role of an aircraft carrier in long-range, sustained operations is indisputable, alleviating concerns for our ground, naval, and air forces, where the Army can seize command, but individual resolve must remain unyielding. Is there truly no room for maneuver? After all, they are our compatriots. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity for a military exercise, simultaneously testing the deterrent capabilities of the new aircraft carrier. A strategy of delay could be employed, creating a diversionary tactic. However, military orders are as solid as a mountain. This is merely a discussion meeting, without concrete outcomes, where lies the authority for orders. A feint? Are you suggesting? Indeed, the illustrious history of our great civilization spans 5 millennia, and it is time to repay the humiliations endured in the last century. An eye for an eye. We do not instigate conflict, yet we are not afraid of it. It is time to resolve the issue of Jiaoyu Island. In 1972, the United States transferred the illegal administrative rights of Jiaoyu Island to Japan, and while it currently lies within our territory, we have yet to assert control. What a clever strategy you propose. I cannot take credit for this. The idea originated from a lieutenant in our unit, an exceptional pilot who mentioned it during a candid conversation. He is a distinguished graduate of the National University of Defense Technology with a passion for literature, particularly the art of war, which he knows inside and out. This young man is no less capable than some military experts. It seems we old-timers should consider stepping aside. Given your words, we are eager to meet this lieutenant you speak of, to discern his capabilities and whether he can be entrusted with significant responsibilities, perhaps even groomed as a future successor. Indeed, he is nearby. Let us summon him for consultation. Chapter 35. Strategizing Report. Come in. Bai Kyocera pushed the door open and entered. Reporting, sir. I am Bai Kyocera, here to report for duty. Please advise. You are Bai Kyocera. Please. Come here and take a seat, the superior instructed. Bai Kyocera glanced around the room, noting that all present were officials of brigade commander rank or higher. Overwhelmed by the situation, he stammered, Sir, this might not be appropriate. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, with all eyes fixed on Bai Kyocera and the superior. He felt a weight pressing on his chest, as if a boulder rested upon his heart. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his emotions. The superior furrowed his brow, a hint of apprehension evident in his gaze towards Bai Kyocera. He smiled amiably. What do you find inappropriate? Bai Kyocera lowered his head, hands clasped tightly together, striving to quell his inner turmoil. Gathering courage, he took another deep breath and asked, Sir, what is it that you require of me? Bai Kyocera, we are preparing to strategize for a military recovery operation and would like to hear your perspective. Sir, this pertains to military secrets. I fear that as a mere lieutenant, it may be inappropriate for me to involve myself. Ah, is it that you disdain your lowly rank? This elicited laughter from the others present. Not at all, sir. I would never entertain such thoughts. Then do share your insights. However, Bai Kyocera glanced at the brigade commander, hoping for a hint of encouragement. Fear not, Bai Kyocera. We have previously discussed matters informally. Now, speak boldly about your thoughts. Is it truly that simple? Just to express my thoughts without delving into military secrets? Indeed, it is merely a casual discussion to see what strategies you, as a talented individual, might propose. Very well, I shall be forthright. To be honest, recovering by force is not an insurmountable task, yet it is not the ultimate solution. We could rattle the sabers, creating a stir. We might achieve two objectives with one stroke by reclaiming the management rights of our territory while simultaneously gauging the response of the opposing side. If they concede, that would be splendid. Should they resist, we would be justified in our actions, and with our current defense capabilities, seizing the Jiaoyu Islands would merely take a short while. Furthermore, should the United States involve itself, it would lead to unnecessary conflicts, positioning them as adversaries and violating international agreements. At that juncture, our steadfast allies, the combat-ready nation and Old Jin, would not stand idly by. I am confident that the United States would think twice about acting rashly, and if they dared to engage, we would send them back home, settling old scores along with new ones. This young man possesses a rather formidable mindset. Alas, it is an inevitable circumstance. Our current defense and military capabilities are beyond reproach, standing resolute amidst the tumult of the world. Indeed, a clever tactic to turn the tables, to intimidate the adversary. If we can achieve a peaceful reunification of the nation without a single casualty, it would demonstrate our military strength and deter further provocations. Simultaneously, it would allow our central government to establish a legacy of great achievements, leaving behind a history worth celebrating. Thus, the lingering historical issues would also be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 36. Strategy. My old comrades, what do you think of this plan? It is worth a try. Shall I report to the superiors and inquire about the situation? Oldly exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. This plan is feasible. When I was in the military, my instructor once said, it is not the numbers that matter, but the precision. It is not the general's numbers that count, but their strategies. Victory can only be achieved through cunning. Old Wang nodded in agreement. Indeed. This is our moment to showcase our wisdom. We must demonstrate to the enemy that the ancestral wisdom can lead to triumph. Absolutely. In this 21st century, life is paramount. Above all else, we ought to consider the future generations, minimizing unnecessary sacrifices. A slight expenditure of resources is trivial, since our intellect is so adept. Let us employ strategy. Every entity has its counter. Thus, the old leader picked up the phone and reported the situation to the higher-ups. His words were resolute and powerful, instilling a sense of confidence. Yes, understood. After ending the call, the crowd gathered around, inquiring one after another. What did they say? The leader, maintaining his composure, replied, they neither approved nor rejected. The higher-ups indicated that we should manage within reasonable limits, aiming to exchange minimal cost for maximum benefits. His tone, though calm, resonated with an undeniable authority. The words from the superiors were like a sharp blade, neither consent nor denial, merely seeking the smallest cost for the greatest advantage. The leader and Oppo's words lingered in the air, an invisible force creating a palpable pressure among the people. His gaze was profound and unwavering, as if he could see into the souls of those present, rendering them incapable of deceit. In his presence, silence enveloped the crowd, with only the leader and Oppo's voice echoing around them. They exchanged glances, ultimately directing their hopeful eyes towards Bai Kyocera, as if all their hopes rested upon him. Bai Kyocera found himself taken aback by the sudden turn of events, utterly bewildered, pondering, who am I? Where am I? It was indeed an awkward predicament. Yet there was no escape to be found. Perhaps this is the price of pretentiousness. What it implies is that they have tacitly agreed. It suggests that while we may engage in battle, We must ensure victory without leaving the enemy any leverage against us. In other words, all is well if we succeed. But should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the superiors will. Stop. No more speculation. The old leader interjected, his expression grave, halting the conversation. After a moment of contemplation, he once again turned his gaze towards Bai Kyocera. This time, his decision emanated in irresistible authority, compelling all to heed him. Kyocera, how do you propose we handle this appropriately? The clever one, or perhaps I should say, the one who has truly absorbed old Bai and Appo's teachings, cunning and shrewd. Bai Kyocera responded thoughtfully, by employing their own tactics against them. What do you mean? The Marco Polo Bridge incident. At this point, everyone understood the reference. On the night of July 7, 1937, a contingent of Japanese troops conducted military exercises near our stationed forces without notifying local authorities, fabricating the story of a missing soldier and demanding to search a certain county in our northern southwest. When our troops firmly refused, the Japanese launched an attack. This is what is known as the Marco Polo Bridge incident. Since the Japanese disregarded the rules of warfare and initiated a surprise attack, our forces were caught off guard and suffered significant losses. They were the instigators of this chaos. The strategy is indeed clever, yet is it not somewhat underhanded? Alas, not at all. One must possess a thick skin to reap the rewards. A thin-skinned individual will go empty-handed. Precisely, after decades of grievances, it is time to reclaim our dignity. This younger generation, rooted in the mindset of the post-90s, is indeed challenging to command. Very well, after the conflict concludes, perhaps we should take the time to study Sun Tzu's Art of War thoroughly. Chapter 37. Sovereign of the Seas. Taipei 2 in anticipation of future challenges. The Taipei 2 aircraft carrier has finally been completed. In these extraordinary times, unusual measures must be taken. It is time to test the might and deterrence of this new class of aircraft carrier. Within the East China Sea, the enormous carrier glides smoothly through the waters. Indeed, the Taipei 2 has set sail. Accompanied by the tremendous, persistent waves and the thunderous roar of its engines, sunlight breaks through the clouds, casting a golden sheen upon the azure sea in the pristine carrier, resembling a field of golden wheat. The colossal vessel exudes an imposing presence on the water, akin to a maritime titan, standing tall and resolute. Seagulls soar around the carrier, their crisp calls echoing as if celebrating this magnificent spectacle. On the deck, crew members clad in blue uniforms bustle about, diligently attending to equipment checks and routine maintenance. With a potential battle looming, it is crucial for this grand carrier to be in optimal condition for its inaugural mission. Flanking the carrier, banners emblazoned with white lettering on red backgrounds display familiar slogans that resonate deeply with the populace. Exemplary conduct, victorious battles, and technological prowess, all for victory. These slogans serve as rallying cries, stirring the hearts of every citizen. Simultaneously, soldiers from the Army, Navy, and Air Force, donned in uniforms of various colors, engage in rigorous drills, their chants filled with determination and conviction. Fighter jets race down the carrier and Appo's runway, ascending into the sky with remarkable speed. The carrier slices through the waves, leaving a magnificent wake in its path. Amidst the sea breeze, the banners flutter, narrating an ancient yet renewed tale. This is the strength of China. This is the resolve and faith of the descendants of Huaxia. Uncertain how much time has passed, the steel behemoth finally approaches the fishing platform. Given the carrier and Appo's colossal size, the platform appears minuscule in comparison. The immense waves generated by the carrier crash against the platform, akin to shockwaves, causing the already diminutive structure to tremble and sway perilously. The towering waves, reminiscent of ferocious beasts, repeatedly assault the anchorage, emitting thunderous roars. The ocean, under such impact, churns violently, with frothy whitecaps resembling boiling water, furious and tumultuous. In this moment, as the waves rise and fall, they are hurled skyward only to crash down forcefully, as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle. The sound of crashing waves evokes the terror of shattering glass. Under these circumstances, the station troops, approximately 4,000 strong, should instinctively retreat upon witnessing such a formidable sight. However, fueled by the hope that the United States might offer military support, they stand their ground against the overwhelming might of the Ford-class carrier. Given this situation, conflict appears inevitable. As the ancient adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. The forces of the opposition comprise the 15th Brigade and the Air Self-Defense Force's 9th Air Wing, boasting 40 F-15 DJ fighter jets capable of reaching speeds of 2 to mock. Furthermore, their coastal missile capabilities enhance their ability to control and blockade maritime passages during wartime. This situational advantage allows them to respond swiftly to unexpected developments, ensuring minimal warning time and extensive coverage. In reality, the fishing platform serves merely as a pretext for the opposition to bolster its military presence, intending to threaten our access to the Pacific through armed blockades. Thus, this battle is destined to occur. Chapter 38. Reaping what one sows. After thoroughly comprehending the military deployment of the rogue vessels, the moment has arrived to reciprocate their actions in kind. In the waters of the East China Sea, 3 organized, disciplined, and purpose-driven vessels resembling fishing boats swiftly navigate the sea, piloted by marauding pirates. Closely following them are our naval destroyers, with the Taipei ship tailing behind. Indeed, on a mission of vengeance, these 3 speedboats had trespassed into our territorial waters without permission from our navy, committing heinous acts of violence before hastily retreating. This explains the current pursuit. The speedboats fled to the vicinity of the fishing platform, where our navy and Oppo's search yielded no results, leading to suspicions that they had landed there. In a bid to prevent a repeat of the catastrophic destruction that befell the nation of the Foot Basin, our navy, guided by humanitarian principles, offered reasonable advice and warnings. They urged the Foot Basin nation to enhance their vigilance against potential attacks from armed terrorists, to avert unnecessary harm and losses. This point is particularly significant. However, as a great nation with a rich history spanning 5 millennia, China cannot exploit the vulnerabilities of others. We cannot act recklessly like Commander Li, who insists on firing indiscriminately. History has a tendency to repeat itself, and we must learn from the lessons of the Marco Polo Bridge incident, ensuring that such tragedies do not recur. Nevertheless, the Foot Basin seems indifferent to our warnings. Yet, we cannot afford to relinquish our resolve. The Taipei ship broadcasts a message. This is the Navy of the People and Oppo's Republic of China. Currently, the ruthless bandits have launched an armed attack in our waters and have fled to this location. Our forces have been ordered to pursue and eradicate them. Thank you for your cooperation. Indeed, the strength of our national defense forces is formidable, and with justifiable cause, our military unit seeks accountability for the injuries sustained, yet comes prepared for confrontation. After all, our prowess no longer permits us to remain subdued. Once again, the Taipei ship adopts a firmer stance, urging, exercise restraint, cooperate, and do not refuse to surrender. We will respond with force to the significant losses we have incurred. This truly sounds like a declaration of war. One could easily fabricate accusations. Conversely, the Foot Basin and Oppo's representatives, bewildered and trembling, realize that in the face of overwhelming military might, annihilation is merely a matter of time. Internal discussions arise within the Foot Basin, filled with confusion and fear. Yet, they must devise a strategy. Remarkably, the Foot Basin nation has become quite adept at playing the role of the subservient. At this juncture, a colonel from a brigade, struggling with his Mandarin, introduces himself and implores, in Chinese, there is an ancient saying, and Oppo's, if you can spare someone, then spare them. And Oppo's, why must we resort to total annihilation? We can choose diplomatic negotiations. Before he could finish, 3 sounds resonated. The first was the discharge of our CBUX sniper rifle. The second was the sound of the colonel collapsing, struck in the forehead, and the third was the casing of the 12 7mm round clattering onto the deck. It is pertinent to clarify that the CBUX sniper rifle is our most advanced model, far surpassing the American-made Barrett in capability. Equipped with an infrared thermal imaging scope, laser ranging technology, and a ballistic computer, it boasts remarkable stability and an effective range solidified at 1,500 meters. Thus, collateral damage is simply out of the question. Indeed, under the CBU's precision, no innocents shall fall. The individual struck was the leading pirate, clearly identified through corroborative witness accounts and physical evidence, leaving no room for denial. Chapter 39. Capture the leader. First, following the fall of the colonel, who was struck in the forehead, the enemy seemed to regain their composure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they began to prepare for battle. However, it was already too late for a counterattack. Our forces had come well prepared, confident in our assured victory. There was no opportunity for them to retaliate. With the military assets deployed on the Taipei, a mere 10 minutes sufficed to subdue the opposition. After all, our fleet of 90 aircraft stood ready, a numerical advantage sufficient to overwhelm the enemy. We adeptly countered their coastal missile threats. as the Red Flag X air defense missiles and Dongfeng X hypersonic missiles became paramount in neutralizing their capability to block maritime passages. To swiftly conclude the conflict, we launched our major offensive without regard for martial ethics. Upon the tumultuous sea, our hypersonic missiles surged forth like silver serpents from their launch tubes, trailing long azure flames. They pierced through the air with astonishing velocity, ascending towards the heavens. The enemy, being an economic powerhouse, possessed formidable weaponry. This only underscored our own superiority, an unstoppable force. As their defense systems activated rapidly, deploying various radars, satellites, and ground-to-air missiles, they prepared to track and intercept our hypersonic missiles. Though their response time was brief, enabling a swift counter, they had miscalculated their opponent. They were oblivious to the true essence of Chinese speed. Beneath the vast disparity in military prowess, the outcome was all but predetermined. Thus, in this battle, the enemy's defeat was inevitable. If we were to engage, we would instill profound doubt in their resolve. At this moment, our hypersonic missiles maneuvered like agile cheetahs, evading their defense systems with remarkable agility, rendering their tracking efforts futile. The missile's trajectory shifted instantaneously, darting left and right, ascending and descending, as if performing a wild dance to herald our impending victory. Each moment seemed to defy the laws of physics, leaving the enemy's defenses powerless. To ensure a swift and effective resolution while minimizing unnecessary casualties and avoiding external complications, we refrained from deploying nuclear submarines or combat personnel for ground operations, opting instead to send a contingent of fighter jets for aerial support. Now, Bai Kyocera was poised to showcase his prowess, piloting our self-developed nth-generation stealth fighter, the JXX. He soared at the zenith of the aerial domain. This aircraft boasted supersonic cruising capabilities and an advanced radar system, able to execute air interception, aerial support, and ground strikes. Its stealth features and aerial superiority signified the rapid advancement of our military power and modernization process. The JXX was armed with several long-range air-to-air missiles, with a maximum range of X00 kilometers, complemented by an active electronically scanned radar. Equipped with infrared search and tracking sensors, an active electronic scanning array, and a passive electro-optical detection system providing 360-degree spherical coverage around the aircraft. Its primary aim was to target the pilots within enemy fighter cockpits. While downing a fighter jet is relatively straightforward, nurturing an exceptional pilot is a resource-intensive endeavor for any nation. Thus, targeted strikes became crucial to eradicate the enemy thoroughly. We must root them out entirely, leaving no chance for resurgence. If the pilot is eliminated, the fighter jet is destined to fall. The two are inextricably linked. This encapsulates the essence of capturing the leader first. Chapter 40. Rise to fame in battle. What our forces had not anticipated was the tenacity displayed by the enemy. Even as the war reached such a critical juncture, with an overwhelming disparity in strength, the adversary continued to resist fiercely, showing no inclination to surrender. Despite their unwavering spirit reminiscent of warriors, this was no longer the era of 20th century warfare, nor the age of cold steel. Thus, under the pressure of our formidable stance and advanced weaponry, the enemy's efforts were akin to a futile attempt to strike a stone with an egg. It appears the enemy was more cunning than we had imagined. Indeed, hastening the conclusion of the conflict would render the struggle rather unremarkable. Enough of idle chatter. The Air Force is prepared to execute precise strikes to assist in swiftly concluding this engagement. Understood. Attention all units. Prepare guided munitions. Guided munitions are ready. Now, on my command, fire 3 rounds rapidly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. In an instant, the missiles soared through the air, crashing down upon the fishing platform. The accuracy of these bombs reached within 3 to 5 meters, capable of penetrating over 2 meters of concrete, thus delivering catastrophic impact. Each bomb detonated with the ferocity of thunder, transforming the enemy's position into a chaotic ruin, pockmarked and uneven. Around the fishing platform, flames erupted, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and dust, as if the sunlight itself had been obscured. Conversely, the enemy resembled a cornered beast, shrieking in terror amidst the darkness. Their weapons clashed in the shadows, and soldiers, overcome by the chaos, fled in all directions, resulting in countless casualties from trampling as they desperately sought escape, their cries piercing the air. In this manner, a fierce onslaught had left the enemy in utter disarray, utterly stripped of their capacity to retaliate. The enemy soldiers, gripped by panic, scattered in a frantic bid to escape this horrific nightmare. The sea was littered with lifeboats, with not a single seaworthy vessel remaining. These lifeboats drifted aimlessly, mirroring the enemy's disoriented retreat, devoid of direction or hope. One must remember to exercise mercy. Although annihilating the enemy would be effortless for our forces, exterminating a retreating foe lacking the will to resist is not the hallmark of a great nation. With our objectives met, it is prudent to withdraw gracefully. Thus, the fishing platform unequivocally returned to our dominion. In this engagement, we achieved the greatest benefit at minimal cost, accomplishing our strategic objectives in a remarkably short period. This battle showcased our military prowess and spirit, solidifying our nation's standing in the international arena and laying an unassailable foundation for modern warfare. Our valorous spirit embodies the ethos of taking initiative. We do not fear confrontation, yet we do not seek it. Bullying the weak is not our way, but we remain resolute in avenging grievances, embodying the spirit of a hunter equipped to face any threat. As the old adage goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But those who infringe upon the sovereignty of China shall be met with retribution, regardless of distance. Chapter 41. Realizing the path of return although victory has been attained. It is imperative to reflect upon our experiences, amending our shortcomings and reinforcing our strengths. Humility and triumph is the hallmark of a distinguished military. Swiftly, the news of our resounding victory at the fishing platform spread like wildfire across the vast expanse of the land and resonated around the globe. The streets and alleys echoed with tales of our remarkable achievements. Utilizing less than 25% of the enemy and Oppo's forces, we dispatched them to meet their fate in a mere 10 minutes, executing our strategy with unparalleled swiftness. Such is the nature of modern warfare. As technology advances, the dynamics of conflict evolve. The emphasis lies on efficiency and speed, leaving no opportunity for the adversary to retaliate. In truth, modern warfare possesses its merits, for soldiers are spared unnecessary suffering, swiftly confronting their demise instead. Indeed, the military prowess of contemporary China is formidable, akin to a single strike that sends shockwaves through the enemy ranks. The momentum is relentless, making one ponder how we might engage with neighboring nations in the future. Those who dare to provoke us may find themselves ensnared by their own folly, facing dire consequences. Thus, the extraordinary combat experiences of our forces continue to resonate within society. Naturally, this news reached the distant shores of Taiwan, prompting contemplation among certain ruling parties. In our minuscule territory, with merely a few thousand inhabitants, the number of soldiers capable of engaging in combat is alarmingly scant. This is tantamount to striking at a mountain with an egg. The awe-inspiring impact of this campaign is evident. Our forces, comprising less than 25% of a single aircraft carrier, swiftly incapacitated over 4,000 of the enemy's personnel along with their formidable weaponry. The military strength of the mainland is no longer a matter of speculation. Times change, and our aspirations to alter our circumstances appear naive. After all, how can an ant shake a tree? How can a jester bear the weight of a great responsibility? Indeed, our lives may seem expendable, yet the future generations require hope to persist. The act of demonstrating strength serves as a cautionary tale, a reflection of our stance. As the saying goes, those who refuse the toast must drink the penalty wine. If we reach that critical juncture, options will be scarce. By choosing to reconcile now, we can still be a united family. Should we return to the embrace of our motherland, in times of adversity, we would find solace in her protection. Yet, we have consistently chosen to rebel, to defy, and should the day come when she can no longer tolerate our actions, any retribution would be our own doing, a path of darkness leading to self-inflicted consequences. Those who possess an understanding of the current times are the true sages. It is not too late to amend our ways and make prudent choices. With this in mind, let us unite and call upon our compatriots who seek to return to the right path. The likelihood of agreement is high. If old Kai continues to act as an accomplice to the tiger, unrepentant, we cannot remain passive any longer. In our quest to return to the embrace of our motherland, we must be prepared to take risks, even to assume a position of leadership. Chapter 42. Escalation. The liberation of the fishing platform has indeed provoked discontent among certain ruling parties in the beautiful nation. Some malevolent individuals have attempted to instigate internal divisions to fragment our country, but their conspiracies have ultimately failed, shattering their once fervent illusions. Although consecutive schemes have met with defeat, the beautiful nation remains undeterred. While appearing calm on the surface, tumult brews beneath. These two significant events for our nation have struck the beautiful nation and its allies like a bolt from the blue. Particularly, the beautiful nation, as the puppet master, continually devises means to impede our progress. In the South China Sea, under the direction of the beautiful nation, the Philippine side has frequently challenged our military and APO's vulnerabilities without our consent, seeking to provoke us into active engagement and placing us in the eye of public scrutiny. However, the beautiful nation and APO's petty calculations are easily discernible across the Pacific. They cannot be oblivious to the fact that their trivial schemes are mere child and APO's play before our military. When it comes to strategy, we are the true masters. In response to these provocations, we have consistently urged the Philippine side through various diplomatic channels to refrain from their disruptive antics and to abandon their futile attempts to strike against us. Yet, the Philippine side has turned a deaf ear to our prudent counsel, willingly becoming a pawn of others and engaging in reckless actions that betray our goodwill. As the situation escalated, they even attempted to forcefully intrude into our territory, seeking to disrupt our military operations with unfounded accusations, hoping to exploit any potential weaknesses. Ultimately, the Philippine side has squandered our goodwill, and those who tread a path of folly shall inevitably reap the consequences of their actions. It must be noted that the Philippines is merely a pawn in this larger game, and their schemes have not succeeded. Once the objectives of the beautiful nation are thwarted, it signifies the obsolescence of their pawns. If this weapon is rendered ineffective, the beautiful nation will take matters into its own hands and engage directly in combat. This shift indicates that the beautiful nation has transitioned from a shadowy puppeteer to a frontline actor. History has an uncanny way of repeating itself. One day, the warships of the beautiful nation methodically entered our waters without our military's approval, seeking confrontation. Their objective was straightforward: to exploit our vulnerabilities and provoke us. We promptly tracked and monitored the beautiful nation's vessels throughout their maneuvers. This clearly demonstrates that their actions were premeditated, while we have also prepared ourselves to counter such moves. On a deeper level, the arrival of the beautiful nation signifies more than mere provocation. After all, they have previously dispatched their proxies, the Philippines, to engage us. This time, their presence is primarily for reconnaissance and testing. Given the advancements in our indigenous satellite radar systems, the beautiful nation's attempts to surveil our activities as they once did have become increasingly challenging. Thus, their current visit serves as an assessment of our readiness. Should this situation continue to unfold, relying solely on defensive measures will prove insufficient to deter the enemy and APO's resolve, with the beautiful nation stoking the flames of discord. If we find ourselves cornered, we may have no choice but to pursue a singular path forward. Chapter 43. The frenzied dog bites as repeated attempts yielded no results. And in a bid to preserve our strength and economic lifeline from any harm, the nation of beauty remains shamelessly audacious, dispatching its henchmen, the Philippine side, to continue their provocations against us. It is indeed true that extraordinary occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. Under the cover of darkness, the Philippine fleet, comprising fishing vessels, government ships, supply boats, and naval vessels, stealthily infiltrated our territorial waters, hoping to exploit the chaos for their gain. However, unbeknownst to them, our defenses were meticulously fortified, lying in wait for them to fall into our trap. Realizing their miscalculation, the Philippine side could not afford to retreat without achieving their aim. Thus, after numerous unsuccessful radio warnings from our Coast Guard, they obstinately persisted in their actions. Flagrantly violating international maritime regulations and conventions, they commenced their reckless assaults. The Philippine vessels, heedless of the consequences, deliberately collided with our Coast Guard ships, a scenario that was far from unprecedented. Following multiple warnings that went unheeded, our Coast Guard, compelled by self-defense, resorted to the use of water cannon for expulsion. While the water cannon itself is non-lethal and does not result in casualties, some damage to equipment and property was inevitable. This, in turn, became the basis for the Philippine side to level accusations against our military. After all, the Philippine side had come prepared, demonstrating a tenacity that we might well take note of. As they approached their objective, they naturally could not relent. The personnel aboard their vessels were already equipped with smartphones and recording devices, capturing the events as they unfolded. Subsequently, they utilized online media to disseminate disparaging narratives about us, issuing vehement condemnations and protests in an attempt to manufacture public opinion to exert pressure upon us. In response to the incessant provocations from external forces within the maritime domain, we adopted a relatively restrained defensive approach, primarily to prevent the situation from escalating further. Despite our absolute superiority in strength, Any conflict would ultimately result in harm to the Philippine side. Yet, we must also consider long-term strategies. Any disruption to the stability of the South China Sea would signify an escalation of maritime hostilities. However, such considerations do not imply that our restraint should be misconstrued as concession. Our nation possesses indisputable sovereignty over the South China Sea and its surrounding waters. Given the current state of affairs, mere acquiescence would only invite further harassment. The spokesperson for our Ministry of Defense and Foreign Affairs has unequivocally declared on the international stage that we are committed to bolstering our national defense and enhancing the combat readiness of our personnel, thereby ensuring timely and effective responses to any sudden developments. Our Navy will conduct live-fire exercises in the South China Sea in coordination with our Air Force, at unspecified scales and times. We ask for understanding regarding any inconvenience caused prior to these events. Simultaneously, we extend a warm welcome to any colleagues wishing to observe these exercises. We invite you to visit, learn, and engage in dialogue. Nonetheless, one must remember that weapons are devoid of sentiment, and if any individuals inadvertently enter the fray resulting in casualties or property damage, we shall not be held accountable. The message is clear. If you persist in your provocations despite our amicable warnings, you shall inevitably face the consequences. Should you encroach upon our territory again, we shall show no mercy. Chapter 44. Strengthening one's own resolve. True strength lies in one's own fortitude, which enables a nation to remain unyielding to external influences. This embodies the essence of a great nation and reflects the most virtuous ethos of our country. In order to effectively counter this strategy and resolve a historical dilemma, one must refrain from taking the initiative in confrontation. The delegation from Bai Ceramics found themselves exceedingly frustrated and constrained, as military personnel are duty-bound to obey commands, ready to engage in battle under the party's directive. Thus, persistent forbearance must evolve into an outlet for their pent-up emotions. They must transform sorrow into strength through rigorous training and heightened vigilance for unforeseen circumstances. Now, a shift in circumstances has emerged, heralding an opportunity to take to the battlefield, no longer to endure in silence. Primarily, our Air Force, spearheaded by the JXX fighter jets, has fully deployed in the South China Sea, drawing significant international attention. Henceforth, foreign entities, including the Philippines and other would-be aggressors, can no longer enter and exit at will. In other words, certain foreign powers may now perceive that we are genuinely committed to our stance, a necessity born from being cornered with no alternatives. This signifies an imminent possibility of warfare. Our commitment to humanitarian principles does not imply acquiescence to unrestrained aggression. The audacity of these provocateurs is the catalyst for our mobilization. Without their reckless audacity, there would be no need for our show of force. Conversely, the ambitions of those who seek global dominance remain unabated. Whether in the context of the Russia-Ukraine conflict or the Israel-Palestine military engagements, their interference persists, inciting their allies to meddle in our affairs. Once we deploy the JXX, our military and AMP's superiority over American naval aircraft will diminish their combat effectiveness, rendering their aircraft carriers incapable of exerting absolute offensive power in our South China Sea territories. Admittedly, we must recognize that the United States still possesses certain capabilities that could overwhelm us, which emboldens their brazen conduct. However, times have changed. They would never anticipate that our JXX fighters, which have previously left their military experts unsettled, would now be put to practical use, striking with immediate impact. This revelation is undoubtedly a thunderous shock to them, as they remain unaware of the true intentions behind our actions. Thus, with the comprehensive deployment of the JXX, the United States finds itself devoid of striking capabilities. They can only blame themselves for misplacing their faith and seeking guidance from the wrong quarters. Before them now stands our elite pilots, who have previously dismantled significant military forces of their allies. Consequently, the withdrawal of American aircraft carriers from our South China Sea region is an inevitable trend, dictated by the prevailing circumstances. Their fear stems entirely from our Air Force and AMP's prowess, bolstered by the JXX fighter jets, which have conferred upon us overwhelming military strength in the Asia-Pacific region. The JXX, a product of our independent innovation, boasts enhanced stealth capabilities, superior survivability, and breakthrough potential, outpacing global standards. Coupled with supersonic flight that allows for rapid maneuvering and advanced information warfare systems, including cutting-edge radar and electro-optical tracking, it demonstrates formidable combat effectiveness. Moreover, the integration of a larger internal weapons bit enables the carriage of a greater variety and quantity of missiles, including precision-guided munitions designed for accurate targeting and strikes. With such an exceptional fighter jet paired with the expertise of our highly skilled pilots, we are poised to effortlessly vanquish our adversaries, safeguarding our national defense and the safety of our citizens. Upon the deployment of the JXX, American military actions and those of their allies will inevitably face restrictions. The United States can no longer freely navigate the South China Sea, which may well signify a greater military deterrent. As we affirm, we do not initiate conflicts, yet we are unafraid of them, to defend our territorial integrity. Our resolve is unwavering. Chapter 45. A date. The JXX fighter jet, a national treasure, has been deployed in full, piercing the heart of the enemy like a sharp blade. This compelled adversaries to comprehend the wisdom of discretion and the consequences of their actions, thereby restoring tranquility to the South China Sea. With this chapter finally concluding, Bai Kyocera found himself with some leisure and an opportunity to embark on a date with Manny. Truly, he seemed to be favored by fate. The heavens always graciously smiled upon him. One serene weekend afternoon, the weather was splendid. The two met at a tranquil cafe, where the air was infused with the delicate aroma of coffee. Manny cheerfully ordered a cappuccino, while Bai Kyocera finally savored the long-desired sauce-flavored latte. Under normal circumstances, he would hesitate to spend on an extravagant cup of coffee. Perhaps in a past life, he had caused Manny much hardship and worry, so in this life, he felt a sense of obligation to provide her with the finest comforts. She must be nourished and cherished, overflowing with hope, deserving of celestial adoration. Have you been busy lately? Manny inquired with genuine concern. Bai Kyocera offered a wry smile and nodded. Indeed, each day is filled with a multitude of tasks, leaving me no time even to send you a message. You surely do not hold this against me? He was acutely aware that in their previous life, Manny possessed a fiery temperament, one that he dared not provoke. Despite their time together, he remained uncertain of when the little volcano within her might erupt. Manny nodded in understanding and softly replied, "Not at all. I am not angry. You may focus on your work. What are your plans moving forward?" she asked. A glimmer of determination flickered in Bai Kyocera and Appo's eyes. "As long as you are not upset, I shall have no worries. I must continue to strive, for there are numerous tasks left unfinished. Be cautious and do not act recklessly," Manny emphasized with a tone that combined care and command. "I understand. After all, I am in the military. As a soldier, I would never defy orders. Furthermore, in this life, I aim to protect you at all costs," Manny replied with unwavering conviction. "Do not worry. I will take care of myself, and I shall also ensure your utmost safety." Hearing these words, Bai Kyocera began to reflect. It appeared that the current Manny felt like a stranger to him. She might have truly forgotten the memories of their past life. No longer the intimate companion he once knew. It was as if she were an entirely different person. If that were the case, he would need to reacquaint himself with her preferences. Regardless, in this life, he was determined to make it splendid. With that thought, Manny retrieved a fragrant sachet from her handbag, adorned with two charming little rabbits, one black and one white. The white rabbit and Appo's eyes sparkled like autumn waters, shy and demure, cradling a heart inscribed with the word love. The black rabbit opened its arms, as though longing to embrace the white rabbit. "Manny, did you embroider this for me?" Bai Kyocera and Appo's voice trembled, his large hands clenching into fists due to nervousness. "Yes, Kyocera, I spent a long time on it. The rabbits represent us. The white rabbit gazes at the heart, while the black rabbit looks at the white one. They both understand each other and Appo's feelings and await an embrace. What I wish to convey is that I have liked you for a long time, and now, with this sachet, I want to tell you that I cherish you as well." At last, the veil between them had been lifted, yet this time it was Manny who took the initiative. "You protect me, and I express my affection. After rigorous training, with the scent of sweat lingering, this sachet would now accompany him, in his absence. Let the white rabbit stand in for him by her side." Bai Kyocera felt as though he had stumbled upon a great treasure, questioning whether he had saved the galaxy in a past life. The Manny before him was not only enchanting and skilled, but also attentive in ways that deeply touched him. Moreover, Manny excelled remarkably in the realm of research, unparalleled in her achievements. At this moment, Bai Kyocera felt like the happiest person in the world. Filled with gratitude for Manny and Appo's presence, which rekindled his hope and anticipation for life. This sensation was not in vain. No. It could be said that his rebirth had been worthwhile. Chapter 46. Unraveling the threads upon their return, both individuals immersed themselves in their respective endeavors. Bai Jingxi sat in his expansive office, gazing into the vast ocean of data before him, his expression reflecting an unprecedented level of focus and seriousness. Grasping a pen, he navigated through a chaotic array of calculation papers on his desk. The pen danced swiftly across the paper, leaving behind a series of succinct conclusions. Akin to a dancer and Apos' graceful steps on stage, his thoughts flowed like a rushing stream, dissecting, combining, and reasoning through the seemingly trivial data, bestowing upon it new life. Before him lay a colossal strategic map, enriched by the application of modern 8D technology, densely annotated with the trajectories and vulnerabilities of adversaries. These insights, however, were not solely the result of Bai Jingxi and Apos' own research, but rather the culmination of painstaking efforts by military experts on his side. He utilized this knowledge to learn, summarize, and uncover subtle nuances. His gaze traversed the data, where every minute variation did not escape his scrutiny. Like an intrepid explorer in search of treasure, he delved deep into the labyrinth of information, each discovery igniting a thrill within him. He meticulously studied each data point as if they were his soldiers, diligently inspecting them to unveil patterns and flaws. Memories of past battles surfaced in his mind. The enemy and Apos' aerial assaults were as ferocious as a tempest, yet their attack patterns and weaknesses became as clear as a serene sky following a storm. Reflecting upon his former self, he recalled a time when he was merely a bull charging forward, oblivious to the true strength of his opponents. It became evident that understanding both oneself and Apos' adversaries was the key to achieving victory in every confrontation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Manny displayed unwavering determination and diligence, striving to enable Bai Jingxi to immerse himself fully in the battle. She too toiled through the night in her laboratory, brightly illuminated with lights. As a dedicated scientist, she sat intently, delicately peeling apart a cocoon. Her gaze was resolute and persistent, as if in this chaotic world, only she and her experiment existed. The cocoon, a natural fiber, possessed remarkable strength and resilience. However, her aspirations extended beyond mere physical attributes. She sought its unique protective qualities, the ability to remain stable in extreme environments. Skillfully operating a microscope, she weighed strands of fiber on a precise balance, employing specialized chemical solutions for soaking and physical drying. Each step was imbued with rigor and meticulousness. Her objective was to identify the optimal material for a combat vest capable of withstanding the extreme differentiation of high altitude, high pressure, low oxygen, and weightless conditions, while also being resilient to high temperatures, impacts, bullets, and radiation. This was not her first endeavor. Previously, she had been somewhat satisfied with a full titanium material. Yet, none had met her lofty expectations, perhaps a reflection of her own stringent standards, or perhaps an indication that her aspirations were set too high. With a sigh, Manny lamented the repeated attempts, uncertain of when she would find the most suitable material or whether her efforts were directed correctly each time. She mused that this trial too would likely fall short of her expectations. Nevertheless, she resolved to proceed with a trial run for comparison. Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge is unending. Perhaps she had confined herself too long in isolation, neglecting to absorb the experiences of the outside world. Chapter 47. Taking Nini. Observing that Mani had been tirelessly occupied with her research project day and night, seemingly encountering a bottleneck that rendered her despondent, Bai Jingxi felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, he was a true, warm-hearted man. Despite the risk of reprimand, he summoned his courage to submit a special request to his superior, intending to take Mani skyward for a delightful experience. After all, the military is not to be trifled with. Disciplinary violations are strictly prohibited. Under normal circumstances, such a request would undoubtedly be denied. However, with a little ingenuity, obstacles can be overcome. Report, Commander. I wish to take Mani to soar through the skies and allow her to appreciate the magnificent landscapes of our homeland, alleviating her anxious spirits. This demonstrated Bai Jingxi and Apos' sincerity, revealing him as a person worthy of lifelong trust. Nevertheless, such a situation might lead Bai Jingxi to significant troubles in the future. The commander, well aware of Bai Jingxi and Apos' intentions, felt a degree of reassurance in this seasoned pilot. With no current impediments in recognizing Mani and Apos' notable contributions to the nation and Apos' scientific endeavors and military defense, the commander nonchalantly interjected, "What? You intend to train a new recruit? For such a trivial matter, you need to report to me? Remember, you are a mature and qualified flight instructor now. Do not bother me with every little issue. I am quite busy." Now, Go on and do what you must. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingxi's somewhat naive mind seemed to have an epiphany. As he grasped the underlying message and hurriedly exited, exclaiming, "Thank you, Commander." He dashed straight to the Technological Research Institute where Mani was diligently engaged in her work. "Mani, let us go. I have a surprise for you," Bai Jingxi said excitedly. "Where are we going?" "I'm quite busy," Mani replied. Though inwardly she longed for an escapade with Bai Jingxi. "Come on, I promise it will be a delightful surprise." "Humph, if you want tea, tell me." "Then I want tea, go," she pouted, her hands on her hips, her alluring lips pursed, and her cherubic face lending her an adorable yet feisty demeanor. Noticing Bai Jingxi and Amp, Apos, S unresponsive demeanor, she feared he might genuinely be upset. After a moment and Amp, Apos, S contemplation, Mani relented, deciding to join Bai Jingxi for this mysterious adventure. "Fine. You're so mysterious. Let us go," she conceded. "Now, let me blindfold you." After boarding the military green jeep and traversing a distance, they finally arrived at the fighter jet. It was only after Bai Jingxi gently placed Mani into the co-pilot and Amp, Apos, S seat that he removed the blindfold she had worn during the journey. Indeed, Bai Jingxi, a professional athlete in the national team, was extravagantly generous. While young couples might typically enjoy a casual motorcycle ride, playfully navigating speed bumps, those timid and delicate souls would cling tightly to their robust boyfriends, refusing to let go. In stark contrast, Bai Jingxi opted for an extraordinary experience. Taking his girlfriend on a date aboard a military fighter jet, the prized JX model, embodying the adage that if one is to indulge, it should be in the finest of things. What a sight to behold! As he settled Mani into the co-pilot and Amp, Apos, S seat, donning her goggles, noise-canceling headphones, and fastening her seatbelt, the adventure was about to commence. The engines roared to life, echoing through the air. Chapter 48. Do not fear. I am here. Have you lost your mind? This is a fighter jet, Mani exclaimed, her voice a blend of terror and delight. Indeed, it is a fighter jet. I never claimed it to be anything else. Come, allow me to introduce you to a different kind of natural beauty. However, Mani had only ever experienced the heights of a Ferris wheel, and the sheer power and speed of this colossal machine left her feeling apprehensive. Bai Jingxi noticed her trepidation and comforted her, saying, "Do not fear, for I am here." As the jet ascended, Mani kept her eyes tightly shut, curling up her petite frame, until the aircraft soared into the skies and stabilized. "All right, open your eyes. We have arrived," Bai Jingxi encouraged. Feeling the steady flight, Mani hesitantly surveyed her surroundings. "Phew," she sighed, "how bothersome. Is this your idea of a surprise? It feels more like a fright. Why? With me here, are you still not at ease?" "Well, not exactly. I feel secure with you. But could you perhaps inform me beforehand about such things in the future?" "What? We aren't and Amp, Apos, even married yet, and you wish to take charge? Is that so? You are unwilling?" With that, Mani playfully twisted Bai Jingxi and Amp, Apos, S arm. "Ouch, ouch. All right. You can take charge, just stop it. I need to focus on flying." "Humph, I thought you might be more impressive," she pouted, reluctantly releasing her grip. Bai Jingxi remained silent, pondering that indeed only she could determine how formidable he truly was. Mani turned her head away, immersing herself in the breathtaking landscapes of her homeland. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Look over there. It's truly stunning. Hey, could you slow down a bit?" Though Mani had profound expertise in research, her sheltered experiences left her unaccustomed to such thrilling adventures. Observing Mani and Amp, Apos, S vibrant spirit, Bai Jingxi could only smile and shake his head helplessly. "I should have brought you out to see the world much sooner. This journey has proven worthwhile." Now, Mani had long cast aside her earlier fears, surrendering to the delight of the moment. Perhaps it was indeed the presence of this military spouse that made her feel so at ease with flying. "Hold on tight. Next, I will let you experience the essence of speed and passion." With that, Bai Jingxi accelerated sharply, prompting Mani to chide him. "You're so mischievous. I wasn't even ready, and you've already finished." Amidst their laughter and playful banter, the fighter jet soared farther and farther away until it vanished from sight. Thus, they traversed over endless mountains and vast seas. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the jet swiftly approached the coastal regions, precisely where Mani's heart lay. After all, Bai Jingxi had taken the time to understand her preferences. Beneath this lofty expanse, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before them. The mountains and lakes appeared like stars scattered across the land, stretching endlessly. The undulating peaks resembled valiant guardians donned in green armor, safeguarding this territory. The lakes mirrored the azure sky and the white clouds, serene and enigmatic. Through the mist, distant cities emerged faintly. Towering skyscrapers loomed like giants amidst the jungle, standing tall and imposing. The streets interwove like a colossal spider's web, connecting every corner of the city. In this vast realm, humanity and nature coexisted harmoniously, composing a magnificent symphony of life. Chapter 49. The first kiss. This marked Manny and Apos' inaugural departure from the surface, ascending to such an exhilarating altitude, where indeed, the vistas were breathtaking. It was no wonder that Bai Kyocera often expressed his desire to reach for the heavens. The sensation of standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun was undeniably sublime. Manny had never experienced such beauty at such close proximity. Now she soared freely, weaving through the clouds. What was once a distant dream had finally materialized before her eyes. The afterglow of the setting sun enveloped the aircraft, casting shimmering rays through the glass, illuminating Bai Kyocera and Apos' focused expression with vibrant hues. In this moment, Manny was utterly captivated by Bai Kyocera and Apos' exceptional piloting skills and his strikingly handsome visage. It seemed that her lifelong commitment was beyond question. The breathtaking scenery evoked a sense of elation, brimming with hope. Amidst this warm and harmonious tableau, Manny envisioned her future. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "Do you find yourself quite attached to this environment, this liberating experience of soaring freely?" Indeed, it was a vocation envied by many. Resembling Bai Kyocera and Apos' lifestyle of traveling wherever he wished, all at the state and Apos' expense, traversing the magnificent landscapes of their homeland. Unfettered, each day felt like a galloping wild stallion, unencumbered by constraints. Truly, he epitomized a winner in life. Unbeknownst to those outside, Bai Kyocera bore the weight of unspoken burdens. Although this was his dream, the persistence required to sustain it was no trivial endeavor. Yet, now that he had been reborn and realized his aspirations, he was determined to forge ahead. After all, it was for the sake of his country and its people, an ambition of grand proportions. Simultaneously, for the sake of his beloved, he would swallow any grievances, ensuring Manny remained untroubled by any woes or hardships. Yes, for the prosperity of the nation and the well-being of its citizens. He felt compelled to stand on the front lines. This was his mission. However, in serving his country and its people, he found himself sacrificing personal time with her, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Manny, ever understanding, reassured him, "I comprehend your dedication. The nation and its people require selfless individuals like you to safeguard their interests. Among the countless defenders of our homeland, why can an Apos' my man be one of them? Your resolve fills me with pride and inspires me to strive harder, to be worthy of standing alongside you in this noble fight." Her words warmed Bai Kyocera and Apos' heart profoundly. After the aircraft had landed and come to a halt, Manny, heedless of her surroundings, rushed forward and planted a fervent kiss on Bai Kyocera and Apos' lips. Blushing, she then disembarked and dashed away into the distance. Bai Kyocera remained momentarily frozen, his mind still savoring the sweetness of that kiss. He was acutely aware that this was his first love and first kiss, unexpectedly bestowed upon him in such a moment. While the crowd erupted in cheers, he stood as if enchanted, his heart racing, feeling as though the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and that fleeting kiss. It blossomed in his heart like fireworks, quickening his pulse and sending his thoughts into disarray. He yearned to relish the taste of that kiss, yet found his lips immobilized, unable to move. Chapter 50. Confession. Uncertain how much time had passed, it was only when the ground crew approached the aircraft and began tapping on its body that Bai Kyocera was pulled from his endless reverie. The sound of their knocks interrupted his thoughts, and he blinked for a moment, gradually lifting his gaze, which still bore a hint of dazed wonder. He relished the recent experience, a sensation of indescribable excitement and fulfillment. Oh my, how delightful! What was I thinking? They and Apos already walked away. Yet I and Apos am still lost in thought. The ground crew observed him and chuckled softly. It and Apos quite normal to feel this way. After all, it and Apos the taste of first love. At that moment, Bai Kyocera finally comprehended that he was accompanied not only by the cold, unfeeling steel of the aircraft, but also by the warm embrace of Manny, which served as his sanctuary. It seemed imperative that he carve out more time to be with her. He indeed owed her so much. Upon returning to the air combat unit, he reported, "Sir, did you call for me?" "Oh, Jingxi, you and Amp. Amp, Oppos, back. How do you feel?" It and Amp, Oppos. It's alright, I suppose." That sounds a bit unsatisfied, doesn't and Amp, Oppos. It? No, not at all. That and Amp, Oppos. That's not what I meant. Good. I and Amp, Oppos. V heard about you two for quite some time now. It and Amp, Oppos. It's about time to settle things. Well, what? Do you feel Manny is unworthy of you? Just take a look at yourself. What more could you possibly seek? Besides, I've heard you two are alumni. After all, Sir, you misunderstand. Bai Jingxi hastily interrupted, aware that the ensuing words would not be favorable and better left unspoken. Misunderstand? Come, explain. Sir, as combat aviators, our lives are perpetually uncertain. Especially given the current precarious situation, we might find ourselves in combat at any moment. Indeed, the situation is rather grim. However, wait a moment. I see what you're doing. You've led me astray. Here is what you'll do. Go back and promptly draft a marriage application. I shall sign it. Sir, are you ordering me to marry? What? Am I not worthy to be your officiant? Please, let us not make decisions without her consent. Rest assured, when the time comes, you will be the officiant. Unless there is something else, I shall take my leave. After some thought, the commander patted his thigh, exclaiming, indeed. My oversight. With that, they spoke no further. Back in his dormitory, Bai Jingxi pondered the commander's recent words. Their relationship had lingered in a lukewarm state for far too long, and Manny had waited patiently for him. She had selflessly given so much, and he felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. How could he possibly make amends? Currently, he lacked even the time to be with her. He truly felt like a cad. It was high time he provided her with a definitive commitment and a stable home. Very well, once the situation improved, he would propose to her, thereby rightfully assuming the role of her protector. The scene shifted back to the CAF where they first met. A steaming cappuccino sat before her, while he quietly admired her profile from the adjacent seat. Her smile, her gestures, everything about her captivated him. He softly inquired, "Will you marry me?" In his previous life, Bai Jingxi had uttered those words only twice, once during the wedding rehearsal and again at the ceremony. In this lifetime, however, he had voiced it prematurely. He wondered how he had managed to win Manny over. Oh no, how he had married her. She turned to him, her face a mixture of surprise and hesitation. Understanding her concerns, he rose and gently took her hand. "Manny, I realize I have not been adequate in the past, but I now understand what true love is. I will devote myself entirely to loving and protecting you. I need you. Once the situation stabilizes, we shall marry, all right?" Seeing Bai Jingxi so earnest, a first in all this time, Manny smiled and nodded, softly affirming, "I understand. I bear you no ill will. I will wait for you." With that, Bai Jingxi graciously kissed the back of her hand. Chapter 51. Intrigues and deceptions. How can things ever unfold as one wishes? After all, the beautiful nation is notoriously shameless. When it truly unleashes its fury, it will undoubtedly spare not even its allies. Perhaps this serves as a grand proclamation of its lofty authority and formidable might to the world. Nonetheless, our Navy has already organized practical combat exercises in the South China Sea, signaling our preparedness. Yet, despite this, the naval generals of the beautiful nation continue to bluster, asserting that they will conduct operations in international waters in accordance with international law, which includes our South China Sea and its adjacent straits. This signifies that the beautiful nation has laid its cards on the table. The fox and Oppos' tail is exposed. Even if we were to respond with force, the beautiful nation remains relentless, perpetually believing that we lack the courage to engage in battle. This is tantamount to declaring to the world that they intend to stir up trouble in the vicinity of our great nation. However, they claim to act in accordance with international law. Alas, what can we do? Hence, it is evident that the beautiful nation has displayed its audacity to an extraordinary degree. In other words, I take pleasure in the spectacle of you being unable to tolerate my presence yet powerless to eliminate me. Indeed, this holds true. After all, other nations either possess a sense of dignity or are too intimidated to be so brazen. Thus, practical exercises do not exert genuine deterrence upon the beautiful nation. Beyond that, only the expulsion by force remains. Consequently, the brief period of easing relations between the two countries could not withstand the provocations of the beautiful nation, which precipitated a dramatic shift in the situation. The catalyst was the frenzied proclamations of the beautiful nation's army spokesperson, who announced the deployment of land-based intermediate-range missiles in the Indo-Pacific, including Tomahawk cruise missiles and SM-6 surface-to-air missiles, with a maximum range of 700 kilometers. Although the specific timing and locations were not disclosed, yet the intent is crystal clear: to target our territory and impose a more formidable military threat upon us. Thus, analyzing the missile range, it becomes apparent that the most likely deployment locations are none other than their own territories, including the Philippines, the Foot Basin Chicken, and the Kimchi Nation. However, the Philippines is well aware that the beautiful nation employs it as bait to repeatedly test the waters with our great country. Following the last war, the Foot Basin Chicken has also come to comprehend the terrifying might of our military. After all, it fears becoming a target of our forces once more, rendering this a hot potato for them. The closest territory of the beautiful nation to us is the Guam base, nearly 3,000 kilometers away in a straight line. Thus, this location is highly probable. We had long anticipated this and have taken precautions. Our patience has been thoroughly exhausted, prompting the commencement of precise deployments in the South China Sea. Faced with the shameless collusion between the beautiful nation and the Philippines, which repeatedly disrupts the stability of the South China Sea, our military can no longer tolerate this and must take decisive action. First, a large-scale assembly of our naval fleet, led by our destroyers, including stealth gunboats and frigates, is underway. Secondly, we possess the technological capability to undertake land reclamation and island construction. This indicates that if the adversary remains unrepentant and persists on a reckless path, we do not rule out the possibility of employing military measures and taking action. That said, the absence of our action thus far certainly indicates that there are reasons behind it. Therefore, the situation is far from simple. If it were truly as straightforward as that, the South China Sea would not have devolved to such a state. Presently, the Eagle, the Foot Basin Chicken, and the French are all rallying in support of the Philippines, undoubtedly to shield their own unspeakable secrets. Surprisingly, our good neighbor and ally, the fighting nation, has also conducted a military visit to the Philippines. Yet the motives behind this remain shrouded in mystery, leaving us in a state of bewilderment. The atmosphere in the South China Sea has become increasingly charged with tension. Chapter 52. Tensions rising at present. Our nation and Oppo's military prowess is undeniably formidable. However, there exists a hierarchy of strength, and acknowledging this is not an act of undermining our own stature, but rather a testament to our humility and eagerness to learn. Were it not for this, the United States would not dare to act with such audacity. The reason lies in their possession of 11 aircraft carriers, which serves as a significant advantage, solidifying their status as the predominant maritime power. This figure may seem astonishing, yet, to a certain extent, any vessel capable of launching and recovering aircraft can be classified as an aircraft carrier. Consequently, the definition of an aircraft carrier has been broadened, allowing amphibious assault ships and helicopter cruisers to be regarded as quasi-carriers. As the foremost military power, the United States, if it were to deploy its entire fleet of aircraft carriers, would find that only the formidable Russian forces in our own great nation could genuinely contend with them. Nations such as India, the United Kingdom, France, and others fall behind in this regard, which elucidates why many countries consistently look to the United States for guidance. An old saying rings true: those who comply with the powerful often find their lives more agreeable. In light of their own lack of capability to challenge such a superpower, it may be wiser to acquiesce and embrace a subordinate role, perhaps even extracting some benefits from it. Each nation calculates its own interests, striving for self-advantage. Returning to the subject, while the United States boasts a formidable maritime military force, the reputation of the Russian military as a fighting nation is not unfounded. Their naval capabilities are among the best in the world. Although their number of aircraft carriers is unmatched, they possess nuclear submarines and advanced hypersonic missiles, led by the Kinzhal, with speeds reaching up to Mach 10. Their precision and ability to evade interception are renowned. Furthermore, they can generate tsunamis of up to 500 meters and unleash explosive yields equivalent to millions of tons of TNT, rivaling the power of atomic bombs, capable of submerging coastal cities with ease. Thus, toppling an aircraft carrier is a trivial task for them. The same can be said for cruisers, destroyers, and battleships, which are more than sufficient to counter the naval strength of the United States. Moreover, the Russian military possesses a significantly greater arsenal of nuclear weapons, with nearly 500 more than the United States. While the U.S. primarily relies on atomic bombs. The Russians wield hydrogen bombs, which possess hundreds of times the destructive power of their atomic counterparts. Similarly, our country, as one of the top 3 military powers, should not be underestimated. We boast a robust military foundation, with 2 million personnel across 6 branches, eclipsing the United States' 1 million troops. Additionally, after accounting for nearly 300,000 stationed in various military bases across the globe, the remaining force hovers around 1 million. Our military is characterized by exceptional discipline and combat readiness. Historical victories during the Korean War and the Vietnam War illustrate our capability. Today, regarding our own national interests, we are prepared to exert every effort and adopt any necessary means. Although our artillery and submarine numbers exceed those of the United States, our weaponry may be slightly inferior. Nevertheless, warfare is not solely defined by superior armament. In the face of the United States' overwhelming weaponry, we do not succumb to despair. Instead, we employ tactical ingenuity and, when necessary, deliver a powerful counterstrike. This wisdom has been inherited from previous generations of warriors, granting us a certain strength to engage in strategic competition. Given this precarious balance of power, the United States refrains from overt military aggression against us. We are acutely aware of the consequences of any conflict, and our long-standing principle of acting with the dignity of a major power, adhering to humanitarian ideals of non-aggression, guides our actions. Thus, the rivalry between great powers has reached a stalemate, perpetually cycling through this state of tension. Chapter 53, playing into the scheme upon the vast and seemingly tranquil expanse of the sea, a tempest brews beneath the surface. Dozens of meticulously adorned civilian fishing vessels are once again making their way to our nation and Oppo's South China Sea. The ships are laden with various items, alongside everyday necessities. They carry an array of construction materials, indeed, supplies intended for the repair of the stranded Philippine warship. The decks are uneven and haphazardly arranged, a vibrant tapestry of colors, as the Philippine side once again claims to be delivering provisions. Coincidentally, this endeavor coincides with the Western Christmas holiday, rendering the operation even more ostentatious. Despite this, they remain adamant in refusing our maritime inspections, driven by a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. They are making their way toward the Ren and Oppo's AI reef, intent on encroaching upon our territory. This is not their first attempt. Even after previous skirmishes, we have reluctantly chosen to turn a blind eye, driven by humanitarian concerns. After all, the sanctity of life is paramount. Should any misfortune befall the stranded Philippine personnel within our borders, the resultant public outcry would be monumental. In such a scenario, we would inevitably bear the brunt of the blame. Yet, the ongoing maneuvers and stratagems resemble nothing less than a theatrical performance. Why does our nation repeatedly tolerate the provocations of the Philippines side? In truth, we possess the capability to dispatch a few of their rickety vessels with ease. The answer is straightforward. We are merely indulging the Philippine side in a charade, a spectacle for the aesthetic enjoyment of the United States. With the United States orchestrating these events from behind the scenes, hoping to reap the rewards from the ensuing chaos, they have miscalculated their strategy. Their ploys are too simplistic, easily discernible. We are content to play along, employing a tactic of strategic reciprocity to observe what antics the United States might unveil next. Ultimately, the nations that the United States can maneuver are limited to the likes of the Philippines and its neighbors. However, we must acknowledge that the Philippines has become a pawn under the watchful gaze of the United States. They dare not act out of line. Aware that their every move is scrutinized, the Philippines and Oppo's subservience is a testament to their own inadequacies. They lack the fortitude to confront the United States while simultaneously avoiding our ire. After all, we too are a formidable presence they cannot afford to antagonize. Caught between two towering powers, the Philippines finds itself in a precarious position, compelled to engage in trivial actions that neither provoke us nor fully satisfy the United States. The Philippines must navigate this treacherous path with utmost caution, striving to create social discourse that amplifies their actions while avoiding any catastrophic blunders. Their intent is to generate a cacophony of dissent, signaling to the United States, "Look, I have complied with your directives while also encroaching upon China." This strategy, however, is fraught with peril. Should any unforeseen escalation arise, the United States would find it impossible to extricate themselves unscathed. The illusion of neutrality would crumble, revealing the United States and Oppo's true role in the unfolding drama. The United States, initially hoping to observe a conflict unfold, may have miscalculated their position. The Philippines is not akin to Ukraine, otherwise. The South China Sea could very well transform into a theater of conflict reminiscent of the Russia-Ukraine war. Fortunately, there are those within the Philippines who possess a modicum of understanding, and it is their presence that may ultimately prevent such a tragic scenario from materializing. Chapter 54. The Art of Deception. Yet, circumstances often unfold in the most unexpected ways. Although the Philippines lacks the genuine strength and intent to confront us, there are always instigators lurking in the shadows. India is one such instigator. From the outset of the Sino-Indian border conflict, India harbored intentions to create disturbances along our borders, ever eager to seize some advantage. However, given the vast disparity in military capabilities between our nations, they ultimately reaped no rewards, but instead found themselves embroiled in turmoil, suffering significant losses. Nevertheless, India has not relinquished its ambitions, persistently seeking avenues for retaliation. As tensions in the South China Sea continue to escalate, India, as a steadfast ally of the Philippines, has repeatedly leveled accusations against us, brandishing the banner of support for its friend, which indeed appears somewhat ostentatious. Their motives are straightforward. While they may align themselves with the interests of the United States, India ultimately possesses greater strength than the Philippines and seeks to extend its influence in the South China Sea. India has not only supplied the Philippines with weaponry and helicopters for maritime patrols, but also aims to gain an upper hand in naval warfare through advanced anti-ship missiles. The recent conflict between Russia and Ukraine demonstrated the effectiveness of coastal anti-ship missiles, which played a pivotal role in sinking the Russian flagship and led to the failure of Russian ground operations. Hence, coastal anti-ship missile systems are now being equipped. Additionally, the United States has provided the Philippines with several advanced coastal radar surveillance systems, with maritime surveillance and supersonic strike capabilities. The Philippines has opened military bases to the United States, thereby creating a cohesive entity between the first and second island chains, enhancing strategic depth and buffer zones. This development grants the Philippine military a proactive offensive capability. To capture the elusive prey, one must first allow it to roam freely. To resolve the issue once and for all, it is essential to let the situation escalate, encouraging chaos and frenzy until it spirals out of control, thereby impacting the interests of neighboring nations in the South China Sea. The opportune moment to act will present itself when everyone can no longer bear witness to the turmoil. At that juncture, regardless of the measures we take, we will not be vulnerable to reproach, and other nations will have little to say. After all, it will be their own turmoil that has gotten out of hand. Indeed, India's subservient stance seems to have succumbed to some folly, as they once again resort to provocations against us, seemingly forgetting the lessons of 3 years past, as if they have healed their wounds without remembering the pain. 3 years ago, during the border conflict, India, with its overwhelming numerical advantage, disregarded our nation, persistently provoking us. Faced with violent confrontations, we had no choice but to retaliate. In that fierce battle, despite the close combat, we incurred only a few casualties while inflicting over 100 on India. Though they claimed we were merely taking advantage of our numbers, we had the evidence to substantiate our position, and when pushed to the brink, we triumphed against the odds, silencing external criticism. However, prior to this, we had consistently acted in self-defense against India and Oppos, as provocations, achieving victories against larger forces on multiple occasions. Time and again, their premeditated assaults have resulted in their own defeats. Whether it is India and Oppos' relentless persistence or the incessant pressure exerted by the United States, one cannot deny that India and Oppos' obstinacy mirrors that of the Philippines. Their unwavering spirit, albeit misguided, is something we could learn from. Ultimately, however, their efforts are misdirected. They have chosen the wrong adversary, coveted our territory in vain, and foolishly antagonized our sacred and inviolable military. Chapter 55. The dreadful delivery of heads beneath the shroud of night. Countless vessels traverse the sea once more. At this very moment, it coincided with our Eastern traditional festival, Spring Festival. This situation was markedly different from any previous conflicts. Typically, skirmishes involved a handful of small boats, manned by a few armed personnel, stealthily infiltrating our territorial waters to engage in illicit crossings. However, this time, the Filipino forces were evidently well prepared. With disguised vessels accompanied by armed ships from India, the moonlight cascaded over the water as gentle waves rhythmically lapped against the hull, their sounds echoing in the sea breeze. The Indian armed ships glided across the surface like monstrous beasts, their heavy machine guns and artillery resembling the sharp fangs of a predator, glinting with a chilling gleam. Observing the distant vessels, the Filipino personnel wore expressions of anxiety, fully aware that the gravity of the situation far exceeded their expectations. Some had begun to silently retreat to the cabin, bracing for the impending conflict, seizing the cover of darkness and the element of surprise. The adversary likely assumed our forces were already complacent, especially during this festive season, believing that our guards would be lulled into a state of joy and unity. They sought to exploit this unpreparedness for a sudden assault. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as an Indian shell landed less than 3 meters from our naval escort. Though it failed to strike our vessels directly, the shockwave from the initial shell was nonetheless significant. Subsequently, a second and third barrage followed, as the enemy sought to continue their assault. Yet, at that moment, our ships had already readied themselves for retaliation. Although the enemy and APO's missiles were intercepted by our defense systems, some nearby fishing vessels bore the brunt of the attack, suffering devastating consequences. In an instant, the cacophony of exploding fuel tanks from the fishing boats resounded like a death knell, flames reaching skyward. Having endured enough, we swiftly transitioned to a counteroffensive. No longer willing to tolerate their aggression, our forces first launched several aerial flares toward the enemy, illuminating the sky. As they descended, they transformed into incendiary devices. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy is paramount to achieving victory in every battle. The initial step was to ascertain the enemy's origins and military capabilities before delivering a resolute response. Following this reconnaissance, artillery from our fleet unleashed a rapid volley, soaring above the Filipino vessels and striking the Indian warships behind them. The purpose of this rapid fire was to deny the enemy any respite, preventing further casualties and economic losses on our side. As the cannonade ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. From miles away, anguish cries echoed, resembling the wails of tormented souls from the abyss. People clasped their ears, desperate to escape this harsh reality, yet the sounds pierced through, cutting deep into their very souls. The soldiers and APO's faces turned pale, their eyes brimming with fear and helplessness. A suffocating stench of blood permeated the air, leaving them speechless, save for the haunting cries reverberating in their ears. Amidst the wreckage, a soldier knelt on the ground, clutching his head in despair. His comrade lay nearby, engulfed in flames, as the Indian forces writhed like lambs on a grill. As the fire spread, the scene became a nightmarish tableau, with charred bodies and those still struggling to extinguish the flames consuming them. Some, disfigured beyond recognition, fought to survive, while others sought to leap from their vessels in search of salvation. Yet, even for those who dared to jump, only a singular fate awaited. With resounding explosions painting the sky crimson, ships disintegrated amidst the chaos, dragging down the desperate Indian soldiers attempting to escape. Only the fierce flames remained, burning in solitary anguish. Chapter 56. Miscalculating the abacus. Fortunately, it was during the spring festival, and there were no citizens aboard our fishing vessels, which spared us from any casualties. However, we did suffer material losses. The wisdom of our ancestors teaches us that it is unwise to pursue a desperate foe, and given our own losses, it is imperative to conduct a thorough assessment and organization of our resources. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether the enemy has laid any traps or is preparing an ambush. Thus, we decided to abandon the pursuit of our adversaries. As anticipated, the Indian naval escort was observing from a distance. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, they disregarded their fallen soldiers amidst the chaos and hastily retreated from the conflict zone. The escort vessel was equipped with advanced weaponry and sensor systems. Had the engagement continued, the consequences would have been dire. The following day, rumors defaming our nation spread once more throughout society. This time, it was the Indian side that claimed, through various media outlets, that we not only bullied the weak with our numerical advantage but also launched an unprovoked assault, resulting in damage to multiple Indian warships and the loss of hundreds of soldiers, with financial repercussions that were incalculable. They deftly absolved themselves of any responsibility. In the face of a dire international landscape, they presented their narrative, asserting that they were engaged in amicable military exercises with the Philippines when they suddenly came under fire. They lamented their unpreparedness and attributed their heavy losses to our alleged underhanded tactics, claiming that had it been a fair confrontation, they would have emerged victorious. As the situation unfolded, they were left with nothing but empty rhetoric. When asked why their exercises occurred within our maritime boundaries, they replied that it was a dark and stormy night, with Philippine vessels leading the way, and they simply followed, unaware of their location. When questioned about the damage to their own ships, they suggested it was a matter of self-defense. Yet, they had previously claimed there was no resistance. In the midst of a chaotic scene, they insisted that they were caught off guard. However, we maintained that they initiated hostilities and failed to rescue their own wounded. This was implausible. Fragments of their munitions were found on the wrecked fishing vessels nearby, and our rescue boats had assisted their survivors who had fallen into the water amidst the flames of war. The evidence was irrefutable. Witnesses and material proof were abundant. Were they still clinging to their previous assertions? It was unfathomable, absolutely inconceivable. As expected, the Indian side remained obstinately unyielding. They had gained notoriety for their repeated losses, refusing to concede after each defeat, yet constantly seeking to rectify their standing, only to fall victim to their own unwillingness to accept defeat. They remained hopeful that the United States would offer them further support, yet the cycle continued unabated. Unchangeable, they persisted in their penchant for blaming others. Ultimately, the price of their actions was one they could not bear. However, they could not directly lay the blame at the feet of the United States. Although everyone was aware of the puppeteer behind the scenes, they chose to remain taciturn. The implications of revealing the truth were all too clear as the true orchestrator. The United States would certainly not accept the blame for this debacle. Chapter 57. A direct confrontation. Yet, how could the beautiful nation simply acquiesce? With the paths of India and the Philippines proving futile, an alternative route was sought. Thus emerged the fishing vessels of the Foot Basin Chicken and the patrols, both unlawfully intruding into our territorial waters. This too serves as a pawn for the beautiful nation. As the host, our only recourse is to persuade and implement necessary control measures. We can only engage in rights protection actions in accordance with the law. Of course, the actions of the Foot Basin Chicken are merely a pretext for its own military expansion. Perhaps, following the previous debacle at the fishing platform, it seeks vengeance. Yet its strength remains relatively weak, leading it to cunningly plot with ulterior motives. As the naval aircraft carrier of the beautiful nation approached, it emboldened the Foot Basin Chicken, granting them a semblance of confidence. Under the pressure from the beautiful nation, the Foot Basin Chicken commenced its provocations. This behavior stemmed from the Foot Basin Chicken and Oppo's recognition of the prior failures of both parties. It is indeed cunning. Previously, both sides had signed an agreement wherein the beautiful nation pledged to safeguard the Foot Basin Chicken and Oppo's security. Thus emboldened, the Foot Basin Chicken initiated provocations, attempting to compel us into taking the first action, rendering our discouragement futile and merely symbolic. As the Foot Basin Chicken failed to achieve its aims, it brazenly launched a direct assault on our positions. The cannons aboard the Foot Basin Chicken and Oppo's warships unleashed a torrential barrage, with shells arcing through the air in astonishing trajectories, striking our positions with ferocity. The cacophony of explosions was deafening, causing the very sea to tremble. Our soldiers on the front lines anxiously monitored the surface of the water, activating the missile defense systems, which unleashed a dense array of interceptors in a valiant attempt to thwart the incoming shells. However, the sheer number of cannons aboard the Foot Basin Chicken was overwhelming, and despite some interceptions, many shells breached our defenses, striking their intended targets with precision. Our warships suffered severe damage under the relentless onslaught of the Foot Basin Chicken. The sounds of explosions, the shattering of hulls, and the rush of seawater intertwined, painting a harrowing yet valorous tableau. Our warriors, rifles blazing, aimed at the distant enemy, firing incessantly. They understood that, against such ferocious attacks, their endurance might be fleeting. Nevertheless, they held fast to their positions, showing no signs of retreat. As comrades fell around them, new soldiers surged forward to take their places, continuing the fight. They feared not for their lives, driven solely by the desire to protect the integrity of their homeland. As the enemy and Oppo's bombardment intensified, smoke enveloped the battlefield, rendering breathing nearly impossible for the soldiers. Yet, they did not relent. They recognized that as long as they drew breath, they could not cease their resistance. This overwhelming numerical advantage for the enemy ultimately shifted the tide against us. It is evident that forcing our esteemed and sacred military, known for its admirable traditions, into such a predicament required considerable effort from the enemy. Ultimately, it is our benevolence that afforded the enemy greater opportunities. Nevertheless, the integrity of our homeland remains sacred and inviolable, with the noble tradition of defending our positions passed down through generations. Chapter 58. The opening of the Celestial Gate. At the critical moment, the JXX fighter squadron, led by Bai Kyocera, finally arrived. Witnessing the dire situation, Bai Kyocera exclaimed, "How dare they bully our forces to such an extent, and still expect to leave unscathed. I shall ensure they depart in tatters. With that, he activated the internal missile bay of his aircraft, revealing the formidable PL-series air-to-air missiles, instantly causing the observers from the beautiful nation to reconsider the effectiveness of their AM missiles. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light streaked across the battlefield. Yet, this was not the dawn of victory nor the promised hope from their emperor. It was a cataclysmic disaster leading them to their doom. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies as the air-to-air missile struck the hull of the beautiful nation and Apos' vessel. With a resounding explosion, the ship was cleaved in two, erupting into a fiery inferno that billowed into the heavens. On board, hundreds of crew members and soldiers were thrown into chaos, desperately scrambling for escape from the doomed ship. However, it was too late. Retreat was impossible. As the vessel sank, they engaged in a futile struggle for survival, trampling one another in the ensuing panic, resulting in numerous casualties. Soon, as the ship descended into the depths, the cries of despair faded, and the surface of the sea regained its eerie calm. Despite sustaining varying degrees of damage to our 3 ships and suffering the painful loss of over 100 soldiers, we successfully defended our territorial waters. Though this brief victory was achieved, there were no jubilant celebrations among our ranks. Our suffering and the thirst for revenge had yet to be addressed. These insignificant foes were hardly worthy of mention. Our warriors, with their blood and precious lives, embodied the true spirit of unwavering commitment to safeguarding our homeland's integrity. Fortunately, the timely arrival of our Air Force averted further casualties and property loss, successfully protecting this cherished land. Had they arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been dire. As the beautiful nation and Apos' fleet lay utterly vanquished, sinking without a trace, their aircraft carrier, positioned at a distance, found itself in a precarious situation. They were acutely aware of the JXX's might, having witnessed it firsthand, and understood their own limitations. Even in direct confrontation, faced with the 5th-generation stealth fighter, the embodiment of every pilot's dream, the JXX's exceptional maneuverability and supersonic capabilities rendered their advanced aircraft carriers' weapon systems insufficient. Although they could quickly assemble a combat formation, their carrier-based fighters and munitions paled in comparison. Under the onslaught of our forces, the beautiful nation likely would not have time to retaliate, reduced to merely staving off the inevitable with their advanced anti-ship missile array. Their fate would likely mirror that of the beautiful nation and Apos' fleet. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, and with our aircraft carrier en route, the prospect of a formidable alliance loomed ominously. Ultimately, they had no choice but to retreat in utter disgrace. Chapter 59. Do not approach me with the significant defeat of the foot basin chicken in our nation, while it cannot be said that morale has been utterly shattered. A sense of despondency has certainly set in, leading to existential doubts. In the face of such an unprecedented opportunity, how could the fighting nation allow it to slip away? Thus, not long after, a few vessels of the Northern God nuclear submarines were dispatched, aiming to seize the moment and strike a blow to the already waning spirit of the foot basin chicken. Consequently, the Northern God nuclear submarines, armed with Poseidon super torpedoes, boldly approached the doorstep of the foot basin chicken. This time, life had indeed become quite challenging. Although the foot basin chicken felt a twinge of fear, it pondered. How is this so? I went to your country, and despite any transgressions, I gained nothing of worth. Is this an immediate quest for vengeance? As it became evident that neither fighting back nor escaping was an option, various alarms began to blare. However, the situation was far from over. Upon glancing upwards, one could see that serious measures were indeed in play. Even strategic bombers were circling ominously, as if intent on bringing ruin. What game was the venerable leader playing? The crux of the matter was that the aircraft from the fighting nation merely hovered in the skies, refraining from launching an attack. This left the foot basin chicken in a state of constant anxiety, genuinely concerned that any day could bring a rain of bombs, leading to its demise. It mused, "Oh, dear leader, I implore you, cease your circling. If you intend to strike, then do so. Your current approach only amplifies my dread." Returning to the issue at hand, the threat posed by the Poseidon supernuclear torpedoes was sufficient to erase the foot basin chicken from existence. Ah, you revel in boasting? Then let me respond with force. The fighting nation had seemingly grasped the essence of this dynamic. In a similar vein, they employed a tactic of intimidation, aimed at demonstrating to the beautiful nation that any provocation would be met with retaliation. I wish to see how long this timid turtle can conceal itself. Unlike the peaceful nation of Huaxia, I possess neither patience nor tolerance. It was advised that they refrain from exacerbating tensions, urging them not to set their sights on the fighting nation. Simultaneously, this served as a proclamation to the world, asserting the fighting nation's status as a formidable nuclear power. Unafraid of the beautiful nation, with its arsenal and nuclear strike capabilities. Should you launch an assault on our nuclear assets, I can intercept your efforts, but be warned. Not a single one of my nuclear weapons can you thwart. This action was closely tied to the ongoing Russo-Ukrainian conflict, which had deteriorated over time, with the fighting nation gaining little advantage. The underlying reason for this was the reluctance to engage in a direct confrontation with the beautiful nation, despite being a fighting nation. A degree of conscience and compassion prevailed. Nuclear weapons need not be employed unless absolutely necessary, for such an escalation would lead to a cataclysmic and annihilating conflict. At that juncture, countless innocent lives would be caught in the crossfire, suffering in dire conditions, their existence hanging by a thread. This would indeed mark a monumental clash. Presently, however, a turning point had emerged. Initially seeking a swift resolution, the situation had devolved into a protracted conflict, dragged out by NATO and APO's involvement. Thus, the fighting nation was determined to demonstrate through its actions that peace is paramount. It urged others not to underestimate the situation and not to provoke them into action. Do not approach me. Chapter 60. A familiar tactic. Old Pooh observed that the strategy of deterring through a show of force was rather effective. It neither provoked unnecessary confrontations with others nor jeopardized any interests, while deftly addressing the pressing military situation ahead. Consequently, no one dared to provide support to the Ukrainian forces. Severing their military supply lines was tantamount to cutting off their escape routes, leaving them trapped like a cornered beast, ultimately leading to their inevitable demise without any need for direct intervention. However, before Old Pooh could fully implement this strategy, the United States had already seized the initiative, acting swiftly to intervene. Meanwhile, the Russo-Ukrainian conflict continued to bleed, while the U.S. took an unexpected turn, launching an assault on the heart of the fighting nation. This was primarily due to the deployment and training of troops in Finland by the U.S. Furthermore, military supplies had been preemptively stationed within Finnish territory, and neighboring countries were similarly mobilizing forces, combat aircraft, and amassing weapons and ammunition. This explosive move by the U.S. mirrored the tactics of the fighting nation but with a greater degree of ruthlessness. Such maneuvers directly jeopardized the security of the fighting nation, as the presence of U.S. forces in Finland was akin to placing a knife at their throat. The actions of the fighting nation were under constant surveillance, a threat far more significant than that posed by Ukraine. Upon realizing this precarious situation, Old Pooh felt compelled to respond decisively, contemplating the deployment of nuclear weapons. It was essential to demonstrate strength and send a clear message. Any provocation would not be taken lightly, potentially escalating to nuclear engagement. As the age-old adage suggests, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The direct militarization and standoff between the U.S. forces stationed in Finland and the fighting nation represented an exceedingly perilous scenario for both great powers. The distance between the two armies was a mere kilometer, with soldiers from both sides brandishing their weapons, eyes filled with hostility and tension, as if a spark could ignite a firefight at any moment. In the rear, commanders from both nations anxiously monitored the unfolding situation, acutely aware that any outbreak of hostilities could lead to unimaginable consequences. After all, this was a war between great powers, and once engaged, they risked becoming historical pariahs, scorned by society. Thus, an atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the battlefield, with the potential for a major conflict looming ominously. It was merely a matter of time before the proverbial fuse was lit. By whom, when, and under what circumstances remained uncertain. Ultimately, it was the U.S. that first lost its composure. Whether driven by brazen ambition or the challenges of long-distance operations, these factors served them little advantage. Historically, invaders embarking on protracted campaigns have seldom met with favorable outcomes, and the U.S. would likely not be an exception. Initially intended to exert pressure on the fighting nation, the U.S. found itself unable to win the support of the populace due to its cross-regional operations. Ultimately, weakened by logistical constraints and dwindling resources, the fighting nation executed a counter-surrounding maneuver, culminating in a months-long standoff. In the end, the U.S. found itself bereft of viable options, resorting to a futile struggle akin to a cornered beast. Thus, faced with the realities of humanity, the U.S. could no longer tolerate the situation and ultimately fired the first shot against the fighting nation. Chapter 61. Just playing the soldiers of the beautiful nation relentlessly unleashed their fury upon the battle nation, their barrage of gunfire catching the latter off guard. However, the battle nation would not simply indulge them. They resolved to teach the soldiers of the beautiful nation a lesson in defense of their homeland. In the midst of fierce combat, both sides exerted their utmost efforts, launching reciprocal assaults. Despite their smaller numbers, the soldiers of the beautiful nation, being a powerful nation, wielded advanced weaponry that required no elaboration. Yet, the battle nation matched them with indomitable spirit and exceptional combat skills, refusing to yield. They counterattacked while steadily advancing, gradually encroaching upon the positions of the beautiful nation. Utilizing a variety of weapons, the battle nation coordinated seamlessly in their combat. In contrast, the soldiers of the beautiful nation primarily relied on firearms. However, in close-quarters combat, they often fell victim to the melee weapons of the battle nation. As the host nation, they contributed their modest efforts, ensuring that the soldiers of the beautiful nation survived a while longer, relying on their superior weaponry. They refrained from employing excessive force, adhering to a sense of fairness. Since the aircraft carriers and fighter jets of the beautiful nation could not reach them, they opted for equitable treatment. Conversely, the battle nation refrained from deploying overly strategic weaponry, such as incendiary bombs and tear gas. On the front lines of the battle nation, the hail rocket artillery roared, launching burning rockets that cascaded down like fiery meteors, creating a stunning spectacle. Upon detonation, the rockets rained down hundreds of incendiary units, with the thermite igniting at temperatures soaring to 2,000 or 3,000 degrees Celsius. A single hail rocket artillery piece could unleash 40 burning rockets upon a target area within 20 seconds, covering vast expanses of hundreds of thousands of square meters. After all, the soldiers of the beautiful nation had traveled a great distance. It would be remiss to treat them lightly. Following waves of fiery onslaughts, the troops of the beautiful nation were left weeping uncontrollably, their lamentations echoing across the desolation. Once a thriving metropolis, the city now lay in ruins, its streets littered with shattered buildings and charred debris. The faces of the people were gaunt, their clothes tattered, as they huddled in makeshift tents, gazing helplessly at the once familiar terrain. In the twilight, a group of despondent soldiers sat around a flickering campfire, their eyes betraying a profound despair. They had endured this helplessness for days, their supplies of food and ammunition exhausted, the hope for rescue extinguished. Their commander, a middle-aged man, sat quietly nearby, his gaze deep and resolute. He regarded his soldiers, his heart heavy with guilt and helplessness. He knew they would not see reinforcements, if there had been any. They would not have fallen to such depths. He rose and approached the campfire, watching the dancing flames as waves of thought filled his mind. He reminisced about their past glories, recalling their once indomitable courage and resolve, now overshadowed by their dire predicament. The sky was thick with smoke and dust, the sun obscured to a mere hazy shadow. The air was suffused with a choking acrid scent, the unmistakable odor of a once prosperous city reduced to ashes. What was once imperious and arrogant had now turned into a mere aspiration to sip hot soup, a stark acknowledgement of their harsh reality. Ultimately, they were left to dwell in the realm of fantasy. Chapter 62. A misguided scheme. The United States found itself grappling with the unfortunate outcome of its meticulously planned vanguard forces, which failed to accomplish their objectives. The situation had deteriorated to such an extent that a promising hand had been squandered, akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. In the conflict with the fighting nation, the United States suffered the loss of over 70 tanks, more than 200 armored vehicles, and countless heavy and light weaponry, resulting in billions of dollars in asset losses, while frontline combat personnel were nearly exhausted. Such a colossal blunder could not be easily accepted by the United States. Faced with this predicament, they resolved to adopt a new strategy. Thus, they resorted to a diversionary tactic, supporting Ukraine through NATO alliances and providing substantial aid for feudal resistance. Hoping to redirect the fighting nation and oppose firepower and alleviate the immense pressure faced by their beleaguered troops. Old Putin, observing this unfolding scenario, muttered to himself with disdain, "This old fellow is certainly no friend. He always lurks in the shadows, scheming." However, the U.S. orchestrated operation resembled a poorly executed performance, as they naively believed they could manipulate events to their favor, unaware that the fighting nation had already discerned their intentions. The fighting nation and oppose's military engagement in Ukraine far exceeded U.S. expectations. While the visible troop numbers aligned with their estimations, they overlooked the fighting nation and oppose's unwavering determination, resilience, and formidable combat prowess. Like wolves, the fighting nation exhibited sharp focus and seamless coordination. Furthermore, The United States failed to recognize that the fighting nation possessed countless armed contingents and local militias, along with foreign mercenaries. In an instant, various military branches surged forth, significantly amplifying their overall strength. Consequently, the U.S. actions became entirely ensnared, as if guided by an invisible hand towards the abyss of failure. Once again, little Joseph miscalculated, experiencing a loss that compounded their troubles. Observing the discord and resentment brewing between their G7 allies and the fighting nation, it became evident that the only entity willing and capable of engaging in battle was the Nazis. To safeguard NATO and APO's borders, the Nazis deployed thousands of troops and artillery shells, initiating operations against the fighting nation. This move was not merely financial. It was a bold military endeavor that defied conventional strategies. Indeed, the Nazis, reveling in the chaos, seemed to believe they were still in the zenith of World War II, underestimating their own vulnerability. Instead of enjoying their hard-won peace, they sought confrontation, perhaps having grown complacent. The G7 exhibited a shared folly, quickly forgetting past pains. Thus, driven by a desire for swift retribution, the Nazis plunged into the Russo-Ukrainian conflict. In this theater of war, bullets do not discriminate. Should they insist on engaging, they must accept the consequences. Their artillery and weapons were aimed at the enemy positions in Ukraine. Any misfortune that befell them in their confrontation with the fighting nation was of their own making. Chapter 63. Spectators relish in chaos as the combatant nation hesitated to unleash their fury upon the Ukrainian forces and the Nazis, the latter, feeling the pressure, resolved to seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil. Reluctant to remain idle, they decided to plunge into the fray, deploying both troops and resources with the intent of claiming a share of the spoils. Yet, their inexperience rendered them vulnerable, necessitating a lesson from the battle-hardened nation. They remained oblivious to the full extent of the advanced weaponry possessed by this formidable adversary. The military capabilities of both the Nazis and the opportunistic forces paled in comparison to what the Ukrainians had at their disposal. Once the combatant nation unleashed its Kinzhal missiles, the inadequacy of the enemy and APO's arsenal became glaringly apparent. Indeed, with the inclusion of the Nazis and the opportunists, the Ukrainians had lost a significant amount of advanced weaponry, including substantial enhancements in radar detection and interception systems. Consequently, the efficacy of conventional missiles was severely diminished. In an effort to mitigate unnecessary waste, a decisive show of force was deemed necessary, an immediate and overwhelming strike intended to instill trepidation. The expectation was for the adversaries to retreat in fear. However, the result was an escalation of their aggression. Faced with the grim reality of close-quarter combat yielding little hope, and lacking the means to intercept such devastating weaponry, they resorted to deploying drones to deplete the combatant nation's air defense missiles, a strategy akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Yet, their drones were swiftly obliterated by the advanced laser weaponry of the combatant nation. This prompted the opportunists and the Nazis to harbor doubts. Given that the combatant nation had already launched over 2,000 missiles without further engagement, had they truly reached the limits of their capabilities? They believed they had effectively exhausted much of the enemy and APO's defensive and ground-to-ground missile assets, resulting in a significant decline in their ground defenses. The prospect of opportunity seemed to materialize. Thus, a coalition comprising Ukrainian forces, opportunists, and Nazis endeavored to infiltrate the combatant nation's controlled territory. Under the cloak of night, with moonlight filtering through the tranquil forest, the only sounds breaking the silence were the occasional chirps of insects. A group of camouflaged figures maneuvered through the trees, their objective set on the concealed command facility nestled deep within the woods. Unbeknownst to them, from the moment they commenced their operation, they were under the scrutiny of unseen eyes. These were the eyes of the combatant nation's reconnaissance troops, akin to phantoms within the forest, silently tracking the intruders. Nearby, a soldier clad in military garb lay hidden at a covert observation point, binoculars in hand, intently monitoring the distant movements. His gaze was resolute and unyielding, conveying a message to the world. He was not to be trifled with. Prepared with an M1 anti-tank missile, the reconnaissance soldier was poised to eliminate the threat entirely. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the launch button with deft precision. In an instant, the missile erupted from its tube, trailing a fiery plume as it surged toward the small squad. The night sky reverberated with a deafening roar as the missile struck its target, resulting in a violent explosion. The shockwave obliterated the surroundings, scattering debris and reducing flesh to mere fragments amidst a conflagration that illuminated the darkness. Under the immense destructive force, the entire squad was annihilated. not a soul surviving to utter a cry of despair, disappearing peacefully into the flames. From the shadows, the soldier observed this scene with a satisfied and sinister smile. His plan had succeeded. The small squad was eradicated. A surge of exhilaration and pride filled his heart, yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 64. Making Dumplings. Kyocera, having perused the news, what is your perspective on the conflict between the two great nations? Chief of Staff, please refrain from jesting. How could I possibly influence such matters? Ah, you clever little rascal, always evading when faced with challenges. When will you truly mature? Let us speak earnestly. Mind your demeanor and share your thoughts. After all, Bai Kyocera, as a person from the future, possesses a clearer understanding of how forthcoming events may unfold. However, such insights must remain confidential, particularly within the military where one must tread carefully with words. Though Kyocera felt an inner turmoil, he refrained from voicing his concerns. The trajectory of future events appeared decidedly bleak. With several nations suffering successive defeats in warfare, the desire for retribution and greater gains intensified. Consequently, the seven-nation alliance relentlessly poured manpower, resources, and finances into the conflict, placing increasing strain on the fighting populace. As time progressed, Old Pooh gradually recognized that this path was unsustainable. Time would only lead to further deterioration of his position. Seated quietly in his office, hands clasped upon the desk, his gaze deep and contemplative, a wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him. He understood that unless he delivered a decisive lesson, their audacity would only escalate. With a single command, the fighting populace launched a vigorous counteroffensive. It is often said that extraordinary efforts yield miraculous results. The fighting populace, determined and resolute, found no room for maneuvering. They amassed armed factions from various regions, including irregulars, specialized combat units, and mercenaries, culminating in an astonishing deployment of over 600,000 personnel, equipped with advanced weaponry. The first wave comprised 200 Armada tanks, which boasted a next-generation active defense system capable of automatically intercepting incoming missiles and artillery shells, while also possessing formidable stealth capabilities. Notably, against their adversaries and AMP, anti-tank missiles, the Armada could not only interfere but, with its new generation of armor, became impervious to conventional missiles. In large-scale operations, the presence of aircraft carriers is indispensable. Thus, the Kuznetsov was also deployed, carrying over 40 armed Su-X stealth fighters. Of course, the Kinzhal missile was not to be overlooked. As the latest supersonic missile, it remains unchallenged by any aircraft, capable of executing maneuvers during its flight mission. Thus commenced the grand counteroffensive. The enemy could only watch helplessly as the fighting populace surged from all directions, with the coalition forces ensnared in a dire predicament. Bolstered by advanced weaponry, the air and ground forces gradually tightened the encirclement, leaving the coalition akin to fish in a barrel, devoid of any escape. On the ground, the tanks thundered forward, while the aircraft screamed through the skies. Artillery and munitions rained down like a tempest. The coalition and AMP's positions were obliterated, and although the soldiers sought refuge in their shelters, their capacity to resist had dwindled. In this brutal confrontation, the coalition had paid a heavy toll. Their attempts to counterattack were met with overwhelming firepower from the fighting populace. These futile resistances only served to ignite the fighting spirit of their adversaries. As the encirclement closed in, the fighting populace infiltrated deeper, leading to the inevitable collapse of the coalition forces. The outcome, as one might envision, was all but certain. Chapter 65. Self-inflicted misery. The air was thick with smoke and the metallic scent of blood, suffocating all who breathed it. Amidst the ravages of war, the coalition of 7 nations stood battered, each soldier bearing the marks of conflict. Even their banners burned in solitary flames, whispering tales of past glories now overshadowed by desolation. As night fell, the flickering firelight illuminated the weary faces of the soldiers, etched with exhaustion and grime, their eyes reflecting profound confusion and helplessness. This was the stark reality of their hopelessness, a brutal testament to the toll of war. In the glow of the flames, the soldiers appeared even more isolated and forsaken. They stood in silence, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, lost in the depths of their surroundings. In this moment, their hearts were filled solely with thoughts of war and death, inundated with endless pain and sorrow. On this night of conflict, dreams and hopes had withered. Their spirits lay shattered, leaving behind only weary bodies. At this moment, an old veteran rose and spoke. "Why did we provoke this madness? Now we find ourselves ensnared, truly reaping what we have sown. All of this are just deserts. This veteran, seasoned by countless battles, now faced an unprecedented despair. Upon hearing his words, the others were enveloped in hopelessness. Perhaps surrendering now would offer a glimmer of hope. Indeed, we should never have engaged in this war, sacrificing ourselves needlessly. It is all the fault of insatiable greed. Instead of cherishing peace, we chose to fight to the death. If our lives are deemed unworthy, why should we continue to serve? Let us surrender, for there is no point in futile resistance. In a display of sincerity to the opposing forces, the soldiers collectively laid down their weapons, raising their hands in submission. Heads bowed, they walked towards the advancing enemy. The battlefield was engulfed in a somber silence, suffused with an air of desolation. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting its light upon them, yet it could not dispel the tension that hung heavily in the atmosphere. Step by step, the soldiers marched, as if heading toward their fateful end. Their faces bore the weight of exhaustion and resignation, their eyes lacking the spark of former vitality. The surrounding landscape mirrored their bleak spirits. Fields, trees, and rivers all appeared dreary and forlorn. As the defeated approached with sincerity, the opposing forces instinctively parted to grant them passage. After all, they were not mere lambs for slaughter. A surrendered army deserved consideration. At that moment, the old veteran abruptly halted, turning to salute the enemy troops. Our transgressions have caused you inconvenience. All is our fault. May the Lord bless you. With that, he performed a series of gestures. I advise your commanders to abandon any delusions or ambitions. Before the officer could finish, the ground was suddenly stained crimson. The veteran had drawn a concealed blade from his sleeve and taken his own life. Witnessing this, the officer was taken aback, compelled to admire the old man and Apos' resolve. A seasoned warrior, so close to returning home to his family, chose to end his life in such a manner. The defeated soldiers were deeply shaken by the sight. They understood that this tragedy stemmed from governmental incompetence, not the actions of the opposing forces. Even if they surrendered now, what awaited them upon their return was uncertain, perhaps even dire. Thus, the veteran and Apos' choice was a final act of accountability for his family. An awkward silence enveloped the scene as the defeated soldiers comprehended the grim reality that awaited them: a military tribunal, possible assassination, or the worst fate of all, implicating their loved ones. At this moment, the air fell into an eerie stillness, as if time itself had come to a halt. Chapter 66. A difficult situation. Gazing at the pool of fresh blood on the ground and the fallen veteran lying in it, I, as his superior, found myself engulfed in an unbearable sorrow. Soldiers, I understand your helplessness at this moment. However, I, too, am powerless to alter our fate. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon our incompetent government. Should anyone survive this ordeal, ensure that your families forever evade the grasp of our inept authorities. Please, do not cast blame upon me. With those words, I too picked up the blade that had claimed the veteran and Apos' life, and in that moment, I chose to join him in his eternal rest in the northwest, consumed by regret. Such a cruel scene had unfolded once, twice. But it must not happen a third time. The officers of the fighting nation swiftly intervened to prevent the impending horror. Wait, do not proceed in this manner any longer. This government is not worthy of your sacrifice. There is always a silver lining. If you trust me, would you follow me back? Indeed. If these hundreds of captives were to perish before my eyes without clarity, I would find myself in a similarly untenable situation, likely facing a military tribunal. This consideration was not only for the safety of others but also for my own, to secure a path of retreat. The captives exchanged glances, realizing that there were no viable alternatives. Regardless of the circumstances, it was far better than endangering their families. This was a last resort, albeit a reluctant one. Thus, the captives, though skeptical, acquiesced and followed the commander back to the military camp of the fighting nation. Upon his return, the commander pondered the situation and felt an unsettling dissonance. He should have reported the circumstances to his superior first. Yet, his thoughts immediately turned to Bai Kyocera. His inclination to contact Bai Kyocera stemmed from the admiration he felt during their previous multinational exercises, where he was captivated by Bai Kyocera's astute intellect, unparalleled driving skills, and his generous, selfless character. Hence, they had forged a deep friendship. He relayed the entire sequence of events to Bai Kyocera, hoping for some insight. Bai Kyocera, taken aback by the gravity of the situation, understood that this was not merely a personal dilemma but one that could impact national interests, potentially leading to global instability. Nevertheless, as a friend, it would be inappropriate not to assist when a comrade was in distress. All right, I comprehend the situation now. But grant me some time to devise a strategy. After all, having made such bold declarations, I must find a resolution, even if it feels like riding a tiger. Bai Kyocera, unperturbed, retrieved a well-worn copy of The Art of War from beneath his pillow, a book he had perused countless times. The cover was creased and battered, yet the essence of the text remained vibrant despite its daily confinement beneath his pillow. Each night, he would gently unfold the pages, allowing the scent of aged paper to permeate the air. Time had undoubtedly faded its once fresh ink, mingling with the fibers of the pages, reminiscent of the book and Apo's rich history and tales. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, as if traversing through time to the realm within the pages. Each leaf bore distinct hues and textures, akin to intricate canvases. He could vividly perceive the weight and texture of each word, as if he were touching the very soul of the narrative. At every climax of the story, he felt the pulse of his heart and the surge of fervor. The words seemed to dance and sing, guiding him through a myriad of emotions and life experiences. In this world, he soared freely, traversing landscapes of joy and sorrow, laughter and tears, embracing all that the book offered. This was a sanctuary, a realm meticulously crafted by literature. Chapter 67. Countering Tactics. As the book slipped from my face, the portrait of the chairman loomed before me, exalted and imposing. A plan emerged to divide and conquer. This strategy, crafted by our illustrious leader, would surely prove effective. Given the ostentatious return, it seemed unlikely that a favorable outcome awaited. Remaining indefinitely within the military encampments of the fighting nation was not an option. Thus, the only viable tactic was to preserve our strength by fragmenting the large collective of approximately 100 individuals into numerous scattered factions. Our nation had historically employed this strategy during the early guerrilla warfare against Japanese invaders. On the battlefield, soldiers who crawled out from piles of the deceased, though not heralded as heroes, were survivors who had endured the trials of life and death. They sought neither accolades nor glory, but merely the ability to survive, which constituted their greatest victory. In stark contrast, the captives dispatched back home were often met with disdain and derision. They were the vanquished, trodden upon by others, their names forever inscribed upon the pillar of shame, an indelible mark of their defeat. Imagine a captured soldier, repatriated only to face the scorn and contempt of his compatriots. His eyes, brimming with agony and helplessness, reflected a heart that bled. Once the pride of his nation, he had now become its disgrace. This loss not only stripped him of the dignity befitting a soldier, but also cast a shadow over his future existence. In such a context, the devised strategy appeared to be exceedingly appropriate. Bai Kyocera conveyed all conceivable solutions to the commanding officer, who seemed to grasp the essence of the plan. Very well, he replied, let us treat this incident as if it never transpired, shrouded in secrecy. Excellent work, Kyocera. You have not only aided me immensely, but also salvaged countless lives, a truly noble deed. I shall procure some vodka for you. Save it for our next meeting. It seems you have picked up some vices during our years apart. Let us reserve the liquor for our reunion, and when you visit, do indulge in our fragrant sauce-flavored spirits. I must learn more from you. Otherwise, I shall continue to suffer significant losses. With that, he instructed his subordinates to facilitate the gradual and staggered departure of the prisoners of war from their encampment, guiding them back to their rightful territories. Once they were dispatched, the weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. It appeared that the situation had reached a semblance of resolution. However, the main act was only just beginning. The once arrogant alliance of 7 nations would not acquiesce so easily. Following their substantial setback, the leaders, spearheaded by the Nazis and accompanied by several allied members, stormed into the beautiful nation, demanding an explanation. Each party recounted their grievances and losses. The beautiful nation, observing the cacophony of lamentation, recognized that there were no further resources available for exploitation. The circumstances had reached a critical juncture. Indeed, it was better to rely on oneself than to seek aid from others. With the absence of expendable forces, direct action became imperative. Should they fail to seize this opportunity to exemplify the role of a big brother and avenge their allies, their standing in the world would likely diminish. In truth, the beautiful nation was not averse to deploying troops. Rather, it feared the consequences of such an action. Yet now, they found themselves compelled to engage militarily. Thus, after convening a panel of military experts for a thorough analysis of the situation, preparations for military action commenced in earnest. Chapter 68. The Great Counterattack in the Beautiful Nation. Within the Pentagon, young Joseph seethed with anger, his frustration palpable as he slammed his desk, the sound echoing through the room. The previous skirmishes and minor conflicts had inadvertently led him to this critical juncture. At this moment, he yearned to march directly to Old Pooh's doorstep and demand accountability. Resolute in his determination, he was prepared to confront Old Pooh head-on. Mobilizing an impressive force of 500,000 troops, the primary military might comprising the Navy, Army, and Air Force, supplemented by the Marine Corps, gathered to face the impending threat. The Army dispatched 5 armored combat divisions, advancing like a relentless tide of steel. The thunderous roar of armored vehicles intertwined with the soldiers' battle cries, creating a magnificent symphony of valor. 3 naval fleets formed into a formidable battle formation, with 6 aircraft carriers standing proud as sovereigns of the sea. Over 200 attack boats and warships followed closely, slicing through the waves with determination. The surface of the ocean erupted in a cacophony of cannon fire, sending towering waves crashing, as if to ignite the very waters themselves. More than 70 aircraft from the Air Force streaked across the sky, leaving behind majestic trails like shooting stars. The Marine Corps' 3 aerial squadrons and support units circled above, poised to deliver devastating strikes upon the ground at a moment's notice. Each aircraft appeared as a comet, piercing the darkness and radiating brilliance, advancing with great fervor towards the fighting nation. Confronted with this formidable display, the soldiers of the fighting nation revealed no hint of fear. Their gazes were steadfast, their faces etched with resolve, as if to convey to their adversaries, "We have awaited this day for far too long." Armed and prepared, their expressions bore a serious gravitas. Their ranks were impeccably aligned, resembling an insurmountable mountain, unyielding in their stance. They conveyed a message to their opponents: "We fear no storm. We shall fight to the end." As they approached the positions of the fighting nation, they noticed the absence of warnings or alarms from the enemy. The beautiful nation, clinging to a false sense of security in the belief that the first strike would grant them the upper hand, was reluctant to concede, prompting them to fire the first shot. In contrast, the fighting nation awaited their initiative, ready to respond actively, a distinction of immense significance in the realm of international discourse. As predicted, Old Pooh's assertions were validated. The shells launched by the beautiful nation were predominantly intercepted by the fighting nation's defense systems, resulting in a scattered array of explosions in midair, with the remaining echoes reverberating through the depths of the sea. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of their arduous journey, the soldiers of the fighting nation unleashed their fury with unrelenting ferocity. Shells rained down upon the beautiful nation's vessels, transforming them into infernos. On the decks, violent explosions erupted in succession, thick smoke enveloping the scene, waves of heat rolling forth. The ships trembled violently, teetering on the brink of capsizing and destruction, destined to sink beneath the waves. Amidst the chaos, soldiers of the beautiful nation fled in terror, yet they found no refuge, no sanctuary. Some collapsed upon the deck, blood and carnage strewn about. Others were trapped within the flames, screaming in agony. The entire vessel became a scene of despair and dread, a veritable hellscape. This battle held no suspense. The beautiful nation faced utter defeat in the sudden counteroffensive. The fighting nation demonstrated their formidable combat prowess and unwavering resolve, while the beautiful nation paid a grievous price for their miscalculations. Chapter 69. Rash Decisions in the Beautiful Nation. The Operations Command Center was abuzz with the grim news of frontline defeats. Young Joseph stood before the sand table at the battlefield command post, his complexion ashen as he scrutinized the unfolding situation. The army of the beautiful nation was retreating steadily on the battlefield, and the string of failures left him feeling profoundly defeated. His brows knitted tightly, his eyes brimming with anxiety and ire. Blasted! Young Joseph slammed his palm onto the table, his face flushed with anger, cursing vehemently. His voice reverberated through the command center, compelling everyone to halt their tasks and direct their gaze toward him. Ignoring the collective attention, he continued his tirade. Once again, how careless can we be? Who on earth appointed such a commander? Utterly incompetent. His words cast a heavy pall over the command center. Though sharp, his remarks struck at the very heart of the issue. The beautiful nation's failures on the battlefield were not solely attributable to the might of their adversaries, but were equally a result of their own recklessness and blunders. There was a prevailing arrogance, a belief in their status as the foremost power, dismissing others with disdain. Such hubris inevitably led to defeat. Now that the mask had been torn away, he felt liberated from concerns about his own dignity. In pursuit of solidifying his standing in this ruthless arena, all reservations faded into oblivion. His gaze hardened, his demeanor cold. He resolved to attain his objectives by any means necessary. He began to devise strategies, employing both intellect and cunning to engage in a thrilling contest with the enemy. Seated in a dark red wooden chair before the command room's chessboard, the light cast shadows across his contemplative face. Outside, moonlight bathed the tranquil courtyard, imbuing it with an air of solemnity. His eyes, sharp as blades, toyed with the chess piece as he calculated the merits and demerits of each move. He understood that this was a battle with no retreat. Victory was the only option. At that moment, a sinister scheme bubbled to the surface of his thoughts. A cold smirk curved his lips, his eyes glinting with cunning. Echoes of his recent conversation with a mysterious figure reverberated in his mind as he plotted a revenge plan. He intended to cast those who betrayed him and disobeyed him into the abyss, allowing them to experience the agony they once inflicted upon him. His fist clenched tightly, as if he could already taste the impending thrill of retribution. He realized that once this plan was set in motion, there would be no turning back. Yet, he was indifferent. As long as he achieved his aims, every cost would be justified. The scene shifted. Young Joseph stood at the former site of the Tinian Island airport, a swell of emotions coursing through him. This was the very airport from which atomic bombs were launched during World War II, and the weight of that history lingered in the atmosphere, stirring his soul. He surveyed the surroundings, and vivid images flashed before his eyes. Despite the passage of years, the runway still lay sprawled like a colossal dragon upon the island, and the trails of fighter planes soaring through the skies remained etched in his memory. Taking a deep breath, he envisioned missiles poised for launch. They stood like iron giants, guardians of this land, silent yet imposing. Multifaceted firepower targeted the distant horizon, the stronghold of the warrior nation, a reflection of the unending fury that burned within him. He closed his eyes, as if he could hear the missiles slicing through the heavens, feeling the overwhelming force that could obliterate all in its path. Chapter 70. Nuclear weapons. Following the issuance of a directive from above, a significant renovation project commenced at Tianing Island Airport. Uniquely, this endeavor was commanded directly by little Joseph, leaving no room for negligence. However, the site had languished in abandonment for nearly a century, a testament to the ravages of time. The once functional facilities had succumbed to decay, enveloped by towering trees and a tangle of vines and thorns that formed natural barriers. Soldiers wielding machetes struggled to carve a path through the dense undergrowth. The intermittent chirping of insects served as a foreboding reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. In this lush jungle, constructing a bridge posed a formidable challenge. The soldiers were tasked with first clearing a small stream, followed by the assembly of rudimentary rafts. They cautiously pushed the rafts into the water, testing the currents ahead. Upon encountering shallow areas or large boulders, they swiftly repositioned the rafts to ensure safe passage. Similarly, road construction was an arduous task. Armed with shovels and hammers, the soldiers broke the ground to carve out a narrow pathway. They dragged away fallen trees and filled the depressions with stones and earth. Through their diligent efforts, a serpentine trail emerged in the jungle, facilitating subsequent operations. Despite the availability of advanced automation technologies for modernization, they opted to adhere to the traditional manual craftsmanship of a century past. The nation understood well the catastrophic potential of nuclear weapons, capable of plunging an entire country into unending disaster. Hence, they dared not take risks, wishing to shield their citizens from unnecessary casualties and losses. Consequently, they resolved to employ the most ancient and rudimentary methods. The scene shifted to a desolate, uninhabited expanse, where thousands of workers and soldiers toiled under the scorching sun. Drenched in sweat, clad in heavy protective gear and armed with shovels and spades, they worked fervently. Suddenly, one worker stumbled upon something peculiar. Halting his task to cautiously excavate with a spade, before long, he unearthed a rusted nuclear bomb. Observing the discovery, his fellow workers instinctively retreated, while he alone continued to handle the perilous weapon with utmost care. After all, these nuclear armaments were intended for adversaries, not to be trifled with. Despite the advancements in scientific research, he overestimated his technical prowess and, with a misplaced confidence, attempted to relocate the bomb from its familiar resting place. Yet the bomb, akin to a preset time bomb, unexpectedly detonated. Although it had endured a century, its destructive power remained formidable. In an instant, the worker was vaporized, and those nearby, unable to find refuge in time, met the same fate. Colleagues and soldiers within a 500-meter radius perished, their bodies carbonized by the intense heat. Individuals several kilometers away were not spared either. They inhaled the searing air and toxic particles, their lungs slowly succumbing to the inferno, while their blood vessels ruptured from the excessive heat. Soon thereafter, a massive shock wave emanated from the explosion and Oppo's epicenter, obliterating everything in its path. The blinding light rendered nearby villagers, workers, and soldiers sightless. However, the nuclear contamination was only just beginning. With the onset of rainfall, various toxic and harmful radioactive substances began to spread unchecked. Chapter 71. Nuclear radiation. As nuclear contamination spreads indiscriminately, survivors remain under the relentless assault of radioactive elements. Concurrently, the insidious effects of nuclear pollution alter the internal structure of the human body, rearranging the very fabric of DNA. This metamorphosis disrupts the host and OPO's nervous system, rendering them dazed and sluggish, stumbling aimlessly through their existence. Consequently, they resemble mindless zombies, devoid of recognition or awareness. The skin, akin to parched earth scorched by the relentless sun, bears deep fissures, oozing a grotesque emlang of pus and blood, exuding an abominable stench. Their limbs present a harrowing spectacle. From fingertips to elbows and knees, muscles and bones appear corroded, exposing stark white skeletal remains, with even the slightest touch causing chunks of flesh to fall away. Within the gruesome wounds, a faint green luminescence, the telltale sign of radioactive elements, flickers ominously, akin to the eyes of malevolent spirits, coldly fixated on any who dare approach. Before their former comrades, colleagues, and kin, the soldiers of the beautiful nation are engulfed in a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. They understand that the moment they pull the trigger, it signifies an irrevocable severance from those who once fought valiantly by their side. These soldiers stand at the border, gazing longingly towards the remnants of their former home, hearts laden with despair and sorrow. They are acutely aware that these once familiar faces have now transformed into the undead, forever lost to the past. Lacking the strength to rescue them, they can only establish a makeshift quarantine zone at the border, striving to delineate themselves from this horde of zombies. The soldiers commence the excavation of trenches, erecting barriers, utilizing every available resource to forge a defensive line. They know this line may only serve to temporarily stave off the onslaught of the undead. Yet, undeterred, they resolutely carry out their mission, cognizant that this is the final act they can perform for their once familiar allies and loved ones. In a bid to effectively address this daunting predicament and to avert the resurgence of nuclear contamination, the government of the beautiful nation deliberately conceals the true extent of the crisis. Stealthily, they recruit a cadre of mercenaries, permitting only light weaponry to resolve this affliction. As night envelopes the land, a Black Hawk helicopter silently descends upon the desolate expanse of the nuclear blast zone. Within the cabin, the mercenaries, clad in full combat gear, prepare with palpable tension and precision for their descent. They recognize the gravity of this operation, necessitating utmost caution. The helicopter gently alights on a barren stretch of ground within the blast zone. The mercenaries swiftly mobilize, fanning out to establish a perimeter. An ineffable sense of oppression hangs in the air, foreboding the fierce battle that looms ahead. Upon landing, the fully armed mercenaries immediately display their well-honed combat prowess. They disperse seamlessly, forming an impeccable encirclement, trapping the unarmed, unsuspecting zombies within. Their equipment is of the highest caliber, clad in bulletproof vests and protective suits, donning tactical helmets. They wield an arsenal of advanced weaponry, ranging from assault rifles to sniper rifles, smoke grenades to flashbangs, leaving nothing to chance. One mercenary, brandishing a heavy machine gun, unleashes a torrential barrage upon the dense throng of zombies. Flames burst forth as bullets rain down, systematically felling the undead. Another mercenary, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, adeptly alters his shooting stance and angle, ensuring that each bullet finds its mark with precision. Chapter 72. By any means necessary, the handsome soldiers within the quarantine zone wore expressions of sheer terror. The air was thick with the echoes of gunfire and anguished cries, each shot quickening their heartbeats, each scream instilling a profound sense of despair. They recognized that the tragic events unfolding were now beyond their control. Trapped within this isolated area, escape was an impossibility. Their comrades, those with whom they had once fought side by side, were falling one by one, and they felt utterly powerless. Yet, military orders were as unyielding as mountains. They understood that obedience to commands was their duty, their solemn obligation. Despite the fear and anxiety gnawing at their insides, they stood resolutely at their posts, straightening their backs in a futile attempt to project an air of strength. Conversely, one might ponder whether this was not a form of liberation for the undead. Soon, the mercenaries concluded the conflict. As night enveloped the landscape, the gunfire gradually diminished, giving way to an eerie silence. The mercenaries swiftly seized the target location, their adversaries seemingly extinguished in the wake of the assault. Breathing heavily, they scanned their surroundings with a heightened sense of vigilance. As the flames of battle receded, their night vision devices illuminated the desolation before them, revealing a barren expanse strewn with dilapidated structures and abandoned machinery. Suddenly, one mercenary detected a suspicious silhouette. He promptly raised his weapon, aiming at the figure. However, Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the shadow vanished into thin air. The other mercenaries, alerted to the anomaly, commenced a thorough search, but discovered nothing amiss. An unsettling atmosphere pervaded the air, sending chills down their spines. With the search yielding no results and time pressing, they resolved to return and report their findings. Upon regrouping, they realized that several of their number were missing. However, despite their exhaustive search, aside from the fallen enemies, no trace of their comrades could be found. The strangeness of the situation compelled the mercenaries to reassess their perspective. Upon conducting a meticulous examination of the enemy corpses, they discovered that they had faced a horde of the undead. At that moment, a wave of dread washed over them. What had they truly encountered? They had been battling phantoms all night long. It was as if they had entered a haunted graveyard, witnessing specter-like figures drifting through the darkness. Their hollow eyes devoid of light, their faces expressionless, they resembled lost souls searching for something. A shiver coursed through them, a cold sensation creeping up their spines. Having slain so many, they were now confronted with the reality of fighting against the undead for the first time. Now, all became clear. The leader scanned the surroundings. A heaviness settling in his heart. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the forest, as if unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. Clutching his weapon tightly, he felt the sweat pooling in his palms, every nerve alerting him to the ominous truth. The disappearance of his comrades was no mere coincidence. The mercenary instinctively understood that immediate action was imperative. He turned to his squad and called out, "Stay vigilant. Do not stray from the group." His voice echoed through the tranquil forest, mingling with the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves, as if sharing secrets unknown to the world. At this juncture, a hasty retreat was essential. As the helicopter ascended slowly, a thunderous explosion shattered the stillness. In an instant, the tranquility was replaced by chaos. Little did they know, Joseph had meticulously orchestrated every detail, ensuring that this batch of mercenaries would not leave alive, regardless of their success. They would either perish at the hands of the undead or vanish without a trace. Now, everything fell into place. The mercenaries had successfully dealt with the zombies. Yet, Joseph had sealed their fate. The timed explosives detonated with precision, drowning out the roar of the helicopter in a cacophony of destruction. Joseph surveyed the scene before him, a satisfied glint in his eyes as he pressed the button in his hand. A tremendous shockwave erupted, obliterating the helicopter into fragments, the fiery explosion illuminating the night sky. In that moment, a cold ruthlessness flickered in Joseph and Apos's gaze as he silently reveled in the aftermath of the explosion, admiring his handiwork. Those mercenaries, once formidable warriors on the battlefield, had now been reduced to ashes, with none surviving. At that instant, Joseph felt no compassion or guilt, only the exhilarating thrill of victory. He knew that this was but the first step in his quest for vengeance, and indeed, the most crucial one. Chapter 73. Rebooting the World War II airfield. As the old adage goes, when heaven desires to eliminate a man, it will first drive him to madness. Once all matters were handled with precision, young Joseph resumed his devious machinations. Thus commenced a series of agile military deployments. Tianjin Airport, situated along the western shores of the Pacific, stands as one of the largest military airfields in the world. It boasts not only the most advanced runways and aviation facilities but also a formidable air force. As one of the globe and Apos's most significant military bases, Tianjin Airport played a crucial role during wartime, being the sole airfield from which atomic bombs were deployed. In order to fortify the second island chain and Apos's deployment and to mitigate the security advantages of the first island chain, as well as to ensure a retreat for self-preservation when the true conflict arises, the United States has intensified its investment and construction efforts at Tianjin Airport to bolster its military presence in the Pacific region. This maneuver, whether military or political in intent, is unmistakably aimed at flaunting and showcasing the might of its nuclear arsenal to the world. This endeavor is undoubtedly an attempt to issue a warning to the combatant nations and our great China, for in the tripartite power struggle, only China and the combatant nations can stand against it. Nuclear weapons are instruments of catastrophic destruction, not to be wielded lightly. However, the recent fragmentation within the United States has left it in disarray, grappling with crises such as the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Palestine conflict. Additionally, it has covertly urged smaller nations like the Philippines to instigate disturbances, leading to a situation where it finds itself stretched thin, thus, in its pursuit of global dominance. With unreliable allies, it must devise alternative strategies, straying from conventional paths. At Tianjin Airport, the American base has grown increasingly expansive and sophisticated. Countless workers toil day and night to augment the base with new facilities and defensive structures. The most striking feature is the vast circular formation constituted by multiple layers of firepower rings. Under the sun, these rings shimmer brilliantly, resembling resplendent halos. Each layer is equipped with missiles of varying ranges, from short-range surface-to-air missiles to long-range intercontinental ballistic missiles, each poised like a coiled dragon, ready to ascend into the heavens and deliver a fatal blow to its adversaries. From a high vantage point, the entire base resembles a bastion of steel, impregnable as a fortress. The multiple firepower rings serve as concentric steel halos, safeguarding the tranquility of this land. As time progresses, the land-based long-range missiles of the United States have gradually been deployed, lying in wait like colossal beasts beneath the surface, anticipating the opportune moment to strike. These missiles form an expansive net enveloping the nation, establishing a formidable flanking position. Whether in maritime disputes or border issues, they stand ready to unleash a lethal assault at a moment and Apos' notice. Observing the military deployments unfolding before him, young Joseph was filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Standing upon a lofty peak, he surveyed the battlefield below, everything within his grasp. His gaze was resolute, his eyes glinting with a sharp light. As if he could pierce through the forthcoming historical narrative, he beheld his troops mobilizing in an orderly fashion, akin to a vast torrent surging toward their designated objectives. The shouts of soldiers intertwined, creating a magnificent symphony. Their targets, cities heavily guarded by troops, were now within sight. Young Joseph clenched his fists, silently chanting the mantra of victory. He understood that if they could overcome this hurdle, their historical standing would be irrevocably transformed. He could almost perceive the dawn of victory, its radiance illuminating the entire battlefield and kindling the hope within his heart. Chapter 74. The joy of premature celebration. Alas, all that glitters is not gold. Beneath the surface of apparent splendor lies an undercurrent of turmoil that has only just begun. In his fervor and eagerness, young Joseph had entirely forgotten the previous siege of zombies. It was not that they had refrained from counterattacks, but rather that they were gathering their strength. Months had elapsed since the last nuclear weapon leak, and the airport and Apos' completion had only recently come to fruition. In the aftermath of the nuclear explosion, these zombies had long since shed their former human semblance. During this interval, they had not languished. Instead, they were undergoing mutations at a staggering pace. Their skin had grown pallid, their eyes now reflecting an eerie void. Their movements had become more agile, nearly imperceptible. Their teeth had sharpened into lethal instruments reminiscent of predatory beasts. Their fingers elongated, capable of piercing through anything with ease. Their strength had become formidable, enabling them to obliterate any obstacles in their path. These zombies traversed the darkness like a pack of ravenous wolves in search of prey. They moved silently, with only the occasional low growl and the sound of claws scraping against the ground sending shivers down one and Apos' spine. Their existence had transcended mere menace, transforming into a palpable terror. They too were commencing their own vendetta. Now, their visages were grotesque, former features twisted into forms unrecognizable. Their white fangs bore no trace of blood, as if they had crawled forth from the abyss of hell. Their eyes had lost all luster, reduced to deep shadows resembling lifeless caverns, devoid of vitality. Their scalps were entirely bald, with only dark sinews protruding, as if distorted by an unseen force, whispering tales of their past anguish and torment. They moved with an uncanny rigidity, each motion exuding a disquieting eeriness. The mutated zombies had evolved beyond mere mindless husks. They had become true harbingers of horror, a constant reminder of the calamity that had befallen humanity. Moreover, in the depths of the mountains, animals bitten by these mutants began to undergo transformations themselves. A once agile fox, having been bitten on its hind leg, curled up in agony beneath a tree. Suddenly, its wound healed rapidly, its fur thickening, its eyes glinting with cunning. Meanwhile, a deer, having been felled by a mutant, lay still after a brief struggle. Yet, as night descended, it rose unsteadily, its form now taller and more robust, its hooves transformed into powerful appendages. These altered creatures began to roam the forest, shedding their fear of humans and even launching attacks. The wilderness thrummed with an air of unknown peril and dread. On that fateful night, the military forces of the United States stood ready, bracing for the impending conflict. However, the heavens seemed to conspire against them, as thunder roared and rain lashed down. The howling winds echoed like the growls of the damned, mercilessly tearing through the pitch-black sky. Lightning cleaved the night, illuminating solemn military installations before vanishing into the darkness. The thunder rolled, deafening, quickening the soldiers and Oppos' heartbeats as they steadfastly held their positions in the rain, their minds fraught with anxiety. "Say, old friend, do you think this place is haunted?" "Oh, heavens, don't mention that. It terrifies me." "Indeed, but I've heard that many have perished here, engineers, ordinary citizens, and, of course, our comrades." "Oh, please, spare me any more of that, would you?" Suddenly, a thunderous crash startled the two, causing them to cling tightly to one another. That night, every corner of the United States was shrouded in tension and unease. A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the nation, as if foreshadowing an impending catastrophe. It was a night destined for insomnia, with each soul awaiting the judgment of fate. Chapter 75. Retribution. The inevitable retribution has arrived. The rain poured down in torrents, rendering human vision obscured. As the night deepened, fatigue enveloped the weary souls. With a resounding crash, several transformed zombies emerged, moving with an unsettling familiarity before the guards. They exuded a repugnant stench, their twisted and grotesque visages reflecting an insatiable hunger for flesh. Before the soldiers on duty could react, the zombies launched a ferocious assault. They swung their decaying claws and opened their tooth-filled maws, pouncing mercilessly upon the soldiers. One soldier, caught unawares, was quickly brought down by a zombie. He struggled desperately, but the creature in Oppos' strength was astonishing, pinning him down as its sharp fangs pierced through his uniform, sinking into his flesh. In an instant, his life was extinguished. Another comrade fared no better. The anguished cries echoed through the silent valley, filled with profound sorrow, as if a dark vortex sought to consume the very essence of the human spirit. His eyes turned crimson, his body trembled violently, as if an unseen force tormented him. He knelt, grasping the earth with white-knuckled hands, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, mingling with the soil, creating a harrowing tableau. His body convulsed repeatedly, each spasm accompanied by a chilling scream that sent shivers down the spine. Yet, no matter how fiercely he fought, that malevolent force clung to him like a parasite, rendering him powerless to escape. Ultimately, the watchtower above caught wind of the commotion, before he could fully transform and launch an attack. A single shot from a Barrett rifle rang out, shattering his skull. He fell silent, lying still, devoid of life. As the gunshot echoed through the vast expanse, the air became thick with the scent of gunpowder. The sound reverberated ominously, causing hearts to race. Soon, the alarm blared, its sharp wail slicing through the stillness, heralding the gravity of the situation. The lights flickered erratically, heightening the tension in the already chaotic scene. Amidst the blaring sirens, breaths quickened, as fear and unease spread like wildfire through the crowd in the face of impending danger. In the ensuing chaos, individuals scattered in search of refuge. The suddenness of the event left the soldiers scrambling for weapons and gear, but their efforts proved futile. They were ill-equipped, vulnerable, and unarmed. Confronted by the merciless zombies, anxiety and dread festered among the ranks. Their eyes reflected despair, helplessly watching as emotionless foes drew nearer. The zombies howled, a bone-chilling sound that seemed to rise from the depths of hell. Their bodies twisted and contorted, faces grotesque, emanating a nauseating odor. The soldiers could no longer conceal their inner turmoil. They understood that retreat was no longer an option against such adversaries. Fear and despair spread within them, a realization that they were utterly defenseless. Ultimately, in the face of overwhelming odds, the soldiers' fists could not withstand the relentless assault of the zombies' grasp. In this terrifying environment, they formed a circle, backs pressed together, their gazes resolute and determined. Around them, the zombies howled, their claws glinting ominously in the dim light, infused with the scent of death. Suddenly, a zombie leapt from the shadows, its claws rending a soldier and Amp, Oppos' chest. Blood sprayed forth, splattering onto a comrade and Amp, Oppos' face. Yet, the soldier did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last ounce of strength to strike out in a desperate bid for survival, landing a punch against the zombie's jaw that rang out with a sharp crack. However, more zombies surged from all directions, their claws like scythes of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the soldiers. The strength in their fists gradually waned, their bodies torn asunder by the ravenous onslaught of the undead, leaving only a gruesome spectacle of blood and gore. Chapter 76. The disturbance of the undead amidst the tumult of a zombie apocalypse. The secure room stood resolute like an impregnable fortress, its ironclad walls safeguarding the personnel within. Though the horde relentlessly battered the heavy metal door, it remained steadfast, showing no sign of yielding. The defenders gripped their weapons with palpable tension, acutely aware that these tools were their sole bastion of hope. Indeed, their armaments were nothing short of exquisite. Advanced technology imbued the cold metal with formidable lethality. As the onslaught of the undead began to wane, the soldiers recognized that this reprieve was but temporary. They must hasten their departure from this perilous realm. Armed with extraordinary courage and cutting-edge weaponry, they engaged in a desperate struggle against the remaining zombies. Each individual exerted every ounce of strength, and at the critical moment, they ascended into the sky aboard their fighter jets, finally breaking free from the undead siege and reclaiming their freedom. Simultaneously, the cacophony of air raid sirens jolted the slumbering young Joseph awake. He swiftly rose to initiate emergency protocols, deploying a multitude of fighter jets for support. As fierce warriors of the Seven-Nation Alliance, neighboring countries, though unaware of the specifics, braced themselves with utmost vigilance, responding to the heightened tensions of the beleaguered combatants. As the fighter jets of the United States took to the skies, the alarms of the combatants echoed across the land. The nation plunged into a state of heightened alert, with citizens fervently seeking refuge. Meanwhile, missile systems across various sectors stood at the ready, soldiers fixated on radar screens, ever prepared to counter any enemy assault. The roar of the American jets intertwined with the blaring alarms of the combatants, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. Deep underground, the commanders of the missile units remained composed, directing their forces to ensure that every missile would be launched at the most opportune moment and location. As time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly fraught with anticipation. Everyone understood that this conflict had the potential to reshape the global landscape. The people of the combatant nation were resolute, prepared to sacrifice everything for their homeland. The fighter jets whizzed past. Astonishingly, they were not aimed at us. A soldier sighed in relief. However, this did not bode well. It surely indicated a more sinister plot at play. Indeed, the United States has always been unpredictable. We must remain vigilant and not lower our guard. Before long, news of the besieged city by the undead began to circulate. The proverbial fox's tail had been revealed. Thus, the world descended into turmoil. What? Zombies? What kind of farce is the United States orchestrating? They must be inviting disaster upon themselves, reaping the consequences of their own actions. Faced with societal scrutiny, the United States found itself overwhelmed, at a loss for how to navigate the crisis. After hovering in the skies for several days, they maintained surveillance over the ground-dwelling undead without launching substantial attacks. If they were to unleash their full might against the zombies, their aspirations of global dominance would be jeopardized. Conversely, failing to act would expose them to public condemnation. After considerable deliberation, young Joseph devised a cunning strategy, flooding the area. Ultimately, he resolved to employ this method as a means of diversion. Chapter 77, Defiance. Rescue. The act of releasing the zombies was akin to creating a breach in the airport's lockdown, allowing a greater influx of the undead to flow through unabated. In this manner, the beautiful nation conveniently shifted the blame onto the combatant nation, attempting to portray them as the villains while simultaneously depleting their resources. This maneuver could be deemed a dual victory. Upon learning of the news, Old Pooh was seething with indignation. That young Joseph, utterly negligent of his duties, his insidious ambitions had finally revealed their fangs. The president resolved that leniency could no longer be afforded. It was time to take decisive action. Indeed, repeated tolerance had led them to believe they could be trifled with. Yet, it was not yet the time for a life-or-death struggle. Thus, all units were instructed to enhance their defenses and establish a robust protective net. With missile systems on constant standby, nuclear weapons must never be employed except as an absolute last resort. The news of the beautiful nation's unleashing of zombies spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the globe. People were aghast as they absorbed this shocking information through television, mobile devices, newspapers, and various media, sensing the growing unease in the world. Global citizens held their breath for the combatant nation, envisioning the valiant soldiers battling against the overwhelming tide of zombies, silently praying for their safety. The combatant nation faced not merely a war, but a test of survival. They must engage the zombies with both wit and valor, defending their homeland and their people. Commander, please establish contact with the combatant nation. I wish to offer my assistance. Indeed, Bai Kyocera stepped forward at this critical moment. Nonsense. Do you think this is a drill? Commander, I comprehend the gravity of the situation, but our nation's safety is at stake. Should the zombies begin to roam freely, the consequences would be dire. That is not an option. We have no justification for engaging in combat. Historically, we have aided in resisting American aggression. In the present, enough. This is not for you to ponder. For now, return to your quarters. Upon returning, Bai Kyocera was filled with frustration. He lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, repeatedly recalling his exhilarating experiences in the skies. The humiliations endured by his forebears loomed large in his mind. The adage, strike first to gain the upper hand, echoed through history's uncanny resemblance. As night deepened, Bai Jingxi tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. At last, he bolted upright, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. He resolved to no longer endure such indignities. He would reclaim his dignity. Donning his coat, he exited his room, gently closing the door behind him, and raced into the night. The cold wind howled as Bai Jingxi's figure darted through the darkness. His heartbeat resonated with the stillness of the night, intertwining with the sound of his footsteps, as if composing a poignant battle hymn. The fire in his eyes blazed fiercely, as though it would incinerate any obstacle in his path. Finally, he arrived beside the aircraft. Moments later, he was piloting his beloved fighter jet, soaring through the inky sky. His heart raced in tandem with the roar of the engine, each roll and dive imparting an unprecedented sense of freedom and exhilaration. Old friend, I am coming to your aid. Please communicate with the surface and request that your nation clear a flight path for me. Oh my, Lao Bai. You are truly, utterly reckless. I scarcely know what to say. Rest assured, I will make the arrangements. Once you arrive, we shall share a toast. I have vodka and cigars here. Chapter 78, Commander, something is amiss. Until the early light of the following day, comrades awoke to find Bai Jingxi missing, along with the aircraft, prompting them to report the situation to their superiors. Yet, it was too late. Commander, it's bad news. Bai Jingxi has vanished. What? Vanished? A living person cannot sprout wings and fly away, can they? Commander, you are right. He has departed in the fighter jet. Enraged, the commander slammed his fist on the table, rising from his seat, leaving no further words to be spoken. As dawn broke, the general from the combat nation had long been waiting. Gentlemen, hold on. A Huaxia fighter jet is approaching. It is my eastern friend. I hope you will extend your cooperation and allow passage, as he comes to assist us against the beautiful nation. Before long, the JXX fighter aircraft arrived as promised, and the combat nation had already established a green channel for Bai Jingxi. Oh my old Bai, what brings you here? What? Old pal, are you afraid I might come snooping around? Haha, truth be told, had you not given notice, I might never have seen you. Enough with the banter. Let us get down to business. How do you plan to combat the zombies? Zombies? What, are you planning to take one home as a pet? Old friend, be serious. Those creatures can infect you. We must devise a foolproof strategy. Oh, that is true. However, with your arrival, we can fight side by side. Speak plainly. How shall we attack? Fire assault. With that, a fleet of fighter jets tore through the sky, their arrival heralding the end of the zombie menace. Bai Jingxi gazed down upon the boundless tide of zombies, his visage etched with resolve and cold determination. Beneath the wings, flames flickered. Rockets, trailing long tails of fire, descended like roaring fire dragons. They struck their targets with precision, erupting in searing light and thick smoke. The zombie horde, caught off guard by the sudden inferno, became frantic, fleeing in all directions. Yet no matter how they attempted to escape, they could not evade their doom. On the ground, a sea of flames spread forth, a scene of apocalyptic devastation, as the zombies were consumed by fire, their anguished cries echoing through the air. This vision was brutal and shocking, yet it also symbolized hope. Humanity had not relinquished its resistance. They were exerting every ounce of strength to restore normalcy amid this apocalypse. As the flames on the surface began to subside, the dense smoke gradually dissipated, and even at high altitude within the cockpit, the scent of charred remnants was palpable. It was difficult to fathom the brutality and intensity of the battle. The atmosphere within the cabin had reached a peak of tension. As the pilots fixated on the burning scene below, their hearts a tumult of emotions. They understood the significance of this conflagration and the weight of the responsibilities they bore. Captain, it seems the fire has diminished. Shall we deploy a drone to assess the situation? The co-pilot's voice broke the silence, tinged with unease. The captain inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. Deploy the drone. We must ascertain whether the zombies have been entirely eradicated. As the drone relayed high-definition, three-dimensional imagery, it felt as though one were experiencing the scene firsthand. The air was thick with the scent of charred flesh. Everywhere the eye wandered, there lay the bodies of zombies and charred remains, haphazardly strewn together. After thorough inspection and with confirmation from ground personnel utilizing thermal imaging technology that no survivors remained, Bai Jingxi and his team finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 79. Spectators by the shore. Bai Jingxi's fighter jet lingered amidst the desolation, surveying the grim battlefield before him. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and charred remnants, punctuated occasionally by distant explosions resonating from the ground. He glanced around at the weary comrades fighting alongside him, their faces etched with exhaustion and gravity, yet their eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. He understood that each of them stood ready, prepared to confront the next onslaught at a moment's notice. Quick, take cover. Before Bai Kyocera could finish his warning, the roar of an explosion echoed deafeningly from the opposing fighter jet. Flames and smoke billowed into the air, as the shattered remnants of aircraft streaked across the sky like meteors, plummeting to the earth. A second fighter followed suit, similarly struck by enemy fire, erupting into a fireball before vanishing from sight. The third fighter attempted to escape, but it was too late. A barrage of artillery rained down once more, obliterating the third jet entirely. The battlefield was engulfed in flames and dense smoke, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Bai Kyocera and the general were not faring much better. Despite their fortunate status, the magnitude of the explosions was overwhelming. Their aircraft, tossed about like leaves in a tempest, spiraled downwards amidst the cacophony of detonations. The fuselage was riddled with shrapnel, and the wings trembled precariously. Various indicators on the instrument panel flickered ominously, emitting shrill alarms. They clung desperately to the control sticks, striving to stabilize their craft, but the relentless winds and shockwaves rendered their efforts futile. Suddenly, the aircraft lurched violently, a flash of fire illuminating the cockpit, and the fighter could no longer withstand the onslaught, disintegrating before their eyes. They were compelled to abandon their struggle and activate the emergency ejection system. In an instant, they felt their bodies lighten, propelled from the cockpit. The next moment, they witnessed their fighter succumb to the inferno, reduced to ashes amidst the chaos. It became apparent that the beautiful nation, observing from the shadows, had already prepared an escape route for itself. Witnessing the demise of a horde of adversaries, it had lost a crucial card in its hand. Seizing the moment of tumult, it struck the valiant nation unawares. Subsequently, it did not hesitate to boast in the court of public opinion, asserting, "We have fired upon this horde. We are indeed responsible, and we wish to extend our assistance to our ally in repelling foreign threats and overcoming adversity together." The rhetoric was flawless, leaving no room for rebuttal. As striking as the name of the nation itself. However, to their dismay, they inadvertently struck Allied aircraft, for which they expressed deep regret, promising compensation for the fallen jets. The sacrifices of the valiant soldiers would not go unrecognized. They pledged to provide appropriate recompense and solace. In the future, should our ally require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Yet, as a proud warrior nation, they could not swallow this affront. The beautiful nation's actions were a blatant affront to their dignity. The loss of so many comrades could not be in vain. Revenge. Yes, vengeance must be sought. Old Bai, though you are a soldier of Huaxia, you too have nearly been ensnared by this conflict. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Standing amidst the ruins, Bai Kyocera gazed upon the remnants of the fighter jets, which seemed to narrate tales of valor and tragedy. At that moment, tears welled in his eyes, shimmering like dew. These aircraft had once soared through the skies, safeguarding the nation's territory and its people's tranquility. Now, they lay silently upon the barren earth, testaments to a bygone era. Bai Kyocera's lips trembled, as if searching for the strength of words, but ultimately, all that escaped was a profound sigh. Memories of familiar aircraft, resonant laughter, exhilarating battles, and the unwavering faith and courage within him became eternal imprints upon his soul. Chapter 80. Returning the favor in kind at long last, Bai Kyocera regained his composure, stammering, "We must return the favor in kind. What? Indeed, we shall avenge our fallen comrades. However, this time we shall execute our plan with stealth." Bai Kyocera replied with newfound determination. Deep down, he felt a pang of regret, realizing that had he not meddled, perhaps they would not have perished. He felt compelled to do something to atone for his remorse. "All right, old Bai," one replied, "though I do not quite grasp your reasoning, I find your approach feasible. It is wonderful to be able to fight side by side again." Just as the words left his lips, members of the patrol from the combatant nation approached. "General, we need to take this Chinese friend back with us." With that, the patrol advanced towards Bai Kyocera. "Halt! This is a friend I have invited," the general retorted. "Please be mindful of your demeanor. Should you persist, we shall take you both." As tensions mounted and a confrontation seemed imminent, Bai Kyocera addressed the members of the patrol. "I will accompany you, but may I have a few words with the general first?" The patrol, after exchanging glances, retreated a step back. Bai Jingxi understood that this moment was inevitable, yet he had not anticipated its arrival would be so swift. He spoke to the general. This battle was destined to unfold this way. However, do not personally engage in the conflict. With that, he retrieved an envelope from his pocket and handed it to him before turning to leave with the patrol. Watching Bai Jingxi's silhouette fade into the distance, the general felt a deep sense of helplessness. He recognized that Bai Jingxi's actions were motivated by a desire to protect himself. To spare Bai Jingxi from undue hardship and to facilitate his early return, the general chose to endure, complying fully with Bai Jingxi's directives. He understood that trusting Bai Jingxi was undoubtedly the right course of action. Upon opening the envelope, he discreetly organized his subordinates to initiate various acts of vengeance. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, the streets of the beautiful nation buzzed with a throng of people, while shadows flitted through the crowd. These figures moved with agility and mystery, each with distinct objectives, some targeting power facilities, others aiming at vital transportation routes. Their actions were precise and swift, leaving no trace. Indeed, it was the Avengers dispatched by the combatant nation. With a gentle hum, a small drone silently soared above a crucial bridge. Its payload was not a bomb, but a specialized jamming device. Upon activation, the traffic signals of the entire bridge malfunctioned, resulting in a brief chaos of vehicles. Simultaneously, in another corner of the city, a group of operatives in civilian attire stealthily approached the perimeter of a military base. Their tools were not firearms, but an array of engineering equipment. They cleverly dismantled portions of the base's external surveillance and alarm systems, laying the groundwork for subsequent operations. Once all personnel had safely withdrawn, an assortment of pre-laid miniature explosives throughout various military bases and strongholds in the beautiful nation erupted in a spectacular display, creating a scene of bustling activity. Although miniature explosives are relatively small in size, they are indeed perilous weapons, typically employed to inflict severe casualties and substantial property damage. Chapter 81. The Sin of Creation on the Other Side. With the cooperation of the combatant nation's government, Bai Jingxi had been dispatched back to his homeland. Although he was spared from the death penalty, he could not escape the living consequences. Thus, Bai Jingxi was confined, ordered to compose a lengthy reflection of 100,000 words for self-examination. The heavy door of the confinement room closed behind him, sealing him in solitude. The stark chamber contained only a rudimentary bed and a flickering lamp, casting eerie shadows. He slowly sat at the edge of the bed, his hands hanging limply, his gaze vacant as it stared into the void ahead. The walls seemed to close in around him, suffocating him with their oppressive presence. The door felt unusually heavy, isolating him from the sounds of the outside world. He could distinctly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat, each pulse resonating with despair and anguish. His thoughts began to spiral into chaos, rendering his surroundings increasingly blurred. Suddenly, the light extinguished, plunging the room into an abyss of darkness. Bai Jingxi closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, merging with the endless night. He was acutely aware of his transgressions and the grave consequences that ensued. Yet, he felt no remorse. Given another chance, he would choose the same path. Meanwhile, back with the combatant nation, under the general's strategic implementation of Bai Jingxi's plans, coupled with the soldiers' valiant spirit, significant achievements were realized in a short span. However, as time passed, the beautiful nation intensified its vigilance and scrutiny, ultimately uncovering the underlying schemes. After gathering a plethora of evidence, they prepared to launch a formidable counterattack against the combatant nation. Naturally, the government and military institutions of the combatant nation became aware of these covert operations, mirroring the beautiful nation's nefarious tactics, as if nothing had transpired. As the beautiful nation witnessed its own stratagems being wielded against it, it found itself at a loss. Behind this unfolded a mastermind. In the end, the beautiful nation, amidst the turmoil of the Russo-Ukrainian War and the Israel-Palestine conflict, withdrew its military forces from various global deployments, rallying allies from the Coalition of Seven, including the lesser nations, to commence an overt war against the combatant nation. Above the territory of the combatant nation, various models of aircraft from the beautiful nation roared through the skies, akin to a flock of famished eagles circling in search of prey. Bombs cascaded from the aircraft, falling like torrential rain, imbued with destructive power and a thirst for annihilation. The cacophony of explosions reverberated, illuminating the darkness with flickering flames. As the air became saturated with the acrid scent of smoke and fire, The entire city trembled under the onslaught of this aerial assault, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Civilians fled in all directions, desperately seeking refuge. Faced with such brazen aggression, the combatant nation could not afford to show leniency. Surface-to-air missiles shadowed the arrogant fighter jets, relentlessly pursuing them. Their trajectories sliced through the sky, leaving brilliant trails of smoke. Those once mighty aircraft now fell like crippled birds, helplessly spiraling toward the ground. Each aircraft's descent was accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if the heavens themselves lamented their defeat. Flames and thick smoke surged skyward, illuminating the pitch-black night. The fuselages shattered in midair, debris raining down like a tempest. These harrowing scenes served as a stark testament to the brutality of war, evoking visceral reactions. The once mighty aircraft were now akin to disconnected kites, plummeting into the abyss. Their downfall signified not merely the destruction of machines, but the tragic conclusion of the lives of the pilots who once soared within them. Chapter 82. Strike me if you dare. The beautiful nation was far from willing to relent, persisting with unwavering tenacity. Relying on its formidable naval military prowess, it resolved to conduct an amphibious assault, given its inability to contend with the Air Force. On the surface of the sea, colossal aircraft carriers loomed like floating cities, exuding an aura of authority and strength. Fighter jets were poised for takeoff on the deck, their thunderous roars resonating across the sky, intertwining with the rhythm of crashing waves to create a unique symphony. Landing craft, akin to a fleet of small vessels, ferried soldiers towards the shore under the protection of the aircraft carriers. The faces of the soldiers were etched with determination and resolve. They understood the gravity of the battle ahead, yet pressed on without hesitation. Suddenly, a barrage of artillery rained down from the shore, sending plumes of water skyward. The soldiers aboard the landing craft clutched the edges tightly, undeterred by the threat of fire. Jets from the aircraft carriers swiftly ascended once more, serving as aerial support. Streaking across the sky like bolts of lightning, aimed directly at the enemy positions on the shore. Bombs descended like raindrops, accompanied by the deafening sounds of explosions, as flames erupted skyward and smoke enveloped the area. This amphibious operation by the beautiful nation provided the combat-ready forces with a golden opportunity. The fighting forces finally unleashed their new model of howitzer, seemingly designed for this very coalition, dubbed the Alliance Nemesis. The Alliance Nemesis, equipped with guided munitions, possessed enhanced lethality and explosive power, with an effective range extending to 100 kilometers. Amidst the fierce exchange of fire, it became the focal point of the battlefield. The howitzer's rugged and robust design resembled a slumbering iron beast, poised to unleash devastating destruction at any moment. With a deafening roar, the cannon and Oppo's mouth belched forth a blinding flash of fire. In the next instant, a guided shell soared across the sky, hurtling towards the distant enemy encampment like a shooting star. The heavens were instantly shrouded in dust, and the earth trembled violently. As the dust settled, the enemy positions 100 kilometers away lay in ruins, the air thick with the scent of scorched earth and death. The landing vessels of the beautiful nation were rendered utterly ineffective. Unbeknownst to them, the new model Alliance Nemesis boasted a unique feature, an automatic loading mechanism that enabled rapid ammunition replenishment. When the operator squeezed the trigger, it could unleash 6 shells in an instant, delivering a barrage of lethal rapid fire. Even more astounding, the new Alliance Nemesis was equipped with an advanced navigation and positioning system. By integrating with ballistic computing technology, this weapon could precisely track and lock onto its targets. On the battlefield, this meant that regardless of the enemy's location, the new Alliance Nemesis was capable of executing pinpoint strikes with lethal efficacy. Furthermore, the Alliance Nemesis, a colossal iron beast, stood resolute amidst the chaos of war. Its advanced defensive systems resembled an impenetrable fortress, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Its reactive armor could swiftly release disruptive energy upon being attacked, causing enemy fire to veer off course, while its mine-resistant armor effectively thwarted the threat of landmines, allowing it to traverse treacherous battlefield environments with ease. In the heat of battle, the Alliance Nemesis, with its formidable protective systems, resembled an indomitable armored beast, leaving all in awe. Its presence became a steadfast bulwark in the hearts of its allies, while simultaneously serving as an insurmountable barrier for its foes. Chapter 83. Desperation. In the absence of intervention from the United States, regions once shrouded in the shadows of great powers began to reveal their true nature. In the small nations of Southeast Asia, conflicts intensified. What initially started as minor skirmishes escalated rapidly into large-scale armed confrontations, as the withdrawal of superpowers removed the constraints that had previously held them in check. The jungles became engulfed in a conflagration of gunfire and explosions. Once tranquil villages were devastated by the ravages of war, and innocent civilians cried out in anguish amidst the chaos. Without international oversight, the warfare in these regions devolved into a primitive and brutal state, devoid of humanity. The departure of great powers did not usher in peace. Rather, it plunged these areas deeper into confusion and suffering. In the midst of war, casualties were inevitable. Fortunately, these were merely instances of inadvertent exchanges of fire between smaller nations, unlikely to pose substantial threats to the stability of the broader geopolitical landscape. However, faced with a series of combat defeats and significant losses, the United States found itself with diminishing hard power at its disposal. The conflict had reached a critical juncture, leaving one to ponder whether the United States was simply acting in a moment of fervor or had resolved to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, seeking to drag others down with it. Ultimately, fighter jets ascended from the airfield on Tianing Island, heading straight toward the territory of the combatant nation. The sun bathed the aircraft in its golden rays, causing them to shimmer with a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of a flock of iron eagles soaring majestically. The pilots, fully focused and unwavering, understood that they were on the brink of their greatest challenge yet. Below them, the ocean roiled tumultuously, resembling an endless canvas of blue. The naval vessels and submarines of the adversary lay in wait, yet they appeared somewhat caught off guard by the surprise assault from Tianing Island's fighters. As the distance diminished, the radar screens on the aircraft began to flicker, revealing clearer targets. The pilots were filled with a mixture of tension and exhilaration, acutely aware that this battle would not only determine personal honor but also the dignity and security of their nation. In the afternoon light, the sun slanted across the vast expanse of the ocean, a brisk wind carrying a biting chill. Suddenly, a glint of silver flashed across the distant horizon as a fighter jet sliced through the tranquil sky at low altitude. The two nuclear bombs suspended beneath the aircraft, one dubbed the Old Boy and the other the Fat Man, gleamed ominously in the sunlight, instilling a sense of dread. The roar of the jet's engines was deafening, causing every water molecule on the surface of the sea to tremble in response. As the aircraft approached its target, an ominous premonition filled the air. The winds above the ocean seemed to sense this unusual tension, conjuring towering waves as if silently heralding the impending disaster. With a sharp whoosh, the Old Boy and the Fat Man descended from the sky, poised to strike the tumultuous waters below. The waves churned, and the azure depths danced as though a grand tableau was unfolding before the eyes. The wind howled, infused with the briny scent of the sea, quickening the heartbeat of all who bore witness. Their forms traced elegant arcs through the sunlight, akin to two valiant seabirds soaring over the vast ocean. Surrounding scenery rushed past in a blur, the roar of the sea wind growing ever louder. The surface of the ocean loomed ahead, and they were on the verge of touching the cresting waves. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everything coalesced into that singular instant. Chapter 84. A tipping point. As the scene unfolded, the Old Boy and the hefty fellow were on the brink of plunging into the sea. In a swift turn of events, the ground-to-air missiles of the fighting nation responded, living up to their reputation. Each missile struck its target with precision, intercepting the Old Boy and the hefty fellow midair. However, the magnitude of nuclear weaponry is not something that can be easily fathomed. At that moment, the pilots from the beautiful nation must have regretted their decision to deploy such destructive force, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences. Suddenly, a blinding white flash erupted in the skies, rendering the eyes unable to open. This was followed by a deafening explosion that seemed to shake the very heavens and the earth. Smoke billowed, obscuring the sky, while the surrounding area was engulfed in searing heat, reaching an astonishing 5,000 degrees. The inferno above roiled, its scorching flames threatening to consume all. Below, the ocean boiled under the intense heat, steam rising in thick plumes. The aircraft swayed precariously in the air, while vessels on the water teetered on the brink of destruction. Within moments, they were reduced to ash by the relentless flames. At the intersection of fire and sea, a catastrophic disaster unfolded once more. The world appeared to descend into apocalyptic chaos, with people struggling to survive amidst the ceaseless blaze. Thus, the aircraft and Air Force pilots of the beautiful nation, alongside the Navy and combat vessels of the fighting nation, were obliterated, forever frozen in that moment. The sound that shattered the sky marked the commencement of a global conflict. The beautiful nation had initiated the use of nuclear arms, flouting international treaties and eroding trust, inevitably inciting widespread outrage and retaliation. Observing this scene, the formidable Old King, also a nuclear power, took the lead in response. Old grievances and new enmities could finally be avenged. Amidst the roaring seas, the Old King and Apos, As assistance to the fighting nation and Apos, S weaponry arrived. The unmanned underwater assault craft, with its immense power, was capable of sinking the ships of the detestable invaders from the beautiful nation. The old King S prized new weapon, the tsunami, possessed underwater nuclear capabilities that would instill terror in any adversary. This strategic asset rendered the beautiful nation temporarily powerless. This weapon, designed to detonate underwater, held the potential to unleash a devastating radioactive tsunami in an instant. When the device detonated beneath the waves, a blinding light pierced the ocean and Apos' surface, causing the water to boil violently, and a colossal column of water surged skyward, forming a terrifying wave. This monstrous wave spread outward with astonishing speed, obliterating everything in its path. The enemy's fleet and naval ports appeared feeble against such overwhelming force. Warships were capsized and sunk, while port structures were demolished, reduced to ruins. The ocean was stained a deep crimson, a gruesome blend of radioactive material and seawater. With events escalating to this critical juncture, the fighting nation no longer held back. They decisively unleashed the Poseidon nuclear torpedo. This formidable weapon could traverse an astonishing 10,000 kilometers, and when it moved swiftly underwater, it generated an extraordinary supercavitating effect, advancing at nearly 400 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, it could carry over 200 megatons of nuclear warheads, rendering any defensive measures futile. The devastation it could wreak upon ports and cities was unimaginable. Chapter 85. The cherry blossoms of home, no longer blooming for certain deeply entrenched powers. The ramifications of recent events may seem somewhat distant. However, for the diminutive nation of GOPNJ, the consequences have been dire. This small territory, unable to withstand such monumental upheaval, has found itself engulfed in chaos. In an instant, GOPNJ experienced one of the most formidable earthquakes, not of natural origin, but wrought by human conflict. Preliminary estimates suggest that this war has inflicted catastrophic devastation upon the nation. At that moment, it felt as though GOPNJ was enduring an apocalyptic calamity. The violent shockwaves of battle surged forth like an invisible giant hand, striking the earth with tremendous force. In a heartbeat, the ground trembled violently, fissures resembling grotesque scars began to spread. Buildings, bridges, and skyscrapers succumbed to this overwhelming power, collapsing into mere ruins. People screamed in terror, fleeing in every direction, yet found no sanctuary. Some were trapped beneath fallen structures, while others were struck by flying debris. A cacophony of wails and cries for help echoing all around. This catastrophic earthquake brought untold suffering to GOPNJ. With countless lives lost, the figure of 20,000 casualties merely hinting at the true scale of the tragedy. The nation was steeped in sorrow and mourning, with the path ahead fraught with challenges and uncertainties. The once majestic vistas of the Fuji Mountains were shrouded in gloom. Each tremor of the earth served as a silent harbinger of impending disaster. The villages at the mountain and Apos' base, typically serene, now witnessed torrents of tumultuous waters, swirling and crashing violently. In a moment of dread, torrents of molten lava erupted from the ground, accompanied by the acrid scent of sulfur, signaling the imminent eruption of a volcano. Fear spread through the crowd. They understood that this land had become perilous, a nightmare from which they could not escape. The elements, floods, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions could no longer contain the long-repressed turmoil, each vying for dominance. Even nuclear energy, once a beacon of hope, now loomed as an invisible sword, suspended over every head. In the past, scientists envisioned harnessing nuclear power to create boundless clean energy, leaving a prosperous environment for future generations. Alas, the dual-edged sword of nuclear energy proved inescapable. The vicinity of what was once a promising nuclear power plant had transformed into a forbidden zone, rapidly altered by nuclear contamination. Desolate streets lay overrun with weeds, remnants of former grandeur reduced to crumbling walls. An unutterable heaviness pervaded the air. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the lingering threat of radiation, as if whispering tales of the land's former glory and its current desolation. The sunlight that broke through appeared pale and impotent, unable to penetrate the dense shroud of pollution. At this moment, the people of GOPNJ gathered beneath the cherry blossom trees. Their voices hushed as they reminisced about their beloved Mama Sang. They gazed skyward, as if her smile still lingered in the air, radiant like the blossoms that once flourished, eternally etched in their hearts. The citizens of GOPNJ were engulfed in sorrow, tears cascading silently down their cheeks. They knew that the cherry blossoms of their homeland would never bloom with the same vibrancy, just as they would never again behold their Mama Sang. This scene was profoundly poignant, an elegy that spoke of the grief and helplessness of losing a loved one. This is the age of nuclear weaponry. And this is the harrowing price of nuclear contamination. Chapter 86. Self-preservation. At present, the realm of the foot basin chicken is engulfed in turmoil, unable to rise from its plight. Within the ranks of the foot basin chicken, chaos reigns supreme. Soldiers lie exhausted upon the ground, their eyes rife with despair and helplessness. The commanders wear grim expressions, acutely aware that there is no hope for redemption. Suddenly, a chilling breeze sweeps through, stirring the dust and fallen leaves at their feet. The soldiers instinctively huddle closer, feeling an invisible weight pressing upon them. "We have lost," murmurs one soldier. "We were never meant to be masters. Now we have truly become fodder for the cannon," another replies. Thus, the once mighty foot basin chicken nation quietly descends into a period of desolation. The prosperity of yesteryears has dissipated into mere memory, leaving behind only desolation and melancholy. The streets lie barren, shops shuttered, and a pervasive sense of decline fills the air. The once vibrant clamor has vanished, replaced solely by the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves. The citizens of the foot basin chicken, worn and haggard, gaze upon their once glorious nation as it succumbs to decay, powerless to intervene. They are uncertain of what the future holds and how to confront their grim reality. The once proud foot basin chicken now stands as a monument to sorrow and tragedy. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the stick nation convene in a dimly lit conference room, their faces illuminated by the blue glow of screens, reflecting their tumultuous emotions. They understand that while deep cooperation with the beautiful nation may yield short-term economic gains, it could ultimately ensnare them in a predicament akin to that of the foot basin chicken. "We cannot allow history to repeat itself." A somber voice breaks the silence, an elder who has recently witnessed the ravages of war, his eyes filled with profound concern. "We must strive for independence rather than dependency." Another official adds, his fingers tapping a solemn rhythm upon the table, echoing a warning in the hearts of all present. The scene shifts to a group of young students from the stick nation, fervently waving their national flags in the streets, their faces alight with hope and determination. This seems to herald a future where their nation is no longer swayed by external forces. We must preserve ourselves and avoid the turmoil of these chaotic times. We must be our own masters, unshackled from the grip of capital. In that moment, the stick nation finds itself immersed in a fervent desire for freedom and democracy. Across the streets and alleys, citizens pour from their homes, banners in hand, chanting slogans with fervent enthusiasm. The air is thick with an indescribable passion, as if each person is fighting for the ideals they hold dear. In this extraordinary moment, everyone stands resolute and courageous. They dash through the streets, declaring their yearning for liberty and democracy in their own unique ways. Their voices coalesce into a formidable force, shaking the very foundations of their nation. At this instant, the stick nation transforms into a seething ocean, each individual a droplet, united in their momentum towards progress. Their eyes brim with dreams and hopes for the future, envisioning a brighter tomorrow. Ultimately, under the oppressive weight of halted work and closed institutions, the government is compelled to cease all interactions with the beautiful nation, thus preserving themselves in the face of adversity. Chapter 87. The Emperor and Apos. S. command over the lords. The decline of the chicken of the basin appeared akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, initiating uncontrollable ripples within the coalition of 7 nations. Once entangled in intricate intrigues, the leaders of these countries now turned their gaze towards the formerly feeble state, seemingly in search of a common adversary. Disputes and conflicts of interest intensified among them, as erstwhile allies transformed into foes and partners into rivals. Diplomatic relations among the nations, akin to a precarious line of dominoes, began to collapse, heralding the disintegration of the coalition. Amidst this turmoil, the populace of the 7-nation alliance grew increasingly anxious, haunted by the specter of impending war and the fear of their homes being engulfed in chaos. Yet, no force could arrest the unfolding trend. The disbandment of the coalition had become an inescapable reality. At this juncture, the beautiful nation could no longer remain passive and finally turned its attention towards the Maple Leaf Country. A command was issued for a daring operation against the Maple Leaf Country, aimed at inciting a fierce conflict with the battle-hardened nation, allowing beautiful nation to reap the benefits. However, the Maple Leaf Country, possessing a keen self-awareness, recognized its limitations. With a population of tens of millions, it could muster barely 60,000 troops for combat, an endeavor akin to striking a stone with an egg. Nevertheless, beautiful nation, a formidable force in its own right. found itself in a position where compromise became imperative for self-preservation. Ultimately, it conceded nearly 10 million square kilometers of territory, a move that would secure its own safety. Thus, without expending significant effort, Beautiful Nation effectively annexed the Maple Leaf Country. With the unification of the North American continent, Beautiful Nation surged forth, harnessing the abundant forest resources. Potassium mines, tungsten, various precious metals, iron, ore, oil, and natural gas of the Maple Leaf Country, gaining control over the economic lifeblood of the world. Envision the scene. Massive vessels laden with gold and iron or gracefully departing from the ports of the Maple Leaf Country, traversing southward across the Atlantic, ultimately arriving at the ports of Beautiful Nation. On the decks of these cargo ships, sunlight glimmers upon the oars, casting dazzling reflections. Behind these oars lies the formidable industrial production and consumption capability of Beautiful Nation. Simultaneously, oil and natural gas surge forth from beneath the soil of the Maple Leaf Country, conveyed through an intricate network of pipelines to Beautiful Nation. In one expansive oil field, pumps operated tirelessly like unyielding machines, while the distant natural gas pipelines meandered through the mountains like colossal silver serpents. However, as the war escalated to such an extent, even with the continuous influx of resources from the battle-hardened nation, access to these riches became impossible. Thus, Beautiful Nation, enriched with vast resources and wealth, found the coalition of 7 nations and surrounding countries beseeching for economic aid. Each time Beautiful Nation laid forth its conditions, nations acquiesced with eager compliance. In a flash, the economic prowess of Beautiful Nation burgeoned, establishing it as the epicenter of the global economy. In the capital of Beautiful Nation, skyscrapers rose prominently, and the financial district buzzed with activity. Delegations from various countries arrived in droves, laden with hope for economic assistance. On the bustling streets, officials of Beautiful Nation strolled leisurely, relishing the satisfaction derived from their power and affluence. Meanwhile, those nations seeking aid from Beautiful Nation faced deteriorating economic conditions, with citizens enduring hardship, skyrocketing unemployment, and social unrest. The populace of these countries, witnessing the prosperity of Beautiful Nation, found their discontent and anger intensifying. Yet, they remained powerless against the hegemony of Beautiful Nation, forced to silently endure their suffering. Chapter 88. The death of the cunning rabbit and the cooking of the hunting dog. The foot basin chicken gazed upon the splendor of the Beautiful Nation, reflecting on the pride and glory that once adorned it, now shattered like fragments of glass strewn across the ground. In this moment, it seemed to behold its former self, the one that once stood invincible, gazing down upon all others. At that time, it was the focal point of the world, the object of envy and pursuit by other nations. Yet now, it finds itself having been thoroughly exploited. Those who once greeted it with warm smiles now observe with cold indifference, even casting scornful glances in its direction. It feels akin to a bereft stray, with its former dignity and pride trampled mercilessly into the dirt. A profound sense of anguish and resentment fills the heart of the foot basin chicken. Unable to accept its current plight, reflecting on past splendors and contrasting them with its present desolation, it cannot allow this to be the conclusion of its tale. Gazing into the mirror, it becomes lost in contemplation. It recalls the days of glory, the accolades and applause, but now all that remains is a fleeting memory. The Beautiful Nation, once its lifeline and strong ally, now evokes a sense of trepidation and unease due to its insatiable greed and ambition. The foot basin chicken vividly remembers the politicians of the Beautiful Nation, their gaping maws seemingly poised to devour it whole. Repeated encounters with despair have left the foot basin chicken disheartened. It strives to struggle, to seek an escape, yet reality looms like an invisible wall, confining it tightly. Ultimately, with no avenues left to pursue, the foot basin chicken resigns itself to a shared demise with the Beautiful Nation. Thus, a meticulously orchestrated scheme begins to unfold. However, being acutely aware of its own frailty, it recognizes the necessity of seeking external refuge. The foot basin chicken understands that the current turmoil has unsettled the hearts of the 7-nation alliance and neighboring countries alike. Casting a sly glance around, it observes the diplomats of various nations wearing expressions of concern, while the leaders of the 7-nation alliance appear particularly troubled. Internally, it revels in the knowledge that this presents an excellent opportunity to exploit. Clearing its throat, it deliberately amplifies its voice. Esteemed colleagues, in light of the present circumstances, we must unite our efforts to navigate this crisis. I understand your apprehensions for your homelands and loved ones. However, trust that together, we shall uncover a path to resolution. The foot basin chicken and Oppos, S-word served to somewhat alleviate the previously somber atmosphere. With renewed vigor, it continues to instill resolve. Once, we were allies, however. The beautiful nation has proven itself ungracious, neglecting our plight while actively seeking our downfall. Such oppression and exploitation cannot go unchallenged. This impassioned rhetoric proves effective, igniting a sense of solidarity among its listeners. A sense of triumph swells within the Foot Basin chicken, aware that its objectives have been met. It then shifts the narrative. Perhaps there are matters you find inconvenient to address. Allow me to take the lead. Yet, the beautiful nation remains our common adversary, and we must stand united against it. Those among you with resources, contribute financially. Those with strength, lend your might. We can no longer endure such subjugation by the beautiful nation. With that, its gaze turns towards the Maple Leaf Nation, once bearing humiliation and biding its time. Upon hearing the Foot Basin chicken and Oppo's exhortations, it feels invigorated. Following suit, the Nazi nation, too, refuses to remain passive, recalling its former stature, now diminished as a consequence of the beautiful nation and Oppo's actions. If death is inevitable, let us not allow the beautiful nation to thrive. Thus, the time for vengeance draws near. Chapter 89, the moment of retribution. With that, a retaliatory act against the United States commenced. Initially, Canada was enlisted as an insider, collaborating with the nations of the Chicken Bowl to execute precise strikes against the United States. Canada, that corner of North America, had long been a steadfast ally of the United States. However, this relationship was poised for a subtle transformation. Within a clandestine base in Canada, a cadre of senior military officers engaged in tense discussions. Their objective was clear and resolute: to deliver precise retribution against the United States. The scene shifts to the nations of the Chicken Bowl, where operatives were busily orchestrating their plans, working closely with Canada to impart a profound lesson to the United States. As night fell, the moment of action arrived. From the Canadian base to the secret strongholds of the Chicken Bowl nations, every preparation was meticulously completed. Orders swiftly reached every operative. In the inky darkness of the night, silence reigned. The heinous acts of murder and plunder unfolded, as waves of determined assassins embraced death with valor, appearing like phantoms in the shadows. Clad in tight black attire, their expressions were stoic and their gazes icy. The glint of their blades reflected the moonlight, heralding the arrival of death. In the nocturnal gloom, shadows darted swiftly across rooftops and alleyways, silently approaching their targets. Their movements were in perfect synchrony, as if honed through rigorous training. Each strike was lethal, each assassination executed without warning. Blood splattered, lives extinguished in the darkness, leaving only a chilling aura of malice and an atmosphere thick with dread. As government officials began to fall one after another, the United States government was compelled to acknowledge the escalating crisis and heighten its vigilance. Observing that a series of plans had been unveiled, they were forced to adopt a new strategy to continue their operations. In the shadows, the terrorist leader frowned, disheartened by the string of failed assassination attempts. He recognized that mere killings could no longer shake his target. Consequently, he began to devise more extreme measures. The scene transitions to a bustling urban bridge. A truck laden with explosives slowly approached the heart of the bridge, beneath which thronged the unsuspecting populace of the United States. The terrorist leader smirked as he pressed the detonator in his hand. With a thunderous explosion, the bridge shattered, engulfing innocent lives in a massive fireball. Simultaneously, in another corner of the city, a man donned in a bomb vest sought his target amidst the crowd. Suddenly, he recognized a familiar figure. A smile crept across his face as he activated the detonator on his chest. In an instant, the shockwave of the explosion swept through the street, scattering flesh and bone, while anguished cries echoed in the air. The relentless tide of bad news caused young Joseph to spend sleepless nights, his head throbbing with pain. Whenever his condition flared, Joseph and Oppo's world resembled a shattered stage, swaying amidst the intense agony. He shut his eyes tightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his hands instinctively gripping the bed linens. As the tablets dissolved in his mouth, their bitter taste mirrored his mood. The medication began to take effect. The pain gradually receded, yet it did not vanish entirely. It lurked like a cunning serpent in the depths of his consciousness, biding its time for the next strike. Meanwhile, his mind began to spiral into chaos. He seemed to glimpse his childhood, those days filled with laughter and carefree joy. He could almost hear distant melodies, beautiful and ethereal. He longed to pursue those memories, yet found himself ensnared in a fog, unable to advance. Chapter 90. The trigger. As time wore on, young Joseph and Oppo's aging became increasingly pronounced, and his mental state deteriorated with each passing day. Each night, he would awaken from nightmares, shrieking and weeping as if ensnared in an endless agony. His cries echoed through the dark room, evoking a profound sense of heartache. His pallid complexion and vacant gaze suggested a disconnection from the world around him. During these harrowing moments, his family could only stand vigil by his bedside, offering solace in their attempts to calm him. Yet, despite their tireless efforts, young Joseph and Apos' psychological turmoil seemed to intensify, leaving them enveloped in feelings of helplessness and despair. At last, one fateful day, amidst a chaotic haze, young Joseph inadvertently pressed the launch button situated before his desk. In that instant, the world appeared to freeze. Nuclear missiles, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, were unleashed, piercing the stillness with their destructive might. They soared toward distant targets, leaving behind trails of brilliant light. Joseph stood motionless, heart racing, his eyes fixated on the missiles vanishing into the darkness. A surge of terror and confusion filled his heart. What consequences would ensue from this act? Had he unwittingly become the harbinger of the world's end? As the missiles' trails gradually faded from the night sky, Joseph's thoughts began to coalesce. A wave of profound regret washed over him as he suddenly grasped the potential ramifications of his actions. He gazed at the launch button in his hand, envisioning the depths of his own malevolence. At that moment, he awakened, as did the dream. However, the dire consequences were merely beginning. The descent of the nuclear missiles arrived without forewarning or sign. They fell like black raindrops, silently descending upon the far reaches of the globe. In an instant, once thriving cities and tranquil villages were engulfed in unending fear and chaos. When the missiles struck, it was as if the air itself had solidified. A powerful shockwave swept through every corner, reducing all to rubble. Towering skyscrapers collapsed in an instant, transforming into desolate ruins. Vehicles on the streets were overturned, igniting into a sea of flames. People screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions, yet there was nowhere to escape, for the entire world seemed to tremble. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the sun. Smoke shrouded the sky, casting it into a dismal gray. The once familiar scenery was now unrecognizable. The air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and charred remnants, suffocating all who breathed it. In that moment, the world plunged into an abyss of darkness. Though the technological prowess of powerful nations was considerable, the immense energy unleashed by the nuclear explosions, despite being mitigated by advanced interception systems, still precipitated an unprecedented catastrophe. The blinding flash from the detonations instantaneously stained the sky a foreboding orange-red, heralding the apocalypse. This was swiftly followed by thunderous explosions reverberating through the atmosphere, accompanied by the cacophony of crumbling edifices. The ground trembled violently as terrified screams filled the air, yet no sanctuary could be found. The mushroom clouds ascended rapidly, bearing the weight of annihilation. Nuclear radiation stealthily permeated every living being, inexorably eroding life itself. Once vibrant cities were transformed into desolate wastelands in the wake of the explosions. Amidst the ruins and debris, people lay helplessly, tormented by the ravages of radiation. The air was saturated with an indescribable stench, the unmistakable odor of death. Chapter 91. Taking advantage of the chaos at this moment, the spirit of vengeance ignited within the hearts of the combatant nation and old Jean and Apos as companions. They could no longer tolerate the arrogant demeanor of the beautiful nation and resolved to embark on a breathtaking act of retribution. Beneath the cloak of night, the military bases of the beautiful nation came into view. With a commanding signal, the sound of nuclear weapons being launched reverberated through the heavens. Those lethal instruments, as if imbued with life, surged forth from all directions, slicing through the sky, destined for the beautiful nation. In the inky darkness, their trajectories resembled streaks of lightning, shattering the stillness and heralding the impending disaster. Under this omen of destruction, the cities of the beautiful nation appeared as a frozen tableau. The lights of towering edifices blazed brightly, and the clamor of traffic on the streets was abruptly suspended in time. People gazed skyward, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Yet, all was irretrievable. Though the beautiful nation was formidable, it lacked the capacity to intercept the nuclear missiles unleashed by the combatant nation. The warheads tore through the atmosphere, propelled by annihilative power towards their targets, their explosions set to rend the land asunder, ushering in boundless suffering and death. Neighboring countries, witnessing the decline of the once mighty beautiful nation, felt compelled to express their own grievances. Thus, they too commenced their campaigns of aggression. First, the eastern neighbor, long envious of the beautiful nation and Apos' strength, sharpened its blades and mobilized its forces at the sight of its downfall. A formidable army traversed the mountains, their eyes gleaming with the thirst for victory, as if they could already envision the vast territories. The southern nation, unwilling to lag behind, unleashed its troops like a torrent. Soldiers brandishing weapons, their morale soaring. Their warships arrayed upon the seas, their cannons aimed squarely at the beautiful nation, exuding an aura of intimidation. The Western power quietly assembled its forces with a clear aim, the Western stronghold of the beautiful nation. Their movements were swift and clandestine, seemingly intent on denying the beautiful nation any chance for a counteraction. In an instant, gunfire and explosions erupted in a cacophony, flames illuminating the pitch-black sky. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, soldiers fired with tense resolve, their faces etched with determination. Bullets streaked across the night, leaving trails of blinding light. The inferno of explosions consumed everything in its vicinity, waves of heat rendering the air suffocating. The scent of gunpowder permeated the atmosphere, allowing every individual present to feel the brutal reality of war. On this fierce battlefield, every life appeared profoundly fragile, yet remarkably resilient. At this moment, the beautiful nation had ultimately become a fish in a barrel, vulnerable to slaughter. The White House teetered amidst thick smoke, the spire of the Capitol slowly collapsing, while the flames of the Statue of Liberty illuminated the darkened horizon. Once an invincible superpower, it could now only watch helplessly as its territory was engulfed by the smoke of war. Within the presidential palace, young Joseph and his aides huddled around a battered table, their faces etched with despair. The once impassioned proclamations had transformed into bitter laughter. They sought a path forward, yet were confronted only by an expanse of impenetrable darkness. At this moment, the citizens of the beautiful nation may still be lost in slumber, oblivious to their country's descent into an unfathomable abyss. Meanwhile, those nations that once prided themselves as the world and oppose, as police ultimately became sacrificial pawns in this brutal conflict. Chapter 92. Earth. Suffering from old crimes, the war raged on with fervor, shrouding the skies in darkness and rendering the sun and moon invisible. The soldiers and oppos, roars and cries of anguish intertwined to create a tragic yet heroic tableau. The battlefield was engulfed in dust and blood, the faces of the combatants smeared with grime and gore. Each fall was accompanied by a scream and a flash of crimson. In this brutal struggle, life and death hung in the balance, with many gallantly sacrificing themselves, their bodies dissipating into clouds of smoke, vanishing amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, those who survived gritted their teeth and continued to fight, battling for honor and homeland. However, under the dual devastation of modern warfare and nuclear weaponry, the Earth had long since become a patchwork of wounds, cloaked in noxious fumes. The once azure planet was now enveloped in a shroud of black and gray smoke. Nuclear radiation acted like an invisible hand, eroding every inch of land and every expanse of ocean. The once thriving metropolises now lay in ruins, silent and desolate. Amidst the debris, a crow flapped its wings and soared over the scorched earth, perching upon a twisted rebar, its cries echoing through the empty city. The bustling streets of Ur had been reduced to the solitary call of this bird. This city, this world, seemed to have succumbed to death, leaving behind a series of mournful images. In the shadows beneath the crumbling walls, shapes began to shift quietly. Once ordinary lizards now bore scales that shimmered with an unusual luster, their eyes glinting with cunning and intelligence. These lizards became active among the ruins, employing their mutated claws and sharp fangs to hunt for insects. Simultaneously, certain serpents were also unwilling to be outdone. Their scales grew tougher, akin to iron armor, and their bodies became more agile, allowing them to dart swiftly among the rubble. These mutated reptiles exhibited astonishing vitality and adaptability. As night fell, battles for survival unfolded amidst the ruins, fiercely contending for food and territory. Each skirmish bore witness to genetic mutations and evolution. Meanwhile, humanity sought more habitable spaces. Some super-rich individuals had already fled into outer space aboard various arcs and spacecraft they had purchased at great expense. Clad in spacesuits, these affluent beings stared blankly out at the endless darkness beyond their portholes. Their gazes reflected both confusion about the future and a resolute will to survive. Great arcs and ships floated like castles adrift in the cosmos, quietly traversing the void. Each vessel stood as a sanctuary crafted from their vast fortunes, embodying their hopes for survival. The atmosphere within was oppressively silent, save for the faint ticking of instruments, a reminder to all that they were adrift in the abyss of the universe. Occasionally, brilliant stars streaked by outside, like eyes in the night sky, silently observing this group in search of a new home. Yet, in this war-torn nation, many ordinary citizens, supported by their government, labored diligently to construct their own habitable sanctuaries. Under the setting sun, men, women, and children in the village united in their efforts, their faces aglow with the light of hope. The men wielded shovels, turning the soil, while the women attentively sowed seeds of hope, and the elders offered guidance, recounting tales of the land. Chapter 93. The End? No, everything is merely beginning. Although the people have discovered a habitat upon which they can rely for survival, life has gradually shown signs of improvement. Yet, the once lush fields are now reduced to charred earth and broken stalks. The joyful children, who once filled the air with laughter, have become silent, their eyes clouded with confusion and helplessness. Their laughter, once the purest melody of this place, now lingers only as a distant memory. The smoke rising from rooftops, once the warmest scene, has vanished entirely. The essence of home, that comforting and familiar aura, now exists only as ashes and the sin of burnt remnants. Everything here has lost its vitality, sinking into a state of lethargy. The home that once thrived is now a mere ruin. However, throughout this journey from beginning to end, it seems that Bai Kyocera has been entirely forgotten, and indeed, he has little to do with it. Nevertheless, despite his long confinement, Bai Kyocera remains as if seated before a grand mahogany table, his gaze profound as the sea. The pen in his hand glides gently across the paper, leaving behind a series of intricate chess moves. The moonlight outside spills onto the desk, the silver glow contrasting with the ink on the white paper, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. Bai Kyocera wears a constant smile, a testament to his confidence and composure, every action exuding steadiness and strength. At this moment, he resembles a general commanding thousands, strategizing within the military tent, with all matters firmly within his grasp. This is Bai Kyocera, the future successor, whose every word and deed is imbued with power and wisdom, captivating all who behold him. Suddenly, a mouse emerged from beneath the ground. One must understand that the confines of the military camp are akin to a fortress. The appearance of this mouse is quite remarkable. Its arrival piqued Bai Kyocera and Appo's interest. This small creature, with its gray fur caked in dirt, bore eyes that glinted with cunning and alertness. It scurried forth with agility, seemingly well acquainted with the layout of the military confinement. The mouse and Appo's presence hinted at hidden secrets within the camp. Bai Kyocera realized that this moment had finally arrived. Before long, the tranquility of the morning was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A group of soldiers approached briskly, their strides resolute and exuding an unmistakable authority. Mani felt a tightening in her chest, recognizing this as the opportunity she had awaited. Biting her lip, she trailed closely behind the soldiers, rushing towards Bai Kyocera in hurried strides. The morning sun illuminated her face, reflecting her determined gaze. The soldiers appeared even taller in the sunlight, their steps resonating like a symphony of battle, inspiring Mani's heart. In an instant, she stood before Bai Kyocera, breathless and flushed, yet her gaze remained unwavering. Bai Kyocera regarded her with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He understood that this girl was prepared to face the challenges ahead. As the door swung open, Mani dashed into Bai Kyocera's embrace. His quarters, once tidy, were now a disarray. Dust coated the windowsill, and the tattered curtains hung low, blocking much of the sunlight. An indescribable odor pervaded the room, a blend of stale air and unbathed bodies, a sign of neglect. Bai Kyocera himself had lost his former elegance. His hair was unkempt, his beard untrimmed, and his clothes smeared with unidentifiable stains. The spark in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by profound fatigue and helplessness. All of this illustrated the chaos that had engulfed his life. Scattered across the table were various odds and ends, empty bottles, cigarette butts, leftover food, and an endless pile of documents and materials seemingly destined to remain unaddressed. In this murky environment, the once poised Bai Kyocera appeared almost unrecognizable. Chapter 94. The Choice of Love. At this moment, Bai Kyocera stood before Mani, his eyes shimmering with unease. His attire was tattered, and his face bore the marks of dirt and fatigue. Gazing into Mani's gentle eyes, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Bai Kyocera hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Mani looked at him, her gaze filled with concern. What is wrong, Kyocera? You don't seem well. Taking a deep breath, Bai Kyocera knew he could no longer evade the truth. Mani, my situation is dire. I do not wish for you to suffer alongside me. With that, he forcefully broke free from Mani's grasp, preparing to turn away. But Mani clung to him once more, her eyes brimming with determination and resolve. No, I will not let you go. I will never allow you to bear this burden alone. Her voice was gentle yet unwavering, imbued with an irresistible strength. She saw the conflict and shock reflected in his eyes. His hands, once a source of warmth and strength when she needed it most, now hung helplessly by his sides. The light cascaded upon his face, revealing unshed tears and the complexity of his emotions. In that moment, Mani's heart overflowed with love and resolve. She was determined to protect him, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. Mani's vulnerability stirred something deep within Bai Kyocera, rendering him unable to suppress his emotions. His heart raced with urgency, compelling him to embrace Mani tightly. Her soft form trembled slightly in his arms, her face pressed against his chest. Listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, she wrapped her arms around his waist, seeking solace and security. Bai Kyocera's breath brushed against Mani's ear, infused with a faint masculine scent that quickened her pulse. She closed her eyes, enveloped in the warmth of his embrace, feeling the heat and strength radiating from him. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Their heartbeats intertwined, creating a beautiful melody. At this instant, their souls appeared to merge, their emotions, breaths, and warmth weaving together into an ineffable beauty. All right, let us find a more suitable place for affection. This isn't appropriate, a nearby soldier interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. Although Bai Kyocera had emerged from confinement, his heart felt heavy. He looked up at the sky, where the sun hung high, yet it could not dispel the shadows within him. He walked slowly down the corridor, the echoes of his footsteps resonating in the vast space, each sound striking his heart like a hammer. Once welcomed by smiling colleagues, he now felt their avoidance. A stark contrast that enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of loneliness and helplessness. At the end of the corridor, he paused before a large mirror, a reflection of military regalia, revealing his shadow. He gazed at his reflection, the once vibrant spirit now replaced by weariness and the weight of experience. He gently closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, attempting to calm the tumult within. Yet, the moments of despair and painful struggles lingered, haunting him like a persistent nightmare. However, despite the formidable difficulties before him, an indomitable flame ignited within his heart. Mani and Apos' helpless gaze haunted his thoughts. He knew he could not surrender, nor could he allow the world to lose her. In that moment, his figure appeared resolute, akin to an unyielding mountain, standing firm against the tempest of life. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the essence of the earth, the breath of life. He understood that the world awaited his salvation, just as Mani awaited his protection. His gaze was steadfast and determined. He recognized that his journey was far from over. Yet he felt no fear, for he knew that no matter how distant the path, he must continue onward. Chapter 95 Farewell Bai Kyocera once again traversed the familiar grounds of the military camp, where past glory seemed to dissipate with the passage of time. Without the companionship of Mani, he walked alone along the paths of the barracks, observing the surroundings that felt both familiar and alien. A surge of inexplicable emotions welling up within him. The soldiers within the camp busily navigated their duties, their gazes imbued with a mixture of reverence and indifference. Bai Kyocera understood that he was no longer the master of this place, but merely a transient visitor. He cast his eyes upon the young soldiers, their faces radiating vitality and exuberance, while he himself felt that his former brilliance had long since faded. He strolled past the training grounds where he once exerted himself. The echoes of laughter and camaraderie now extinguished, leaving only silence and emptiness. He noticed his shadow stretching long upon the ground, as if narrating tales of past glory and present desolation. Approaching the office of the old commander, his heart was a tumult of emotions. After much hesitation, he took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and slowly pushed the door open. As the door creaked ajar, a solemn and austere atmosphere enveloped him. The dimly lit room mirrored the obscurity of Bai Kyocera's own heart. He discerned a grand writing desk and a high-backed chair occupied by an elderly man clad in military attire. Lines of time etched upon his face. His gaze was sharp and profound. Bai Kyocera stepped into the room, each footfall heavy with significance. His heartbeat quickened, blood coursing through his veins like a tempest. Reaching the desk, he placed his hands upon its surface and bowed deeply. The commander remained silent, observing him with a steady and penetrating gaze. Bai Kyocera lifted his head, meeting the commander and Apos' eyes, an inexplicable courage surging within him. He spoke, "Commander, I have returned." "Oh, please, take a seat." Time flowed inexorably. The commander engaged in his duties at the desk, seemingly frozen in this moment. At that instant, Bai Kyocera comprehended that he was no longer suited to remain here. Silently, he rose, gently grasping the hat resting on the desk. His hands trembled slightly, as if burdened by unspoken weight. He regarded the elder with eyes filled with gratitude and respect. Deep down, he recognized that his achievements were inextricably linked to the support of the old commander, and he had brought this upon himself. feeling he had become a burden to the commander, who could no longer assist him. "Commander, I must take my leave. Please take care of yourself." After another deep bow, he refrained from a military salute, a gesture of personal respect, affection, and gratitude towards the commander. He then turned and slowly walked towards the door. His steps were heavy yet resolute. As the door opened gradually, warm sunlight cascaded upon him, imbued with a gentle warmth. He inhaled deeply, as if to etch the very air of this place into his heart. Bai Jingxi softly closed the door behind him, walking away from the elder. He understood that his future lay on a new path, fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Yet, he also knew he was no longer alone. For the elder and Apos, teachings and blessings would forever accompany him. This journey marked not only the conclusion of a chapter in history, but also the commencement of a new expedition. Chapter 96. Seeking a warm embrace. As Bai Jingxi stepped through the gates of the military camp, he felt akin to a feather adrift in the air, utterly unanchored. He traversed the cobblestone path alone, the waning rays of the setting sun casting a glow upon him, yet failing to thaw the chill that gripped his heart. His steps were heavy, each one akin to wading through mire, ensnaring him in a quagmire of despair. Passers-by regarded him with curious and probing gazes, as if silently inquiring, "What troubles you, wandering alone?" In a moment of desperation, Bai Jingxi found himself heading towards Manny and Apos' residence. Manny was engrossed in her work, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, the screen illuminating rows of data and charts. Standing outside her office, Bai Jingxi peered through the glass window at Manny's focused profile, a surge of warmth blossoming within him. He raised his hand to knock but ultimately chose to lower it, reluctant to interrupt her diligent efforts. Thus, he remained solitary, patiently awaiting her completion of the task at hand. He settled down by the corridor, beside an overflowing ashtray. Once more, he ignited a Xuanyuan cigarette, inhaling deeply as the familiar scent of tobacco enveloped his lungs. He closed his eyes, as if attempting to unearth shadows of the past within the swirling smoke. As night deepened and the streetlights glowed dimly, the smoldering tip of his cigarette flickered in the darkness, mirroring the ever-burning flame within his heart. He observed the ash cascading slowly downwards, forming an intricate pattern upon the floor. Each wisp of smoke appeared to encapsulate fragments of his memories, joy, sorrow, hope, and despair, all articulated within the remnants of ash. He sat there, allowing time to slip by, until the final ember settled, leaving behind a silent corridor and a heart steeped in reminiscence. "You've been smoking." Manny approached, her tone laced with reproach. "Oh, this is Xuanyuan. Is there anything different?" "Yes, smoking that brand. Loving only one person throughout life." "Stop joking. Promise me you won't smoke again. I'm allergic." As a researcher, Manny understood the dangers of smoking better than anyone, making her allergy the most compelling reason for urging Bai Jingxi to quit. Cigarettes contain hundreds of complex chemicals, among which 40 are toxic and carcinogenic, including tar, nicotine, phenols, alcohols, acids, and aldehydes. Therefore, it is a friendly reminder to all, especially the younger audience, to refrain from smoking in public places. With that, Manny opened the door to her dormitory, prompting Bai Jingxi to discard his cigarette and follow her inside. As the door swung open, a refreshing breeze greeted him, starkly contrasting the cacophony of the outside world. Bai Jingxi trailed behind Manny into this tranquil sanctuary. The room was simply yet warmly decorated, adorned with hand-drawn posters and travel postcards that infused the small space with vibrancy. On the desk by the window lay an open book, seemingly waiting for its owner and Apos' return. Manny approached the bedside and turned to Bai Jingxi, saying, "Please sit for a moment. I'll fetch you a glass of water." Bai Jingxi nodded and took a seat on the chair by the desk, his gaze wandering around this unfamiliar yet inviting environment. As he watched Manny busily move about, an unsettling restlessness stirred within him. He clasped his hands together, his eyes darting furtively to steal glances. Every movement and sound she made pierced his heart like needles, causing his pulse to quicken and an inexplicable tension to envelop him. He attempted to divert his attention to the news broadcast on the television, yet the sounds and images melded seamlessly with the vision of Manny in his mind. What he yearned for most was to rush over, embrace her, and confess the depths of his feelings. Chapter 97. Happiness comes too suddenly. Could you please pause for a moment? Bai Jingxi implored pitifully. What is the matter? Manny appeared to discern his underlying discontent as she approached him. She gently settled beside Bai Jingxi, her gaze suffused with tenderness and concern. A hint of helplessness flickered across Bai Jingxi's face as he lowered his head and let out a soft sigh. What troubles you, Jingxi? Manny inquired softly, placing her hand upon his shoulder, offering him a comforting warmth. Bai Jingxi lifted his gaze to meet Manny and Apos' S, his eyes betraying a sense of weariness and resignation. He shook his head gently, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit fatigued," he replied, casting his eyes elsewhere. Manny silently observed him, a wave of affection swelling within her. She understood that this man had been silently bearing immense pressure, and all she could offer was a warm embrace to remind him that he was not alone. Manny moved closer, delicately sitting upon Bai Kyocera's frail legs. She tenderly wrapped her arms around his neck, nestling into his embrace. Their bodies intertwined, as if silently narrating an unspoken tale. Manny's cheek rested gently against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, enveloped in his warmth and breath. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the two of them in this world. Everything around them blurred into the background, with only their existence and emotions remaining vivid and palpable. Manny felt an unprecedented sense of security and joy, realizing she had found what she had long sought. At that instant, Bai Kyocera could no longer suppress the impulses of his heart. Manny's petite, exquisite face was as alluring as a precious pearl. His fingers brushed against her soft skin, sending electric sensations coursing through him. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath grew shallow. He cradled Manny's face, and in that fleeting moment, their gazes intertwined. Manny's eyes sparkled with shyness and anticipation, prompting Bai Kyocera to take a deep breath to steady himself. He leaned closer, their breaths mingling as if they had merged into one. His lips gently brushed against Manny's, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze. Manny's lips were moist and warm, carrying a faint fragrance that transported Bai Kyocera to a realm of enchantment. All previous discontent faded into oblivion. Their kiss erupted like a dazzling firework, vibrant and fervent. Yet, just as the passion peaked, a cacophony shattered the idyllic atmosphere. Bai Kyocera and Manny pulled away, astonishment reflected in their eyes. A song began to play from Bai Kyocera's phone, resonating with the heartfelt sentiments of the lyrics. "In my hometown, there is a good girl. I often dream of her. The soldiers in the army are also affectionate and wish to accompany you through life." The melody of Green Flower in the Army vividly depicted his current reality while encapsulating the toil and helplessness of the soldiers and officers. The emotion within the song was so sincere, as if it were an ode to the land and the nation he cherished. He knew that every soldier possessed a story, each deserving of remembrance. This song, Green Flower in the Army, represented their shared memory and symbolized their unwavering spirit. Chapter 98. A grave situation. Old Bai. "We are in serious trouble. A zombie outbreak has occurred on the other end of the line." The leader of the combat nation gasped as he relayed the alarming news to Bai Kyocera. "What is going on?" "Enough for now. It's too complicated to explain in a moment. Take care of yourself." "I have to hang up what? Another mission?" Manny asked with concern and a hint of confusion. "Yes, zombies. This time, it seems we are facing an apocalyptic disaster akin to those portrayed in films, but what can you do? You are no longer a pilot. What heroics can you attempt? You cannot be a savior." Though Manny and Apos' words were harsh, they stemmed from a place of genuine concern for Bai Kyocera's safety. "Manny, I had hoped to wander the world with you, to live in obscurity, but under these dire circumstances, where can we find refuge? So, you must go?" Manny raised her voice intentionally, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. "Yes, I want to protect you and ensure you remain unharmed." In that moment, Bai Kyocera, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted at Manny, a first for him. "Fine, I will accompany you." Manny understood that Bai Kyocera was undoubtedly facing a formidable challenge. It took Bai Kyocera a while to regain his composure. What? What do you mean by what? With such recklessness and impulsiveness, what can you accomplish?" He hadn't intended for her to join him. After all, the disaster had yet to reach their homeland, which remained relatively safe. However, the idea of leaving her behind also filled him with unease. Before Bai Kyocera could voice his agreement, Manny continued, "The day has finally come, however. I will stand by your side, and we shall not part." With her declaration, Bai Kyocera felt compelled to say nothing further. He took out his phone and sent a message to the leader. "Wait for me. We shall fight side by side once more." Upon their arrival in the combat nation's territory, the sounds of artillery erupted around them. The cacophony of roars and screams filled the air. Under the leader and Apos' guidance, they made their way to the armory. Inside the armory, an array of weapons glimmered in the light, each exuding a chilling brilliance. The elegance of handguns, the steadfastness of rifles, the wildness of submachine guns, the destructive power of grenades, and the lethal precision of sniper rifles all showcased the formidable strength of this military force. With unwavering determination, Bai Jingxi approached a row of rifles and selected an AK-47, the weapon he had longed for. In his hands, the AK seemed to come alive, merging seamlessly with him. He caressed the gun and amped Oppo's body as if it were a comrade, his eyes reflecting warmth and trust. In contrast, Manny, the graceful lady, chose a weapon that belied her demeanor. For her main armament, she selected an M4A1, one with relatively gentle recoil. She lifted the gun with ease, as if cradling a child. In her hands, the M4 took on a softer essence, starkly contrasting with her elegant appearance. Though Bai Jingxi felt no anxiety and was devoid of fear, Manny and Oppo's presence left him in awe. This petite girl, usually so delicate, now resembled a nimble little leopard, deftly navigating the battlefield. The gun in her hand spat fire, each shot accompanied by a cry of anguish. Her gaze was cold and resolute. In the face of life and death, she showed no signs of retreat. Bai Jingxi watched her, a wave of inexplicable admiration swelling within him. He followed closely behind Manny, perceiving in her the glory and pride of a soldier. Together, they advanced through the chaos of war, surrounded by smoke and dust. Each of Manny and Oppo's movements appeared so practiced and instinctive, as if she were born for this battlefield. Bai Jingxi could not help but marvel. Manny was not only beautiful, but also courageous and strong. He felt truly fortunate to have crossed paths with her. When did you learn all of this? Is this truly the Manny I know? Bai Jingxi questioned, skeptical of the transformation before him. Oh please, do you think I only dabble in research? For Bai Jingxi and Oppo's sake, Manny had gone to great lengths. During the time he was confined, her life had become extraordinarily busy. By day, she immersed herself in scientific research, meticulously analyzing various data and experimental results. Yet, her thoughts were perpetually occupied with Bai Jingxi's safety, a worry that made it difficult for her to concentrate. When night fell, Manny would set aside her work and venture to a desolate mountain area, which had become her makeshift training ground. Under the moonlight, she scaled the rocky terrain and leaped over obstacles with agility. In the stillness of the night, her breaths and footsteps echoed in the valley. She practiced various tactical maneuvers, from stealthy approaches to rapid shooting, leaving no detail overlooked. Using branches to simulate firearms and stones as targets, she rehearsed shooting motions repeatedly. Her silhouette flickered in the moonlight, as if she were one with nature. Her diligent training bore fruit. Her prior preparations were now proving invaluable. Chapter 99. Capturing a zombie for research. The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the desolate streets, accompanied by the chilling cries of the undead, resembling an inescapable nightmare. The soldiers valiantly resisted the onslaught of zombies, their weapons spitting flames, yet the horde seemed inexhaustible, surging relentlessly. Among them, a besieged soldier appeared pale, his eyes rife with terror. He fired incessantly, desperately attempting to carve a path to safety, but the claws of the zombies lunged at him repeatedly. Suddenly, a zombie lunged forth, its sharp talons and ghastly visage mere inches away. The soldier gritted his teeth, bracing himself for his imminent demise. Just then, Manny arrived, pulling the trigger and sending bullets into the zombie and Oppo's skull, saving the young soldier. Old Bai, what year did your sister-in-law serve? Was she a fighter pilot as well? The general inquired, astonished. No, she is a researcher, came the reply. Is it true that researchers possess such remarkable skills? Well, I find it equally perplexing. How about we capture one for further study? What are you two whispering about? Manny interrupted their conversation. Oh, nothing, they replied. Your sister-in-law, Bai said, as a researcher. What field do you specialize in? Perhaps we could capture one for analysis? The general jested. Excellent idea, but do mind how you address me. Oh, truly a heroine among women. The general, realizing the conversation had lost its charm, refrained from further remarks and instructed his men to capture one alive. The soldiers moved with agility, silently navigating the dilapidated city. Their steps were light, clad in silent boots, barely making a sound, with only the occasional clinking of chains and muted breaths resonating in the air. Dressed in dark protective gear and donning gas masks, only their resolute and piercing eyes were visible. Their weapons were cold and weighty, every scratch a testament to countless battles of life and death. With unwavering focus, the soldiers targeted a sluggish old zombie. Its pallid skin and vacant gaze, coupled with tattered clothing, emitted a nauseating stench. The soldiers and Oppo's eyes fixed intently on it, as if awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Choosing the softest targets is a cardinal rule of the battlefield. The old zombie and Oppo's grotesque appearance, with its sickly green skin and suffocating odor, was fearsome. Its deep-set eyes glinted with a vicious cunning, and its gaping maw instilled dread. Despite their seasoned experience, the soldiers felt an undeniable tension in the face of such an adversary. Nevertheless, they did not falter. Utilizing the terrain and obstacles, the soldiers gradually led the old zombie into a narrow alleyway. They coordinated closely, some suppressing fire, others deploying smoke grenades, while others set traps. Despite the formidable strength and resilience of the aged zombie, they ultimately succeeded in capturing it alive through teamwork and clever tactics. Under the cover of night, several camouflage vehicles stealthily approached. The bound zombie was cautiously lifted onto the vehicle. Once ferocious, it now struggled weakly, resigned to its confinement within the iron cage of the truck. Inside the vehicle, the acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with the overwhelming stench of death outside, creating a stark contrast. The zombie writhed within the cage, its once bloodthirsty eyes now filled with fear and confusion. The convoy sped through the night, bearing an unspoken secret. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at their destination, the biological research facility of the combatant nation. The towering structure loomed majestically under the night sky, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery, as if it were a guardian of the world and Apos' tranquility. Chapter 100. Too early to celebrate within the confines of the research laboratory. An atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the space. Each individual was diligently engaged with their instruments, yet as a group of personnel clad in protective gear entered, transporting a corpse bound to a gurney, the entire lab fell into an eerie silence. The cadaver's skin was a ghastly gray, its vacant eyes fixated on the ceiling, emitting a low, guttural growl. Despite being restrained, it exhibited an intense instinct to attack, thrashing violently against its bindings. Witnessing this scene, the researchers paused their tasks, converging to scrutinize the spectacle before them. Their expressions varied. Some wore faces of trepidation, others exhibited curiosity, while a few maintained a resolute demeanor. Some furrowed their brows, contemplating methods to study this enigmatic creature, while others appeared astonished, clearly unprepared for the peculiarities of the zombie and Apos' physiological structure. Colleagues, this is a zombie we captured alive from the battlefield. Today, we have summoned top-tier scientific personnel from Huaxia to delve into the mysteries surrounding this entity. I urge everyone to extend their full support, the general declared, intentionally elevating Manny and Apos' status to motivate his research team. The laboratory was steeped in a profound silence and tension. The instruments emitted a faint hum as blood and tissue cells were meticulously extracted, flowing into transparent conduits. The automated machinery operated with the precision of a finely tuned timepiece, each component functioning in harmonious order. On the DNA simulator and Apos' display screen, streams of data surged rapidly, unraveling the genetic sequence of the zombie. The vibrant lines on the screen resembled stars scattered across the night sky, weaving together a mysterious tapestry. Each flickering point of light represented a segment of information within the genes, revealing the secrets of the zombie and Apos' existence. The scientists fixated on the screen, their eyes brimming with concentration and anticipation. The air was thick with an exhilarating tension, as if heralding the onset of an unprecedented exploration. What do you have? Any discoveries? What virus is this? The general and Apos' barrage of questions irked Manny significantly. Put up or shut up. You can't just bluster, she retorted, leaving the general momentarily speechless and prompting laughter from those present. However, the mirth was short-lived as the results emerged. Manny removed her heavy protective gear, goggles, mask, and gloves, exhaling deeply as if she had inhaled a breath of cold air. How are you? Are you all right? Bai Kyocera inquired with concern. I'm fine. But this virus bears a striking resemblance to the one from the beautiful country, coupled with our technological research here. My colleagues and I suspect it may be a deliberate act, she revealed. What? Are you implying it's a case of deliberate poisoning? A biological weapon? The general regarded the local researchers with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. The seasoned scientists exchanged glances, responding only with solemn nods. Damn it. Such a blatant violation of international treaties deserves severe repercussions. Such malice. Do they not fear retribution? The general exclaimed in exasperation. General, this may merely be the beginning. As of now, no mutated beasts have been discovered. If we reach that point, the consequences could be far more complicated than they are now, Manny said, casting a helpless glance at Bai Kyocera, as if harboring unspoken words, hinting at a concealed truth. Chapter 101. The mutant beasts. Meanwhile, in the beautiful nation, following the cataclysmic nuclear explosion, the entire country was engulfed in a raging inferno. Towering skyscrapers were reduced to mere ruins, and the streets lay littered with debris and remnants of destruction. Panic-stricken citizens fled in every direction, desperately seeking refuge. The atmosphere was thick with acrid smoke and dust, rendering the air nearly unbreathable. Amidst the turmoil, chemical plants and biotechnological laboratories descended into chaos. Some biochemical viruses, unnoticed in the pandemonium, quietly leaked into the environment. Those pathogens, which should have been meticulously contained, now roamed free like wild stallions, dispersing through the air. These minute viruses, akin to a legion of invisible phantoms, silently infiltrated every nook and cranny. They floated in the air, clinging to particles of dust or hiding within shadowy crevices. They wandered in darkness, seeking their next host. Abandoned laboratory equipment lay strewn about like corpses ravaged by the very viruses they once contained, quietly awaiting their fate. The laboratory was suffused with a pungent chemical aroma, a blend of viral essence and palpable dread. Flickering lights cast shadows that revealed the lurking viruses, as though they were observing the world, poised to unleash their assault at any moment. The USA prion virus, manufactured in the beautiful nation, is likely to infect various species, heralding the emergence of mutant beasts. Upon hearing this, Bai Kyocera refrained from immediate response, fully aware of the grim scenes that awaited. Instead, he embraced Manny tightly, vowing to protect her at all costs. After a prolonged silence, he reassured her, "Do not fear, for I am here." Before Bai Kyocera could consult the general regarding countermeasures, the general burst through the door in a state of urgency. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he exclaimed, "Oh, how romantic! However, I must interrupt you, for you have arrived just in time. I was just about to seek you out. I believe your concerns may pale in comparison to the matter at hand. What is happening?" At this moment, Bai Kyocera too sought validation of the situation, cognizant that news traveled slowly in a foreign land. Now, not only in the beautiful nation, but across the globe, colossal beasts have begun to emerge, including in your own country, the general lamented. But before Bai Kyocera could finish, the general interjected. "What shall we do? We must urgently devise a strategy. These are colossal beasts we face. The might and size of these creatures surpass the realm of imagination, each swipe of their massive claws emanating an aura of annihilation. Wherever they tread, be it towering buildings or verdant forests, all succumb to their overwhelming power. In the streets, these behemoths rampaged, leaving devastation in their wake. Citizens scrambled to evade their terrifying strength, yet escape seemed futile. Their roars reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the city. In this catastrophe, the colossal beast reigned supreme, wreaking havoc upon the world and instilling boundless fear and despair. The forms of these mutant beasts varied greatly, their skins adorned with deep hues of green and blue, a testament to the prolonged effects of nuclear radiation and biochemical viruses. Their eyes glowed with an ominous red light, and their razor-sharp fangs instilled a sense of dread. Amidst the urban ruins, a mutant beast suddenly leaped from a pile of rubble, pouncing upon a group of terrified survivors. Its body moved with the agility of a spring, soaring several meters high before landing among the crowd. A cacophony of screams and shouts erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. This mutant beast dwarfed a horde of zombies, its musculature more pronounced and its claws sharp as blades. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at a survivor. In an instant, the man and imp, Oppo's cries were swallowed by its insatiable hunger. Chapter 102. Capturing a mutated beast for research, however. Ordinary firearms and ammunition seemed merely trivial against these mutated creatures. Bullets striking their resilient skin left only faint marks, which quickly healed. Faced with such formidable foes, humanity descended into despair. After repeated charges and failures, people began to realize that their weaponry alone was utterly insufficient to vanquish these terrifying beings. The once proud technological advancements appeared powerless in their presence. Within the city, wails of agony and cries of hopelessness echoed, as individuals felt ensnared in a dark abyss from which there was no escape. "Oh, dear sibling, no, academician Mani, ordinary ammunition does not affect the mutated beasts. Can we not employ biochemical means to combat them? These mutated beasts are unlike zombies, and we have only begun to comprehend their origins. Currently, there are no effective medications to counter them. However, it is not without solution. We should indeed capture one for study. What are we waiting for? I shall make arrangements immediately. Wait, the mutant beasts possess immense attacking power and pose significant threats. Given their colossal size, it is prudent to utilize aerial strikes, administering tranquilizers to induce sedation, followed by tracking and capture. I shall accompany you." Having concluded their discussion, Bai Kyocera and his companion took flight in their warplane. In the sky, a stealth aircraft swiftly approached, unleashing a beam of light from beneath its wings, aimed directly at the mutated beast below. The beam struck the creature instantaneously, enveloping it in a powerful energy that bound it tightly. The beast thrashed violently, causing the earth to tremble, yet it could not break free from the invisible chains. Simultaneously, several helicopters approached from a distance, where special forces operated long mechanical arms, each equipped with a syringe filled with a specially formulated tranquilizer. The special forces adeptly maneuvered the mechanical arms, injecting the tranquilizer into the creature and Apos' body. The tranquilizer took effect swiftly, causing the beast and Apos' movements to slow progressively until it ceased its struggles altogether. With the ground personnel working in close coordination, they commenced their operation. Seizing the moment as the tranquilizer began to take hold, they unfurled the meticulously laid trap. Though the beast was ferocious, it found itself ensnared by the ingeniously crafted net. A massive net descended from above, tightly binding the creature and Apos' form. Its roars echoed thunderously, yet it could not break free from this intangible restraint. The ground team operated with a tense yet orderly precision, their faces reflecting determination and resolve. The stark contrast between the beast and humanity was striking. One was an untamed force of nature, while the other embodied intellect and courage. This confrontation painted an awe-inspiring tableau. To prevent the tranquilizer and Apos' effects from waning, 5 warplanes formed a square formation in the air, escorting the captured mutant beast. Inside its confines, the beast roared, emitting deep growls, but was unable to breach the blockade of the aircraft. The 3 trailing planes lined up in formation, their pilots resolute and prepared for combat at a moment's notice. The wings trembled gently in the wind, as if narrating an unyielding determination. Should any mutant beast breach their defenses, they would swiftly engage, unleashing formidable firepower to eliminate the threat. The entire scene was suffused with a tense and lethal atmosphere, resembling a silent duel. In that airspace, the warplanes, bearing the captured beast, soared toward the biological research facility. Chapter 103, the monstrous beast revealed as the fighter jet descended slowly. The mutated beast within its cage was gently placed upon the ground. The soldiers operated with utmost caution, as though fearful of disturbing it. Upon landing, the creature began to stir slightly, its colossal form appearing even more imposing under the sunlight. Its scales shimmered, radiating an aura of dread. The surrounding soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, yet the beast showed no signs of awakening, merely emitting occasional low growls. This sight brought a collective sigh of relief, further solidifying their resolve to study the creature. The crowd held their breath, the only sound being the faint clinking of metal as the beast was being unloaded. With the crane's careful movements, the creature was delicately loaded into a transport vehicle. The emblem of the research facility glimmered in the distance, marking their destination. The beast was transported securely to the lab, heralding the onset of an unknown scientific exploration. Inside the laboratory, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated only by the soft humming of machinery, heightening the tension in the air. The electronic clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, each sound resonating like a heavy hammer striking the heart of every individual present. In this tranquil yet charged environment, time seemed to slow, yet a voice within each person urged them onward. Hurry, hasten. When the colossal creature was finally delivered to the research base, all personnel, including Manny, were left speechless. The specimen before them was a veritable giant, its size far exceeding their wildest imaginations. For a moment, words escaped them. The beast's skin was a deep azure, adorned with scales that glimmered faintly, as if draped in a cloak woven from the very stars. Its eyes resembled 2 immense black diamonds, exuding a mysterious and profound light. Each inch of its muscular physique seemed imbued with boundless strength. The astonishment among the other researchers was palpable, their expressions revealing unmingled with a tinge of fear. This magnificent creature undoubtedly presented unprecedented challenges and opportunities for their research endeavors. Once, the sandhill crane had soared majestically, becoming the national bird of the United States. However, in this land ravaged by nuclear fallout and biochemical peril, they were no longer the free-flying species they once were. Their feathers had fallen away in endless agony, replaced by hardened scales. They had transformed from avian beings into mutated beasts, symbols of the terror wrought by nuclear and biochemical devastation. Now, confronted with such a formidable exterior, the researchers found themselves at a loss. Perhaps we should wait until it awakens and offer it some meat? Zombies do enjoy flesh, after all, one scientist suggested, igniting a heated debate. Have you lost your mind? If it wakes up, Chaos will ensue. Another retorted, indeed, if it is a beast. Providing it with meat should pose no issue. As the discussion raged on, the mutated beast suddenly began to convulse violently. The once quiet creature unleashed a deafening roar that sent chills down the spines of those present. Its eyes flashed with a fierce crimson light, as if intent on devouring everything in its vicinity. Alarmingly, the sedative is wearing off. Someone exclaimed in panic. Indeed, the creature's body began to swell rapidly, as if striving to burst free from its confines. The crowd instinctively recoiled, fearful of being swept away by the impending tide of ferocity. Chapter 104. Striking similarity. As the situation appeared increasingly dire, the command was given to fetch the meat. The once agitated mutant beast within its cage fell inexplicably silent as a piece of meat landed precisely before it. The freshness and delectable aroma of the flesh seemed to soothe its wild heart. The creature slowly lowered its head, its crimson eyes fixated on the morsel, brimming with longing. The tantalizing scent compelled it to draw nearer, its nostrils flaring as it inhaled deeply, as if to capture the fragrance in its very being. At last, it opened its maw wide and sank its teeth into the meat, eliciting a deep, contented growl as the juices cascaded within its mouth. The flesh yielded effortlessly to its powerful jaws, each bite a symphony of satisfaction and pleasure. In the cage, the only sounds that remained were those of the mutant beast and Apos' gratifying mastication and the dripping of juices, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one of serene harmony. Yet, it seemed that the morsel had not fully satiated the creature and Apos' appetite. It roared, its eyes glimmering with an insatiable hunger, as if seeking more sustenance. The air thickened with a pungent, metallic scent, and the beast and Apos' cries echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the night. After a relentless series of feedings, the mutant beast appeared to find solace. Following its hearty meal, its scales began to unfurl slowly, glinting with a metallic sheen. The sight resembled a dazzling array of armor glistening under the moonlight, casting a subtle silver glow, as if narrating the tale of its recent feast and Apos' satisfaction and euphoria. As the scales expanded, the researchers finally seized their opportunity. With a swift puncture of the needle into the beast and Apos' flesh, a stream of dark red blood coursed into the extraction tube. Within the tube, the blood and cells began to flow with increasing velocity, making their way toward the decomposition apparatus. This apparatus resembled a mysterious life factory, drawing in the cells and blood with an unseen force. Upon entering the decomposer, the blood and cells seemed to traverse a tunnel of time and space, entering an entirely new realm. Here, they were disassembled into their most fundamental elements, only to be recombined, embarking on an uncertain journey into the future. After meticulous calculations and analyses, results soon emerged. The judgment was confirmed. It was indeed the prion bacteria virus. Might this mean the commencement of research into vaccines and treatments to control and alleviate the virus? The researchers resolved to delve deeper into the study of the mutant beast, striving to develop a remedy at the earliest opportunity. In the depths of the laboratory, they embarked on a relentless quest for knowledge. Confronting an unknown virus presented an unprecedented challenge. Under the dim, yellow light, the microscopic world within the lenses became strikingly vivid. The bacteria spread silently across the petri dishes, akin to phantoms in the night, insidiously eroding all in their path. The researchers remained fixated on these minuscule worlds, their gazes filled with unwavering determination and resolve. Time seemed to freeze, each second laden with tension and anticipation. The laboratory was punctuated only by the faint sounds of machinery, echoing the relentless passage of time, unhurried yet imbued with an irresistible force. Day turned into night, and they lost themselves in their work, forgetting fatigue and the constraints of time. Each small discovery ignited exhilaration, while every setback fortified their resolve. Their singular aim was clear: to uncover the vulnerabilities of the virus and restore hope for humanity. Meanwhile, at the door, Bai Kyocera stood vigil, ever watchful over Mani, his gaze unwavering, ensuring her safety. Chapter 105. The return. With each successive injection of the experimental serum into the mutated beasts, a gradual transformation began to unfold. The once ferocious creatures grew increasingly placid, yet this progress underscored the futility of the researchers and Apos' efforts. Countless trials had led to repeated failures, compelling them to start anew. As the serum was administered in measured doses, the beasts and Apos' eyes softened, and their previously tempestuous energy began to subside. The researchers held their breath, anxiously awaiting this pivotal moment. Upon completion of the injections, the mutated beast slowly closed its eyes, as if succumbing to a deep slumber. The laboratory fell silent, save for the faint ticking of instruments. The research team gathered outside the glass observation window, their expressions a blend of hope and trepidation. Soon, the creature and Ampos' breathing stabilized, and its heartbeat slowed. Joy illuminated the researchers and Ampos' faces as they exchanged jubilant high fives, acknowledging that although the serum had not achieved its intended effects, this advancement still sparked a glimmer of hope. In due course, the military began to harness the potential of the serum. The seamless collaboration between technological innovation and military manufacturing resembled two sharp swords, cutting through the barriers that lay ahead. As time progressed, the development of biochemical weaponry advanced at an astonishing pace, finally reaching a moment of fruition. On that fateful morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner of the laboratory. Workers donned protective suits, meticulously executing each task, their eyes shimmering with resolve. The researchers clustered around the instruments, their gaze fixed on the data displayed on screens, their faces etched with tension and anticipation. Suddenly, a signal flickered to life, heralding the arrival of success. The laboratory erupted in jubilation, cheers and applause intertwining to form a triumphant symphony. As the scene shifted, the assembly line of the military factory showcased rows of biochemical weapons, precisely arranged under the deft manipulation of robotic arms. Each weapon had been meticulously crafted, embodying unparalleled destructive power. At long last, the moment had arrived. General Jinxi, we have the serum ready for a counterattack. Upon hearing such promising news from Manny, Bai Kyocera, who should have been elated, found himself choked with emotion. Manny, we must return. Bai Kyocera replied hesitantly. Are you suggesting we return to our homeland? Manny inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. Well, you see, academician Manny, I had not clarified the situation earlier. A global outbreak of zombies and mutated beasts is unfolding, and your country is not exempt. I refrained from disturbing you, fearing it might cause unnecessary alarm. Before Bai Kyocera could elaborate further, Manny interjected. All right, when do we leave? Faced with Manny and Ampos' straightforward response, Bai Kyocera was momentarily rendered speechless. He had not anticipated such an unreserved agreement from her. After a lengthy pause, he stammered, I need to prepare. Very well. Just inform me when you are ready to depart. I have matters to attend to. Later, Bai Kyocera sought out Manny privately, intending to elucidate the complexities of the situation. However, before he could speak, Manny interjected, You need not explain. I respect your choice. But when will you amend your indecisive nature? Are you not angry? He asked, bewildered. Is anger of any use? Your decisions were made without my consultation. It is my fault, but the nation is in peril and I. Enough said. In the future, consult me before making decisions. Now, go prepare. Chapter 106, The Moment of Pursuit. Yet now, he felt as though he had been forsaken by his homeland. The desire to return and serve his country, to alleviate its troubles, was, for Bai Kyocera, a challenge more arduous than scaling the heavens. With his eyes shut, visions of his homeland and Ampos' majestic landscapes flooded his mind. There lay his beloved family, the honors he once held, and the missions yet unfulfilled. At this moment, his heart ached as if it were being torn apart. He yearned to soar back, don his flight suit once more, and serve his nation again. However, the harsh reality was that he was ensnared in this foreign land, unable to surmount the numerous obstacles before him. He understood that returning home was a task more daunting than one could imagine. His gaze hardened with resolve, and he vowed that, no matter how insurmountable the challenges, he would find a path back home, prepared with ample provisions and armaments. The generals bid farewell as they reached the border. The group traversed the desolate terrain, the sights before them evoking a sense of trepidation. Soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their vigilant eyes scanning for any sign of movement. The air was thick with the scent of dust, and occasionally mutated beasts would appear, only to be swiftly dispatched by their advanced weaponry. On the other side of the border, they beheld a dilapidated town. The structures lay in tatters, and the streets were strewn with debris. The soldiers quickly established a defensive line to ensure their safety. They scoured the town for any valuable resources while remaining alert for potential enemies. Upon reaching the border, Bai Kyocera and Manny boarded a specially modified off-road vehicle, speeding towards their homeland after bidding farewell to the generals. The tires rolled over the uneven terrain, emitting a thunderous roar, as if echoing their inner exhilaration. Bai Kyocera gripped the steering wheel firmly, his gaze unwavering, fully aware that they bore the hopes and honors of their nation. Manny, seated in the passenger seat, was filled with anticipation for the future and curiosity about the unknown, though tinged with trepidation, as Bai Kyocera navigated the vehicle through streets teeming with roaming zombies. His focus remained fixed ahead, the steering wheel responding deftly to his commands as if in sync with his very thoughts. Whenever he encountered clusters of zombies, he pressed the accelerator without hesitation, charging towards them like a wild beast. The off-road vehicle barreled through the horde, tires crushing the undead, sending gruesome remnants flying. The air thick with a nauseating stench. Yet Bai Kyocera seemed oblivious to it all, his sole focus on the road ahead and the glimmer of survival. When faced with larger groups of zombies, he displayed no fear. Skillfully flooring the accelerator, he surged towards the throng. Just as impact loomed, he swiftly engaged the handbrake, causing the vehicle to spin in a dramatic 360-degree motion. The tires screeched against the ground, scattering dust and remnants of the undead. On the journey home, the off-road vehicle resembled a steel behemoth, undeterred by the challenges that lay ahead. Though it lacked the formidable firepower of an armored vehicle, its protective measures were unparalleled. The blast-resistant tires served as an indomitable shield against all sharp attacks. The blast-proof undercarriage silently absorbed the shocks from the ground, and the shatterproof glass, crystal clear, repelled bullets with ease. The vehicle and amp, Oppo's, steel armor, akin to a warrior and amp, Oppo's, talisman, bestowed upon it an unwavering courage. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the off-road vehicle traversed the barren land like a creature of iron. The sound of its rolling tires resonated like the beat of battle drums, igniting the fervor and valor within. On this lengthy journey home, the vehicle was not merely a means of transport, but a symbol of faith and hope for those returning. Chapter 107. Fierce foes yet, from the distance, an ominous premonition stealthily approached. A pack of mutated leopards, their eyes vacant and hollow, seemed irresistibly drawn by an unseen force. Racing towards Bai Kyocera, these creatures, already adept at sprinting, now moved with the swiftness of lightning, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Bai Kyocera sensed the unsettling shift behind him. He turned abruptly, his heart racing in alarm as he beheld the leopards closing in with astonishing speed. Their gazes were devoid of emotion, as if they were mere shells stripped of souls, driven solely by primal instincts to hunt. Bai Kyocera and amp, Oppo's, pulse quickened as he rapidly twisted the steering wheel, striving to accelerate away, but the leopards appeared relentless in their pursuit. They trailed closely behind the vehicle, maintaining a formidable distance, yet their frigid eyes remained fixated on him. With a deafening crash, one leopard leapt onto the roof of the SUV, roaring with a feral strength that resonated in the air. Its sharp claws scraped against the metal, producing a jarring sound, as though declaring its dominion over all. The vehicle's roof buckled beneath its weight, and the temperature inside surged with each breath the beast exhaled. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating its sleek fur, which reflected a dazzling brilliance, while its eyes glimmered with a ravenous hunger for its prey. The leopard danced wildly atop the car, each movement a testament to raw power and velocity. In that moment, the air within the vehicle seemed to freeze, leaving only the echo of its primal roars reverberating through the atmosphere. Bai Kyocera widened his eyes, his heart pounding at the spectacle before him. He slammed down on the brakes, the tires screeching violently against the asphalt. The leopard, propelled by inertia, was flung several hundred meters away. Bai Kyocera anxiously focused on the road ahead, bracing himself for what was to come. Meanwhile, Manny, irked, snapped at him. "What are you doing? That hurt." It dawned on Bai Kyocera that he had neglected to inform Manny of the impending danger, resulting in her head colliding painfully with the dashboard. My apologies. I was frightened. I thought the leopard might hear his excuse felt somewhat flimsy. Yet, the leopards showed no inclination to indulge their romantic interlude. As the flung leopard began to rise unsteadily, the surrounding pack had already encircled the vehicle. With swift, silent movements, the leopards enveloped the car. Their arched backs coiled like springs, amber eyes glinting with the glimmer of hunters. Their expressions were rife with mockery and challenge. Manny held her breath, her heart racing, blood surging through her veins. The leopards commenced a slow, deliberate movement around the vehicle. Bai Kyocera gripped the steering wheel tightly and reignited the engine. He engaged the handbrake and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle surged forward, the tires screeching once more against the ground. Bai Kyocera felt an overwhelming force propelling him from behind. Suddenly, the car emitted a shrill sound of friction, spinning violently in place. He felt as though he were ensnared in a colossal whirlwind, spinning uncontrollably, with everything around him fading into obscurity. Simultaneously, the surrounding leopards were forced back several meters by the powerful shockwave, their expressions filled with bewilderment as they beheld the out-of-control vehicle. Chapter 108. Confrontation 2. Bai Kyocera surveyed the scene before him, realizing that escape was impossible amidst the encirclement of the leopard pack. He had anticipated such a predicament. Hence he remained composed. He retrieved his combat backpack from the vehicle, which contained an AK-47 rifle, tactical tools, flashbangs, smoke grenades, RGDX hand grenades, and a GSH pistol, preparing himself for a fierce battle with the leopards. After exiting the vehicle, he first secured it, ensuring Mani and Apos' safety from any harm. He donned his chemical warfare combat suit, slung the backpack over his shoulders, and commenced a counteroffensive. The leopards lined up before the SUV, their yellow eyes gleaming with a predatory ferocity. Taking a deep breath, Bai Kyocera understood the urgency of swift action. The consequences of delay were dire. He aimed at a solitary leopard and squeezed the trigger. The gunfire echoed through the still air, and the leopard collapsed instantly. The remaining leopards, startled, leaped into action and charged towards him. Observing their approach, Bai Kyocera swiftly maneuvered away, leading the leopards in another direction. Meanwhile, Mani was inside the vehicle, pounding on the windows and shouting at him, "You fool! Why are you doing this? Come back!" Her cries, though muffled, resonated with despair, yet Bai Kyocera acknowledged her with an okay gesture over his shoulder. However, Bai Kyocera could not outrun the leopards. They closed the distance to less than 100 meters, and a single leap could bring them crashing down upon him. At that moment, a palpable sense of death loomed over him, his heart racing as if it might burst forth. He could hear the heavy breathing of the leopards and the rustling of their claws against the earth, a sinister whisper heralding his demise. Turning back, he met the cold, piercing gaze of a leopard, its eyes resembling frozen stars, radiating a lethal chill. In a swift motion, Bai Kyocera rolled to the side, momentarily creating distance from the predator. A little further, just a bit more. He calculated the space between the leopards and the SUV. Now, Bai Kyocera pulled the pin from the RGD grenade. The fateful sound of the grenade and Apos' fuse filled the air, an omen of impending doom. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, the atmosphere thick with an ominous tension. Then, the explosion erupted with a deafening roar, shaking the very ground. A fiery inferno erupted 100 meters away from the SUV, flames soaring skyward, smoke billowing forth. The lethal shrapnel sliced through the surrounding air like a barrage of merciless blades. The leopards, caught off guard, were engulfed by the sudden onslaught of death. The force of the blast hurled them through the air, a gruesome spectacle of carnage. The once formidable leopards were reduced to helpless victims, their flesh and blood staining the earth crimson. The air became saturated with a heavy, suffocating scent of blood. Inside the vehicle, Mani wept silently, her heart aching. The cacophony of explosions and cries seemed distant, her world confined to the small space of the car. As the smoke began to clear, sunlight filtered through the debris, illuminating the scarred landscape. In this shattered and desolate realm, Mani caught a glimpse of Bai Kyocera and Apos' silhouette. He stood not far away, gazing solemnly at the ravaged terrain, his figure appearing so solitary yet resolute. A torrent of complex emotions surged within her. She felt relief at his survival, comforted by his existence in this world. Her gaze remained fixated on his retreating form, as if he were her sole anchor in that moment. Chapter 109. Decapitation. The companions were blown to pieces, their flesh scattered. Yet this gruesome spectacle did not deter the relentless assault of the cheetah pack, forcing Bai Kyocera to flee in desperation. In an attempt to create distance from the predators, he utilized smoke grenades, flashbangs, and hand grenades in a strategic rotation, shielded by the smoke and the protective visor of his helmet. Bai Kyocera seized a fleeting moment to hunt. Amidst the shrouded haze, the silhouettes of the cheetahs flickered in and out of view. Their once sharp and piercing eyes now appeared bewildered and anxious, their swift and precise movements disoriented in the dense fog. They prowled restlessly, emitting low growls that seemed to question the enigmatic terrain surrounding them. Each breath they took was laden with anxiety and confusion, as if they had lost themselves in this smoky abyss. Trapped in this endless fog, they were helpless against Bai Kyocera and Apos' onslaught. In that moment, Bai Kyocera felt as though he were immersed in a first-person shooter game, effortlessly countering the furious attacks of the cheetahs surrounding him. His eyes gleamed with a calm intensity as he aimed and fired with unerring precision. Each cheetah and Apos' strike was deftly evaded, his form weaving through the pack with agility. Their roars and sharp claws could not reach him, rendering this seemingly fierce battle to Bai Jingzi as merely a captivating game. His heart raced with exhilaration and challenge, as if he were testing his own limits. Just as Bai Jingzi became wholly engrossed, aiming at his target and maximizing the potential of his weapon, he sensed a menacing presence behind him. A faint rustle in the wind reached his ears, a scent of prey. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, he spun around with the speed of lightning. However, this particular cheetah was extraordinary. Its velocity surpassed that of the others, its gaze fixated solely on him. It lunged forward, mouth agape, revealing its razor-sharp teeth, hurtling towards Bai Jingzi with ferocity. The air was thick with the primal roar of the beast, its terrifying power resonating, causing the very wind around them to shudder. In that instant of the mother cheetah and Apos' assault, Bai Jingzi and Apos' AK-47 became futile. No matter how agile his reflexes, they could not match the ferocity of the mother cheetah and Apos' attack. He could only hastily maneuver the weapon to intercept the creature and Apos' deadly jaws. The stench of the mother cheetah surged towards him, its fangs almost grazing his cheek. At a critical moment, the barrel of the AK-47 absorbed the brunt of the impact. A shiver coursed through Bai Jingzi as he felt an immense force travel from the weapon into his arm. He braced against the mother cheetah and Apos' assault, denying it any chance to break through. The super predator, the mother cheetah, had sunk its sharp fangs into the body of the AK. Instinctively, Bai Jingzi attempted to wrest the weapon away, only to discover that the fangs had pierced through the gun itself, rendering it impossible to reclaim. In a flash of inspiration, he swiftly adjusted the angle of the weapon. With remarkable ease, he dislodged the mother cheetah and Apos' fangs, which arced through the air in a dazzling trajectory before descending. No longer a threat. Though sharp and formidable, the mother's fangs were rendered useless by his deft maneuvering. In a swift motion, his other hand drew a military knife, a golden dagger, from his waist and thrust it towards the creature and Apos' eye. This was his final opportunity. Only by temporarily blinding the mother cheetah could he hope to escape. Chapter 110. A clean escape, seizing the moment when the mother cheetah lost her sight and ceased to be a threat. Bai Jingzi swiftly extracted a military wrench from his backpack and delivered a series of devastating blows to the creature and Apos' head. In an instant, the cheetah and Apos' brain matter splattered, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Its body lay limply, its limbs relaxed, no longer capable of exhibiting its once lightning-fast speed. Blood oozed from its wounds, staining the earth and releasing a faint metallic scent. The atmosphere surrounding them turned solemn and oppressive. The wind ceased to blow, and the clouds slowly dispersed. The other cheetahs, witnessing the scene, displayed expressions of terror and unease. They exchanged glances, as if silently communicating something profound. Then, in unison, they emitted mournful howls filled with anguish and despair. As the echoes of their cries faded, the cheetahs began to flee swiftly. Although Bai Jingzi, too, was engulfed in confusion, there was no time for contemplation. He dashed toward the off-road vehicle and plunged inside. Upon entering the car, his heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his chest. Before Manny could react, he abruptly started the engine, the tires leaving a long mark on the slick road. The world before him was a blur. Yet he knew he must depart this place post-haste. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, his palms slick with sweat slid over the cold metal. "You and Apos' finally returned," Manny said anxiously, preparing to nestle into Bai Jingzi and Apos' embrace. "Manny, there and Apos' no time for explanations. We must leave this perilous place immediately. Hold on tight," he declared, pressing the accelerator to the floor and surging forward. Manny seemed to comprehend his urgency and fell silent. The vehicle sped away, the scenery a grim tableau of devastation. Smoke curling through the air. The earth lay torn asunder, trees charred, villages reduced to ruins, and people scattered in frantic escape, their cries and screams resounding. The air was thick with smoke and dust, obscuring visibility. As the off-road vehicle jolted over the rubble and remains, each bump sent a shiver of fear through them. As a researcher who had also faced the horrors of the undead, Manny found herself battling nausea in the face of such brutality. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was heavy. They exchanged no words, only the sound of their hurried breaths and a tense silence. Their eyes were filled with terror and sorrow, witnessing the cruelty of humanity and the horrors of war. It was a brutal and heartbreaking scene, wrenching at their hearts. However, both of them found themselves in a dire situation, as helpless as a clay idol crossing a river, lacking the strength to save others. Manny gazed at Bai Kyocera, her heart a tumult of emotions. The man who once appeared invincible in her eyes now seemed so fragile. At this moment, his expression mirrored confusion and helplessness, as if he were lost in an endless abyss of darkness. Manny and Apos' eyes brimmed with tears. She longed to comfort him, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. She understood all too well that she could not allow Bai Kyocera to take further risks. His life was precious and should not be squandered in futile conflicts. At the very least, they lacked the strength to confront the unknown dangers ahead. She looked at him, her gaze filled with tenderness and reluctance. Bai Kyocera sensed her emotions, turning to meet her eyes with unwavering determination. "I know you worry about me, but this is my mission, and I must see it through," he said gently, his voice imbued with strength. Her heart swelled with emotion as she regarded him. She recognized the truth in his words. They had a long road ahead, requiring relentless effort to enhance their research outcomes. All of this, however, must be grounded in returning to the embrace of their homeland. Chapter 111. Within reach before long. The off-road vehicle approached the boundary control area. Bai Kyocera surveyed his surroundings, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the sight before him. The area was eerily silent. He noticed a long barbed wire fence stretching across the end of the road, marked with a sign prohibiting entry. Behind the fence lay a dense thicket of trees, concealing some low structures that resembled watch posts or sentry towers. Bai Kyocera halted the vehicle, taking a moment to reassess the situation, quietly observing for a while. He sensed something was amiss in this area, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of his discomfort. Resolute, he decided to disembark and investigate further. He had already changed into his military uniform while in the vehicle, leaving Manny safely inside, at least for the time being. With his hands raised above his head, he proceeded cautiously towards the military encampment. The wind stirred up dust, casting a solitary shadow of his figure in the twilight. Surrounding him were soldiers of his army, their vigilance palpable as they gripped their weapons tightly. After walking a short distance, a distant observation post spotted Bai Kyocera and, uncertain of his infection status, initiated an inquiry. "Comrade, this is a military quarantine zone. Without special permission, please halt or detour. Thank you for your cooperation. Greetings. I am Captain Bai Kyocera of the former Huaxia Air Force. Inside the vehicle is an esteemed academic from our institute. We have unfortunately lost track of time due to our mission. I kindly ask you to verify our situation and assist us." At this moment, Bai Kyocera remained calm, adeptly addressing the inquiries posed by the soldiers. Upon hearing this, the soldiers dispatched 2 scouts to assess the situation. It was only after they beheld Manny and Apos' pitiful and delicate demeanor that they confirmed both individuals were not infected. Having verified the facts, the scouts swiftly returned to the base. "Please wait a moment. I need to report to my superiors." After confirming Bai Kyocera's identity was intact, the soldiers hesitated no longer, fully aware of their duty. Though Bai Kyocera had departed from the military, he remained a legitimate citizen of Huaxia, deserving of their protection and assistance. Standing at the border, Bai Kyocera and Apos' silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn against the backdrop of the setting sun. The soldiers held their firearms, yet their gazes reflected neither hostility nor aggression, but rather a sense of resignation and resolve. Bai Kyocera inhaled deeply, knowing that his choices were irrevocable. As he gazed toward the horizon, his heart brimmed with both hope and trepidation for the future. He understood that from this moment onward, his life would undergo profound transformation, yet he firmly believed that, regardless of the challenges ahead, he would face them with courage. Bai Kyocera returned to the off-road vehicle alone, gently opening the door. The vehicle stood in a desolate clearing, surrounded by a few withered trees, the cold wind whispering through, evoking a sense of desolation. Manny and Apos' face was pale, her lips pressed tightly together, exuding an air of helplessness. Bai Kyocera anxiously assessed her condition, tenderly placing his hand on her forehead. Her temperature was normal, which brought him a measure of relief. He did not glance back at the off-road vehicle or his belongings, recognizing that they had lost their significance. He understood that these items could not accompany him, destined to remain on this barren land. With determination, he scooped up Manny and strode purposefully towards the military defense position. Chapter 112. Isolated without reason, a sudden gunshot shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere. Bai Kyocera felt a chilling breeze rush past his ear as a bullet whizzed just above his head. In that instant, his blood seemed to freeze, and his heart pounded violently as if struck by a heavy hammer. Everything around him appeared to come to a standstill. leaving only the echo of his heartbeat resounding in his ears. Time seemed to slow, and he could distinctly feel each drop of sweat trickling down his forehead, sliding along his cheekbone and landing on his trembling eyelashes. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, mingled with a faint hint of smoke and the salty taste of his own perspiration. His throat felt parched, each breath tinged with a sense of tension and dread. His gaze fell forward, obscured by a haze, with only the trail of smoke from a freshly fired bullet rising slowly into the air. Seeing that Manny was unharmed, though startled, he abruptly turned to look behind him. There lay a mutated beast, its once piercing eyes now devoid of light, its sharp gaze reduced to an abyss of emptiness. Its wings flapped weakly, no longer embodying the majesty of soaring through the skies, but rather the pitiful cries of a creature on the brink of death. In a pool of blood, its body quivered slightly, each spasm accompanied by a groan of anguish. The other mutated beasts surrounding it began to retreat in fear, waiting for new prey to emerge. Yet, in this desolate expanse, only the solitary corpse of the eastern eagle and the slowly cooling blood remained. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a sense of desolation and sorrow. At that moment, Bai Kyocera could not help but feel a pang of fear. Fortunately, the sniper across the way had alleviated his distress and saved his life. With no time to lose, Bai Kyocera swiftly embraced Manny and dashed towards the controlled area. Upon entering the safe zone, two medical personnel clad in heavy protective gear meticulously examined the physical conditions of Bai Kyocera and Manny. Their eyes, visible through their masks, conveyed a serious and professional demeanor. Although no apparent wounds were found, they decided to isolate the two to ensure absolute safety. The isolation room was a pristine white chamber, fully equipped and maintained at a comfortable temperature. Bai Kyocera and Manny were placed in adjacent rooms, communicating through the video call system within. The medical staff periodically came to collect samples for testing, checking for any signs of infection. Seated in their respective rooms, Bai Kyocera and Manny were lost in thought. Bai Kyocera reminisced about the myriad hardships they had faced in this perilous world, as well as the unspoken bond and support they had provided each other. He felt deeply indebted to Manny, though he was relieved to see her improving steadily. One day, a group of protective personnel arrived to assess the health status of those in isolation. Dressed in heavy protective suits, masks, and gloves, they cautiously entered the quarantined area. Their arrival stirred a slight commotion. Manny glanced up at them before lowering her head again. Her heart raced, for she knew her opportunity had come. Stealthily, she approached one of the protective personnel and gently tugged at his sleeve. The personnel turned, looking at her with a mixture of anxiety and annoyance, demanding, "What do you want? Let go of my sleeve." Taking a deep breath, Manny summoned her courage and replied, I want to help you. You think you're someone important? This is a quarantine zone, the protective personnel snapped, impatience lacing his tone. The ensuing argument naturally caught the attention of Bai Kyocera and the nearby personnel. Chapter 113. A long-awaited reunion. I apologize, comrade. My friend has been in isolation for far too long, and as a result, her emotions are quite unstable. I hope you can understand, Bai Kyocera explained, his voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. Just then, the head of the research team approached. What is the matter? What has happened? The leader inquired with concern. Oh, Director, it's nothing serious. There is an isolated individual here who foolishly hopes to escape, replied Xiaoli. You should be mindful of your attitude, Xiaoli. What are the isolated? They're our compatriots too. We are all enduring hardships. You need not add to their burdens. With a dismissive tone, the researcher responded. However, as the director stepped in front of Manny, ready to offer her comfort, he was instantly taken aback. Manny? Mentor? At that moment, Manny bore little resemblance to her former self. Her appearance was disheveled, lacking the grace she once possessed. Thus, the director, still in disbelief, questioned her. I am sorry. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Manny felt a wave of shame wash over her, reluctant to admit her identity. After a moment of observation, coupled with Manny and Oppo's words, the director and Oppo's suspicions were confirmed. Please, open the door, he instructed the personnel nearby. But, Director, before the assistant could finish, the director interrupted him. I understand. Whatever the issue, I shall take responsibility. Do you know who this is? She is my esteemed mentor. At that moment, Manny seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Upon opening the door, the director removed his protective gear and approached Manny earnestly. Manny, it's me, Xiaoli. Seeing Xiaoli, now a research director, juxtaposed with her own disheveled state, Manny could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep openly. Indeed, Xiaoli was Manny's student, Yet they often referred to each other as sisters, with Xiaoli receiving Manny's utmost care. After 2 or 3 years apart, their reunion was overwhelming. "It's all right, sister. Everything will be fine now," Xiaoli reassured her, stepping forward to embrace Manny. They held each other tightly for what felt like an eternity, and Manny finally regained her composure, recognizing in Xiaoli a glimmer of hope. "Xiaoli, the one locked away is..." Before Manny could finish her sentence, Xiaoli understood everything. "Oh, look at me. In my eagerness to reunite with you, I completely forgot about my brother." Xiaoli playfully made a face at Manny. She then turned to the staff behind her. "Quickly, open the adjacent door. My brother is still inside. We must not delay." "Xiaoli. Oh dear sister, what time is it? I am well aware of your circumstances." Xiaoli then turned and exited the room, approaching Bai Jingzi. "Hello, brother, I am Xiaoli." Gazing at the unfamiliar Xiaoli before him, Bai Jingzi responded with playful flattery. "Oh, so you are Xiaoli. How unfortunate that we meet so late. No wonder I constantly hear Manny speak of you. Seeing you today, it is evident that you are both accomplished and graceful." Flattered by Bai Jingzi and Appos, as compliments, Xiaoli beamed with joy. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her heart overflowed with happiness. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and her lips curled into a sweet smile. "All right, let us return. I shall take you to meet Lu Guangjuan." Chapter 114. The familiarity of routine. Lu Guangjuan, the husband of Xiaoli, is currently the commanding officer of the military in this controlled area. Previously a student at the National University of Defense Technology, he was a junior of Bai Jingzi, who wisely chose the path of military officer training, supported by his family's resources. As a result, he has now attained the rank of colonel. Given the trajectory of their careers, Bai Jingzi should be at least a senior colonel by now. Yet circumstances have drastically changed. Xiaoli escorted the two individuals to Lu Guangjuan's operations command room. After introducing them, she took Mani to the biological research laboratory, leaving the two men together. Faced with a former senior, comrade, and possibly superior, the two men found themselves at a loss for words. Xiaoli led Mani to the makeshift biological research laboratory. Although modest in its construction, it was fully equipped with essential hardware and facilities. The only shortcoming was the limited number of researchers available. On one hand, they needed to engage in research and development, while on the other, they had to conduct tests for the quarantined individuals, leaving them overwhelmed with tasks. "Sister, why don't you stay here?" Before Mani could finish her sentence, Xiaoli, considering Mani's future, continued, "With you here, I can breathe easier." In truth, Mani had nowhere else to go at that moment. "However, I understand your concerns. I can ask Lu Guangjuan to arrange something with my brother." Although Bai Jingzi was reluctant to remain there, he truly had no other options, and moreover, Mani needed to recuperate for a while. Thus, the two decided to stay temporarily. Mani busied herself in the research laboratory each day, assisting Xiaoli with her concerns. Bai Jingzi, on the other hand, remained vigilant, standing atop the dilapidated watchtower, surveying the village below. The warm hues of the sunset bathed the rooftops, alleys, and fields in a gentle light. Despite this serene atmosphere, he dared not let his guard down. As the shift change bell rang, Bai Jingzi descended from the watchtower, his steps measured and steady. He traversed the village's narrow lanes, passing through the bustling market, observing villagers exchanging goods and engaging in conversation, while children frolicked. Though their living conditions were humble, the simplicity and purity of their joy deeply moved him. He arrived at the village's edge, where a trap-laden defense zone was established. He meticulously examined each trap, ensuring their integrity to mitigate unnecessary damage and casualties during potential attacks from zombies and mutated beasts. Over time, the villagers became accustomed to the situation. Initially, when the news of zombies first emerged, fear gripped the community, causing a complete halt to work, production, and classes, leaving the streets deserted. However, as time passed, they adapted to this new way of life and even learned to coexist with the undead. In kindergartens, teachers instructed children on how to evade zombies. At the sound of a zombie's growl, children would swiftly hide in corners of the classroom, constructing makeshift barriers with desks, chairs, and toys to shield themselves from potential attacks. Some brave and clever children even learned to wield simple weapons such as sticks, slingshots, and stones to defend themselves and their peers against the encroaching threats. Chapter 115. A renewed journey on a pitch-black night. Bai Jingzi was deep in the embrace of sweet slumber. In the haze of dreams, he faintly perceived a distant clamor, a sound that shattered the tranquility of the night and stirred an unsettling feeling within him. As a seasoned soldier, Years of training had instilled in Bai Kyocera a vigilant instinct. He abruptly awoke, realizing that the situation might be dire. With careful movements, he adjusted his position to minimize noise, reaching for the night vision goggles on his bedside. As he donned them, the dark room was engulfed in a green glow, revealing clarity in the shadows. He noticed silhouettes moving outside, as if someone was stealthily maneuvering in the darkness. Once all personnel had assembled, Lu Guangyuan stood upon a makeshift platform, surveying the weary yet resolute faces before him. He inhaled deeply, rhythmically striking his chest, a gesture that resonated with fervor. "Brothers," Lu Guangyuan's subtle voice echoed through the serene night. "We are about to embark on an extraordinary journey, one that pertains to glory and the struggle for survival. But let us remember, we do not fight alone. Behind us lies the hopes and support of countless compatriots." He waved the red flag in his hand, as though summoning an invisible force. "Our objective is clear, and our resolve unwavering. Now, let us demonstrate with our actions what it means to possess indomitable spirit and heroic aspirations. In this world, there exists no wall that does not whisper, especially not in such a makeshift defense zone." Bai Kyocera listened intently to their conversation, realizing that they intended to take advantage of the night to replenish energy supplies several kilometers away. The choice to move under the cover of darkness was to mitigate unnecessary casualties, as each operation demanded a heavy toll. Upon hearing this, Bai Kyocera seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. After dressing, he strode directly towards Lu Guangyuan. "Count me in." His sudden voice pierced the stillness of the night, igniting a flurry of murmurs among the personnel. Many were indeed eager for Bai Kyocera and Appo's presence, for every additional person enhanced their chances of success. Moreover, it would be rather inappropriate to enjoy food and shelter here without contributing. After all, one could not allow whispers of discontent to arise. Lu Guangyuan cast a glance at Bai Kyocera and casually remarked, "This is not your concern. You should return to rest. I am a veteran, and I possess experience in dealing with zombies and mutated beasts. That was in the past. What? Afraid I might be a liability? Enough. This is no child and Appo's play. I can ensure their safe return." At this moment, the crowd below erupted into further discussion. In previous excursions to the perilous energy bases, they had faced bloodshed and flames. The images of comrades falling amidst brutal battles and explosive chaos haunted them. Yet, driven by the desire for their children to bask in light and for their families to live in peace, they resolutely embarked on this treacherous path. Lu Guangyuan stood on the platform, casting his gaze over his comrades and brothers. Their eyes brimmed with helplessness, their tightly pressed lips revealing a yearning for life. He gritted his teeth, stamping his foot with determination, nearly ready to voice his refusal. However, in the end, he could not conquer his inner turmoil. Meeting Bai Kyocera and Appo's steadfast gaze, his heart sank, and he reluctantly chose to yield. Bai Kyocera said nothing, merely casting a fleeting glance at Lu Guangyuan before turning away, leading the small team on their quest for energy. Chapter 116. Encountering the mutant beast. As night descended, the stars twinkled above, casting their gentle glow upon the earth. A squad of soldiers clad in dark combat attire stealthily advanced through the shadows of the night, their destination a secret base lying several dozen kilometers away. At the helm was a seasoned veteran, his gaze resolute and profound, as if he could perceive every nuance within the encompassing darkness. Under his leadership, the team remained acutely vigilant. Every movement was meticulously calculated, ensuring the successful execution of their mission while opting to operate under the cloak of night. In this desolate world, remnants of war were omnipresent, abandoned war machines, shattered weapons, and scattered relics of fallen soldiers. Along the journey, the once familiar calls of birds and chirps of insects had long vanished, replaced by the haunting whispers of the wind. Yet, the deeper the silence, the more it instilled a sense of trepidation. The sudden hush thickened the already tense atmosphere, compelling the soldiers to grip their weapons tightly, their eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. They treaded lightly, anxiously attuned to any sign of anomaly. Thus, they reached the vicinity of the energy base without encountering any obstruction. However, upon arrival, the group was left utterly astounded. Before their eyes, hundreds of centaur-like creatures were huddled closely together. Bathed in the moonlight, these beings, known as the centaur monkeys, revealed their true forms. Their bodies were robust, with powerful hindquarters reminiscent of a horse, while their upper halves bore the semblance of monkeys, albeit with human-like facial features, their fur a tawny hue, eyes bulging, and menacing tusks protruding from their grimaces. This was the first time anyone had laid eyes upon such a mutant beast. A creature once confined to the pages of the Shanhai Jing, now manifesting in reality. Caught off guard, the onlookers were rendered speechless, their astonishment and discourse inadvertently drawing the attention of the centaur monkeys. Fortunately, they appeared engaged in a feast or some arcane ritual, showing no inclination to attack the group. Yet, this stalemate could not persist. The energy had to be procured. In a moment of desperation, Bai Kyocera, coated in phosphorescent paint, dashed towards the creatures, attempting to divert their attention. However, the centaur monkeys remained unmoved. In a fit of frustration, Bai Kyocera hurled a grenade into the heart of their gathering, resulting in a thunderous explosion. As the smoke billowed, the surrounding centaur monkeys surged forth, charging toward Bai Kyocera. The bystanders were left in a state of shock, for at the center of the encirclement lay a centaur monkey adorned with bat-like wings. Unlike its kin, this specimen boasted not only wings, but also a sleek black body accented with strikingly red mane, making it particularly conspicuous. Its sharp white tusks glinted with a chilling radiance under the moonlight, and a pair of horns atop its head seemed to be siphoning some energy. Realizing that Bai Kyocera had drawn the centaur monkeys away, the remaining personnel regained their composure and began to advance toward the energy source. However, before they could breach the energy base, the winged centaur monkey suddenly awoke, its powerful wings unfurling. Caught unawares, the combatants were flung several meters back. Before they could regain their footing, the leader of the centaur monkeys emerged from its lair, shaking off the dirt clinging to its form, and charged toward the group, poised to unleash its retaliation and vengeance. Chapter 117. Defeat. The situation on Bai Kyocera's side was undeniably dire. Faced with the formidable centaur monkey horde, he found himself outmatched, his two fists unable to contend with their four legs. Despite his frantic sprint, no matter how swiftly he moved, he could not outpace those relentless pursuers. As they closed in, Bai Kyocera instinctively retrieved several smoke bombs from his backpack and hurled them towards the advancing horde. In an instant, a dense fog enveloped the area, disorienting the creatures, who, now bereft of targets and direction, descended into chaos, trampling and roaring at one another. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Kyocera deftly maneuvered to the side, breathless as he raced back towards the energy source. Meanwhile, those who had fallen to the ground began firing their weapons. Shielded by their wings, the bullets, though piercing the centaur monkeys and Appos, appendages, failed to inflict any damage on their formidable forms. The upper bodies of these monstrosities resembled iron towers, their skin coarse and thick. When struck, the bullets seemed to bounce harmlessly off, as if they were merely striking cotton. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, a grotesque amalgamation of the creatures and Appos, foul odor, and the metallic scent of blood. Their eyes glowed a menacing red, radiating a ferocity akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell. With a cavernous maw agape, revealing sharp fangs, they charged toward the crowd. From a distance of 100 meters, Bai Kyocera shouted, "Aim for its legs." Following this command, he produced a tranquilizer and struck one of the creature's limbs. The centaur monkey staggered a few steps before collapsing, its roars still echoing, yet devoid of any threat. Seizing the moment, the group hastily initiated their vehicles, retreating back to the control base in disarray. Much like their journey there, they encountered no further attacks or harm, perhaps due to the deterring presence of the mutated beasts, which afforded them an absolute safety along the way. Although all personnel returned unscathed to the outpost, their efforts were ultimately fruitless, leaving many disheartened. Some expressed gratitude towards Bai Kyocera, while others placed the blame for their misfortunes squarely on his shoulders. Unfazed by their murmurs, Bai Kyocera recognized that the situation had already reached the ears of Lu Guangjuan, prompting him to refrain from further commentary as he turned and retreated into his quarters. Shutting the door behind him, Bai Kyocera was acutely aware that the current energy reserves would not last much longer, making the acquisition of additional resources an urgent necessity. Once the crowd dispersed, he stealthily slipped out of his room, ventured beyond the quarantine zone, and approached the off-road vehicle, meticulously inspecting its condition. The vehicle remained intact, sufficiently reliable for his intended excursion. He then returned to the outpost, preparing for the energy retrieval mission. Inside, he reflected on the day and Appos' skirmishes, devising new routes and strategies to avoid future pitfalls. The round trip from the camp to the energy base would take approximately 4 hours, a duration that was relatively safe. However, with mutated beasts lurking near the energy site, he needed to devise a means to divert them, setting up obstacles along the route in advance. Ideally, he hoped to eliminate the threat entirely. Although the primary creature was formidable, it was but a single entity, posing a manageable risk. Deeply engrossed in his planning, Bai Jingxi failed to notice the persistent knocking at his door. The team leader, after knocking for a considerable time without receiving a reply, finally forced the door open. Witnessing firsthand all that Bai Jingxi had been diligently orchestrating, the failure to complete the mission weighed heavily on the leader, who felt a deep sense of responsibility. Additionally, he discerned the stubborn glint in Bai Jingxi's eyes, which prompted him to seek out his presence. The moment he breached the threshold confirmed all his suspicions. Chapter 118. Conspiracy. Apologies for the intrusion. I knocked for quite a while without hearing a response, the team leader explained, justifying his rashness. At the very moment the leader burst through the door, Bai Jingxi was hastily attempting to conceal the route map he had drawn on the table. Oh, it's nothing. You need not hide anything from me. I am aware that you are not like Lu Guangyuan. You are a person who refuses to settle for mediocrity. Perhaps you have your own reasons for arriving at this juncture. Well, please, take a seat. Today, we did not accomplish the mission, and as the team leader, I bear full responsibility. I know you will venture forth again, which is why I sought you out. Bai Jingxi, perceiving the sincerity in the leader's gaze, understood that venturing alone would indeed yield little fortune. However, he deliberately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, aiming to seize the initiative. Rest assured, today's events are known to both of us. However, when you take action, would you consider bringing me along? It would allow us to look out for one another. Oh, you still doubt me? No, it's just that you don't fear disobedience. Everything is worth it in pursuit of energy. At this point, Bai Jingxi had gained the upper hand, provoking the leader a bit further while subtly guiding him. However, I prefer to act independently, free from any constraints. Fear not. Today's events are known only to you and me. As long as we secure the energy, I will follow your command throughout the operation. Very well. I have said all I needed to. What do you require of me? Bai Jingxi understood that it was prudent to know when to stop. All right. Since we've reached this understanding, join me in this endeavor. However, we will indeed need some ammunition and weaponry. That is not an issue. I'll handle whatever is necessary. As the team leader, managing these logistics was well within his capabilities. But when shall we commence our operation? Tomorrow. Tomorrow? The timing. Before the leader could finish his thought, Bai Jingxi interrupted. What? If you doubt me, it is still possible to withdraw now. No, I trust you. I shall prepare at once. Though he spoke with conviction, his heart was still filled with trepidation. After the leader departed, Bai Jingxi immersed himself in route planning. The journey itself posed no significant challenges. The crucial task lay in diverting the attention of the mutant beasts upon arrival and implementing multifaceted obstacles and traps to ensnare them, ideally, to eliminate them in one fell swoop. However, given the covert nature of the operation, it was imperative to avoid significant conflict with the mutated creatures, as securing energy remained the foremost objective. Consequently, the arsenal would be considerably limited. An elaborate network of traps was out of the question. Heavy weaponry could not be transported, leaving only a sufficient supply of firearms and ammunition. Our grenades have an effective blast radius of 15 meters. Safety can only be assured at a distance of 30 meters, and the detonation occurs within a span of 5 seconds. This means one must escape beyond 30 meters within 5 seconds, necessitating a speed of 6 meters per second. Thus, maintaining a vehicle speed of 21.6 kilometers per hour is feasible, but the key lies in how to detain the mutant beasts and draw them into the blast zone. Moreover, under the leader's scrutiny, as a capable sniper, Bai Jingxi could certainly prepare a retreat for himself. Thus, after meticulous study and elimination of possible strategies, Bai Jingxi ultimately solidified the offensive route. Chapter 119. The moment of the hunt. 2. After dinner the following day, the team leader sought out Bai Jingxi early on. What do you need me to prepare, and when shall we commence our operation? Can you take the sniper grenade launcher with you? Is that not feasible? Not exactly, but aren't we heading out to acquire energy? What purpose does bringing sniper weaponry serve? That is solely for individual combat. Bai Jingxi, unperturbed, continued. In addition to the sniper grenade launcher, ensure you bring as many weapons and ammunition as possible. When the time comes, I will seek you out. Understood. I shall make the preparations. The leader refrained from further discussion. A few hours later, Bai Jingxi arrived at the leader and Appo's quarters. The leader had already prepared everything and was merely waiting for Bai Jingxi and Appo's arrival to set off together. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards had already spotted them. Captain, it's quite late. Why haven't you rested? As he spoke, his eyes fell upon the leader's backpack. Shao Li, open the door. I must go out on a mission. Seizing the moment while they conversed, Bai Jingxi stealthily moved behind Xiaoli, elbowing him sharply at the back of the head. Caught off guard, Xiaoli collapsed instantly. What are you doing? Shu. This is the most optimal solution for both you and him. With that, he dragged Xiaoli and Appo's unconscious body, unlocked the door, and swiftly exited the premises. After walking a few hundred meters, they arrived at the off-road vehicle they had previously parked. Once inside, they drove directly toward the energy base. As Bai Jingxi had anticipated, perhaps due to the presence of mutated beasts, the journey was remarkably safe. 2 kilometers away from the energy base, Bai Jingxi halted the vehicle and instructed the leader, take the sniper grenade launcher and find a high vantage point. Preparing for the extraction, the leader contemplated saying something but remembered his promise to follow Bai Jingxi's commands. Moreover, the sniper rifle could only be utilized effectively in this manner. Thus, he began searching for a tactical position to ensure a safe retreat for Bai Jingxi. Approximately 1 kilometer from the energy base, Bai Jingxi meticulously set up a series of interconnected mines, one after another. He understood that the next task was to lure the centaurs into this deadly zone. Having completed this, Bai Jingxi continued driving the off-road vehicle toward the energy base. The distance diminishing, 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. At this moment, Bai Jingxi activated the vehicle's high beams. Upon illuminating the previously pitch-black night, the centaurs turned their gazes toward him. In the dark, the centaurs were largely inactive, but faced with this sudden provocation, or rather, an offering of prey, they could not let the opportunity slip away. Thus, they charged toward Bai Jingxi once more. As he approached his goal, he executed a stunning and skillful drift, maneuvering the vehicle into the prearranged trap. The pursuing centaurs relentlessly followed, and through the rearview mirror, Bai Jingxi could clearly see their ferocious expressions, claws bared as if they were about to reach the vehicle. In a matter of mere hundreds of meters, a life-and-death chase unfolded. The trap loomed closer. 3, 2, 1. The vehicle had entered the encirclement. As the vehicle emerged from the trap, Bai Jingxi pressed the accelerator, increasing speed, while simultaneously activating the detonation button in his hand. Chapter 120. The charge of the centaurs with a resounding explosion. Flames surged into the sky, accompanied by a tumult of dust and smoke. Within a 100-meter radius, the centaurs were obliterated, their forms reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, while the acrid scent of burning mingled with the metallic tang of blood hung heavily in the air. The force of the blast sent shockwaves that whipped up stones and earth, enveloping the area in a cloud of debris. In the midst of the inferno, billowing smoke intertwined with the charred aroma and the stench of blood. Fragments of what remained of the centaurs scattered like confetti in the chaos. After a few moments, the leader, peering through the night vision goggles, observed vehicles breaking free from the encirclement. Fortunately, the occupants appeared unharmed. However, before he could fully exhale in relief, several centaurs emerged from the flames, seemingly disoriented, fleeing in all directions rather than advancing towards Bai Jingxi. Seeing the centaurs in disarray and lacking the will to attack, the leader chose not to engage them. After all, their artillery was limited. As Bai Jingxi distanced himself from the majority of the centaurs yet failed to spot their leader, he was compelled to maneuver again, attempting to lure the adversary out. Thus, Bai Jingxi drove once more toward the energy base, the smoke still thick in the air, obscuring his view from within the off-road vehicle. He pressed on, oblivious to the imminent danger. Quickly, turned back. The leader's eyes narrowed as he spotted the centaur leader charging toward the site of the explosion. Yet, the hour was growing late for Bai Jingxi. As both he and the centaur leader moved closer together, the leader's finger rested firmly on the trigger, poised to act. With the distance closing, an unsettling premonition washed over Bai Jingxi. Fire the cannon, he urged. However, at such close range, the artillery's power would undoubtedly harm him as well. Thus, the leader hesitated. Just then, Bai Jingxi managed to pivot the vehicle. Stop hesitating. Fire now, he implored once more. The leader, resolute, squeezed the trigger. A thunderous roar erupted as the shell was launched, sending the centaur leader sprawling. The projectile struck its target with precision, vanquishing the centaur. Yet the vehicle was hurled several meters away. Realizing the precarious situation, the leader discarded the artillery and dashed toward Bai Jingxi. Fortunately, the vehicle was specially reinforced. Despite the tumult, it remained largely intact. Upon reaching the overturned vehicle, the leader quickly assisted Bai Jingxi out. Good heavens, is this an armored vehicle? It can withstand so much punishment. I'm all right. Now, let us call for help. Without further hesitation, the leader dialed the base, requesting medical personnel and vehicles to retrieve the energy supplies. The two of them could not lift the overturned vehicle alone, especially with the considerable amount of energy on board. Without the vehicle, they would be at a loss. There was no alternative but to alert the base personnel. By the time they arrived, the smoke still lingered in the air. The wrecked vehicle, the dismembered centaurs, the injured Bai Kyocera, and the vital energy supplies that humanity desperately needed painted a grim yet hopeful picture. Goodness, what on earth happened here? The leader exclaimed. Enough with the delays. Can't you see there are injuries that require attention? Chapter 121. Life has become unbearable. I am fine. All right, let us not speak for now, medic. Hey, wake up. Hello. At this moment, Bai Kyocera had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. When he eventually opened his eyes again, a full 24 hours had elapsed. Slowly, he blinked awake, finding Manny vigilantly by his side. You're awake. Is there anything you wish to eat? Manny inquired with genuine concern. At that moment, aside from a concussion and several fractured bones, Bai Kyocera was not in grave danger. A few days of bed rest would suffice, hence Manny was not excessively anxious. Are there dumplings? At this juncture, it would suffice to consume some steamed buns, rice, or noodles, yet to crave dumplings seemed rather extravagant and burdensome. Very well, I shall prepare them, Manny replied before exiting the room. How is he? Has he awoken? The team leader stood guard outside, burdened by guilt over the events of the previous day. Yes, he has finally awakened. Otherwise, I would have been deemed a villain, he answered. You have saved him before, which is why he trusts you so deeply. ISN and AMP, Oppos, that right? Yes. As long as he is all right, I can now breathe easy. What is this? Oh, he desires dumplings. Dumplings. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements. You should keep him company. Faced with such disparate culinary desires, the leader felt quite beleaguered. Dumplings were once a delicacy reserved for the New Year celebrations, but following the era of reform and opening up, they became commonplace, only to transform into a luxury in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Upon returning home, the leader made his way to the kitchen, knife in hand, heading toward the chicken coop. What do you intend to do? Are you serious? No, it's just that Bai Kyocera wishes for dumplings, he responded, fumbling over his words. If he wants dumplings, then prepare them for him. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your heart for him? The leader observed his wife and Oppos' furious outburst while their emaciated son clutched a solitary egg pitifully in his hands. This was their family and Oppos' sole source of eggs. Should the remaining 2 hens be consumed, they would be left without any fresh meat. The leader felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards Bai Kyocera, despite his reservations. He continued towards the chicken coop. If you dare proceed, I will divorce you. He was under my gun. I nearly shot him dead. At that moment, his wife was reduced to a mere wail of despair. Not long after, the leader had meticulously processed the hen. Upon evisceration, he discovered an undeveloped egg within. Perhaps by tomorrow, they would have yet another culinary delight to savor. In the kitchen, he skillfully sliced the chicken into pieces, grinding the meat into a paste, seasoning it with salt, scallions, and ginger, while removing the bones for broth. Look at you. Others are feasting on meat while we cannot even have a sip of soup. Just leave, and do not return. I have prepared the meat filling. Please taste it for saltiness. The bones will be used for soup. I shall return home now. In that fleeting moment of turning away, the leader could no longer contain his tears. His eyes reddened, droplets gathering at the corners before cascading down like pearls from a broken string. His tears streamed down his cheeks, pooling at the corners of his mouth as he walked homeward, confronting the desolation and cruelty of the apocalypse. He witnessed individuals grappling for survival, their helplessness and anguish etched into his memory. These images replayed incessantly in his mind, rendering him unable to bear the weight of it all. His tears were not solely born from sorrow and suffering. They also reflected his contemplation on life and a flicker of hope for the future. He understood that only by enduring such tribulations could humanity learn to cherish life and happiness all the more. Chapter 122. The dumplings in my mouth suddenly lost their flavor. Manny took the dumpling filling and, after kneading the dough, skillfully crafted exquisite little dumplings. Before long, a steaming bowl of dumplings accompanied by a fragrant chicken soup was placed before Bai Kyocera. Are they delicious? Of course, since you made them, they must be delightful. As he prepared to lift the bowl of soup, he noticed it was filled with bones and questioned, why are there only bones? The meat is in the dumplings. Is that really all there is? Do you even know what you are eating? Chicken, dumplings, of course. No, what you are eating is conscience. The painstaking efforts of the team leader, the lifeline for his family. Is it really that serious? Bai Kyocera asked, bewildered. Is it not serious? What time is it now? Look at yourself. What have you become in pursuit of energy? Upon hearing this, the dumplings in Bai Jingxi and Amp, Apos, S mouth suddenly lost their appeal. He choked back his emotions, recalling the scenes of the past. Indeed, in the current world, wealth held little value. At that moment, he realized that in these times, human connections outweighed monetary wealth. He set down his bowl and unsteadily rose from the bed, retrieving his coat and pulling out 2 chocolates he had intended as a surprise for Manny. However, upon hearing her words, he felt compelled to return this kindness. I and Apos, LL step out for a moment. With that, he took the chocolates and prepared to leave. Why are you limping out like that? To repay a debt. As he walked, the bustling market he once knew had vanished, replaced by a few hurried figures passing by. Their expressions filled with urgency. The surrounding buildings lost their former vibrancy. The walls were mottled, bearing the marks of time. Sunlight struggled through the sparse clouds, casting a feeble glow on the streets and accentuating the city and Amp, Apos, S desolation. A gust of wind blew, sending a few withered yellow leaves spiraling down. The bleak scene chilling the heart. Finally, Bai Jingxi arrived at the team leader and Amp, Apos, S doorstep, where 2 emaciated children played in the dirt. Their tattered clothes, caked with mud, painted a picture of poverty that tugged at Bai Jingxi and Amp, Apos, S heartstrings. Truly, the saying rang true. After years of hard work, one could regress to a state of destitution. Little ones, is your father home? He asked with concern, but the children ignored him. Bai Jingxi took out the chocolates from his pocket. Mommy said not to talk to strangers, especially those who offer candy. Humph, a liar. Though they spoke thus, their eyes were fixed eagerly on the chocolates in Bai Jingxi and Amp, Apos, S hand. This chocolate is from abroad. You may take it to your mother, all right? At last, the younger child could no longer resist the temptation and called out loudly, Mommy, Mommy. Hearing the cries, their mother rushed out from the house. Upon seeing the scene, she seemed to understand everything. You must be the sister-in-law. The sister-in-law, being perceptive, said little. He is inside. You may go find him. Oh, the chocolate. Children, don't let them eat it. Bai Jingxi refrained from further comments and entered the house to meet the team leader. Upon stepping inside, he confirmed everything Manny had said. The door still bore the remnants of feathers stained with blood. A hen nearby scurried in panic. The cooking stove was blackened with smoke, and the small square table was accompanied by 4 tiny stools, with 2 beds placed in the adjoining corners. The team leader sat on one of the beds, rolling his own cigarettes as the room filled with acrid smoke, perhaps lost in melancholic thoughts or enshrouded in the haze of tobacco. The team leader did not notice Bai Jingxi's arrival. At that moment, his wife entered from outside. Stop smoking. Don't you see we have a guest? She gestured for Bai Jingxi to take a seat. You 2 chat. I'll get some water. Once the team leader snapped out of his reverie, he donned his slippers and approached Bai Jingxi. So, is this the current state of people in Amp, Apos, S lives? Alas, they're in Amp, Apos, S no choice. After the war, with the loss of energy resources, surviving is a blessing. Have you not considered changing your situation? Change. It was easier before. Now, with mutated beasts everywhere, each outing brings casualties. People have grown fearful. I know you refuse to accept mediocrity. What can be done? It's like a scene from a movie. Once we enjoyed abundance, now we're grateful for a meal. Bai Jingxi felt a mixture of emotions and chose not to speak further. As he prepared to leave, he pulled out 2 chocolates from his pocket. Trust me, I will ensure the children live a happy life. Chapter 123. Upon returning, Bai Jingxi first contacted the general to inquire about the situation there. Unfortunately, the outcome was less than favorable. He learned all the details regarding the events that had transpired. As expected, the current state of affairs mirrored the past, with energy resources worldwide having been overtaken by mutated beasts. After a period of recuperation, Bai Jingxi revisited the leader and Amp, Apos, S residence. How was the taste of the chocolate? The leader reminisced about the moment. The children had relished it, yet 2 pieces of chocolate were far from sufficient to satisfy their cravings, instead igniting their imaginations and stirring unstable emotions. However, he understood the purpose of Bai Jingxi and Amp, Apos, S visit. Before Bai Jingxi could speak, the leader interjected, just the 2 of us. We are no saviors. Although the leader was unwilling to accept mediocrity, he felt helpless in the face of reality. I am aware. But reclaiming territories is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Thus, Bai Jingxi and the leader convened a small team to initiate their counteroffensive. With an understanding of their own strengths and weaknesses, they opted to confront the relatively weaker mutated beasts. This required careful planning and preparation. After thorough reconnaissance, and with meticulous strategies and concerted efforts from the team, the initial phases of their campaign progressed smoothly, resulting in no casualties. The energy resources they acquired were shared with friends and family, celebrating the fruits of their victory. Once people tasted the sweetness of success, an increasing number were eager to join the counteroffensive. As their ranks grew, unity prevailed among the people. In times of adversity, individual concerns faded away. Concurrently, individuals across the nation began their own counteroffensive initiatives. Faced with desperation, they were compelled to unite and fight back. Every corner of the world was engulfed in a struggle between humans and beasts. Survival necessitated such actions. People now lived as if in a game, either leveling up or battling foes. Indeed, leveling up and vanquishing monsters became an essential curriculum, a means of livelihood, and a necessity for existence. With each successive victory, their combat experience flourished, and small-scale skirmishes ended in complete triumph. However, an unexpected incident did arise. One day, a team of dozens returned with only 2 survivors. What does this mean? Were there not any missions assigned recently? Yes, they acted without notification, embarking on an unauthorized mission. It turned out that after tasting the sweetness of energy, a small squad under the leader, without prior notice, ventured out to acquire more energy, only to encounter formidable challenges. Unlike previous encounters, this time the mutated beasts, having absorbed vast amounts of energy, retaliated against the personnel sent to gather resources, resulting in immediate fatalities. Fortunately, 2 members of the convoy, stationed at a distance, witnessed the entire ordeal from their vehicle. From afar, they discerned that the creature had 2 long, eye-like antennae atop its head. The monster appeared astute, seemingly monitoring everything. They could not approach. There was no opportunity to attack. A multitude of electric wave-like discharges emanated from the creature, striking their comrades, who then convulsed and fell, unable to rise again. The Yonda intervened, but, all right. I have grasped the general situation. You should return and rest. The incident has occurred. Focus on providing comfort and refrain from overthinking. After the 2 departed, the leader turned to Bai Jingxi and remarked, "Do you have something on your mind?" Bai Jingxi hesitated for a moment before responding, "I am not so omnipotent. This evening, we shall venture out to ascertain the true nature of this entity. Just the 2 of us? Might that be 2? We will merely scout the territory. Besides, I harbor no ulterior motives. Should any developments arise, we can discuss them upon our return." Chapter 124. Hope under the soft glow of the moonlight. The 2 quietly approached the vicinity of the energy base. As far as the eye could see, everything appeared relatively clear. In the distance, they spotted a creature with 2 upright antennae, though it was impossible to discern whether they served as eyes or ears. Above these antennae, sparks and flashes of light crackled noisily. Despite their distance, the air was distorted by intense energy fluctuations, producing a hissing sound akin to boiling water. Blue arcs of electricity danced in the darkness, and the atmosphere was thick with a potent scent of ionized air, heightening the tension. The surrounding environment trembled under the weight of this formidable energy, with leaves quivering in response to the electrical currents. It seemed the creature was absorbing energy to convert it into its own power. Given the current circumstances, things appeared quite troublesome. "What shall we do now?" one inquired. "This creature likely possesses a soul," the other replied. "We must contemplate our strategy carefully. Let us return for now." At that moment, Bai Jingxi thought of his cousin, Huang Rishuan. However, in this apocalyptic world, reaching out to him was no simple task, let alone suggesting a meeting or offering assistance. After repeated unsuccessful attempts to call Bai Jingxi and Appos, as patience waned, physically and mentally exhausted, he tossed and turned in bed before ultimately succumbing to slumber. Surrounding the energy base were rows of energy absorption and conversion devices, resembling vast silver beehives that shimmered with a faint glow. As the mutated beast expelled energy, these devices rotated slowly, absorbing the chaotic power. The absorbed energy transformed within the devices, changing from a terrifying entity into familiar energy resources for humanity. These machines quietly stored the energy reclaimed from the mutated beasts, providing hope and vitality to the people. "Hey, open the door. Wake up." At that moment, the team leader was knocking on Bai Jingxi and Appos' door, calling out to him. Bai Jingxi finally emerged from his dreams, still pondering the recent events. Groggy, he made his way to the door, and upon opening it, the team leader informed him, a group of research personnel, seemingly fleeing, has arrived outside. They brought along something resembling old television signal receivers. "I'm not quite sure what it is. Perhaps you could see for yourself. Lu Guangjuan is currently away from the base." and I cannot ascertain the situation on my own." Upon hearing this, Bai Kyocera's senses sharpened. It seemed his journey had not been in vain, as fate was indeed smiling upon him. "Let us go and take a look." Upon seeing the devices, Bai Kyocera was overjoyed. Indeed, they resembled the energy absorption and conversion apparatus he had envisioned in his dreams. It was as if his thoughts had materialized into reality. "You must be the person in charge here," a nearby technician asked, noticing Bai Kyocera standing at the forefront of the crowd. "Oh, I wouldn't and amp, Opos, T say that. And you are. Forgive me for not introducing myself sooner. We are from XX Technology Company, Limited. This is our developed energy absorption and conversion device, aimed at addressing the current energy crisis and restoring hope to people's lives. The present situation shows that the mutated beasts are focused on energy sources. They presently lack the leisure to attack humans, and since the emergence of these creatures, the zombies seem to have vanished without a trace. Thus, as long as we avoid the mutated beast hordes, the roads remain relatively safe." "Ah, you are truly a timely blessing. We are currently grappling with such pressing issues. Come, let us step inside and rest a while. Please, enlighten us on how to operate these devices." Chapter 125. Inescapable Peril. Bai Kyocera stood before the new equipment, his face alight with excitement as his fingers glided gently over the smooth metallic surface, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and yearning for the unknown. In the realm of dreams, he had already grasped the marvels of this device, and now he was finally afforded the opportunity to experience it firsthand. "Let us try it together," he urged the researchers behind him, his tone brimming with urgency. The researchers exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. Together, they carried the device to the energy base, poised to embark on this highly anticipated experiment. Indeed, the mutated beasts continued to voraciously absorb energy, their surroundings pulsating with electromagnetic waves of light. Shielded by the apparatus, the group cautiously advanced towards the mutated creatures. However, these aberrations proved to be more formidable than before. Upon sensing the approach of humans, they immediately grew wary, their deep, guttural roars reverberating through the air. The massive mutated beast was the first to launch an assault, its colossal form swaying as ominous energy erupted from its very cells. The air around them began to quiver as surges of electric shock waves surged violently towards the crowd, crackling ominously. This time, however, the rampant electric waves failed to decimate the humans. In midair, a colossal silver apparatus unfurled, absorbing all the electric shock waves within its embrace. As it became evident that the humans remained unharmed, the mutated beast shook itself vigorously, unleashing a horde of green glowing zombies that charged towards them from all directions. As they drew nearer, the humans could discern their features more clearly. The green luminescence was nearly translucent, encased by tattered green garments. The faces of these entities still bore the terror and anguish of their former lives. They rushed forward, fist flailing, directionless yet intent on one singular purpose, to reach the humans. The distance closed. They were once like them. Suddenly, a companion shouted aloud. Unlike the zombies, these figures were devoid of bloodshed and decay. Rather, they appeared well-groomed, their bodies radiating a captivating green glow, rendering them strikingly conspicuous. Ultimately, the humans found themselves hesitating. Yet, the onslaught from the other side showed no signs of abating. Faced with such a fierce assault, the human warriors were compelled to muster all their strength in defense. They wielded their weapons in a desperate attempt to repel the attackers. However, the might of their former comrades surpassed their expectations, and many were sent flying, plunging the battlefield into chaos. In the wake of casualties, the humans were forced to reevaluate their predicament. They were no longer the comrades of yore, but adversaries now necessitating a counterattack. Those who had fled to the vehicles seized grenade launchers, and in a bid for survival, they were left with no choice but to aim their weapons at their erstwhile allies. With a resounding boom, the grenade launchers discharged, their thunderous echoes resounding across the battlefield. Those once brothers in arms, despite having absorbed the enigmatic energy of the light waves, appeared tragically fragile under the relentless bombardment of the grenades. Amid the explosions, the companions who had once fought side by side were torn asunder, their bodies disintegrating into fragments, blood and flesh scattering across the war-torn ground. Chapter 126. The journey of no return. After a tumultuous internal struggle, humanity ultimately resolved the plight of its dwindling companions. However, there was no respite to be found, as the mutated beasts resumed their relentless assault. This time, the creature seemed to reveal its true form. As its head emerged, dozens of gray beings burst forth from the earth, resembling colossal rodents yet fundamentally different from ordinary mice. Their size was akin to that of an adult pangolin, with scales that were both hard and sharp. Though their movements were sluggish, they exuded a chilling blend of cruelty and cunning. With mouths agape revealing razor-sharp teeth, they charged once more into the throng of humanity. A nauseating stench pervaded the air, reminiscent of death itself. Panic-stricken, the people screamed and scattered in all directions. Once the initial shock subsided, bullets began to rain upon the mutated beast, yet instead of crimson blood, a viscous, murky slime oozed forth. Under the oppressive advantage of weaponry, the second wave of the onslaught was once again intercepted by humanity. The ferocious creature, unrelenting, unleashed its arsenal, summoning a horde of zombified monstrosities. These grotesque beings seemed to have emerged from the ancient curses of pharaohs, their heads resembling intricately carved stone sculptures of Egyptian pyramids. Each wrinkle imbued with the weight of time and unfathomable mystery. They were no longer the humans they once were, now reduced to mere shadowy remnants. Their eyes, devoid of souls, reflected only profound emptiness and unending darkness. Their bodies lay bare, skin exhibiting a deathly gray hue, stripped of vitality. Gender distinctions had faded, leaving behind a disquieting primal essence. Their hair, long and disheveled, cascaded over their emaciated forms, each strand seemingly cursed, exuding a suffocating aura. Their gaunt bodies resembled dried twigs. Fingers elongated with nails like sharpened blades as they rushed towards humanity, brandishing their appendages in the air. While humanity had encountered both zombies and mutated beasts before, these creatures were neither fully human nor typical zombies. They appeared to be a deliberate creation, perhaps the result of prolonged exposure to radiation, genetic manipulation, and the insatiable consumption of biological agents. It remained a mystery what torment these beings endured in their former lives. Humanity could scarcely have imagined the situation escalating to such dire straits, having embarked on this journey with little forethought regarding personnel or armaments, lightly equipped. They now found themselves at a severe disadvantage against the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, suffering devastating losses. In the face of this monstrous attack, humanity had lost all means of retaliation. As of now, even greater horrors had yet to be unleashed, leaving them to ponder what further monstrosities awaited. The current level of the mutated beast remained shrouded in uncertainty. With no viable options left, the onlookers, recognizing the gravity of their predicament, resolutely abandoned any desire for resources or confrontation with the creatures, prioritizing survival above all else. Thus, the front lines and rear ranks, under the cover of various firepower, protected one another as they made their hasty retreat from this perilous place. Chapter 127, The Emergence of a Formidable Foe. Once this place was a city of technological and industrial splendor, flourishing in prosperity, where joy and revelry reigned. However, one fateful day, an enigmatic object descended from the heavens and struck this city. In an instant, it was obliterated, reduced to mere ruins, ultimately forming a vast chasm. Initially, it was believed that the malevolent force behind this catastrophe was the result of mutated beasts. Yet, upon encountering this colossal entity, humanity realized that the mutated creatures were merely puppets under its control. The true orchestrators of this chaos were the extreme combatants, the so-called Master Titan. Thus, humanity faced a new crisis, confronted with an immense challenge. This creature, unlike anything previously witnessed, represented an unknown species on Earth, and could not simply be classified as a mutated beast. Indeed, it was of considerable size, endowed with innate divine power. Though its limbs were robust, it possessed a cunning intellect. The grotesque bulges protruding from its shoulders stood out ominously in the dim light, resembling high-caliber artillery, ever poised to unleash an assault upon humankind. Unlike other mindless beings that blindly charged into battle, this monster exhibited a shrewd and insidious nature, manipulating events from the shadows. It refrained from a direct confrontation with humans, instead utilizing other creatures as expendable pawns, compelling them to charge forth while it observed from a distance. When humanity engaged these sacrificial beings, Titan seized the opportunity to launch its own offensive. In this uneven struggle, humanity appeared diminutive and powerless. The creature rampaged through the masses like a frenzied bull, heedless of all consequences, trampling upon humanity with its massive hoofs. People screamed and fled in terror, yet the beast seemed invigorated by the chaos. Each of its assaults bore a lethal threat, rendering human weaponry pitifully ineffective. Attempts to shoot it with firearms resulted in mere superficial scratches upon its skin. Beneath the black mask that concealed its visage, an aura of dread and horror enveloped it, as if providing it with an endless supply of oxygen. The air was thick with dust and the metallic scent of blood, mingling with the cries of anguish and despair from the populace. At that moment, even the barrage of artillery appeared feeble against its formidable exterior, akin to a missile defense interception, failing to inflict any substantial damage. People desperately sought avenues of escape. Yet the creature and Apos' speed was formidable. Despite its bipedal movement, its relentless assaults left no sanctuary. The bulges on its body pulsated as if breathing, suddenly swelling and emitting blinding bursts of light, functioning like rocket boosters, supplying it with continuous energy and momentum. At critical moments, it could unleash a barrage of cannon fire upon humanity, swiftly incapacitating them. Under the shadow of this behemoth, humanity appeared diminutive and helpless. Beneath its armored exterior, there was nowhere to hide. The thunderous roar of artillery echoed across the battlefield, yet the creature seemed impervious to pain, disregarding all assaults. In this brutal confrontation, human casualties fell like autumn leaves, blood-staining the earth, as cries of despair resonated. Fear and hopelessness permeated the hearts of the people, leaving them to ponder whether they could truly overcome this formidable adversary. Chapter 128. The Titan's Assault by Jingxi. This situation is untenable. The team leader glanced at Bai Jingxi, who appeared equally bewildered and perplexed. I understand, but solutions do not materialize swiftly. Does it not possess any weaknesses? Weaknesses? Indeed, every species has its vulnerable points. Just like zombies, a headshot guarantees a 100 kill rate. I and Apos, B got it. First, we must eliminate its visor. Team leader, I will draw its fire, while you use the grenade launcher to target its visor. Very well, prioritize your safety. With that, Bai Jingxi led the team fearlessly onward. Their onslaught resembled a tempest, a relentless barrage of bullets raining down upon the Titan, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. The Titan and Apos' colossal form appeared even more formidable amidst the gunfire. However, it began to seethe with fury in the face of such a violent assault. Beams of destructive energy erupted from the Titan and Apos' eyes, hurtling toward Bai Jingxi and his comrades. The collision of artillery fire and energy beams echoed resoundingly, causing the very ground to tremble. Bai Jingxi, hoarse with exertion, commanded his team to disperse in order to alleviate the Titan and Apos' assault pressure. Yet, the Titan and Apos' onslaught persisted as it unleashed searing flames from its gaping maw. The flames detonated against the team and Apos' defensive shields with a piercing crackle. Bai Jingxi knew all too well that they must swiftly identify the Titan and Apos' weakness, otherwise, victory would elude them. The grenade launcher was poised and ready, yet the team leader had yet to secure an optimal firing position. Another comrade fell, lifeless in a pool of blood, unable to rise. Can you strike it? No, there is no suitable angle. We remain in a position of disadvantage. Observing the ongoing lack of an advantageous angle for attack, Bai Jingxi instructed the team leader, follow my signals. What do you intend to do? Without further ado, Bai Jingxi silenced the radio, offering no further explanation. He leaped boldly beneath the team leader and Apos' cannon, promptly tossing a flashbang to successfully divert the Titan and Apos' attention. In that fleeting moment, as the Titan turned fire, however, the team leader hesitated once more, haunted by guilt from nearly having shot Bai Jingxi previously, casting a shadow over his resolve. In that moment of indecision, the Titan charged toward Bai Jingxi. What are you hesitating for? Fire now. The Titan drew ever closer in the observation lens, and with no alternatives left, the team leader finally pulled the trigger. Boom. The grenade launcher roared past Bai Jingxi and Apos' head. In that instant of hesitation, the team leader missed the prime moment to strike and to protect Bai Jingxi from further harm. He refrained from successfully targeting the visor this time. Nevertheless, under the immense power of the grenade launcher, the shattered visor significantly reduced the Titan and Apos' speed and strength of attack. Amidst the ensuing chaos, with smoke swirling all around, although the grenade launcher did not inflict substantial damage, the Titan and Apos' head buzzed from the sheer explosive force. In that fleeting moment, the Titan was nearly disoriented. For the Titan, time itself seemed to halt, granting Bai Jingxi the precious opportunity to escape. Chapter 129. The Counterattack of Humanity. Meanwhile, Bai Jingxi had already escaped to a safe zone. On the other hand, Titan remained lost in its own confusion, aimlessly wandering in place. At this moment, the team leader was still scrutinizing through the scope, searching for a suitable angle of attack, preparing to deliver a follow-up shot to compensate for the earlier oversight. As Titan burst forth from the mist, the team leader finally secured the optimal position for an assault. With another gunshot resounding, the mask was hit and fell to the ground. Deprived of its mask, Titan had also lost its sense of direction. Taking advantage of Titan and Apos' disorientation, the next step was to meticulously devise a plan to neutralize it. The greatest threat to humanity was the dual artillery mounted on its shoulders. Team leader, are you confident in taking out its anti-aircraft gun? Bai Kyocera inquired over the radio. Rest assured, leave it to me, the team leader replied. Yet, despite his words, anxiety gnawed at him in the face of the dual artillery general. A moment and Apos' carelessness could lead to his demise in flames. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the dual cannons, not to mention Titan and Apos' remarkable reaction speed. His own artillery had a notably slower firing rate. Even in the most favorable rapid-fire scenario, from the moment he pulled the trigger to the instant of impact with Titan, 3 seconds would have elapsed. After firing the second round, he had to prepare for the worst, ensuring he maintained a safe distance for a potential escape. Should the second shot fail to find its mark, Titan and Apos' counterattack could prove fatal. After meticulously calculating every detail, the team leader fired the first shot. A seasoned sniper. He successfully struck Titan and Apos' left shoulder. Following this success, he did not hesitate nor revel in triumph. The next step was to fire the second shot. Leveraging advanced weaponry and the advantages of automated rapid fire, the team leader decisively discharged the second shot. At the moment the shell left the chamber, a sense of urgency gripped him. He understood that if he failed to hit Titan from this distance, he would be in grave danger. He abruptly rolled to the side. Just as the shell detonated, a tremendous shockwave disorienting him momentarily. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he quickly rose to continue his flight. As the sounds of the explosion and the ensuing smoke gradually dissipated, the team leader panted heavily, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He realized he had narrowly escaped disaster, yet the battle was far from over. Had he truly vanquished it? The team leader felt a gnawing uncertainty. As the smoke gradually cleared, an acrid scent of charred debris filled the air. Titan, once an indomitable behemoth, now spun aimlessly, stripped of its former grandeur. Its eyes were vacant, evidently unable to perceive its surroundings, relying solely on instinct. Its massive feet left deep impressions in the ground, betraying its inner turmoil and confusion. Occasional pained howls echoed across the desolate battlefield, evoking a profound sense of desolation. The erstwhile sovereign now writhed in suffering. Excellent, the target has been neutralized. Now, Titan resembled a toothless tiger, having lost its aggressiveness. It was time for humanity and Apos' counteroffensive. Strangely, after the mask and shoulder artillery were destroyed, Titan appeared to have lost its protective aura. Once impervious to blades and bullets, it now bore the scars of relentless gunfire. Chapter 130. The Titan and Apos' demise. Was it a success? Everyone stood in bewilderment. I believe it can be declared a success, at the very least. It is devoid of any offensive capability now. Let us seize this opportunity to vanquish it once and for all. At that moment, the crowd launched another formidable assault on the Titan. This time, the bullets found their mark, striking the Titan's formidable form. Its body trembled as bullets penetrated its abdomen, viscera spilling forth and staining its gray armor crimson. Possessing a soul, it clutched its belly, desperately attempting to staunch the incessant flow of blood, yet it proved futile. Staggering. Each step echoed with agonized groans. Its eyes, once vibrant, now reflected profound despair and helplessness. The onlookers understood that with one final blow, this formidable being would fall forever. The Titan, now utterly defenseless, had become a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. In the fleeting moment before its collapse, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. However, this stillness was short-lived, soon shattered by the clashing of metal. Individuals drew their daggers from their belts, their eyes alight with fury and sorrow, igniting a flame of vengeance for their fallen comrades. For our brothers. A fierce cry shattered the tranquility, rallying the crowd to charge at the colossal Titan. Each strike was imbued with boundless hatred, every thrust piercing its unyielding exterior, viscous fluids oozing forth like blood. This was no longer a battle against a machine, but a cathartic release of animosity, a defiance against death itself. Only through such means could the bitter resentment of humanity be alleviated. The sacrifices of their fallen comrades could not be in vain, thus. This act served as a means of avenging them. Gazing upon the motionless Titan sprawled on the ground, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Was this the end of it all? Indeed, we have triumphed. Yet, the toll we have paid is immense, far too immense. Every triumph demands a sacrifice. And the loss of our comrades has paved the way for a future of enduring peace and happiness for the next generation. Yes, at long last. We have reached a conclusion. Now, let us hasten to acquire the energy resources. With the surrounding mutated beasts and Titan commanders obliterated by humanity, the distant energy supplies beckoned. These resources, once within humanity and Apos' grasp, had become elusive due to the invasion of this extraterrestrial species, resulting in grievous losses. Though we have paid a heavy price for these energy supplies, the nature of the road ahead remains uncertain. It is clear that this world has irrevocably changed. The era of security and prosperity has vanished. In light of the myriad transformations of this age, humanity must remain ever vigilant and prepared for battle to confront the unknown changes and challenges that lie ahead. Others may sense this truth, albeit perhaps with less clarity. Yet Bai Kyocera is acutely aware that future conflicts will be even more fierce and harrowing, and this is merely the beginning. Presently, he finds himself lacking the strength and confidence to face the impending trials. In both thought and ability, Bai Kyocera remains ensnared in a previous state, showing no signs of progress. Confronted with the future, he possesses no plans or ideologies of his own. The challenges ahead are poised to await him. Chapter 131. The Grand Assembly. In this instance, humanity, albeit at a grievous cost, ultimately succeeded in seizing vital energy resources. Nevertheless, a far greater challenge looms ahead. Upon returning to the base, family members emerge to greet the arriving troops, embodying a mixture of joy and sorrow. Such is the nature of their existence throughout history. How many have returned from the battlefield? Thus, they have grown accustomed to this life. However, this time was different. The families stationed there were acutely aware of the arduous struggle endured to procure the energy, which had exacted a painful toll in human lives. Once inside the dormitory, Manny attentively examined Bai Kyocera and Appo's condition, thoroughly assessing him before finally feeling at ease. You are as reckless as ever. At the very least, I must accompany them, mustn't Appo's ti? It is unavoidable to owe favors in such circumstances, Manny reflected, fully aware of the situation. Here, put on this vest. Is this a safety vest? Did we succeed? What? Is it distrust in me, or are you implying I haven't and Appo's given you any gifts? Not at all. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door, which served to extricate Bai Kyocera from an awkward moment. However, more dire news awaited them. As Bai Kyocera opened the door, he had yet to utter a word when a colleague outside hastily spoke up, "Brother, it and Appo's. That's not good." Upon hearing this, Bai Kyocera and Appo's heart sank. Manny rushed over, concerned to ascertain the situation. This young comrade, indeed, had never faced such circumstances before. In front of Manny, he recounted the entire sequence of events. The team leader has been summoned by Commander Lu Guangjuan. I fear the situation is grave. He may face military repercussions. What? Wasn't Appo's supposed to be away and return later? You should hurry and check on him, help him out. Manny then asserted. Let us go together and see what is happening. It turned out they had truly landed in significant trouble. Commander Lu Guangjuan, who had ventured out, was not expected to return so soon. This predicament stemmed from a series of events following the annihilation of the Titan. The Titan and Appo's location served as a conduit to the unknown reaches of space, providing a continuous supply of energy to its nation. However, since the Titan and Appo's demise, humanity found itself in dire straits. The unknown realm, deprived of its energy source, began amassing its forces to launch an assault on humanity. Furthermore, Lu Guangjuan had just returned from a crucial military conference, where he learned of a staggering secret hidden within the nearest energy base to their station. Now, this astonishing revelation had been shattered by humanity's actions, with satellites from various nations receiving signals of varying intensities, signals not of human origin, but of an unknown civilization. This was profoundly unsettling. Following the issuance of combat orders, Lu Guangjuan hurried home, anxious and bewildered. After all, everything transpired within his domain, leaving him oblivious to the home front while he was away. Upon uncovering the truth, Lu Guangjuan was filled with fury, blaming the team leader for acting independently and provoking these enigmatic beings. Now that events had escalated to this point, retreat was no longer an option. Humanity might be on the brink of annihilation. This was merely the beginning of their trials. Chapter 132. Commencement. Take a good look for yourself. I was away for just a few days, and look at the commendable things you all have done. Lu Guangjuan slammed the documents in his hand onto the table, his anger palpable. The team leader, equally irked, picked up the scattered papers from both the table and the floor, casting a cursory glance at them. What is this? What do you mean by that? Confidential documents? Perhaps it would be best if I refrained from looking. The words confidential document were boldly stamped in red on the file, invoking a sense of reverence from the leader. Confidential? Nonsense. A catastrophe has already erupted. At that moment, The leader leisurely gathered the fallen documents. Although he did not scrutinize the text, the imagery contained within was strikingly apparent. The images depicted warships from the unknown cosmos clandestinely assembling, resembling a dense cluster of stars. While the specifics remained obscured, it was unmistakably a bizarre scene he had never encountered in his many years, and he was certain that their intentions were far from benign. Just then, a young comrade led by Jingxi and Manny into the room. Upon hearing the commotion, the young comrade astutely remarked, "Bai Gu, sister-in-law. Why Don and Amp, Oppos, you two head inside first. I still have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." With that, he hurriedly exited. Bai Jingxi understood well that the presence of this young comrade might implicate him, so he refrained from further comment. After he left, the couple stepped into the room. Bai Jingxi forcefully pushed the door open. Manny attempted to restrain him, but ultimately, she could not match Bai Jingxi and Amp, Oppos' strength. "This was my idea, and I instigated this situation. I will bear the responsibility." As one foot crossed the threshold, Manny finally spoke up. "What do you intend to do? Mind your demeanor." "What do I need to mind? When I enlisted, he probably didn't even know what was going on." Upon hearing this, Lu Guangjiwen chose not to respond, as he felt it inappropriate to directly contradict the brother-in-law, especially since Bai Jingxi and Amp, Oppos' assertion held some truth. "Hold on, Bai Jingxi, let me show you something," the leader interjected. Breaking the awkward tension, he approached Bai Jingxi with the papers in hand. "What are you staring at?" "I and Amp, Oppos, am not looking." Bai Jingxi maintained his air of arrogance. Manny then took the papers from the leader. These unidentified objects seem to be threatening humanity. Indeed, the situation is far more complex than we imagined. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingxi could no longer maintain his composure. "What unidentified objects? Let me see." Once he laid eyes on the enigmatic objects, memories from his past life flooded back, as if a dam had burst. He understood the future predicament. Recognizing these unidentified entities as the instruments and vanguard of an extraterrestrial invasion of Earth. These were their mechs, products of the unknown realms of space, appearing exceptionally advanced for humanity at this juncture. Initially, all was well. However, since the onset of war, Earth had been thrown into turmoil, rife with bacteria, viruses, and the ravages of nuclear conflict, which inadvertently birthed a plethora of malevolent entities. Humanity had been preoccupied with warfare and frantic escapes, scrambling for survival, leaving little room to heed the natural order of existence and development, thus disrupting the equilibrium of nature. This disruption allowed extraterrestrial species to exploit the vulnerabilities. The colossal titan was merely a harbinger sent by these alien species to breach the Earth in pursuit of energy resources. Following the titan and Amp, Oppos' demise, the temporal rift had been opened, severing the energy supply to the alien species, compelling them to reassess their plans in light of the disrupted provisions on the surface. Chapter 133. Growth is merely age. Upon reaching this point, Bai Jingxi hesitated. "Where had your arrogance gone? Just moments ago, you were so boastful." At that moment, Manny seized the opportunity to add a jab. Bai Jingxi chose to ignore her, instead placing his rough, large hand upon Manny and Amp, Oppos' delicate face and forcefully pushing her aside. Maneuvering himself to stand next to Lu Guangjiwen. "Where did you obtain this?" Bai Jingxi inquired, his tone laced with irritation. Yet, Lu Guangjiwen managed to temper his own feelings. "Here, take a look at the folder on the table." Following Lu Guangjiwen and Oppos' peripheral gaze, Bai Jingxi noticed a paper folder resting at one end of the table. Approaching, he discerned the word confidential, and suddenly everything fell into place. Bai Jingxi refrained from further comments or actions, stumbling out the door. "You two continue your conversation. I will ask him a few questions. Perhaps he holds some answers," Manny said, bidding farewell to the two and hastily following Bai Jingxi outside. At that moment, Bai Jingxi wandered aimlessly down the street, lost in thought. Manny quickly caught up with him. "Look at your demeanor just now. At this moment, apart from your advancing age, you are nothing more than that." Her words struck a chord with Bai Jingxi, who previously dejected, now erupted in a frenzy. "You do not understand. The future is incredibly cruel and terrifying. I deeply regret that all of this is a result of my actions." Realizing how her casual remark had inflicted such pain upon Bai Jingxi, Manny instinctively reached out a hand of comfort, only to retract it. After all, her earlier words had already wounded him. She feared that her intervention might only exacerbate his turmoil, allowing him to continue unrestrained. As dusk settled, Bai Jingxi appeared to regain his composure. He returned to Lu Guangjiwen and Oppos' residence. "About earlier today, I acknowledge my fault and offer my apologies." "Enough. I did not take it to heart. Your admission indicates that you must have something to discuss. Speak freely. What would you have me do? Bai Jingxi was taken aback by the ease of this exchange, having anticipated that Lu Guangyuan would complicate matters. He now questioned whether this was a premeditated trap. Could you possibly assist me in contacting my superior? You have already distanced yourself from the organization. What do you seek to accomplish? I am aware. But the current situation has indeed arisen from my actions. Moreover, it is not as simple as it appears, and thus, one cannot rely solely on conventional reasoning. In fact, Lu Guangyuan had already relayed Bai Jingxi and Apos' circumstances to his superiors. The former leader, feeling a sense of remorse for Bai Jingxi, had always held him in great esteem. Upon learning of Bai Jingxi and Apos' return, he sought ways to assist him before his retirement, leveraging his own capabilities. However, Lu Guangyuan had also returned with a mission, intentionally tempering Bai Jingxi and Apos' enthusiasm to foster genuine growth and understanding of the challenges of seeking assistance, while encouraging the alteration of his detrimental habits. Understood. I will relay your situation to my superiors. For now, return and await their response. You must ensure that my message gets through. As Lu Guangyuan saw his goal nearing fruition, he chose to say no more, turning his focus back to the next phase of his research endeavors. Chapter 134. The Inevitability of Middle Age. Upon returning, Bai Jingxi found himself engulfed in perplexity. At this moment, he appeared particularly bewildered. What could be the underlying reason? What had gone awry that led to this predicament? Once again, he found himself at square one, much like his past life, which had been so aimlessly drudging. Hadn't he been reborn in this life? Bai Jingxi murmured to himself. Suddenly, he contemplated summoning Lao Bai, but hesitated. No, I must rely on myself. I can no longer depend on Lao Bai to guide me. I must forge my own path, employing my own methods to protect those I cherish and alter the course of my life. With that resolve, he rose once more and made his way to the encampment of Lu Guangyuan. Upon arrival, he discovered that Lu Guangyuan was not at his quarters. The personnel stationed there, upon seeing Bai Jingxi approach, informed him, "The colonel is aware of your return and has instructed you to find him at the training ground." Those words pierced Bai Jingxi and Apos' heart deeply. At that moment, he felt utterly disoriented. It seemed that Manny was indeed correct. He could not match Lu Guangyuan. The fact that Lu Guangyuan anticipated his return was a testament to his prowess. Truly, 3 days without studying makes one fall behind, Chairman Mao. Bai Jingxi turned and headed toward the training ground. You've arrived. Come, there are firearms nearby. Let us see what you've got. Bai Jingxi had foreseen this scenario on his way over, yet he could not allow himself to falter and lose face. All right, how do we compare? Very simple, 10 rounds. Let us see the score. Fine, I shall go first. Bai Jingxi, undeterred, picked up the pistol. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. After exhausting his 10 rounds, he managed a score of 87, with a high string of 9 on the edge, narrowly avoiding an 8. Growing impatient, he accepted the results as merely adequate. Next, Lu Guangyuan took his turn and decisively triumphed with a score of 96, overshadowing Bai Jingxi's efforts. Witnessing this, Bai Jingxi felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Noticing Bai Jingxi and Apos' discomfort, Lu Guangyuan continued to taunt him. How about it? Shall we test our skills in another area? Very well. What shall we compare? I am open to anything. At this moment, Bai Jingxi still held on to his pride. In the realm of literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. One makes friends through strength. Come on. In the arena, Bai Jingxi was absent-mindedly facing Lu Guangyuan, seemingly not fully engaged in the contest. He was first met with a left hook, causing his body to sway dangerously close to collapsing. The force of the blow caught him off guard, yet it did not completely rouse him from his dazed state. Following that, Lu Guangyuan swiftly moved to his side and delivered a powerful sidekick. Bai Jingxi barely dodged, yet still suffered a blow to his cheek, causing a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His nose also appeared to have been struck, beginning to swell, though pain coursed through him. Bai Jingxi's mind began to clear. He recognized he could not continue in this manner. In a frenzy, he launched a counterattack against Lu Guangyuan. But his disarray made him no match for Lu Guangyuan, who showed no mercy to Bai Jingxi's indomitable spirit. A series of relentless strikes left Bai Jingxi bruised and battered. Observing the harsh beating, a young comrade, unable to bear the sight, stealthily ran off to find Manny amid the fierce exchange. Sister Manny, you must come quickly. Bai Jingxi has lost his reason in the fight. At that moment, Shally happened to be nearby. Upon hearing this, Manny immediately sprang into action, following the young comrade. With Shally close behind, eager to uncover the unfolding situation. Chapter 135. A slap followed by a treat. Manny and Lily rushed to the door, and from a distance, they could see Bai Jingxi swaying unsteadily, unable to maintain his balance. Lu Guangyuan, what are you doing? Stop it now. Lily shouted from afar, prompting Lu Guangyuan to cease his onslaught. At that moment, Bai Jingxi could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed with a loud thud. Bai Jingxi, wake up. After he fell, Manny and Lily hurried to his side, desperately calling his name. Despite their strained voices, Bai Jingxi remained unresponsive. Filled with anger, Lily yelled at Lu Guangyuan, don't you have any sense of restraint? Look at him, what have you done? Lu Guangyuan offered no explanation. Instead, he turned away and retrieved an ice pack from the side. With a crunch, he bit into it, and after a moment, approached Bai Jingxi. A mouthful of icy water sprayed from Lu Guangyuan and Apos' lips directly onto Bai Jingxi and Apos' face. After which he turned and walked away. Reacting to the cold water, Bai Jingxi slowly began to regain consciousness. How are you? Still trying to be the hero? Is it so difficult to admit your shortcomings? Upon seeing Bai Jingxi awake, Manny refrained from offering comfort and instead began to scold him. Sis, he and Apos' in this state. Please stop berating him, Lily interjected. Brother, actually my sister just. I know, your sister means well. Bai Jingxi addressed Manny. With Lily and Apos' assistance, he unsteadily stood up and began to make his way back to the dormitory. Once they returned, Lily once again chastised Lu Guangyuan. Is this your way of treating guests? I know what I and Apos' am talking about. You know, if we hadn't and Apos' arrived in time. Enough. I will apologize to him. A few days later, Bai Jingxi's spirit had nearly faded, and Lu Guangyuan sensed it was time to pay him a visit. How are you feeling? Recovering well? I won and Apos' die. Oh, still defiant, I see. Indeed, though Bai Jingxi was unwilling to accept defeat, he had been bested, unable to retaliate. But what does it matter? It's an unavoidable reality. Do you regret it? Once an arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. I can only blame my unfortunate fate. Indeed, you remain as obstinate as ever, incapable of change. This time, I concede to you, but it does not mean I acknowledge your superiority. I will not accept it. I shall reclaim my victory. Very well, I shall await your return. With that, Lu Guangyuan pulled out Bai Jingxi and Apos' insignia, cap badge, collar flowers, and shoulder boards, items entrusted to him by the former commander. The old commander specifically asked me to deliver this to you. It is his only concern while on duty. As Bai Jingxi received the shoulder boards, tears welled in his eyes, and he wept bitterly. A man sheds tears not lightly, but only when sorrow strikes deep. Those few words profoundly resonated within Bai Jingxi and Apos' heart. Just moments ago, he had been proud and defiant. Now, upon witnessing the old commander's care, his facade crumbled. After all, the old commander owed him nothing. Rather, it was Bai Jingxi who had fallen short, bringing trouble upon him. Now, he found himself desperately seeking redemption. If he did not recognize the truth and turn back, he would be irretrievably lost. Observing Bai Jingxi in such despair, Lu Guangyuan realized his purpose had been fulfilled. Moreover, any further words would fall on deaf ears. Seizing the opportunity of Bai Jingxi and Apos' awakening, he quietly slipped out, leaving him to reflect alone. Chapter 136. Growth. At this moment, Bai Jingxi was overwhelmed with tears and nostalgia, reminiscing about the kindness of the former commander and the myriad moments they shared. The esteemed critic MacArthur once remarked, a man and Apos' growth often occurs in an instant. In this poignant moment, Bai Jingxi experienced a profound epiphany. With renewed determination illuminating his gaze, he retrieved a dust-laden package from the corner and meticulously unwrapped it layer by layer. Inside, the items were shrouded in dust, yet an unmistakably familiar scent wafted forth. It was the military uniform he once wore, a steadfast companion through countless days and nights, bearing witness to his journey of growth. He gingerly lifted the uniform, as if cradling a cherished memory. Although the colors had faded, the unique texture and essence still evoked an ineffable sense of solemnity and honor. Standing by the window, bathed in the twilight and Apos' glow, he slowly donned the uniform, feeling as though he had returned to an age brimming with fervor and dreams. A new light sparkled in his eyes, embodying both hope for the future and nostalgia for the past. However, as one reaches middle age, The once-tailored uniform now felt particularly cumbersome. It was no surprise that he had succumbed to defeat against Lu Guangyuan in the competition. This was the consequence of his actions. The image of Lu Guangyuan surfaced in his mind, and he vividly recalled the latter's graceful demeanor on the competition stage, each movement fluid and seamless, while he appeared clumsy and rigid in comparison. Reflecting on his failure, a bitter pang surged within him. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his ill-fitting uniform. As if it reflected his failures and helplessness, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within. Yet, upon reopening his eyes, he was confronted by his own shadow, which silently conveyed that failure is not to be feared. The true terror lies in the inability to confront one's own shortcomings. In that moment, he realized the necessity for change, to rise anew and face the adversary who had once bested him. Report. Enter. Report, Commander. Bai Jingxi is here to report for duty. Please give your instructions. Why so solemn? Relax. There is no need for such formality. Since I don the uniform, I must fulfill my mission and responsibilities. Very well, your words shall be heeded. After scrutinizing Bai Jingxi, Lu Guangyuan remarked, speaking of formality, should you not first adjust your attire? Upon hearing this, Bai Jingxi lowered his gaze, examining himself. The taut buttons of his shirt revealed patches of excess weight, while the sleeves of the uniform barely reached his wrists, transforming his once dashing military persona into a rather disheveled appearance. It was no wonder, in the past, he had diligently engaged in rigorous exercise, sweating profusely to maintain his physique. Now, he had succumbed to indulgence, leading to prolonged mediocrity and neglect. Enough. You should proceed to the supply depot and obtain a uniform that fits you properly. The matters ahead cannot be succinctly addressed in mere words. Bai Jingxi acknowledged this, recognizing that the future awaited him, necessitating careful planning and ample preparation. The opportunity to start anew was indeed a significant blessing. Now that he had rejoined the military, he understood that all actions must adhere to discipline. With that, Bai Jingxi saluted and turned to leave. Chapter 137. It's snowing. As Bai Jingxi stepped out the door, he was called back by Lu Guangyuan. Come back, you forgot the note. It turned out that Bai Jingxi had neglected to take the note provided by Lu Guangyuan, which served as his voucher for collecting clothing from the supply depot. Thank you, Commander. He turned once more and headed straight towards the supply depot. Ah, Brother Bai, you've come. The entrance he had passed countless times now welcomed him for the first time. Upon entering the supply depot, the on-duty personnel appeared quite astonished. I'm here to find a military uniform in my size. I would appreciate your assistance. Here is the note. Certainly, please wait a moment. Indeed. Once he donned the appropriately fitting military attire, Bai Jingxi exuded a newfound sense of authority. It fits quite well. Thank you. I'll take a seat over there. Of course. Thank you, Brother Bai. At that moment, Bai Jingxi recalled his team leader. For all this time, he felt he had contributed little more than trouble and chaos. The memory of the old hen weighed heavily on his conscience. He glanced at his smartwatch. It was still early. Thus, he resolved to visit the team leader. But he couldn't go empty-handed. He ought to bring a gift. What should he bring? At that moment, nothing particularly special came to mind. He absent-mindedly patted his thigh and felt the grip of his sidearm brush against his arm through his clothing. Inspiration struck. He dashed back to his quarters, retrieving his long-studied The Art of War from beneath his pillow. He then tore the book into individual pages. Next, he rolled a piece of paper into the shape of a gun barrel, smooth and firm. He skillfully folded 6 sheets into 3 distinct squares, each corner sharp and resembling tiny works of art. He gently inserted the folded squares into the barrel, each piece fitting perfectly as if they were destined to be together. In that moment, confidence surged within him. Who would have thought that the playful endeavors of his youth would prove useful now? He had transformed mere paper into a wondrous toy. He then began to connect the squares, arranging them into a 7 shape. Finally, he threaded 2 sheets end to end, crafting a simple paper toy gun through this process. Though it had been 20 years since he had last engaged in such an endeavor, his practiced hands allowed him to complete it swiftly. He gazed at the paper gun in his hand with satisfaction, envisioning its future. In a bid for both children to possess a toy and to prevent any quarrels over imbalance, he repeated the previous steps, crafting an identical toy gun. With 2 toy guns now in hand, he set out, laughing heartily. Are we not destined for greatness? In this moment, Bai Jingxi felt a wave of joy. At long last, he had the opportunity to immerse himself once more in the military realm, engaging in activities he cherished, filled with value and significance. The heavens seemed to conspire in his favor as snowflakes began to fall. With each flake that descended, hope blossomed within Bai Jingxi and amp, Apos, S heart. Before long, he arrived at the team leader's doorstep, and, as fate would have it, the dramatic scene from before unfolded once again. Two children were frolicking in the snow, reveling in a rare heavy snowfall. Even Bai Kyocera, a mere 300-month-old infant, was filled with curiosity, let alone the children at the playful age. Chapter 138. From now on, I will protect you. The footsteps of Bai Kyocera grew increasingly closer. The two children soon noticed Bai Kyocera approaching them. At that moment, the elder brother turned to his younger sibling and said, "Look, that wicked uncle is coming back again." Indeed, it was because of him that we lost a hen that laid eggs, and we haven't had eggs for ages. He is up to no good once more. We mustn't and Apos, let him succeed. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Kyocera had already reached their side. "Hey, little friends, are you feeling cold?" The two children ignored him. Realizing that his approach was ineffective, Bai Kyocera extended his hand from behind his back towards them. "Look, this is a gift I've prepared for you." The children's eyes lit up at the sight of the toy gun in Bai Kyocera's hand. Yet, the elder brother cautioned his younger sibling, "We mustn't and Apos, be fooled. We cannot let him bribe us." "True, but brother, I must admit I really like the gun he is holding. I want it." Although the elder brother also longed for the toy, he refrained from voicing his desire, suppressing his own eagerness. Observing their continued wariness, Bai Kyocera perceived their hesitation and spoke. "I understand you're upset with me. Therefore, this is my sincere gesture of apology. Will you forgive me?" "Brother," he apologized. "Perhaps we should forgive him." The elder brother and Apos' voice trembled as he gazed longingly at the toy gun in Bai Kyocera and Apos' hand. Although their father also had one, they were only allowed to look, never touch. He too young to be a policeman or a soldier, just like his father, exuding authority. "Is what you say truly the case?" "Of course. By the way, is your father home?" "Yes, I'll take you inside." With their objective nearly within reach and driven by their playful nature, Bai Kyocera declared, "Here, take one each and have fun." The two children eagerly accepted the toy guns and rushed joyfully into the house. "Daddy, Daddy!" Upon hearing the children's excited calls, their mother immediately halted her chores and hurried out of the house. Seeing her children so ecstatic, her previously anxious heart finally felt at ease. "What are you two up to? Why the rush?" "Mom, look. Toy guns. Buy a dear child. You mustn't point toy guns at people. Do you understand?" "Oh, I understand." At that moment, the team leader casually emerged from the house. "Look at you, only coming out now. What have you been doing?" His wife reproached him with irritation. "Well, the children are just fine." He dismissed her complaint with indifference. As his wife prepared to leave, Bai Kyocera approached them slowly. "Brother, sister-in-law." Yet, his wife remained unfazed and turned to walk away. "Mom, the handguns are gifts from Uncle." The wife hesitated in her steps upon hearing this. She knew well that children adored toys, especially boys who were particularly fond of guns. This desire had long gone unfulfilled, and seeing her children so joyous softened her heart. "Why don't you two continue your conversation? I'll go fetch a glass of water." Seeing Bai Kyocera in his military attire, exuding such gallant charm, the team leader appeared particularly delighted. "Wonderful. We can fight side by side again." "Indeed, I shall learn more about marksmanship from you." "Of course, that's no problem." Brother Bai Kyocera had initially intended to express that the future battlefield would be far more perilous, fraught with the potential for grave danger. However, he had finally matured. "What's wrong? If there is something to discuss, just say it. Do we have any secrets left?" At that moment, Bai Kyocera suppressed the small secret within him and continued speaking to the team leader. "From now on, I will protect you." "All right, you protect me." Ha ha ha. Chapter 139. It is time to depart. Look at me, lost in merriment. Come, let us sit inside and enjoy a drink together today. The team leader said to Bai Kyocera. "Brother, actually I came to bid you farewell," Bai Kyocera replied. "Farewell? What do you mean? Are you leaving? Where to?" "Yes, I wish to return to my original unit. After all, I am a pilot." "Oh, that makes sense. Look at my foolishness enough, brother. I am grateful for your care all this time, and especially for saving my life. As I mentioned earlier, I will protect you from now on, and I mean it." "I understand." At this moment, the team leader choked up, having regarded Bai Kyocera as his own brother for so long. Hearing of his impending departure stirred deep feelings of reluctance within him. "Brother, we shall meet again." "Yes, indeed. I am happy for you. Now, let us have your sister-in-law prepare a couple of dishes so we can drink together. Brother, let us save the wine for my return. Please do not let discipline falter." "When do you leave?" "In a couple of days." "Oh, have you spoken to Manny?" "Not yet. The journey may not be smooth." So I think it best to leave her here for the time being. It is safer that way. Indeed, I will ensure your sister-in-law takes good care of her. You need not worry. Thank you, brother. Family does not speak of trouble. We will await your return. After Bai Jingxi departed, the team leader returned to his quarters, feeling disheartened as he watched the two children playing joyfully. It was not until he noticed the toy guns in their hands, with faint words inscribed upon them, that he felt a surge of energy. He approached the children and snatched one away. The art of war states that warfare is based on deception. Military discipline is paramount in that moment. The team leader comprehended Bai Jingxi's determination to leave. After parting ways with the team leader, Bai Jingxi sought out Lu Guangyuan to explain his situation, requesting a letter of introduction. Upon returning to his residence, Bai Jingxi quickly gathered his personal belongings and weapons. Without bidding farewell to Manny, he slipped away into the night. On the table, he left a handwritten letter for her. Manny, I am sorry. I could not fulfill my promise to take you with me this time, as the journey ahead is perilous. My deep love for you compels me to leave without a word, but I promise to return for you. Yours lovingly, Jingxi. Bai Jingxi stood outside Manny and Appo's room, where the lights burned brightly, indicating her busy preparations. He had never wished to disturb her, and now he could leave with peace of mind. Exiting the quarantine area, he approached the old off-road vehicle, surveying the familiar surroundings one last time. He opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, exhaling deeply. This departure was uncertain. He did not know when he might return, even though he felt a strong attachment to Manny. Yet, for a brighter future, he had no choice but to leave. The hesitation of a few seconds marked his final farewell to this place. In the next moment, he ignited the engine, which roared to life as he pressed the accelerator. Speeding down the empty road, the moonlight bathed him, illuminating his resolute face. As the gentle breeze brushed past, he gripped the steering wheel firmly, unwavering in his convictions. The road ahead was unknown, but regardless of what lay before him, he would not falter. He would forge ahead, racing towards the direction of his heart. This path belonged to him. He must persevere. He needed to learn to embrace solitude, for only in doing so could he truly grow. After all, the future awaited him. Chapter 140. I have returned. Throughout the journey, the desolate scenery painted a picture of desolation, with endless yellow sands and a scarcity of human presence. He drove an aged off-road vehicle, traversing barren grasslands and scaling silent mountains. In this transformed world, the melodious chirping of birds had long since vanished, leaving only the howling winds as a companion. Once a realm of vibrant blossoms and harmonious avian melodies, it now lay in ruins, compelling him to advance with purpose and urgency. With unwavering focus and resolute determination, he pressed forward, devoid of any hesitation. The aftermath of the Great War had induced significant alterations in the magnetic fields, rendering GPS and Beidou navigation systems nearly obsolete. He was left to rely on traditional methods, discerning the cardinal directions with simplicity. Occasionally, he would mark stones by the roadside, reminders of his intended path, for the wheels had erased all traces of his passage, swept away by the winds. Yet, beyond these rudimentary markers, no evidence remained of his journey. Undeterred by fatigue or fear, he continued onward, fully aware that only by moving forward could he rediscover the once familiar land. It was only upon reaching his destination that he could truly realize his value. Through relentless toil day and night, coupled with the impressions left behind, Bai Jingxi finally located the battalion he once served. After a considerable distance from the camp, he halted the vehicle and walked toward the guard station. The guard, having noticed Bai Jingxi and Appo's approach, was bewildered by the sight of this unfamiliar figure clad in military attire, unable to ascertain his authenticity. Comrade, halt. This is a military base, the young guard stated, scrutinizing Bai Jingxi's credentials. Lieutenant? Surely, this must be a case of impersonation. Bai Jingxi replied with a courteous salute. Greetings, comrade. I am here to see Colonel Apan. The guard momentarily froze, astonished that this individual dared to call the colonel by name. Who are you? What business do you have with our colonel? Oh, my apologies. Please inform him that Bai Jingxi is here to report. The guard complied, making a call to the battalion headquarters. At that moment, Apan was in a meeting, and the adjutant instructed the guard to request a brief wait. Greetings. Our battalion commander is currently in a meeting. Please hold on. Ah. So Apan has been promoted to commander? Indeed. After this exchange, the guard said no more, returning to his post. With time to spare, Bai Jingxi idly wandered in front of the gate, pacing back and forth, leaving the guard in a state of bewilderment. Comrade, why not come inside, take a seat, and enjoy a cup of tea? Oh, no need to trouble yourself. I can wait here. Yet, your incessant pacing is making me dizzy. I thought you were from aviation? Thus, their conversation began. Oh, I was under the impression that you, too, were a pilot. You should learn well from your battalion commander. I remember when I trained him, he was even greener than you. Now, he has risen to the rank of colonel. As the guard spoke, he began to grasp Bai Kyocera and Apos' identity, having heard tales of the enigmatic figure connected to the commander. So, you are the esteemed former squad leader. Bai Kyocera, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, scratched his head. I am humbled, truly humbled. At this moment, the young guard placed another call. This individual is our superior's mentor. Has the commander not finished his meeting yet? It turned out that the meeting had long concluded, but the responsible party had forgotten to relay the message. Oh. I will go inform the commander right away. Chapter 141. I truly just wish to contribute silently report. Come in. Chief, there is something. What? What is the matter? Speak clearly. During your meeting, someone named Bai Kyocera came looking for you. Bai Kyocera? Where is he? You were in a meeting. So he did not disturb you. Later, he forgot, and now he is still at the gate. What? Quickly, prepare the vehicle, destination, the gate. Oh, understood. Upon descending, a military green jeep awaited at the entrance. The adjutant opened the rear door for the chief to enter and then took his seat in the front passenger side. Destination, the gate, swiftly. The jeep sped towards the gate, yet Bai Kyocera was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, he was comfortably seated at the reception area of the gate, sipping tea while he waited. The adjutant inquired, "Where is he?" "Report, Chief, he is inside waiting." At this moment, the adjutant and Apos' anxious heart finally found solace. In the flurry, he had forgotten to open the door for Apan. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Apan hastily exited the car. Upon seeing the chief step out, the adjutant recalled his earlier oversight. "Chief, Bai Kyocera is waiting inside." You. Apan pushed the door open, and at that moment, Bai Kyocera was indeed seated within, surveying his surroundings. Everything felt so familiar, yet so foreign. "Report. Apan has arrived. Please provide guidance." It was only when Apan spoke that Bai Kyocera realized he had officially arrived. Rising to his feet, he beheld the battalion commander before him, his former disciple, Apan. In that instant, Bai Kyocera was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he instinctively and respectfully saluted. Soon after, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Apan was the first to step forward, removing his hat and clasping Bai Kyocera and Apos' hands tightly. Tears streaming down his face. "Brother, you have suffered for so many years. It is difficult to imagine how you have endured all this time." Bai Kyocera remained silent for a while, choked with emotion. "To see you again and witness your achievements today, it is all worth it. No. All this should have originally belonged to you. It is fate, it is destiny. By the way, I have come to ask for your assistance." "What kind of help?" "Just instruct me." "Well, to be frank, before I came, I sensed that we may face a tough battle ahead, and this seems to pertain to our aviation unit. I would like to see if I can return to serve. I thought it was something serious." "This is excellent news. Returning to serve the nation is commendable, and I have been searching for you all along. So, when can I rejoin the unit?" "Anytime you wish. To be honest, we were just discussing future battlefield issues. Now that you have returned, it seems to be a twist of fate. From now on, you will be in command." "No. I am content to quietly pursue my role as a pilot. I have never considered leading troops into battle." Upon hearing this, Apan felt a sense of relief. Although Bai Kyocera had once been his esteemed mentor and friend, he had also faced his own challenges to reach this point. Hearing Bai Kyocera express such sentiments in front of so many alleviated his worries. "Very well, I will defer to you. Whenever you feel ready, just inform me, and I will support you. I am not jesting. I genuinely wish to engage in flight quietly. This is my dream, my cherished pursuit, and indeed my responsibility and obligation." Chapter 142. Mending the folded fence is not too late. When may I return to the team? Come, I shall escort you there at once. Consequently, the group arrived at the once renowned Ace Flying Squadron. Upon arrival, everything appeared both familiar and foreign. The familiar sight of uniforms and regalia remained. Yet the absence of former comrades rendered the atmosphere strange. Some had retired and returned home, others had been promoted and reassigned, while some had tragically fallen in battle. As the commanding officer approached, the pilots stood at attention, saluting with utmost respect. Following the introduction of Bai Kyocera, they fervently called him their old squad leader. "All right, comrades. From now on, Bai Kyocera will fight alongside you. Please take good care of him in daily life and learn from one another. Yes, sir. Now, take a moment to get acquainted. I have a meeting to attend. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out. Understood. At this juncture, in light of preventing and effectively countering the unknown threats from the vastness of space, personnel worldwide have come to a renewed understanding of the terrifying unknowns, necessitating a readiness to combat these challenges at all times. In this world, the trajectory of history diverges from reality. Despite the advanced technological landscape, the moral fabric and spiritual aspirations of humanity have not witnessed a corresponding elevation. On the contrary, in the relentless pursuit of technological and economic gains, humanity has gradually neglected the importance of ethics and morality. After all, this is an advanced technological civilization of the unknown. Should humanity acquire the technologies of this domain, the cultural landscape of the world would inevitably become diverse and chaotic. In a distant future, human society has endured multiple world wars and technological revolutions. With high-level technology at their disposal, humanity has established a world government. In this realm, geographical and national boundaries no longer constrain humanity. Earth has transformed into a colossal metropolis, with sophisticated buildings and infrastructures, where aerial routes and subterranean cities intertwine, enabling a comprehensive integration of information and intelligence through technological assistance. Yet, beneath this seemingly harmonious society lies a tumultuous undercurrent, rife with contradictions and conflicts among various nations and factions. Thus, amid repeated confrontations, humanity has ultimately paid a grievous price. The core vulnerabilities of the alien invaders remain unscathed. Instead, through ongoing skirmishes, the invaders have discerned the strengths and strategies of humanity, thereby fully grasping its shortcomings and flaws. With these deficiencies exposed, humanity finds itself repeatedly suffering defeats. It is evident that persisting in this manner is far from prudent. The United Nations General Assembly is compelled to reconsider potential solutions to these predicaments. Delegates from various nations fervently engage in discussions. Recognizing that this is a matter of human destiny, they must unite against external threats. Only by setting aside personal agendas and striving toward a common goal can they hope to confront their shared adversary. Thus, at the summit convened by the United Nations, the delegates reached a unanimous agreement. Humanity shall unite to resist external foes. In this world replete with contradictions and conflicts, a group of young individuals has been selected to join a special unit known as the Guardians of Humanity. They will bear the solemn duty of safeguarding humanity. The members of this unit are all young talents, possessing exceptional combat skills and technological acumen, entrusted with the mission of preserving the integrity of human existence and maintaining the stability of historical progress. Chapter 143, Special Operations Team. At this moment, a pan first thought of Bai Kyocera. Brother, we need a skilled flight team, and I would like you to take the lead. Great. After being here for so long, I finally have the opportunity. This team must possess solid foundational skills, and most importantly, this is a perilous mission. So, upon hearing this, Bai Kyocera naturally understood the gravity of the situation. However, the implications still felt unsettling. I understand. Therefore, I will try to streamline the personnel to avoid unnecessary casualties. Very well, then I will leave the organization and preparation to you. Yes, I assure you the mission will be accomplished. After the commander departed, a swarm of eager individuals surrounded Bai Kyocera. I want to sign up. Me too. Count me in. In an instant, Bai Kyocera felt overwhelmed, his head buzzing. All right. I see your determination, but could you allow me a moment to breathe? At this, the crowd finally realized, retreating a few steps. Comrades, war is not a beauty pageant, nor a suicide squad. This task is a test for each of us, and we must deliberate carefully. What is there to deliberate? Are we not competent enough? Indeed. Our flight team consists of capable men, but we cannot all go. Wouldn't you agree? Thus, I must formulate a selection plan. Now, disperse, please. Meanwhile, upon learning of Bai Kyocera's departure, Manny lost her appetite and thoughts. She had once contemplated leaving to find him, but felt aimless and inadequate, coupled with Xiao Li's unwavering concern for her safety, which kept Manny from seeking an escape to find Bai Kyocera. If it weren't for Xiao Li's daily companionship as her emotional support, she might have lost her sanity. Fortunately, Lu Guangjuan received news to organize a brave and skilled small team to converge. This task was first entrusted to the team leader. Upon receiving the assignment, the leader immediately thought of Manny. Sister, we need to form a combat team with special personnel, and I believe Bai Kyocera will be involved as well. I seek your opinion on whether you would like to join us. Hearing this, Manny perked up, wiping away her tears. Really? Can I participate? Absolutely. We will always need talented researchers like you. Besides, no one here can match your skills. At that moment, he noticed Xiaoli beside her and realized he had misspoken. He quickly added, "Oh, of course, Xiaoli is indispensable here. All right, team leader, there is no need for such comparisons between us. We are sisters." "Very well. I will apply for you. Please assist me with the registration." "Sure thing, I will arrange it right away." After the team leader selected the members, equipped with their marksmen, they set off to the designated location alongside Manny and the chosen elite, including machine gunners, demolition experts, and mecha operators. Chapter 144. The Grand Assembly along the journey. Clusters of small teams and organizations numbering in the dozens converged toward a singular destination. Each time they encountered a group, Manny would keenly observe, hoping to spot Bai Kyocera among them. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Each inspection brought forth a fresh wave of disillusionment. Yet the size of the gathering continued to swell. After becoming acquainted with one another's circumstances, they naturally formed smaller units to proceed together. Throughout the expedition, camaraderie flourished. Conversations flowed effortlessly, enriching their understanding of each other's expertise. Speculations about the future filled their minds, as they all recognized the significance of their mission. They were to engage in battle against an unknown civilization, rendering everything an enigmatic variable. At this juncture, a suggestion arose. Since they hailed from diverse corners of the world, united by a common goal, they should come together, voice their opinions, and leverage their individual strengths to tackle the unpredictable nature of the impending battlefield. Indeed, they were a team. Mutual assistance would not only enhance their operational efficiency, but also ensure their survival. Each member possessed unique skills, some dedicated to scientific research, others to frontline combat, and still others to the healing arts. This diversity was the very reason for their assembly. The current societal backdrop was fraught with myriad challenges, including environmental degradation and educational dilemmas. Yet, the most pressing concern was addressing external invasion. These social issues had become critical factors affecting national security and interests, thus forming the cornerstone of the Special Forces mission objectives. Ultimately, a selection of elite professionals from various fields rapidly converged upon the military base where Bai Kyocera was stationed. As anticipated, Manny successfully encountered Bai Kyocera, who had already assumed a commanding role, orchestrating the affairs of the location. While the representatives lingered outside, Bai Kyocera had been awaiting their arrival at the entrance, not due to foresight, but rather from a vigilant observation of the unfolding circumstances. He longed for the day they would engage in combat, adequately preparing for the looming conflict as extraterrestrial invaders advanced upon their beleaguered Earth. As the distance diminished, Manny had spotted Bai Kyocera waiting outside well in advance, yet she suppressed her emotions. Bai Kyocera surveyed the representatives before him and recognized familiar faces, including the team leader and Manny. "Comrades, we have finally awaited your arrival. Welcome to the Special Operations Team," he declared, leading them toward the operations conference room. As the group moved ahead, Bai Kyocera deliberately walked alongside Manny. "Why did you come? Were you not instructed to wait for me?" he inquired. "I am here to lend my strength. It is of no concern to you," she replied. At that moment, the team leader approached. "Kyocera, it was I who asked Manny to come. Given her talents, she will undoubtedly enhance our security. Leader, you too have 2 children at home who require your care," Bai Kyocera retorted. The leader began, but Manny interjected. "Enough, there is no need to explain. We are already here." Chapter 145. What a delight having spoken. Manny hurried a few steps ahead. "Well, who told you to leave without a word? You brought this upon yourself." After reprimanding Bai Kyocera for a few moments, the team leader similarly strode forward. Meanwhile, those nearby, who enjoyed the spectacle, covered their mouths with laughter and quickened their pace. Upon arriving at the operations conference room, the commander announced the mission objectives to everyone. Following that, he instructed everyone to rest and settle in. Subsequently, Bai Kyocera's flight squad would lead them to the secret base designated by the coalition, where they would join forces with elite troops selected from around the world to combat the invasion plan of extraterrestrial species. As night deepened, Bai Kyocera lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. He was consumed with thoughts of seeking out Manny to inquire about and clarify the situation. However, given that they were residing in a communal dormitory, it hardly seemed appropriate to visit her at such a late hour. The next morning, the team leader encountered Bai Kyocera, who appeared disheveled and flushed. What is this? Did you not sleep a wink? He exclaimed. I truly cannot comprehend today's youth. Well, go check on Manny. All right. I understand. I'll go apologize to her. Bai Kyocera made his way toward Manny's quarters, catching a delightful aroma wafting through the air. After a restless night, his stomach was already growling with hunger. As he approached Manny's residence, the fragrance grew more enticing. Oh, the leader has come. Inspecting the works so early in the morning? One of the staff teased. I wonder what guidance the leader has for us. Oh no, you misunderstand. I'm looking for Manny. She's in the kitchen preparing a meal. Following the direction indicated, Bai Kyocera stepped up to the kitchen door. Upon seeing Manny's busy silhouette, he spoke. Before he could finish, Manny interjected, You've come at just the right moment. The dumplings are ready. Eat them while they're hot. What do you mean, This is a special wild game dish that the team leader ordered. He knows you love dumplings, so he saved it for you, freshly made. Well, if you must thank someone, it should be the team leader. Actually, I came to apologize to you. You are the leader. What fault do you have? I have no right to be angry. I will obey orders and follow commands. You need not apologize to me. Bai Kyocera understood clearly that she was still upset. Women often claim they are not angry when, in fact, they are. Though she was making dumplings for him now. It was merely in fulfillment of the team leader's request and had nothing to do with forgiving him. At this point, Bai Kyocera realized that saying more would not only be pointless but might exacerbate her irritation. As they spoke, a steaming bowl of dumplings was placed before Bai Kyocera. What? Do you want me to feed you? All right. Bai Kyocera hesitantly accepted the dumplings, watching as Manny turned away. He then lowered his gaze to the bowl. The longing in his eyes could not withstand the salivation escaping his lips. With his left hand cradling the bowl, his right hand reached in, retrieving a dumpling to savor. What a delight. Chapter 146. Hell on earth. At this moment, Bai Kyocera was still immersed in the delightful taste of dumplings, unable to extricate himself. I finally found you. Why are you still eating? Just then, a comrade from the flying squad rushed to Bai Kyocera's side, panting heavily. Come, everyone shares. You should eat some too. Stop eating. The superior is waiting for you in the meeting. What's the rush? Bai Kyocera set down his bowl, one hand still reaching for a dumpling to savor. Oh, pay attention to your image. Upon arriving at the conference room, Bai Kyocera was taken aback. Before the long table draped in camouflage green, the attendees sat upright, their gazes focused and resolute, fixated on the front. At that moment, the air was thick with a tense and solemn atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The documents on the table were neatly arranged. The meeting's host, a Pan, stood gravely at the head of the table, his eyes scanning each face as if searching for a common understanding. Clearing his throat, he began to speak. As his words fell, a low murmur of discussion rose within the conference room. Each person pondered the issues at hand, seeking the optimal solutions. It turned out that the invasion of foreign species had already commenced. Beyond distant lands, these invading entities possessed human-like intellect. In the chaotic burial grounds, remnants of once sealed coffins lay scattered, and from within, the souls clinging to decaying corpses ascended one after another. In an instant, the world, which had only recently known tranquility, was once again engulfed in wails of despair and cries of anguish. Beneath the inky moonlight, stars were obscured by dark clouds, and humanity was once again shrouded in darkness. The cries of sorrow echoed, and the once peaceful villages had transformed into scenes of devastation, flames soaring into the sky, smoke billowing. Beneath the crumbling houses, people fled in terror, their faces marred by wounds and blood. Children clung tightly to their mothers, their tears soaking their garments. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning and bloodshed, a palpable force emanating from the invaders, gradually eroding the hopes of the populace. A dog, barking furiously in the night, pierced the stillness with its sharp, jarring cries. However, when its gaze locked onto the alien creature's eyes, all sound abruptly vanished. Undoubtedly, it had encountered an unprecedented fear. Its body trembled, tail tucked between its legs, urine streaming down its hindquarters, soaking its back half. It cowered in place, eyes fixed on the alien, too terrified to move. Yet, the alien's form appeared even larger and more terrifying in the moonlight as it opened its gaping maw. The innocent dog seemed so small and powerless before it. Thus, only the dog's mournful whimpers echoed in the night sky, powerless to sway the merciless alien. In one swift motion, it devoured the small creature, a satisfied gurgle emanating from its throat. With its head raised towards the heavens, it let out a deafening roar, shaking the surrounding trees. Amidst the roar, one could distinctly see the dog's body gradually disappearing within the alien's throat, a grotesque and horrific spectacle that one dared not gaze upon. The alien reveled in the chaos, its eyes gleaming with a cruel and frenzied light. Thus, hell on earth had finally begun. Chapter 147. Hesitation leads to defeat. With the consumption of a canine, the alien grew increasingly insatiable, yearning for more to satisfy its palate. It opened its cavernous maw once again, letting out a chilling howl while pounding its chest with its upper limbs. Subsequently, as it spread its arms wide, it seized a middle-aged pregnant woman, her prominent belly a testament to her condition, and swiftly lifted her towards its gaping mouth. The creature tore into her, blood and flesh splattering onto her husband, who stood in stunned disbelief, rendered utterly paralyzed by the horror unfolding before him. In the blink of an eye, he too was swallowed by another alien with a similarly grotesque mouth. On the ground, the couple's child cried out in distress. And just as the alien prepared to devour the innocent being, a grenade launcher was thrust into its mouth. The immense force propelled the alien backward, and remarkably, the grenade launched itself in its throat without detonating, buying precious time for the rescue team to act. Fortune smiled upon the child, sparing it from a grim fate. The alien, now choking, writhed in discomfort, its powerful arms flailing as it attempted to dislodge the grenade. In a fit of rage, it hurled the weapon into the crowd, resulting in a deafening explosion that sent shockwaves through the area. Thankfully, the onlookers had managed to retreat to a safe distance. Realizing that its retaliation had failed to inflict harm upon the humans, the alien became unhinged, roaring in fury. With vengeance on its mind, it unleashed a relentless assault on the unsuspecting populace. As a technologically advanced extraterrestrial species, its weaponry was unlike anything found on Earth. The aliens wielded luminous arms, and with each pull of the trigger, a fiery streak cut through the air, accompanied by a harrowing scream as victims were struck, their bodies igniting into flames, carbonizing and ultimately reducing to ash. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the atmosphere, and amidst this apocalyptic scene, a young girl clutched her mother's hand tightly, tears blurring her vision. Though they sought refuge in a corner of a dilapidated building, the carnage was inescapable. The searing heat of the ground enveloped them as the mother held her daughter close, her trembling voice offering solace. "Do not fear, we shall be all right." At that moment, a young soldier approached the corner, having overheard their whispers. "Come, quickly, follow me to safety," he urged. However, paralyzed by fear, the mother and child remained huddled together, trembling in their sanctuary. The soldier continued to call for them, but the cramped confines of their hiding place prevented him from assisting them directly. Meanwhile, the alien seemed to take notice of the soldier's presence. As he turned to face the creature, it raised its weapon, preparing to strike. In that instant, the mother and daughter had no time to escape. The soldier pivoted, rushing towards the alien, yet its weapon swiftly redirected towards him. Thus, before the terrified eyes of the mother and child, the soldier was reduced to nothing more than ash. Chapter 148. Turning the tide. The scene before her elicited a piercing scream from the girl. Realizing her folly, she instinctively covered her mouth, but it was too late. The alien, having heard the sound, advanced towards the mother and daughter duo. As the distance between them diminished, the mother suddenly dashed forward, attempting to divert the alien's gaze, sacrificing herself to ensure her daughter's survival. Yet, this was not a moment for maternal affection to flourish. Upon her emergence, the mother successfully captured the alien's attention, just as it readied itself for an assault. Before being brutally slaughtered, she imparted a final message to her daughter: "Make sure to live well." Then, she vanished into ashes, disappearing from her daughter's view. However, the alien seemed to perceive the unfolding events with clarity. The situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. It soon detected the girl concealed in the shadows, shifting its focus towards her corner. Simultaneously, the mother's final scream drew the attention of the rescue team. They turned their gaze to the scene, witnessing an alien approaching the rubble's recesses. Alarmed, they sprang into action, urging one another to save her. With a resounding shout, the nearby rescuers raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of fire at the alien. Yet, the existing human ammunition proved ineffectual against the extraterrestrial foe, serving only to garner its attention. The alien pivoted, momentarily abandoning its assault on the rubble to confront the humans that had dared attack it. Grasping its weapon, it squeezed the trigger, sending a fiery projectile that struck a soldier, reducing him to ashes in an instant. At that critical moment, Bai Kyocera arrived just in time, maneuvering stealthily behind the alien while it was engrossed in its attack on the soldier. Utilizing a gliding kneel, Bai Kyocera evaded the alien's line of sight, remaining undetected. As the alien turned back towards the corner, Bai Kyocera seized the opportunity to snatch the weapon from its grasp. The alien, bewildered and looking around in confusion, had not anticipated that a human could so effortlessly disarm it under its very nose. Enraged, it spun around, finally locking eyes with Bai Jingxi, its gaze a tempest of fury and disbelief. In contrast, Bai Jingxi clutched the weapon tightly, his eyes brimming with resolve and determination. He understood that he had disrupted the stalemate of this confrontation. The time for his counterattack had arrived. Upon seeing Bai Jingxi brandishing its weapon, the alien recognized the potency of its own armament. Instinctively, it turned to flee. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation or compassion, Bai Jingxi pulled the trigger. "Thank you for your weapon. It is time to change the game," he declared silently. With a resounding blast, a projectile pierced through the alien's back, searing pain radiating through its body. The alien clutched its chest, frantically pounding against it, but it was too late. Chapter 149. Coincidence, pure coincidence. In an instant, the crimson flames enveloped its entire being. Although the cannon fire pierced through its body, the flames initially scorched the exterior, incinerating the skin and muscle tissue until the internal bones became conspicuously visible. The conflagration commenced at its chest, ascended to the crown of its head, and cascaded down to its feet, ultimately leaving behind an intact skeleton, untouched by the flames. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, converged around the spectacle to ascertain the situation. There stood a blood-red skeleton, revealing the torment and agony it had endured in life. Yet the cause of such an outcome remained elusive. How could the bones have escaped the inferno? Engrossed in this enigma, the crowd failed to regard the imminent danger. "Quick! Disperse!" came a shout, yet the throng did not manage to retreat in time. Fortunately, the extraterrestrial did not launch an assault on humanity. Instead, it discharged a capture device. Amidst the chaos, a gap opened in the crowd, allowing the capture device to successfully retrieve the skeleton left behind by the alien. Bai Jingxi quickly intercepted. Did not let it escape. After acquiring the skeleton, it became evident that the alien intended to flee. The leader, upon witnessing this scene, surmised that since it posed no threat to humans and was merely seizing the bones, there must be some ulterior motive, hence instructing Bai Jingxi to thwart its actions. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingxi instinctively fired at another extraterrestrial. This alien appeared to comprehend their exchange, and as Bai Jingxi aimed his weapon, it cleverly hurled the recently seized skeleton toward him. In the ensuing panic, his weapon fell to the ground. Thus, a massive skeleton charged toward Bai Jingxi, who instinctively dodged aside. Due to the suddenness of the incident, a fireball struck the skeleton, which remained unharmed. The force of the bullet caused it to tumble beside Bai Jingxi, sparing him from being crushed beneath it. Meanwhile, the alien, seizing the opportunity to escape, fled into safety. By the time Bai Jingxi regained his composure, the alien had already retreated beyond a secure distance. Alas, it managed to escape. Yet, at least they had reaped substantial rewards, not only acquiring alien weaponry but also a mysterious skeleton for further study. It was indeed peculiar that this object remained unscathed by the flames. Upon returning with the spoils of war, a small team began to divide tasks for analysis. They scrutinized the structure and materials of the alien weaponry, including the composition of its ammunition. Under the scrutiny of high-precision instruments, researchers conducted a thorough examination of the alien armaments. One extraterrestrial firearm exhibited an intricately complex design, characterized by smooth lines that exuded a sense of power. The analysis of its ballistic trajectory revealed an extraordinary level of precision and speed, far surpassing human comprehension. The ammunition consisted of a rare, unknown element exceedingly scarce on Earth, yet it manifested in a stable form within the projectiles, ensuring formidable destructive capability. Given that it was an unknown element from Earth, this clarified the reason behind its potential to inflict greater harm upon humanity. However, the skeleton remained an even greater enigma.